This uneventful spring day, Su Qian woke up. It's just that his consciousness is still very confused. I can't remember who I am. Where are you? Su Qian heard the sound of horns and ribs. Gradually, he heard other voices, a sea of shouts and killings. Chun Xiong's chaotic sound of horses' hooves, and the sound of explosions, the sharp sound of blades clashing. A wide variety of sounds are intertwined, and Su Qian's mind to form a clear picture. It's a battlefield, and it's not just humans in this battlefield. There are also two-story-tall behemoths, a large snake tens of meters long, a barbarian who pulls out the mountain and inhales the world, and so on and so forth. Su Qian thought blankly. What a battlefield this is. That's an exaggeration. There are too many people who have died. His gaze swept over the battlefield, swept past the army of Deadpool. Finally, I focused on a dress and Tsingy, standing proudly at the head of the beast, silently overlooking the battlefield where the battle was in full swing. That's Wei Gong. Su Qixin was relieved for a while. Suddenly, I remembered who I was. That's the moment. Su Qian opened his eyes, but the darkness is still seen. Then came a sultry heat. My breathing is also a little difficult. He didn't get up right away. It's contemplation. Then he saw the dark cabin. I saw 5 coffins lined up neatly. I saw the slow-moving official ship. I saw the sparkling canal. This is the divine seal he obtained after stepping into the God-refining realm. Mental power can be used as glasses to a certain extent. Su Qian thought a little proudly. I don't know what other cultivators are like, but I feel that even if one day the titanium alloy dog is blind, I don't have any of it. But the next moment, Su Qian frowned. The dream I just saw. No, it shouldn't be a simple dream. How can dreams be so clear? What an army of Deadpools. Buddhist monks. I've never touched any of that. But how can you dream about it? Why is there Wei Yuan in the dream? He still looks very young. At least both temples are not white. My dad was so handsome when he was younger. As handsome as I am. Multi-party forces are fighting, combined with the appearance of Wei Yuan and his deeds. Su Qian immediately had a guess in his heart. Battle of Shanhaiguan. It's just why did I dream of the Battle of Shanhaiguan? Second uncle this week chicken. It was surviving such a scene. I must have been lying in a pile of corpses and pretending to be dead. Su Qian thought to himself. His hands also began to push open the lid of the coffin. But before he could breathe a breath of fresh air, a proud voice sounded in my ears. You woke up. Su Qian was scared. Only then did he find that he was not far ahead. There was a white dress with his back to him. Su Qian was in the middle of his abdomen. Yang Qianhuan is probably the only one. Let me recognize the man just by looking at his back. He muttered his words. A few seconds before he spoke. Where are we? Qianhuan's tone was rather brisk. On the way back to Beijing. Oh no. It was on the water, and Su Qian's face was floating with joy. Yunzhou's case is over. He let out a long sigh of relief. This solved case is finally over. Lao Tzu finally didn't have to stay up late to burst his liver. I died once. I don't know Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao. Is there any sadness for me? Probably even more sad. The opportunity to prostitute 5 times for white is gone. That's right. In the end, he still didn't trick Su Su into going home as a paperman. My wifely Miaojin is afraid that she wants to kill me. Fortunately, Lao Tzu died 1 step earlier. Otherwise, it's embarrassing. By the way, why are you on the ship? Miriam Yang took the initiative to turn around. It's a pity that he wears a mask on his face. After thinking about it, he said, I came to Yunzhou to do things on the orders of my teacher. Now that it's over, I'll naturally go back. It just so happened that the watchman sent your bones back to Beijing. So I snuck up. Su Qian looked at his mask. There was a burst of complaints in my heart. Or maybe it's worried that you're in the same boat as me. Seeing that he had a straight face, he actually made one. Mask on. Miriam Yang continued. Then I found out that the sword wounds on your body were gone. Spooky fixes. I didn't think you're dead. Waited for 10 years. You're really alive. Miriam Young said very plainly. But actually, the psychological journey is far more ups and downs than the tone. After learning the news of Su Qian's death in battle, his heart was finished. After returning to Beijing, the teacher is definitely going to suppress me at the bottom of the star-picking building. The warriors are gone. He almost ran away from the division in a panic. Miriam Young followed all the way into the coffin boat. Opened Su Qian's coffin bar. I didn't expect another village. Lift the clouds and see the blue sky. The kid's injuries were strangely recovered. The heartbeat gradually returned. Actually, weather it is extremely Tylai's weather. So Miriam Young happily stayed by the coffin. I don't even have time to pull the... Of course, these things can't be let Su Qian know. Su Qian looked at him suspiciously. Did he pick up my coffin? Otherwise, how can I know that my injuries are repaired? I always feel that he has some ulterior motives. Su Qian asked, "What did the supervisor send you to Yunzhou for?" Just at this time, Miriam Young asked together, "How did you come back from the dead?" The two of them finished asking at the same time. The two looked at each other again, fell silent. A few seconds later, they were weak-hearted and tacitly diverged from the topic at the same time. Su Qian's weather is good today. Miriam Young is very noisy today. The two are strangely synchronized. Let the atmosphere in the cabin freeze for a while. The two of them fell silent again. Just when Su Qian was thinking about diverting the topic again. Let's talk about something else. Suddenly, he found himself carrying 4 letters in his arms. The coffin is stored in the bilge. Only a faint light penetrated through the cracks in the deck. Su Qian opened the envelope casually. Then Shimmer began to read. This letter was sent by Su Lingyue, who had no scheming. Big Brother sent it back. Of letters received at home, Mom and Dad were very happy. Linian was also very happy. Especially my mother. I didn't expect my eldest brother to write a letter to him. My mother happily slapped the table. Knowing that the eldest brother is outside, everything is fine. I was relieved. Su Qian was immediately happy. I'm afraid my aunt didn't slap the table and scold my late mother. You haven't been away from Beijing for long. Linian was forced to go to the church to study. Everything is handled by the second brother. Now Linian, I can already recite the first 9 words of the 3-character sutra. When my father and mother first found out, I almost cried tears of joy. Su Qian almost cried with joy. Xiao Doubting can actually memorize 9 words. It's not easy. Su Qian continued to look down, but he seems to have been bullied. The mother bought him a jade bracelet worth 10 taels. Disappeared the other day. He had shallow bruises on his wrists. Apparently, he was dragged down. Linning asked her stupidly who did it. She didn't say either. It's not at all the right thing. Probably in her mind. Except for the like. Nothing else matters. Spring is approaching. Dad came home late every day. Either so, or just outside the home. I don't have time to manage things at home. My mother didn't dare to tell my father. I went to Mr. Shudong to question him. But the gentleman said he didn't know. Maybe Lin Yin lost it himself. The mother was so angry that she trembled. But there is nothing to be done. If the big brother is at home, surely that won't happen. If the second brother is at home, the gentleman who must be scolded has no place to be ashamed. However, the second brother has been very angry recently. I heard my father say that he was frozen in the cold wind for half a night. When he went home the next day to get money and food, he didn't talk to us. The second brother is so stingy. Forgot to write to him. It's not the big brother's fault. Big brother is also very busy. Su Qian saw this. Try not to laugh out loud. Sister Erlang is your brother anyway. You're not elbowing out. You've even walked to me. But keep it up. It is conceivable. Jiro looked trembling outside the door. Su Qian couldn't help laughing. It's a pity that I couldn't witness Erlang's embarrassed appearance. By the way, my mother said that after the beginning of spring, she will find Fu Xiwenyang for me. I hate him so much. Why don't you marry yourself? Linin misses you very much. I shout every day to find it. Big brother, I miss you too. Su Qi smiled with satisfaction. What stupid things to say. How can an aunt remarry? My aunt was born from my Su family. Death is the ghost of my Su family. Actually, big brother misses you too. Su wife and who was about to fall into happiness. So he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him behind him. But when he turned around, found that Miriam Yang was still facing away from herself this time. Quiet as a wooden man, Miriam Yang said with a little weakness, "You see what I do. Where else can I be?" Qian sent Miriam Yang away. He bowed his head and opened the second letter. The letter was sent by Fu Xiang. Snow Wolf and June farewell. It's already 20 years. Sijuan's affection is like cooking oil on fire, burning more and more. I'm fine with the church division. It's just that I always love to fall asleep. Wake up and walk around. Plum blossom picking. I made a jar of plum wine. Pan June returned and raised a glass to drink. Occasionally, I will go out for a few drinks with the guests. Listen to what they have to say. Actually, the slave family wants to hear about you. However, Yunzhou and the capital are separated by thousands of miles. Messaging is not easy. Those stinky men call themselves scholars. In fact, most of them are sake bags and rice bags. The talent is mediocre. Not as good as Su Lang. In case the slave family often thinks, I was able to meet Su Lang. It is the greatest gift from God to me. A few days ago, the Taoist maid brought back a message. I heard that Su Lang wrote a new poem in Qinzhou. It is regarded as a treasure by the Ziyang monks. Inscribed on the inscription, a warning to the world. Wouldn't the slave family be better than his girlfriend's appearance? Su Langnu's family misses you every night. The nails are cleanly manicured. Su Qian smiled. If you think of me, you will miss me. Don't get your hands all over the place. He carefully folded the letterhead, retrieved the envelope, and 2 more letters at the end. He reminisced about the spare tires he had. But Chu Kaiwei and Huaiqing and Linen. It's clearly 3 people. How did you only reply to 2 letters? Su Qian was a little angry. The news said who didn't reply to me. It's because my fetal raising skills are not good enough. Or Ben Haiwan's anal fork is not inserted accurately enough. He chose a random letter. Read more. This letter is a table return. When will the case of the dog, slave, Yunzhou end? Honga doesn't miss you. I just feel like spring is coming. Many of the guards have gone home. There aren't a few minions available around the main palace. Su Qian nodded with satisfaction. Remember to write back to me. Not bad. He kept looking. The backgammon you invented is flourishing in the hands of this palace. Everyone praises me for being Lan Xinhui. Brilliant at all. Even the annoying Huaiqing was convinced of me. 5 body casting. Tell me privately that Linen's wisdom is far better than mine. Huaiqing bowed to the wind. But this kind of thing he will definitely not admit. I'll tell you casually. Don't take it to heart. Huaiqing is a princess after all. Leave him a few thin noodles. Honga doesn't take advantage of you either. Spring is approaching. My father gave me some gold, silver, and jade. Silk jewelry. When you come back, you can go to the treasury of the palace and pick up a few. Su Qian, who was originally a little speechless, suddenly became overjoyed. Linen, this stupid girl. I coaxed her to say that the second uncle was for me to practice martial arts. Borrowing everywhere. It's been a tough day. She took it seriously. Gave me money in a different way. Please keep it up. And what's going on with that fund? Didn't you invent it? Why is it being spread out there? It is said that it was invented by Chu Kaiwei of Si Tianjian. Honggu was so angry that he died. Ran to Si Tianjian and made a fuss. Si Tianjian's white clothes didn't dare to make a move on me. He went to his father to complain. Ben Gong was scolded by his father. Waiting for you to come back. This palace will take you to seek justice again. Su Qian was a little moved. I didn't expect the table to be very protective of calves. But the fund is really made by Kai Wei. I'm just giving you an idea. He stuffed Lin An's letter back into the envelope. Take a deep breath. The last letter was opened. Su Qi was indignant. Huaiqing and Kai Wei. Who the hell is a traitor between the two of you? We'll find out now. Su Tongluo Yunzhou has a complex environment. Banditry has been going on for a long time. His party and the witch god cult have been secretly plotting for many years. Presumably, a lot of power has been accumulated in Yunzhou. Remember to err on the side of caution. Even if there is anxiety, this 4-level 5 man is not extremely safe. If it is a target, it must be arrested with thunder. Can't give the other person time to respond. I guess Wei Gong secretly set up the game. But most of the time, I won't meet you. Maybe Zhang Xuanfu knows. Or maybe not, though thou hast judged as a god. However, the strength is limited. Don't go it alone. Su Qian was in a complicated mood. The letter is celebrated. Other words, the big-eyed cute girl turned out to be a scumbag. In vain I fell in love, put her in the fish pond. And she's so heartless. But it has to be said, Huaiqing is terrible. IQ is too high. And it's not just IQ. There is also an analysis of the situation. Control of people's hearts. He could even grasp Wei Gong's thoughts. Come to think of it, Su wife and swayed all over. Finished. Then wouldn't it be easy for me to be caught cheating in the future? Princess Bai Qing seemed to be still half of Wei Yuan's disciple. It's not surprising that you have this ability. Su wife and squinted. Read on. A few days ago, Kai Wei came to my palace for dinner. I talked about you during the small talk. She said that she had been worrying about how to reply to you lately, because she doesn't like to read. I'm afraid that the bad writing will make you laugh. She also said that Su Ningyin really had a heart. Sent me a red lotus petal from Qinzhou. Say I'm as bright as the red lotus. Charming as a graceful way and the palace when talking. There was a smile in the corner of his eyebrow. I said to Kai Wei, Honggu writes a reply for you. She readily agreed. But Lord Su is really suave. One flower for two people. The rhetoric varies. It's just the right thing to describe. So literate. Honggu admires. Su Qian saw this. The whole thing jumped up. The groove. Forget that Chu Kai Wei is a girl who has not opened her love. She has a good relationship with Huaiqing. Share this kind of thing with your best friends. There's no psychological barrier at all. Huaiqing was originally prejudiced against me. Li Jingshi refused to see me. Now Miss Kai Wei is stealing the house. Huaiqing must have labeled me a scumbag. Miriam Yang, who stayed aside. Aware of Su Qian's. I casually ask you what's wrong. Su Baipu's old face turned red. The sad road overturned. Think about it, I sue someone is also a person with a head and a face. Hoik, how can you give me the face to return the salute like this? By the way, I'm dead. That's fine. But fortunately, the letter from the table and Fu Xiang and Lin Yu's sister. Huaiqing couldn't see it. It's her sister. But the two are like fire and water. It is impossible to share such a boudoir secret letter. Showing off is even more impossible. The table is innocent. She is also a royal-born princess. I wouldn't be so stupid as to take out this kind of letter and say it everywhere. Fortunately, I know that Chu Kai Wei is an elm head. Didn't flirt with her. It's all about the food along the way. I'm afraid that's exactly what happened. Princess Huaiqing was displeased. But write to me anyway. After all, what I wrote to her was a love letter. It was a normal letter to Kai Wei. Su Qian laughed in a blink of an eye. I can't think of it. Huaiqing, you think I'm on the second floor. Actually, I'm in the atmosphere. Miriam Yang couldn't help but wonder who wrote the letter. Su Qian's face did not change. A letter from a friend in the capital. Miriam Yang went down to the river. The question is written in a good way. Su Qian suddenly became vigilant. You peeked at my letter. Yang Qianhuan sneered. Instantly restored Wei Guangjing's image. Yang disdained to do such dirty things. Su Qian chose to believe him. Song Mei said in one breath, "Your sister Kaiwei is really an Elmhead. At his age, he should be a young girl." I couldn't move. Write to him. He also Yang Miriam agreed. Seeing your sister Kai Wei did enlighten late. He was just a regular friend. I told Princess Huiqing. It's not completely unhelpful to you. At least you are a very important friend in his heart. Su Qian's old face flushed. His eyes were suddenly sharp. How do you know that he told Huiqing? The words that forced the king to his lips were swallowed back stiffly. I didn't speak for a long time. I know I'm being tricked. Suddenly, he also felt Su Qian's sense of shame just now. Su Qian was embarrassed and angry. You're not just peeking at my letters. You put it back together. Forget it, for the sake of you helping me catch Liang Yuping. I'm too lazy to care. But don't turn your faith away. That's it. Miriam Yang could only agree. This is the end of the matter. But suddenly, Miriam Yang was stunned. Said with some doubts, I didn't help you catch Liang Yuping. The voice fell. Su Qian felt a cold snap rushing in. Blow on your own neck stalk. He shuddered slowly. Even his voice trembled a little. What did you say? The warm sun of the day is high. Nangong Qianro drove to the outside of Miyagi. Park the carriage. The two entered Miyagi. Go to the imperial study. Nangong Qianro asked her father-in-law. I heard that there is an 800-mile rush this morning. Wei Yuan nodded solemnly. 800 miles of urgency must be the ambassador. I just don't know which state it's from. It was eventful. He sighed softly. Let's talk about how the La Liga you prepared is going. Nangong Qian said softly. The materials have been collected. Just wait to take it to the private heaven to see the cultivator. La Liga Guard Yuan wants to give Su Qian a gift. La Liga is invulnerable. Fire and water are invulnerable. If you ask Si Tianjin's alchemists and array masters to take action, refining into magic weapons, that's a treasure of defense. Even if it's a martial artist without a realm. Don't think about it easily. Nangong Qianro knew Wei Yuan's thoughts. He wants to make up for Su Qian's last shortcoming. Escort this sapling that has not yet grown. Adjacent to the imperial study, Nangong Qianro was stopped by the Forbidden Army. Wei Yuan walked alone. Wei Yuan stepped over the threshold and entered. All the ministers in the imperial study were looking at him. An obscure and inexplicable look. Emperor Yuan Jing was also looking at Wei Yuan. But the old emperor was deep in thought, not glamorous. Wei Yuan has stood tall in officialdom for decades. The atmosphere changed slightly. He can tell it keenly. It seems that most of this small tide will be related to itself. And spring has just ended. In a few more days, the results of the reconnaissance are about to be known. This time, officials from various states have sent inspection lists. Just wait for His Majesty to stroke the pen, adjudicate in person, and the results of the investigation in the capital. It has gradually taken shape under the auspices of the Ministry of Officials. This list of expeditions is in the process of being formed. What kind of bloody wind and blood it accompanies it. The princes and His Majesty in the hall know this. It is definitely not going to be reversed at this moment. Wei Yuan's mood sank a little more. Since it is not a matter of observation, there will be something important to design itself. His mind was racing. Two words came to mind. Yinzhou. The 800-mile urgent intelligence came from Yinzhou. Waited another quarter of an hour. The ministers who were qualified to participate in the small pilgrimage meeting arrived one after another. Yuanjing Difu is. The ministers in the hall were faint. This morning, there was an 800-mile urgent document from Yinzhou. The Yinzhou case has already come to an end. Collusion with the witch god cult. Supporting mountain bandits to transport military quartermasters. He is the political envoy of Yinzhou. Sent it to the governor's house. Emperor Yuan Jing's words were like a bomb falling down. The courtiers blew up the country. Most of Emperor Yuan Jing's side united and was silent. Only then did the ministers quiet down. Emperor Yen Jing opened his mouth and said, "Zhongqing, listen to it." The big eunuch in the python robe glanced at the eunuch in the corner. Sweat slightly at him. The eunuch stepped forward. "Unfold the paperwork in your hand." Loudly chanted that Qin Zhongxing should be rewarded. The Yunzhou case was closed on January 24th. The traitor Song Chongfu and Yang Yu, as well as Chen Ming and 34 others. All of them were ambushed. Returned to Yunzhou. All major cases are ministers. This is the meritorious work of the imperial court's education. It is the work of His Majesty's virtue and God's. Jin Luojiang is a well-guarded minister all the way. Conscientious. Jin Luoyang Yin risked 100 deaths. Lead the army to defeat the rebels. Counterinsurgency meritorious. So that the rebels failed to burn and plunder. Slaughter the people of Yunzhou. Credit Yin Luo, Zhao Bin, Tang Sango, and Li Yun. In order to protect Wechen. Died at the head of the witch god cult Mengwu. There are no regrets in death. The loyalty of his heart. Spirited. Wechen deplored it. Tongluo Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao in the process of investigating the case. Repeated contributions. Help Su Qian find evidence. To protect evidence. Do not hesitate to look like a ghost. So that we weep blood and lose a lot. He took the lead in the process of suppressing the rebels. Not afraid of life and death. The heart of serving the country is touching. Wei Yuan listened silently. Even when it is heard that 3 prostitutes were killed. This powerful minister with no joy or anger. Always expressionless. No emotion. Until the news about Su Qian was recited. The Gong Su Qian was in the process of going south. Crack the iron or smuggling case. This matter has been documented beforehand. No more ministers. But in the Yunzhou case, Su Qian cracked all kinds of clues with the power of one person. Find out the evidence of the crime. The secret envoy made him detect the conspiracy of the Song Chongfu. Reversal of the case. The envoy was not wrong to blame Zhongliang. After the East Window incident, Song Chongfu's dog jumped sharply. The wall summons the rebels. Closed the city gates. Besieged and killed the micro-minister Yu Bu political envoy Yamen. When the minister is in a desperate situation, Su Qian fought to the death with hundreds of rebels with 1 person and 1 sword. Kill more than 200 enemies. Eventually he died of exhaustion. Wechen dared to ask for a title. The minister is in Yunzhou. Skills to win as soon as possible. Zhang Xingying was defeated and defended. At this time, Emperor Yuan Jing looked at Wei Yuan. What Zhang Xingying played? What does AI Qing think? It's just that Wei Yuan is like Wei Wen. He stood still like a dumb chicken and didn't move. He is known as the eunuch of the most powerful power in the 500 years of Dafeng. This won the Battle of Shanhaiguan. Suppressed the left governor of the 5 armies of the surrounding countries. This commander is a watchman and supervises hundreds of officials. This legendary and infamous Wei Yuan. At this moment, I was distracted at the court meeting. Emperor Yuan Jing shouted 3 times with Wei Aiqing on his face. And every time it gets louder and louder. Wei Yuan was shocked. Seems to be taken aback. That's when I reacted. The corners of Emperor Yuan Jing's mouth twitched. Wei Aiqing seems to be in poor spirits. Zhang Xingying strangled the Yunzhou rebellion in the cradle. It's also a credit to you. Could it be that Wei Aiqing was unhappy? Wei Yuan didn't fight. It's just that there is a slight pain on his face. The Ministry of Rights immediately jumped out and scolded Wei Yuan in several lifetimes. Your Majesty asks you. It's just that Wei Yuan still didn't answer. Emperor Yuan Jing didn't care. He's in a good mood at the moment. The gong that always doesn't like the eye dies. It's like driving away buzzing flies. Also, hit Wei Yuan by the way. How this does not make him happy. Afterwards, Emperor Yuan Jing and his ministers continued to discuss the matter of the excerpt. Reward for meritorious deeds to a dry fighter. It's just that it's time for Su Qian. There was a disagreement about whether it was a knighthood. A small number of ministers were in favor of the awarding of knighthoods, but many more said it was wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. A knighthood is not an official position. It is a reward for meritorious people. It is a means for the imperial court to win over people's hearts. Su Qian's situation. It is a posthumous knighthood. It's just a deep honor. But Su Qian is Wei Yuan's confidant. It was the instinct of the ministers to raise the bar with Wei Yuan. The second is that Su Qian has made too many enemies. From the UBS case to the Morning case. Then from the main case of Pingyang County to the Yunzhou case. Because the head of the royal party has fallen. Both parties were also abolished. The royal party's ceremonial department Shanshu fell again. Not to mention that the party's official secretary was executed. The number of people who hated Su Qian in the 9 clans couldn't be counted. So now, even if it is a deep honor, I don't want to give it to him. Therein too, Dali Siqing and Li Bu Shilang, who are also Qi parties. The most excited Dali Siqing is praying for the party, but colluding with the witch god cult to publish the book. There is no evidence to specify. Dali Siqing also colluded with the Wushan sect. He was able to stay out of it. Li Bu Shilang is a member of the deceased party. The top boss was defeated by Su Qian in the funeral case. The most hateful thing is that the new secretary of the Ministry of Rights is Wei Yuan's person. They barked like vicious dogs. A mouthful full of generous statements. Name the drawbacks. In short, it's a word. Su Qian, he is not worthy. Emperor Yuan Jing was about to announce the end of the topic. Zhang Xingyi's suggestion was rejected. Suddenly, I saw Wei Yuan cracked. It's just not about yourself. It was against Zhu Ziguwei of the Manchu dynasty. Wei Yuan walked straight to the waiter of the Ministry of Rights. Raising his hand, he snapped on the crow's face. A resounding slap resounded through the imperial study. In an instant, the dispute of the ministers was suppressed. A series of surprised eyes looked at him. Emperor Yuan Jing was stunned for a moment, just about to open his mouth to stop Wei Yuan. Unexpectedly, there was another snap. Dali Siqing also took a beating, staggering and falling. Hair crowns fall off. With hair disheveled, the ministers gasped. One by one, they're like a man's back. Don't dare to squeak. But the beaten person seems to have lost his mind. I also want to open my mouth to spray a few words of feces to fight back. But a pair of Shang Wei Yuan's eyes. One by one, it turned into a defeat attack. Daebong. Historical examples of hand-to-hand brawls above the court. It's quite a lot. What's more, this is just the imperial study. But it is absurd and bizarre that the beater is not wronged. The news of Su Qian's death already made Wei Yuan's heart twist. But this group of ministers who don't have much eyesight, but at this time, didn't even give Su Qian an posthumous honor. How can Wei Yuan endure this? In a fit of rage. It's in this huge imperial study, in front of Emperor Yuan Jing. Feng O, a group of ministers who were full of dung. Wei Yuan was a eunuch. He was in charge of the yamen and the inspectorate. Dun Biayutno. The labels on his body are sinister and cunning, and he has a black belly. And good strategy among others. But there is absolutely no impulsive recklessness. If Wei Gong was so easy to brand, the handle has long been played to death. The thoughts of the princes in the court floated. Wei Yuan's conspiracy was deliberate. At this time, the governors were rushed out of His Majesty in a hurry. Wei Yuan beat people in court. There is no majesty. There is no law in vain. Please send a decree to behead this officer. The other governors of the 6th Department heard the word to the servant. Reconsideration is also listed. Wei Yuan ignored their accusations in the slightest. Out of the flames, he said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the party's business is not yet over. although the Ministry of Industry has been disposed of. But the same party was still convinced. The court is not in the funeral. The Ministry of Rights colluded with the Demon Clan. The sense of the same party still exists. It coincided with Jingchao Weichen's proposal to postpone the investigation. Wait until everything is clear before making a decision. The ministers were shocked, looked at Wei Yuan in disbelief. Since the beginning of the year, the officialdom of the capital has experienced a lot of rumors. Hibernate and cautiously watch. And year-end to year-end intrigue. And everyone is at risk. One by one, they were already exhausted. Even the most combative conspirators. Also thinking about ending the reconnaissance early. However, Wei Yuan wanted to continue the struggle this time. He's crazy. Even the capital Wang Jinwen couldn't help but turn his head sideways. The momentary anger is not right. How could Wei Yuan be swayed by emotions? Let's talk about where the gas comes from. Emperor Yuan Jing suddenly became stunned. Realized that the gong named Su Qian. He has an extraordinary status in Wei Yuan's heart. Come to think of it, he slowly said such an intricate and suspenseful case. Su Qian patrolled you and argued. It's amazing. Such people died in the line of duty. It is a loss to my court. Just play according to Zhang Xingying. But not wronged. You beat the court officials in front of you. Lawlessness. Harvest for 1 year. Serve friends with scenery. As for the matter of Qingsha, according to the organization, it doesn't have to be changed. The important ministers understated the punishment of Emperor Yuan Jing. No surprises, despite the disappointment in my heart. But he also knew that this kind of thing could not bring down the eunuch. Wei Yuan no longer bothered about Jincha's affairs. Silence on that. The so-called delay of Jincha was just an excuse for him to vent his anger. Later, Su Qian was posthumously knighted. Heated discussions were held by many parties. After some bickering, Su Qian's title was decided. Chang'e Xinzi felt that he could not breathe in the net. The small pilgrimage will end hastily. The ministers dispersed. Wei Yuan walked forward without saying a word. Nangong Qinro greeted her. I was about to ask about the contents of the small pilgrimage. Ask for the paperwork of the 800-mile expedited. But next moment, he noticed Wei Yuan's expressionless face. There is no expression, though, but it's easy to read the sadness in it. Wei Yuan passed by Nangong Qinro in silence. Got into the carriage in silence. On the way back, Nangong Qinro wanted to step forward several times to ask what was going on. But a few more times I held back, because he turned out to be a little scared. Wei Yuan at this time, even silence can be extremely oppressive. Along, Nangong Qinro is doing psychological construction for herself. Until the time when the Yamen was approaching. He finally stepped forward on the slab. The exit asked the father-in-law. What happened? Wei Yuan's low and hoarse voice came from the carriage. Su Qian died in the line of duty. The voice fell. Nangong Qinro's expression froze. He finally knew why his stepfather was like this. Whole. The watchman and the Yamen all knew that the father-in-law valued Su Qian. But only these righteous sons know about themselves. It's not just about paying attention. The father-in-law had great expectations for Su Qian. It's like a craftsman discovering a perfect piece of jade. Love, heart, mind. It should be carved into a beautiful jade that is unique in the world. Stay until the day of the jade formation. It will shock the world, although it is not explicitly stated. But Nangong Qinro knew it in her heart. This expectation and attention has outweighed his righteous son. Many much more. He thought he would be secretly happy. Su Qian's appearance made him jealous. Let him feel unbalanced in his heart. I've thought about it countless times. If only that guy had never shown up. But now I heard about Su Qian's death. Nangong Qinro didn't have the slightest bit of happiness. On the contrary, I was stunned. It feels like my heart is empty. I'm still doing this. The mood at this moment can be imagined. Return to the Yamen. Nangong Qinro followed Wei Yuan into the Haoqi building. The afternoon sun shines on the lookout. Wei Yuan looked into the distance as usual. It's as if nothing happened. He was still the great eunuch who was moody. The sun is moving westward. The evening sun is orange-red. The clouds by the stream shine like tips. He stopped this one. It's 2.5 hours. And a long time passed. Wei Yuan shouted Qinro. Nangong Qinro came in when she heard the voice. The delicate, pretty face is full of worry. Wei Yuan said in a deep voice, "Gather all the golden gongs in the yamen." Nangong Qinro retreated for a short time. He returned with 6 golden gongs. At this time, Wei Yuan was sitting in the center of the tea room. Silently examined Jin Luo. He sweated slightly. Slowly passed the order to all the cases scattered out. Penetrate the countries of the northeast. Before going down, this work, to get the map of the southwest border of the cult of the witch god. At all costs. The Jin Luo were all taken aback. One by one, their faces were full of disbelief. Wei Yuan lightly after the autumn harvest. This seed is going to fight the witch god cult. Several golden gongs cautiously observed Wei Yuan. Finally noticed the great eunuch. Something is subtle. The former Duke of Wei. It is always a detached posture that Jiju is holding. There is an air intake that matches the status. But today's Wei Gong is different from the past. In those eyes full of vicissitudes, burning with a sharp edge and fighting spirit. This fighting spirit and determination. It was only at the time of the Battle of Shanhaiguan that year. The golden gongs bowed their heads in unison. I used a regular reply. Respect military secrecy. Several golden gongs retired. Out of the Haoqi building. A golden gong curse has not arrived. I'm afraid that the imperial court will not start a war lightly. Nangong Qinro snorted coldly. The imperial court did not take the war lightly. But the witch god taught. Northeast Expo. Just take the initiative to put confidential information. Sent through secret channels. I'm not afraid that the Wuxian sect won't take the bait. And other borders are intruded. His Majesty and the imperial court Zhu Gong will not turn a blind eye. I want to fight the witch god cult by means of attachment. It just depends on whether he is willing to fight or not. And not whether His Majesty wants to fight or not. Zhang Kaidai looked at Nangong Qinro. Is there an accident in the court today? Wei Gong was a little abnormal. Nangong Qinro sighed. There was an 800-mile rush this morning. Yunzhou, Zhang Xingying handed it back. As expected by the father. Yunzhou really rebelled. Speaking of which. He paused. His gaze swept over the crowd. The voice of the involuntary voice is low. Su Qian died in the line of duty. Zhong Jin Luo looked up at Haoqi Lu suddenly. They seem to get it. The root of everything is in this boat. Slow sailing. At this time, Su Qian was still floating on the water. But an indescribable horror arose in his heart. It was not the king who kidnapped Liang Yuping. Su Qian had a little numbness in his scalp. Opened his mouth to verify that Liang Yuping was really not taken away by you. Forcing the king. I, Miriam Yang, have told lies. Su Qian's face was black. You lied to me that you didn't peek at the letter. And Miriam Yang's thoughts in her heart. It's also abundant. The task given to me by the teacher was to secretly take care of Su Qian. Although I don't know. Why would the teacher give such an order? But I've always been a ruler. It's also very reliable. Promise to take care of Su Qian. Just don't do anything superfluous. Besides, the Yunzhou case has nothing to do with me. Whether or not to solve the case is the governor's business. If it weren't for Su Qian, he threw himself into the net. I had to come forward for help. That's when they exposed themselves. Su Qian didn't care. This inner drama is rich in forcing the king. Liang Yuping was not taken away by him. If that's the case, the whole case is going to be reversed and restarted. Could it be that the mastermind behind the scenes is not Song Chongfu? It's someone else. For example, Yang Chuanen. Yunzhou's case was originally just a case. Zhou Ming found out that Yang Chuan was swallowing the army in the south. It is necessary to support mountain bandits. Until I stumbled into it, it is discovered that his party is colluding with the witch god cult. This led to the follow-up governor entering Yunzhou to investigate the case. Could this be the case with its own truth? Liang Chuan found that his plot was beaten. The case came to light. So let Dream House kill Zhou Ming and extinguish his mouth. And crack the code to find out the evidence of the crime. And then set up this bitter plan. The point of the reversal is Liang Yuping. He deliberately asked Liang Yuping to wait for me in the dog meat shop first, and then borrowed Li Miaozhen's identity to break Liang Yuping. Caught my attention. Then he asked Liang Yuping to be sent to Zhang Xuanfu. Take advantage of this reversal. Let us completely believe that the mastermind behind the scenes is Song Chongfu. Get out of it yourself. But Liang Yuping was indeed blocked at that time. 4 Heavenly Sword's hopeful numbers. It is impossible to tell if he is lying. Su's wife was calm for a long time. In the end, this speculation was rejected. There are 3 reasons for this. First, there is no need to be so troublesome. I went to great lengths to make the case so complicated. It will only expose more flaws. The simpler the case, the harder it is to crack. Yang Chuanin only needs to destroy the evidence, even if everyone thinks he did it. But Governor Zhang has no evidence. I can't move a second-grade commander. This is the safest way to do it. The second is the reason why we are convinced of what Liang Yuping said, mainly because they all think. The person who came to help was Miriam Yang. Then, Governor Zhang's response was to arrest Song Chongfu first, confront Liang Yuping again. As a result, Song Chongfu committed suicide in fear of sin. Immediately afterwards, the armies of Yunzhou rebelled. The events are too closely connected. There was no time to verify the truth of the case, until the appearance of Miriam Yang. It dawned on everyone. It turned out that the warlock was Miriam Yang. Thereupon, Liang Yuping's self-surrender has a reasonable explanation. However, Miriam Yang helped Jiang Luzhong kill Meng Wuhou. He left immediately. Follow-up verification is not possible. However, it is impossible for Yang Chuanin to know that Miriam Yang came to the clouds. Then, this strange appearance of the warlock. It's just an inexplicable point. Albeit, he could obliterate Governor Zhang with the subsequent mutiny. But since they can all wipe out Governor Zhang and others, it's all about all the bells and whistles. On the contrary, it is the statement of the dream which that is reasonable. The reason for forbearance is to push Yang Chuanin out to take the blame. It wasn't until the matter was revealed that the final plan had to be implemented. That's killing people. The last point. If Yang Chuanin is behind the scenes, the rebels who followed him to defect, I confessed to him a long time ago. Those anti-party in Yunzhou officialdom. I don't know which boss I'm following. This is rebellion. It's not a mixed society. The mastermind behind the scenes should be Song Chongfu, undoubtedly. But what's the deal with that warlock who appeared out of nowhere? Wild warlocks can cultivate to this realm. You must know that the warlock system has only been around 600 years old. Unlike Wufu and other systems that have existed for a long time, there are a large number of wild practitioners. And even if it is a system of Confucianism and other origins, the control of the practice is still very strict. Only the martial artist without a father blooms everywhere. It's also a big system. It's another reason to look down on Takeo. And the warlock who didn't know the roots. Why help me? What is his purpose? Suddenly, there was a flash of inspiration. Su Qian thought of something. That's the sorcerer of the tax silver. A warlock who forged silver. Warlock with the shadows of Silver Week. Could it be the same person? Or the same force? If so, help me with this option to rule it out. These turtle grandchildren almost caused Lao Tzu to be exiled for thousands of miles. Caused the second uncle to almost be beheaded. Su Qian felt a headache. This sentence echoed in my head. Si Tianjian is not that simple. He coughed. Look at the king. I have something to ask senior brother Yang. It's about an unknown warlock. The emperor didn't look back, and he said, let's listen to it. Su Qian put the existence of the nameless warlock. Told Miriam Yang the original. Then he asked, let's see Tianjian. Is there some secret hidden? Miriam Yang looked back in amazement. Let this Tianjian. Su Qian smiled facelessly. Anyway, Miss Kaiwei will marry me sooner or later. Unexpectedly, Miriam Yang sneered sarcastically. Si Tianjian does have some secrets. For example, the teacher never talks about the ancestor. But I know it in my heart. The teacher once passed away. Su Weifan heard this. The hairs all over my body exploded. He looked back at the previous investigation of Sambo's case. Information about the original overseer. The first superintendent. It is the original king of the Flat Sea who supported the royal family 500 years ago. After the usurpation of the later Emperor Wuzong, the prison became the prison government today. And information about the first superintendent. Erased from history. Wiped clean, even if it's Princess Huiqing, a female student who can study history. I couldn't find a drop. The message was finally through the Buddha's mission 500 years ago. Side breakout. Su Qian gasped. It turns out that the traitor is really a corpse. At first, it was just speculation. Now it's a real hammer. Su Qian thought for a while. And according to the meaning of Senior Brother Yang, this warlock who appeared in Yunzhou, it is related to the first generation of treacherous government. Questions to Su Qian. Miriam Yang shuddered all over. Shaking his head, he said, I don't know. Don't ask so much. You don't know the warlock system. Even a strange man like me, the boyfriend of the world. I don't know what the first and second rank warlocks are called. Su Qian fell into deep thought. This situation means know the information of first and second products. You can know a lot of the secrets of the warlock system. And this kind of secret cannot be known to outsiders. Su Qian said unwillingly. Then you know a warlock who can block out breath. Is it the first product? Senior Brother Yang, can you do it? Miriam Yang nodded. I can tell you that. Shielding the number of gases. A normal warlock can do it. But shield others from the number of gases. This has to be more than 6 flats. And if it's as you say, that Liang Yuping, it can block the divination and curse killing of the 4 dream witches. There is only one rank in warlock that can do it. Liang Yuping is not shielded by the number of gas. It's the number of lives. This belongs to the category of heavenly machines. There is only one rank in warlock that can do it. That's the 3-rank warlock. Heavenly Engineer Su Qian's mind exploded. Sampin Klodvik. The warlock in the shadows is Sampin. If that's the case. Of course, Miriam Yang of the 4-rank array master couldn't do it. Damn, if I had known such important information earlier. Lao Tzu would have acted as if he didn't know anything at that time. The plan of the 3-rank warlock. Even if you see through it, it can't be said that it is broken. This is not cowardice. It's an adult mindset. To give face to each other. Miriam Yang paused and threatened. Dao you remember to keep it secret. Don't spread the word. Especially the teachers. It's the teacher's business. Of course, I'm not afraid of teachers. I think he's getting old. It can't be regretted. No, I have to leave him some decency as a human being. Su Qian rolled his eyes. The more you explained. The more you seem to be weak-hearted, the better. And I dare to talk nonsense about this kind of thing. The supervisor can pinch me to death with a single finger. Su Qian nodded. I agree. I also think that the prison should be given some dignity. Miriam Yang smiled and said, You are really an interesting man. Same as me. Su Weifan ignored it. The history of forcing Si Tianjian to die is not long. A lot of things are actually easy to check. Not like Daozuan and Confucian saints. The latter are figures from thousands of years ago. The former is simply out of the historical record. He planned to secretly investigate the Tianjian after returning to Beijing. By the way, check Su Su's family history. This is by no means greedy. When I think of this, Su Qian's belly. Suddenly, there was a flurry of protests. He was a little hungry. I was just about to go out and find something to eat to comfort my stomach. At this time, Miriam Yang asked, "So how are you going to explain that you're coming back from the dead?" Su Qian suddenly froze. How does Lao Tzu explain the resurrection of the dead? Especially the bigwigs in the capital. It's not easy to fool. Su Qian gave up his plan to go out to forage for food. Silently walked to the coffin in the middle. King Bai was a little troubled and didn't understand this operation. I just wanted to ask. Su Qian turned around silently, and I won't show up first. Wait until you get to the capital and ask my dad for his opinion. Seeing your brother Yang's food will be bothering you. Miriam Yang no det means no problem. Then he asked in surprise that you didn't have both parents since you were a child. Was raised by the second uncle? Where did Dad come from? Su's wife laughed sheepishly, pointing to himself. In fact, I am the illegitimate son of Wei Yuan. Miriam Yang was shocked. Like a fried cat. Up something. Su Qian is Wei Yuan's illegitimate son. Wei Yuan actually had an illegitimate child. This side of the Su mansion in the inner city of Kyoto. Nangong Chinro took 2 gongs. Knocked on the door of the Su mansion. In fact, the side door has been opened, but in his capacity as a golden gong. Naturally, you have to go through the middle door. The porter Lao Zhang opened the middle door. I saw 3 watchmen. Hurriedly bowed his head and said to a few adults, "What's the matter?" After speaking, he secretly glanced at Nangong Chinro a few times. The woman had a golden gong embroidered on her chest. At first glance, the status is higher than that of Delang. Nangong Chinro said coldly, "The sword is in the house to protect Su Pingxi." He didn't go on. Instead, keep your eyes behind you. Silver gong in the hand on the chest. He was ordered by his father-in-law to give Su Qian a pension. A total of 300 taels. That's all the Red Mansion of civilization is worth. Rules are rules. But Nangong Chinro knew. The dividends that the Su family can eat in the future. Absolutely immeasurable. For example, Su Qian. His second uncle has been the same for 10,000 years. It can be mentioned online. In the Yunlu Academy that is about to participate in Chunwei. The scholar is Su Qian's cousin Su Xinyan. Future career. It will never be sent to the remote outside line. The porter Lao Zhang respectfully led the 3 watchmen in. In. The lord and the lady are dining in the back hall at the moment. Adults, you will go to the front hall for dinner. The villain went to call the master. Nangong Chinro's voice softened. Don't waste time. The spirit official used to be. Under the leadership of the porter Lao Zhang. They walked through the antechamber to the backyard. In the distance, I saw a like-minded person, and a girl in a long skirt with a stunning appearance. The 2 sides looked at each other. The girl stopped, looked at the 3 migrant workers in amazement. The porter Lao Zhang explained. The 3 adults have something to see the master. Su Lingyuan nodded reservedly, retracted his gaze, and dragged Xiao Doubting to the side. Although Xiao Doubting was dragged by his sister. But she couldn't help but look at Nangong Chinro curiously. Then raise your little hand, pointing at Nangong Chinro and shouting, "What a beautiful sister. As beautiful as her mother." Nangong Chinro's face was full of black moss. The beautiful sister of the gods. She made up 108 torture tools in her brain. But in the end, he gave up the urge to kill Xiao Doubting. But he endured. In exchange, only Xiao Doubting kept calling for her beautiful sister. The corners of his mouth twitched in anger. Is this kid stupid? Are the eyes meant to be ornamented? He looked up slightly. He pointed to the Adam's apple on his neck. The implication is already obvious. But stupid kids didn't understand what he meant at all. He looked at her with stars in his eyes. Nangong Chinro is still sparing no effort to hint. Fingers frantically pointed at his Adam's apple. But the latter reciprocated. A vigorous yelling sister. You're as beautiful as my mother. Nangong Chinro has a chance to breathe fire. but he seemed to understand something. Listen to what this little guy means. I think it's as beautiful as his mother. Is a high rating. In the end, Nangong Chinro brushed her sleeves and left. Himself dignified. I don't bother to see the same thing. Su Lingyue looked at the backs of Nangong Chinro and the others. Into the lobby. For some reason, there was a hint of uneasiness in my heart. At this time, Xiao Doubting raised his palm-sized face. I wonder why Sister Dao didn't leave. Nothing scheming. Su Lingyue said softly, they're the eldest brother's colleagues. Let's go to redemption later. After speaking, he took his sister and turned back. In the back room, Su Pingji, who had just finished eating, hurriedly got up and greeted him. Somewhat confused. I was a little frightened and hugged my fist to see Lord Jin Gong. Second Uncle Su felt a little weak in his heart. The dignified Golden Gong actually came to Su's house, with the noble status of the Golden Gong. Even though Su Qian is fighting the Yamen, like a fish in water, nor can it be condescended to a causeway, unless there is something important. Come to think of it, Second Uncle Su's expression sank a little. A feeling of unease welled up in my heart. The second uncle paid a visit to this noble Jin Luo. He didn't show a look of surprise. Instead, it's more of a worry. At the same time, such a thought rose in his heart. The symbol of this Jin Luo Taoist student. Look at it from afar. I thought it was a woman. It's no worse than the boy-girl Erlang. At this time, Xiao Doubting followed Su Lingyue back. Stand on the threshold. I called out my beautiful sister as if flattering. Nangong Chinro frowned. This kid is so annoying. There will be a time when you cry. But when I thought of Su Qian's death, his heart sank. Immediately, his gaze swept over Su Pingji. Look at the beautiful woman at the table. What the child said is true. His mother is indeed a gorgeous woman. Su Pingji asked tentatively. Lord Jin Luo arrived at the humble house. What advice do you have? Nangong Chinro retracted her gaze. There was a moment of silence. Shin said that the Gong Su Qian died in Yunzhou. This official is here to see Su Yin. Nangong Chinro's words. It was as if thunder exploded in Su Tingji's ears. Blown up to the ground. Fried to the point of breaking the liver and intestines. For a moment, it felt like the whole world was losing color. My mind was filled with bad news. Su Lingyue, who had just come in, also stood in place, as if trying to make sure I heard it wrong. Annie wasn't much better, although she always disliked this nephew. But in the bottom of my heart, I never really hated her. Second Uncle Su was completely stunned. Kept talking about Su Qian's death. In this sentence, Su Qian is her nephew. It's my brother's widow. She has been around for 20 years. One with one's own son. No, he loves him even more than his own son. It's an orphan of my brother's lineage. It is the only surviving support. He grew up watching him marry and have children, spread out for the palm of the house. It is his best wish in Su Pingji's life. And now this nephew is gone. Say no, it's gone. It's a mess. Su Pingji suddenly heard the sound of a fall. He looked back. It was his wife who fainted. He staggered forward to help. Bad news followed. He felt a sense of discouragement at the moment. The only thing that's okay is the small bean cube. He gripped his sister's hand tightly, then asked my sister in a milky voice, "What is martyrdom?" Su Lingyue did not answer him, standing at dusk, but he had already burst into tears. Behind them is the concierge. Lao Zhang wailed and answered Xiao Doubting's question. To die in the line of duty is to die. Little Doubting heard the word death. I immediately understood all the reasoning. A 6-year-old already knows what death is. Nangong Chinro sighed in her heart. After putting the silver on the table, he said that it would be 3 or 5 days. Su Qian's bones will be sent back to the capital. Prepare for the funeral in advance. After speaking, Nangong Chinro turned around and was about to leave. But Xiao Doubting also broke away from his sister's hand. Ran out after Nangong Chinro. Two little short legs ran hard in front of them. Spread out your little hand to block their way. The roar of a lion cub rang out. You lied to Nangong Chinro and didn't care. I want to bypass the little bean and continue to walk out. But little Doubting refused to let him go. Chase him and fight, while yelling at you to deceive people. It's very simple for you to deceive a child's thinking. Just convince the crooks. Let him retract what he had just said. Big Brother will be able to come back. Nangong Chinro had no choice but to speed up her pace. Leave the Su mansion with 2 gongs. The boy persistently chased after him, but one accidentally tripped up. The 2 watchmen were very unbearable. I want to step forward and pick up the little bean dice. But Xiao Doubting was prostrate on the ground, constantly wailing the little body. The board kept shaking, like an abandoned little beast. Nangong Chinro suddenly regretted it. He should be waiting for a moment, waiting for the child to go to school, and then relayed the news of Su Qian's death. Nangong Chinro turned her head sideways and ordered the gong on the left. You go and bring him back. Let his family take good care of it. Inside the Su mansion, second Uncle Su carried his fainting wife back to the room. Then come to the front hall to look for her daughter. I'm going to say a few words of relief. But Su Lingyue sat at the table, empty eyes, motionless. Second Uncle Su slowly exhaled his words. The porter Zhang Chun Xingdao sent someone to the academy. Tell Jiro the news. Let him get back home as soon as possible. Lao Zhang wiped his tears, nodding his head and retreating. In fact, there are few people in the house who can ride horses. It doesn't matter how important the matter is or how timing. Su Pingji went to Yunlu Academy by himself. But the porter Lao Zhang also knew. At this moment, the Lord can't ride a horse. Beijing to Qinyun Mountain. It takes 2 hours to come and go. If the equestrian is not good enough, it's going to be longer. Su Xinyan is the house of 50 times. Came back alone. The messenger was left behind by him. He rushed into the house with a pale face. Stumbled into the house. I saw my family in the back room. Su Pingji's eyes were red. Looked at him and whispered Erlang. Your big brother is gone. Su Xinyan's body shook. There was a blackness in front of my eyes. It was midday. The sky was overcast. The cold wind is raging. Then it snowed. The imperial gardens of the royal palace. The crown prince invited several princes, and 3 princesses enjoying the snow at Shang's pavilion. The prince took a sip of wine, laughing at the fact that there was a snow last year. I thought it would be the end of the year to see the snow again. I didn't expect spring to be just over. Snow is coming again. Listen to the warlock who formulated the yellow calendar of Si Tianjian. The heavier the snow falls before the beginning of spring, the better the harvest after autumn. I don't know if it's true or not, although the snow fell after spring, but it's just in time for the beginning of spring. At this time, the 3rd princess asked what was going on with Huaiqing. Stay in the dormitory all day and don't go out. Send for him to come out and drink. He said he was unwell. The prince shook his head in a sullen voice. I don't know, Huaiqing hasn't appeared for a while. Originally, I would occasionally get together with the royal brothers and sisters. Some time ago, I started to close the door directly, although the 4th prince and Huaiqing are half-siblings. But Huaiqing, that character. My brothers and sisters can't kiss each other. Linen thought proudly. It must be a faceless person illuminated by my light, with a widespread spread of backgammon. His Lin An's name also shocked the capital. Just ask under the light of this princess, so proclaimed. The humble Huaiqing naturally had to confine himself to his home. Don't dare to go out. The prince saw that the atmosphere was gradually not right. Hurriedly pulled up a topic. This snow is auspicious. Do you know yesterday's 800 miles sacrifice papers? The 4th prince said, Zhang Sun should put down the Yunzhou rebellion. The prince nodded. Pray for the announcement of the party. Shangshu colluded with the Wushan cult to cultivate power in Yunzhou. His heart can be punished. Fortunately, Governor Zhang has outstanding ability. See through the conspiracy. Wiped out the rebel party. After a pause, the prince looked at his sister Linen. Su Qian has made great contributions to this case. It is also worthy of the name to be regarded as a son of Chang'e. Linen subconsciously raised his snow-white chin. Instinctively, you have to show off. Of course, Su Qian is me. The second half of the sentence can be heard. He was stunned. That charming and amorous face. The sweet smile froze little by little. His peach eyes widened slightly, but the glow was empty. Stared at the prince in a daze and asked, "Brother Prince, what did you say?" The fourth prince sighed and said, "Don't you know?" The gong Su Qian stopped. The table is thoroughly petrified in situ. The expression on his face seemed to freeze. He finally knew at this moment. Why is Huiqing so abnormal these days? He already knew everything. But why didn't Huiqing tell himself earlier? So charming. Silently drilled into Lin An's mind. A distraction. The wine glass in his hand accidentally slipped off. Smashed to the ground. Asunder. It's like his heart. This sudden sound also woke everyone up. One by one, they cast stunned eyes. But Lin An didn't realize his gaffe. It sits in place like a wood carving. His delicate and fair hands hold the crown prince's sleeve tightly. With a trembling cry, "Brother of the prince, you must be joking with Lin An, right?" He had a sparkling light in his eyes, and the pleading of the poor Baba. The prince was stunned for a moment. His face suddenly became a little gloomy. Then he brushed Lin An's hand away. Shin said that this matter is true. The father emperor is already in ruins. Wait for the bones of the gong to be transported back to the capital. It is the time to give a decree to chase the wind. And Lin An, you pay attention to who you are. The dignified princess of Dafeng. All of the death of a subordinate. Such a gaffe. Lin An silently retracted his hand. It turns out that this brother, who has always been warm as spring. I can't understand my mood at the moment. Instead, it's the wind and snow outside. I can better understand and fit my own heart. Without saying a word, he got up, walked into the vast snow. He didn't want to stay here any longer, because the people here are colder than the wind and frost. The prince shouted at his back. But how could Lin An give him the slightest response? That night, the red clothes walked silently. Snowflakes fell on his hair. The maid chased after him. Stretch out the oil paper umbrella and hurriedly step forward. This palace maid who was photographed by Su Weifan. In fact, it is the one who can best understand Lin An's mood. He sighed in his heart. What a pity. That gong died in the line of duty. Suddenly, he heard a soft, choked voice. Stunned, he turned his head, only to find that Princess Lin An had burst into tears. The palace maid trembled and screamed. Flustered around. Look at the apricots. Snow. There was no one around. He said in a low voice, Your Highness, why are you crying? Is it because of him? Lin An did not answer. Tears fell drop by drop. Once about the past of the dog minion. At this time, it is not possible to empty the heart. He didn't want to believe it. I can't believe it. That dog minion is so smart. How could something happen in that ghost place in Yunzhou? Lin An raised his hand and pressed his chest. His voice trembled and said angrily, and Bengong didn't know. It feels like it's empty. And this side of the Lanhua Palace. Chu Kaiwei entered the palace early to eat and drink. She was holding a cup of tea, eating pastries, looking out the window at the heavy snow, laughing and saying, Is it snowing? I love snow days. Wait for the snow to stop. I can have a snowball fight with my brothers. You can also build a snowman. Princess Huiqing, a snow-building horse, wears a white palace dress. I also looked at the snow outside. It's just a nagging for a close friend in the boudoir. She ignored it, holding a scroll in his hand. His eyes were staring at the snow in a daze. Chu Kaiwei felt that she was being ignored. Princess Huiqing, what's the matter with you? These days the soul is not guarded. Huiqing leisurely road picking. Honggu wrote a letter on your behalf. I'm afraid I won't be able to put it in his hands. Chu Kaiwei asked heartlessly while eating pastries. Why? The wind and snow outside seemed to be supernatural. Like the evil spirit began to roar. Chu Tsaiwei's eyes widened, waiting for Huiqing's answer. And Huiqing stared at her. Silence. The originally sharp eyes suddenly dimmed. The voice was a little hoarse and said to his wife, she died in the line of duty. Chu Tsaiwei's bright eyes suddenly enlarged sharply, blankly looking ahead. Then his hand shook. Beloved pastries fell to the ground. Click. Break into several pieces. But he still didn't respond. See Tianjin's stargazing tower. Chu Kai stepped on the steps dejectedly. Come to the top floor of the stargazing tower. He stopped behind the prisoner. There was just no opening. It's a choked sore of grievance. Stedonis didn't look back. Smiled and drank a glass of wine, from childhood to adulthood. Every time a senior brother bullies you, you cry and run back to the teacher to complain. Chu Kaiwei pursed her mouth. No, senior brother bullied me. He endured with all his might. Don't let the tears fall. But after all, he was just an unenlightened little girl. All emotions were written on the face. Not to mention those tears that can't be suppressed. Won't listen to him at all. A rush of brains poured out. He sobbed silently for a few moments. Only then did he say that Su Qian was dead. I'm so sad. Jianzheng looked at him in silence. And neither did he open his mouth to comfort. That's what I looked at him. After a moment of sobbing, Jianzheng turned his head to look at the man. It seems to be looking at something intently, just the direction of his gaze. In the eyes of ordinary people. Except that the wind is snow. After a while, the superintendent withdrew his gaze. Suddenly chuckled. Said lightly that this is a good thing. Chu Tsaiwei's cry was interrupted by this sentence. He looked at it with an annoyed face. Finally, he stomped his foot hard, while crying and scolding the old man. Stinky old man. My friend died. You also say good things. Why don't you die? The supervisor was also a little angry with this unproductive apprentice. How do you talk to the teacher? The teacher lived for 500 years. I haven't lived enough. And borrow another 500 years from heaven. Chu Kaiwei completely left her sadness behind. All that's left is anger. Choked his neck and replied to what you just said. Is that what a teacher should say? But the supervisor still laughed twice. Chu Kaiwei just wanted to have a seizure again. The supervisor was busy saying that he would say good things for the teacher. That's a good thing, of course. Is smiling and saying that the year before last, the teacher gave you the rebirth pill. Have you eaten it? Chu Kaiwei wiped away her tears. Puzzled, he asked what kind of rebirth pill is. Jianzheng was a little angry. It's the one who only practiced 3 rebirth pills. The prospect forced the kid to beg. The teacher is a rebirth pill that the teacher does not give. Chu Kaiwei opened the package with a sob. This one is in my bag. If you don't say it, I'll forget. I don't need that again. Jianzheng smiled. Help him close the package. Apparently confident. This food-loving apprentice doesn't lie to himself. Then he said meaningfully to remember. You gave the rebirth pill to Su Qian. Chu Kaiwei stared at the bad old man in front of her. Apparently, I don't understand the mint. Su Qian is dead. How can I send it to him? He narrowed his eyes. Say I have no witness. Hearing this, I was very annoyed, but I still tried my best to endure. Chen Dao said that you sent it. Chu Kaiwei shook her head and said, I don't have it. It's in my bag. Witness the black lines all over the face. Shut up and you sent. Someone will ask you later. That's what you say. And you have just stepped into the 6th product not long ago. Don't go out these days. Chu Kaiwei stared at her ignorant eyes. It was full of grievances, although he knew that he couldn't enter the palace next. Eat and drink. But he still chose to be obedient. Until after Chu Kaiwei left. Spread out the palms of your hands. An orange and yellow elixir lay quietly in the palm of his hand. Then he plucked a strand of white whiskers. Exhale softly. The whiskers fluttered in the wind. The higher you float, the higher you get. Suddenly swelled. Transform into a big white bird. The great bird calls desolately. Hover in the air for a moment. One swooped down and snatched the reborn bowl in Jianjing's hand. Jianzheng looked at his back. A smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. Chu Kaiwei returned to the room. Bow your head and rummage through the deerskin pouch around your waist. Why did the teacher suddenly tell me about the rebirth bowl? Also said that it was given to Su Qian, but he turned it over for a long time. But I couldn't find the rebirth bowl. He clearly remembered that it was in his bag. What should I do if it's gone? And on the other side of the coffin boat, in the dimly lit cabin, Miriam Yang sat cross-legged, with his back to the coffin. You trust Wei Yuan so much. I am willing to tell him all the secrets on my body. After saying that, I thought to myself, Su Qian is Wei Yuan's illegitimate son. A little thought about it is not credible. Su Qian is 20 years old, and Wei Yuan, more than 20 years ago, he was already a eunuch in the palace. Su Qian lay in the coffin, sighed. He naturally knew what the king was thinking. Of course, Dad must have been joking. Wang Geng, do you understand? Come to think of it, Su Qian's leisurely Tao trust. Trusting, of course. Wei Gong is good to me. Would love to stay with me again. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am as kind as a mountain. But I was a little resistant to telling him the secret. Miriam Yang's curiosity was piqued. Why did Su Qian groan for a long time? How to say it? Wei Gong's mind was too deep. It's hard to see. You never know what's going on in his mind. I don't know after telling him the secret, how he will react. Forcing Wang Wenyin to be deeply touched. This is the same as Wei Yuan and my teacher. They're all terrible people with deep hearts. Even if it's like me, a man holding the moon and picking the stars. I can't see through them. Then Miriam Yang was puzzled that the Wei was wrong. Then how would you like to talk to me about these heartfelt words? Su Qian said with a smile. Because senior brother Yang is a man with a pure heart. In addition to the hobby of pretending, everything else doesn't care. Miriam Yang nodded. I thought it was strange again. I always feel that this is not a good word. Miriam Yang asked again, have you ever thought about leaving the capital? You're dead anyway. Heaven and earth are big. You can go anywhere. Su Qian sighed. But my family is in the capital. If you can go back, of course you still have to go back. I also long for the days when Qin Shan fought with swords and walked the rivers and lakes. But it doesn't matter where you go. There is a home in the world that you can go back to at any time. You won't panic. And once I leave Beijing, the city may never go back in this life. Miriam Yang sweated sleekly. That's just as well. When I'm away from home, as long as I think of the senior brother and brother of city and sword, and teachers, I feel grounded in my heart. It's not really homeless. It's just an exodus. Su Qian said that he would go back to ask Wei Yuan's opinion. In fact, it is perfunctory. Miriam Yang was weighing the pros and cons of confession in her heart. He knew Wei Yuan's kindness to him. But after the confession, Wei Yuan chose to reseal the divine book, or choose to turn a blind eye. In the absence of a reference, Su Qian didn't dare to take the risk. After all, he is not Wei Yuan's own son. But he was reluctant to leave the capital. It was a dilemma for a while. In addition, the monk of Shinshu once asked him to keep it a secret. His existence cannot be revealed. Su Jian couldn't figure out how to tell Wei Yuan the secret. How the monk will react. You can't be a master of gods. Always pleasant. I really believe that he is a bodhisattva of great compassion. At this time, Su Weifan asked senior brother Yang, are you married? Miriam Yang shook her head and said no. Women are a burden. I don't need to. Su Weifan said with some regret. He was still thinking. when he forced the king to have sexual intercourse with his wife. He was not allowed to look at his face. If so, there are only two ways for the king to go. First, it is the same as the Yashing of Yunlu Academy. Become a man who always stands behind his wife. The second is to be a man with a warm heart. Thinking about it, at this moment, an unknown bird chirping was heard outside the ship. Desolate and lonely. It's like the wail of a midnight snack. Miriam Yang was stunned at first. Then he sat up suddenly. Su Weifan frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" At this moment, the emperor has long lost his former calmness. I almost blurted out the bird's call. It's the breath of a teacher. Su Qian was stunned for a moment. It's too late to ask. Miriam Yang was lost in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the desolate birdsong outside also disappeared. Su Qian's head was full of question marks. Then the back of the white-clad warlock returned to the cabin. He still had his back to Su Qian. Miriam Yang's voice was dazed and incomprehensible. The teacher brought me a rebirth pill. Su Qian subconsciously asked rhetorically. Rebirth pill, Miriam Yang said. Do you know the illusion of breaking out of the cocoon into a butterfly? Su's wife sat in the coffin, disdainful of the way. Breaking out of the cocoon into a butterfly is not an illusion. It's an old-fashioned routine. Let's tell a little story. It's as familiar as the little story after the rain. Senior brother Yang, you get down to business. Miriam Yang didn't care. The main thing of the rebirth pill is the chrysalis of the nine-winged golden silk butterfly. Secret recipes are used to refine elixirs. Taking it may prolong life. Reborn. Rebirth is not a lie. Serve this medicine. It will fall into a deep sleep within half an hour. It is like a silkworm chrysalis forming a cocoon. All myogenic muscles in the body converge, still in suspended animation. Even Genshin Impact will commemorate it. In the process, the old body is like a cocoon, pregnant with a new body. That's why it's called the birth pill. However, this medicine is a life-saving elixir. The body suffered a lot of damage. It should only be taken when you are on the verge of death. After Su Qian heard this, my mind seems to be a little crooked. I didn't know if I took this pill. Does it mean that he's a virgin again? Miriam Yang continued, but the practicability of this medicine is not high. Someone who can kill me. It won't give me the opportunity to take the pills. High-quality dancers have always been frustrated in battle. Su Qian asked again, what about taking it normally? The king explained that it was just a matter of prolonging life. At most, it will make the body feel better. It's not bad, though, but compared to the high price of his refining, it's very chicken. The teacher will also refine a furnace in 1 jiazi, and this furnace only has 3 grains. Su Qian nodded suddenly. The use value of this elixir is not higher. I wonder why the Dao supervisor sent you this thing. But he was stunned when he finished speaking. It seems that he is aware of the intentions of the old man. Miriam Yang was also stunned at the same time, although he likes to pretend. But that doesn't mean he's stupid. The two were silent for a long time. Then he said in unison, "It won't be for me." The hearts of the two big men are sharp. What brings is destined to be an awkward silence. Miriam Yang's heart flickered. The teacher asked me to go to Yunzhou to take care of Su Qian. Now it's a rebirth pill. But I don't need it at all. Senior Sister Tsaiwei's kind of low-grade warlock can't be used for leisure. It's not for Su Qian. Who else can it be given? Coincided with Su Qian's resurrection from the dead. I am worried about how to explain the reason. At this time, the rebirth pill was delivered. Su Qian's brain also ran at high speed. This rebirth pill is obviously tailor-made for me. It's just the right time to solve the current troubles. And senior brother Yang didn't need this elixir at all. But how did the traitor know that I needed a rebirth pill? Does he know where I am? Know that I am coming back from the dead. Then, most of the traitors know. The severed arm of the monk of the divine book is in my body. There is a demon clan lurking in the Jiaofeng temple. But the traitor turned a blind eye. The severed arm of the monk of the sacred book was freed from the mourning. The traitor pretended to be and stood by. Hung Hui went on a killing spree in the capital. Killed Uncle Ping Yuan, although there is a magic weapon on the body that shields the breath. But it can shield dozens of traitors. The remnants of the 10,000 demon kingdom unleashed the severed arm of the divine Book Muck. But they secretly sent him to my house. Let him parasitize on me to warm his broken arm. This means I am the only one in the capital who can warm up the monk of the divine tree. And my biggest secret is weird luck. In other words, the demons know what is strange about me. But in my life, except for beating a reptile and a gray fox, I haven't had much contact with the demons. And so on. The oddities in me. He gave me a long black and gold sword, and in a stealthy way, sent me heaven and earth to slash the learning. It's scary to think about it. Two speculations floated in Su Qian's heart. The first is the traitorous government colluding with the demon clan. The second is that the traitorous government knows about the plans of the demon clan, but for some reason chose to sit on the sidelines. I'm more inclined to the first guess, because if it weren't for the traitorous government to put the secrets inside me, reveal it to the demon clan, how did the demon clan know about my specialness? I haven't had close contact with the demon clan. If it is Wei Yuan's gift, I will be grateful. It will be stored with peace of mind. Then the gift of treachery. To paraphrase a phrase that is now in vogue, all the gifts of fate. The price has already been secretly marked. Miriam Yang flicked her fingers. The rebirth pill fell into Su Qian's arms. After eating it, you will be able to return to Beijing with peace of mind. Someone asked about it then. Let's just say that this is the elixir given by Si Tianjian. You know you don't know if you live or die. I took the pill in advance. Then the effects of the drug set in. You're going to be reborn. It's like death. Governor Zhang and others thought you died in battle. Actually, you're just going into a deep sleep. Su Qian smiled and said that this is the best way at present. Thank you for me. Then he took out a few more letters. This sleep is estimated to be in the capital. Clever Aquaman. Definitely not let yourself die socially. Speaking of which, he paused. Then he changed his tune, at least not a second time. After speaking, the gas engine was shocked. The letters were shredded into pieces of foreign paper. Official ships sail through the canal, slowly drive towards the capital, this side of the palace. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is dressed in a beard. Walk through the snow-capped landscape. Came to Chun Guifei's palace. The prince untied the kettleball. Give it to the palace maid who greeted her. Into the house. The interior is warm like spring. The refreshing fragrance comes to the nose. Chun Guifei smiled and said with a smile, "Why didn't Linen come?" The prince waved his hand. Gu Zi's seat. Drink and eat under the service of the palace maids. A moment later, I lightly commented that this wine tastes good. Chun Guifei smiled kindly. It was 100 days of spring sent by the queen's mother. This wine is nourishing and healthy. Drink as much as you like. Mother and son talked and laughed while eating. The atmosphere was harmonious, because Emperor Yuan Jing was obsessed with cultivating immortals. Not close to women. The harem has long been a pool of stagnant water. Lonely and boring girls, even if they want to fight. There was no reason to go to war. Therefore, the crown prince and Linen often came to visit their mother. Accompany her to eat and chat. Relieve loneliness. Suddenly, Chun Guifei Lu Meiqing Tuan Lin and is not feeling well. I sent the man who asked him to go back to Ling. Linen hid in the room and saw no one. The prince sighed at him. "Mother, do you think Linen is also at the age of getting married?" Chun Guifei nodded helplessly. His Majesty said obsessively, "I don't care about the marriages of you. The Queen Mother is the mother-in-law, and live in a simple place." He didn't even care about the 4 princes in Huaiqing, not to mention Linen. The prince nodded and said, "Child, I think it's better to marry Linen as soon as possible." Chun Guifei looked at the prince carefully. The prince agreed. The prince slammed the glass down. Just didn't answer. She couldn't be more certain. Linen had some feelings for the Gong. The age of the girl's pregnancy. Linen is that kind of brutal and willful. In fact, she is a simple-minded girl. It is most likely to be deceived emotionally. Usually no one dares to get close to her, so there has been no clue. Once a man with an appetite for her appeared, that kind of emotion breeds, will thrive. Lin An's recent depressed performance is proof of this. Fortunately, the Gong had already died in the line of duty. But the prince also realized Lin An has reached the age when he should get married. Chen Guifei frowned and persuaded him to drink less. The prince burped. Get up and take your leave. A cold snap is coming. Fresh outdoor air. Blowing a cold wind. Only then did the prince feel much more comfortable. He returned with his guards. After seeing a eunuch on the road, meet the prince and his party on the side of the road. He immediately greeted him. His Royal Highness Prince Shirley Dao. Concubine Fu, please go over for a snow. This side of Shaolin Palace. Table push open window. As far as the eye could see, snow covered the entire courtyard. He had just looked at the letter from the dog minion. I looked at it and cried again. The man died in the clouds. He would lie in a cold coffin, drifting thousands of miles away, quietly and silently return to the capital. What saddened him even more, as a princess herself, I couldn't even attend his funeral. The table wiped away tears angrily. Cry what to cry about? It's just a dead dog minion. Obviously just a dog minion died. Suddenly, a yellow and urgent shout came from outside. Your Highness. Lin An's personal palace maid slammed open the door with a bang. Lin An hurriedly turned sideways, hurriedly wiping away tears. But the palace maid's subsequent words stunned him. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in prison. A bolt from the blue. Lin An exclaimed. What housing on this side? Emperor Yuan Jing sat on the dragon chair with a gloomy face. The criminal department Shangshu handed over concubine Fu's autopsy report. Your Majesty, please take a look. Here are the 5 pavilion tombs given. The great eunuch took the post-mortem leather tomb and handed it to Emperor Yuan Jing. The latter was only a glance. With an expressionless face, he asked if concubine Fu had been defiled. The criminal department Shangshu said in a low voice, My seat is just a cursory inspection. Don't dare to disturb concubine Fu's body. Your Majesty, please ask the old lady in the palace to check it. Emperor Yuan Jing said in a deep voice. That brute. The criminal department Shangshu immediately replied. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been confined to the palace, waiting for His Majesty's decision. Emperor Yuan Jing snorted coldly and sent it to Dali Temple. I will get the results within 3 days. Shangshu of the criminal department immediately panicked. His Majesty is in a big posture. I'm afraid it won't work for 3 days. Emperor Yuan Jing had a face. The sound is incomparable. I will only give you 3 days of majesty. Shangshu of the criminal department gritted his teeth. Proposed, Your Majesty. Wei Gong has a lot of talents. Repeatedly solved big cases. It is better to transfer the case to the inspectorate. Dali Siqing thinks it's amazing. Immediate reconsideration. Wayne calmly swept over the 2 ministers. Talents. Who is Shangshu referring to? Those who can do things have died in Yunzhou. The Shangshu of the criminal department and the Dali Temple glanced at each other. The Gong that repeatedly solved strange cases was damaged in Yunzhou. A few days ago, the 2 secretly applauded. Now the people who dumped the pot are gone. The criminal department Shangshu and Dali Siqing. Suddenly there was some complexity in my heart. The context of concubine Fu's case is like this. It's afternoon today. The Crown Prince returned from drinking from Chen Guifei. Somehow I went to the Fufei Palace. However, not long after, concubine Fu was disheveled, suspected of being abused by the prince. Shame and indignation. Jumping from the attic, crashed through the guardrail and died. It's not just about royal face. Once the Crown Prince's charges are confirmed, that involves the struggle for national capital. The interests behind it are too complex. Dali Temple Ching and Criminal Department are reluctant to take over this hot potato. Emperor Yuan Jing frowned. He knew what Wei Yuan said. It was Su Qian's gong that died in Yunzhou. Usually I just think that gong is annoying to the eyes. But when there is a case, Emperor Yuan Jing suddenly discovered the gong actually has a lot of effect. It's a shame to die. Come to think of it, Emperor Yuan Jing slapped the table and scolded me angrily. There is not a single gong. Isn't it possible to solve the case? The three ministers bowed at the same time. Your Majesty forgives your sins. That's when it happened. A eunuch hurried to the outside of the imperial study. Emperor Yuan Jing's tone was filled with suppressed anger. What's going on out there? The eunuch hurriedly replied to His Majesty. Princess Linen asks to see her. Linen is here at this moment. You don't have to think about it to know that it's for the prince's business. Emperor Yuan Jing pinched his eyebrows and asked him to go back. I won't be going to do it for a few days. Seeing him, the eunuch was ordered to go out. Outside is the charming and affectionate Linen, anxiously waiting, accompanied by two personal palace maids. The eunuch whispered the second princess. Your Majesty is gone. You better go back. Linen bit his lip, stubbornly refused to leave. He waited outside the study. It didn't take long for the number one of the three law divisions to come out. The secretary of the criminal department sighed, His Highness. It's freezing. Don't be stubborn. Take care of yourself. Don't be infected with the wind chill. Dali Temple Ching echoed the time when the snow melted. The most cold. Your bones can't stand the cold. Lin Anwenian just shook his head. Just don't go. The two palace maids beside him were in a dilemma. Wei Yuan wrapped his robe, walked in front of Linen. Mildly, I have a few questions for your highness. Linen's slightly dull eyes moved Wei Gong. Please say Wei Yuan's gentle way. The princess and the crown prince often went to Chun Guifei's place. Linen nodded. The crown prince and my brother often went to accompany my mother. Wei Yuan asked again if there was any drinking. Linen continued to nod. Wei Yuan asked again, but he was often drunk. Linen shook his head not much. But the prince's brother is really greedy. Wei Yuan's tone sank a little. In the past, there were dealings with concubine Fu. Does the prince often go to other places in the harem? Linen was silent. This question was not answered immediately. Her eyes fell on the imperial study not far ahead. I wonder about these questions that have not been asked. Is it from the father's intention? Come to think of it, Linen said loudly, naturally no. The prince's brother knows that he is not a son-in-law. Always be careful. How could such a rebellious thing be done? Wei Yuan didn't ask again. It's a trick. Turn and leave. Shangshu of the criminal department and Dali Siqing followed. The cold wind howled. Linen shuddered. His shoulder was slashed. The red clothes are like fire. Take advantage of the snow. The picture is beautiful and bleak. This is 2 hours. Emperor Yuan Jing still doesn't. Willing to see him. Lin An's body gradually froze, gradually losing sensation in both legs. Lin An's heart seemed to be frozen. He was thinking at the moment, if only he were still around. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Why are you still here? She twisted her neck stiffly. Look back. I found that the person who came was an annoying Huaiqing. Huaiqing was wearing a beautiful white overalls, embroidered with gorgeous plum blossoms, such as a straight waist. The cool temperament blends perfectly with the snow. It seems to be a dust fairy who does not eat the fireworks of the world, although there are no bronze mirrors. But the table knows. I'm like one in the cold wind, poor quail shivering. Judgment from above. The table turned back aggrievedly. Did you come to see my jokes? Huaiqing looked at the two palace maids with a cold expression. How did you serve His Royal Highness? Someone dragged it down. The guards behind Huaiqing immediately lined up. This operation frightened the two palace maids to tremble, but they didn't dare to resist. The antelope looked back in annoyance. Stop, he wanted to stop, but he overestimated himself. Legs are frozen and stiff. One stumbled and sat on the snow. But he still didn't care. Little by little, I moved forward on the snow. In the end, I couldn't move. Only then did he barely stand up. But Doda's eyes slipped uncontrollably. Linen was in a hurry. This moment lost all square inches. The dog minion died. The prince's brother is imprisoned. Now, even this Huaiqing wants to kill his own people. He stubbornly raised his head and went down the river. Trying to protect yourself is only what is left. Huaiqing, the one who dares to kill me. Huaiqing walked over, looked down on him condescendingly. Derelict palace maid. This palace is now killing his father. Won't say a word about me. Now I'll give you two options. Or continue to stand here. I don't bother to care about you. My lord, I'm going to cut it. Or give me back now. Don't be embarrassed here. The watch is supported by the palace maid. Stand up. Su's mentality of not admitting defeat in front of Huaiqing. He wiped away tears. Push away the two palace maids. Staring at Huaiqing. I don't believe that the prince's brother would do such a thing. Huaiqing said with a cold face. What does it have to do with me? The watch choked up. Biting his lip, he staggered forward. But just walked out not far. The figure is the master. It's just that the table didn't turn back. Instead, he said unwillingly, if he was still there, I will definitely be able to repay my brother's innocence. After saying that, the red clothes stumbled away. Seeing Linen's back drifting away, Princess Huaiqing let out a sigh. The chief of the guard beside him was puzzled. The second princess didn't appreciate it. Why do you bother? Huaiqing snorted coldly. Do I need him to appreciate it? The chief of the guard sighed. Your Majesty is really ruthless. Let the second princess stand outside for so long. Huaiqing's eyes suddenly sharpened. Go back and cover your mouth with food. The chief of the guard was stunned in an instant. Hurriedly covered his mouth. Big winter. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. It's good that there is no one around. If these words are spread, it's not as simple as covering your mouth with your mouth. A coffin boat that transports the bones of people who died in the line of duty when the snow melts. Finally arrived at the capital dock. 3 gongs on the coffin boat. The coffin containing the body of the bronze wingman was removed from the ship. A few pallet trucks were hired to transport the goods, as well as a few woodcutters. Sent to the yamen of the watchman. 5 coffins. Accepted by the department dedicated to the convergence of the deceased. Several officials pushed the coffin open. A faint smell of decay dissipated, although the corpse was well preserved. But it's still starting to rot. Several of the officials were accustomed to seeing corpses. Took a pill to ward off evil spirits and poisons. Wear a sweat towel that covers your mouth and nose. While checking the body. While chatting. 3 prostitutes died at once. What a loss. Yunzhou has rebelled. This is already a small loss. But it's a pity that Su Tonggong. Yes, although he has only been in the company for a short time. Yuku is already a man of the year in the yamen. Who doesn't know that the palace appreciates him? And so it goes. You say the Oiran of Fonts. I know the news of Su Tongluo's death. How will it react? What affection does the woman in the Fengyue place have? But Fuxiang is Su Tonggong's goodness. Why the floating incense is good for Su Tonggong. You know this kind of thing. Who doesn't know in the capital? At this time, an official pushed away Su Qian's coffin, but unexpectedly moved a lifetime. After he checked it out, surprised Su Tongluo's body was the most intact. Is it rancid but not smelly? Another clerk asked curiously. I'll try, said. Then he started to scratch lightly on Su Qian's skin. The skin broke as soon as it was rubbed. They were all taken aback. This kind of thing is disrespectful to corpses. They hurriedly covered the coffin. Soon after, Hao Qi Lu is here. A black-clothed Li Yuan ascended the stairs. Reported to Wei Yuan Gong in a loud voice. The official ship from Yunzhou has arrived. The bones of 3 silver gongs and 2 bronze gongs. It has been sent back to the yamen. The geese are chirping. Wu Weiyuan looked up, just didn't speak, and the loneliness in his eyes. In fact, it says it all. There was a moment of silence. Wei Yuan defended the road. Each was delivered to a relative. This side of the gossip platform of the stargazing building. A white-clothed figure appeared on the stage, accompanied by a clear and long chanting, holding the bright moon and picking the stars. The world can force the king. The words are not finished yet. Suddenly the cassette was taped. I can't spit it out. A few seconds later, Miriam Yang said weakly, "Teacher, I am back." The superintendent did not look back. A faint response that I know for a lifetime. The master and apprentice were back to back. No has. The king continued. Su Qian had successfully returned to Beijing. This trip to Yunzhou is thrilling and dangerous. But what the hell is going on with Su Qian? He was able to rise from the dead. And why do you value him so much? In Yunzhou, there was actually a 3-rank warlock, and at least 3 grades. But there is nothing but us in the world, the 4 heavenly sword. Where are there warlocks of such realm? Witnessing the smile and saying that Su Qian, you don't have to worry about it. It's up to the teacher to decide. Miriam Yang secretly slandered that her junior sister was right. You're a bad old man. It's bad. Then the traitor said, as for the guy in Yunzhou, you don't have to worry about it. Even if the teacher tells you. You can't hear it either. Then came the long sigh of the traitorous government. Let's release Song Qing for the teacher. What did Song Qing do, who forced the king to be puzzled? Talk about this. The traitor looked extremely annoyed, suppressed his anger, and said that he was a man. Miriam Yang looked back in horror. Apparently, I thought I had heard it wrong. Think about it. Able to develop alchemy to such a level. Song Qing is also the first person in ancient times. Then he lashed out, but his character flaws were too great. Stubborn and unwilling to be promoted. Witness the corners of your mouth twitch and how good you are. You watch over him for your teacher. Don't let him do stupid things again. In a few days, your 5th junior sister will be out of the customs. The 2nd child is not in the capital. You take care of your brothers and sisters. Miriam Yang was pleasantly surprised, and the 5th junior sister was out of the customs. He's just like me, successfully promoted to the 4th grade. I became a teacher. Unexpectedly, Kanji put down his wine glass, sighed again, and the 4th-grade master was right. He's still far away. Miriam Yang was taken aback again, since this was the case. You let the old 5 out. Don't die. Only then did the traitor smile. Meaningful, he was promoted to the opportunity, to the Su Mansion. The plaque at the gate is hung with a white spiritualist flag. The red lantern was replaced with a white lantern. After receiving the savings, the Su Mansion began to arrange the funeral. It's just that. I don't know the exact incident when DeLang's bones were sent back to the capital. The people in the house are not wearing mourning clothes yet. The atmosphere in the house has been very heavy these days. Second Uncle Su's cheerful personality disappeared, gradually becoming a little taciturn. My aunt wept from time to time, although it is not visible to men. Most of the time, it's late at night. Jiro is pretending to be calm, but he is often in a daze, although he often buries this vulgar big brother. But after all, it's a loved one, isn't it? Su Lingyue, who has no scheming, is also a lot more beautiful. The whole person is less energetic. Xiao Doubting was on the day of the bad news. It's been a loss of appetite to this day, thinned into a melon seed face. The first 2 days, little Doubting often wakes up crying in the middle of the night, yelling to find the big brother. The child's world is small. It's just a few family members. Suddenly there was one missing. The world is incomplete. Morning. The Su Mansion finally waited for DeLang's bones. He was lying in a coffin. He was transported back to his house by cart. Su Pingji received the news. The wind rushed out of the door. But when he saw the coffin on the cart, suddenly I didn't dare to step forward. Tong Gong, who was in charge of delivering the bones, glanced at him, Lord Su. Let's talk about it first. With that, they started to do it. Several people worked together, carried Su Qian's coffin into the Su mansion. The main reason is that they are afraid that once they see Delang's bones, I'm afraid I can't stand it at home. Mourning at the gate. The living and the dead are undignified. The coffin was delivered to the mourning hall. Beat the watch people don't want to stay longer. Lord Su took his leave first. Su Pingji's hoarse response was not sent. Although second Uncle Su's approach is rude. But they don't care. Aunt and Erlang in the mourning hall. And Sister Su Lingyue staring at the coffin silently. No one said anything, as if waiting for something. Su Pingji knows. As the head of the family, there are some things that must be done. For example, the first to face the bones of his nephew. Face the surging grief. The coffin board was slowly pushed open. The heavy grinding sound. It's also tearing their hearts a little bit. Su Qian was lying in the coffin. His skin was dry and had long since lost its luster. The lips also faded. Bright color, all of these characteristics speak. Delang has been dead for a long time. The slightest bit of luck in Uncle Su's heart was shattered, although mentally prepared. But at this moment, the sadness that swelled up like a frenzy still engulfs the whole family. Aunt and Su Lingyue held the coffin and cried. Second Uncle Su was a little unstable. His mouth trembled. Su Erlang, don't look over. Don't dare to look at the eldest brother's appearance. Xiao Doubting leaned forward slightly. There was a howling cry towards the coffin. And Su Qian in the spiritual world suddenly frowned. He said to himself, "Who is making me sleep?" He seemed to float in the infinite void. I can't go up to the sky. It doesn't touch the ground. Nothing to rely on. There was only a noisy cry in my ears. Su Qian suddenly thought of something. I should be home. This cry belongs to my aunt. There are also 2 younger sisters. But she thought about it. This is supposed to be the second time I've died. The first time was alcoholism. The wife of the 120 sentences of the special sentence has not been deleted. It's embarrassing to think about it now. Thinking about it, she sighed again. Tomorrow the whole village will come to my house for dinner. Huiqing and Linen are princesses, and it is inconvenient to be identical. I don't think it will come. Kai Wei is definitely coming. If he doesn't come, then I'll get divorced when I wake up. It's just that the floating incense will come. By the way, he probably didn't know about my death. The sky was slowly darkening. Su Fuli's crying is also slowly getting smaller, because they basically cried hoarsely. Switch to smoking. Su Lingyue said hoarsely, "You go back to your room and rest first. My second brother and I stayed here to keep awake for my eldest brother." Annie shook her head slowly. Your eldest brother has been floating on the river for so long. When he returned home, he could no longer be left alone. Mother is fine. My mother is here to stay. When your father gave him to me, it's the size of a slap. I don't have the experience to take care of children. Your dad is a big-headed soldier, and I don't have much money. Please don't afford milk. Scold me and cook goat's milk. Give him a drink, and take care of him in a hurry every day. These words, word for word, all fell on Su Qian. Now he realized. It turned out that his aunt loved him. Su Qian was a little moved. Andy was still chattering. Only this time, the older the child gets, the more annoying it becomes. The 3 of you. He's the ugliest. The most demons. But if I shush you and Erlang, I greet you and Erlang. And he was jealous. I feel that the old lady is not good to him. I'm a motherless child. Second Uncle Su said angrily. Don't talk about it. The aunt screamed. Why can't you say? The old lady dragged him to grow up with a handful of urine. Say no, it's gone. I knew that I might as well have raised a mouse. But talk about it. His tears came down again. His shoulders trembled, sobbing. Even Uncle Su's eyes were slightly red. His expression darkened a little. At this time, the porter Lao Zhang hurriedly came. Old lady, there's a girl outside. Said that he would keep awake for Delang. The whole family stopped crying instantly. One by one, they cast their puzzled eyes on Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang did not dare to delay. Hurley said. He said his name was Fukuka. Second Uncle Su's face darkened. The heart said that the special incense was easy to find. Delang's kid won't make someone's belly bigger. Let's go to the door to collect debts. The words of Lao Zhang. Su Qian naturally heard it. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Really don't hook Su Qian. Righteous gentleman Su Erlang. The Gu family's beloved wife, Su Pingji. Second Uncle Su strode out. I'm going to see what it's like. The aunt wiped her tears. Ask his son Jiro next to him. Who is that incense? After speaking, I added a sentence in my heart. This is a warning name. It's not a serious girl. Su Erlang replied in a deep voice. Yukika is the Oiran of the church division. It is said that he admires the eldest brother's talent very much. Su Lingyue, who didn't have much scheming, frowned. It was almost late at night, and for the big brother, the relationship between the keeps may be extraordinary. Second Uncle Su saw the floating incense outside Su's mansion. He wears a long white dress, wearing small white flowers, dress up in the best of the best. The moment I saw the floating incense, the annoyance in Second Uncle Su's heart suddenly dissipated. Because this woman has a sad look, I circles escape redness. Mei Yujian's sadness can't be faked. Second Uncle Su said in a deep voice. Fuka girl, big night. Why visit? Fuxiang groaned and lost the salute. Lord Su, I want to keep awake for Su Lang. Second Uncle Su corrected when he heard this. Then he said no. It's not appropriate. Although the Su family is not a scholarly family, but it is also a decent person with rules. Fuka has no name and no share. Why do you give the Lang a vigil? Fuxiang whispered. When the slave family entered the house, they sent away the guards of the sect division. There's no going back to the inner city right now. The outer city is not safe. If Lord Su has to drive me away, then I'll go. Su Pingji sighed. This woman is really affectionate to Delang. In desperation, he had to lead him into the house. Hurried a few steps to the front of the morning hall. The moment he saw Su Qian's appearance, the box that forced it to calm down finally collapsed. He just got from the old man of the church division today. Get the message. I learned the bad news of Su Qian's death. He fainted on the spot. I woke up and cried for a long time. In the end, he decided to send Su Qian on his last journey. Su Lingyue listened to the mournful cry of Fuxiang. Suddenly I realized, this woman has a relationship with her eldest brother. The floating incense did not remain in the hands of the Su mansion. Very sensible to leave. Su Pingji originally wanted to keep him in the house for the night, but I found out when I sent it out. Department of Teaching. How could it be possible to let an Oiran out of sight? The outside is full of the ladder's guards. Fuxiang's words just now were all lied to him. That's why I say that. Was afraid that Su Jia would not agree with him to look at Su Qian for the last time. Relatives and friends of the Tianshu family came to mourn, except for Chu Kaiwei and Su Qian, outside of his former immediate boss. Zhu County Order of Le County. And Wang Zhutu and the others are also here. Su Qian's grandfather only had 2 sons. The old Su family has been dead on the battlefield for 20 years. Now my son has also died in the line of duty. The incense of this vein is cut off. The Su family sighed. After Zhu Xianling looked at his appearance. Sai Dao Ningyin died young. It's a pity. It's just that I don't know if Ningyin left a last word. Wang Zhutu and others were also full of sadness and embarrassment. Su Pingji shook his head slowly. At this time, Su Qian had gradually regained consciousness. It's quite humorous to spit out a groove. I wanted to experience a black coffin. Suddenly, Su Erlang came to Miss Kaiwei with an angry voice. What are you doing? Chu Tsaiwei's outstretched hand fled. I just wanted to make sure. After opening too much to look at the grooming, sighed and said that he died halfway through the day. It is inevitable that Wei Gong has been in a bad mood recently. Suddenly, a small hand suddenly stretched out. Xiao Doubting pointed at Nangong Shinro and roared at the bad guys. The ant immediately stepped forward and grabbed him, for fear that he would rush up to fight Nangong Shinro again. This has a bad effect. Nangong Shinro didn't want to worry so much. Don't overdo it. No more looking at small bean dices. Unexpectedly, I saw a familiar figure. Then he slowly bowed his hand and looked at Princess Huiqing. The inside and outside of the morning hall are first mirrored. Then the voices of chanting to meet the princess came and went. The Su clan was stunned. What the situation? Su Dalong's funeral actually came to the princess of the dynasty. It turns out that Dalang even knows the princess. If there had been no accidents, the future will definitely be prosperous. It is not certain that the Su clan will become a big family in the capital. The glory of the Jie's ancestors. The whole clan can ascend to heaven. Su Qian in the coffin had some vows. Huiqing is here. Why didn't the table come? That's right. It's a canary kept in a cage. Not as free as Huiqing. Okay, too. My lotus girl gathered 3 of them at once. It's just that you don't have to talk about your heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bored coming back to life. It's a pity that I'm afraid of something. Chu Kaiwei said a little sadly. He wrote to me in the city of Qingzhou, told me about the local cuisine. After reading the letter, I was angry and wanted to poke him to death with chopsticks. But I didn't think he would die. Su Lingyue heard this. He looked up in surprise. The sadness on his face instantly turned to surprise. He pointed to himself and said, "Big brother wrote it to me too." Huiqing had an indifferent attitude. I also received it in a calm tone. The voice fell. The 3 women fell silent at the same time. It's just that the faces are uglier than the other. But what is even more ugly is Su Qian. She really wants to die at the moment. It's not fun to live. Huiqing's heart moved. I seem to have thought of something. With a slight flash in his eyes, he asked if he had it. But at this moment, a terrible meow was heard. It attracted the attention of everyone inside and outside the morning hall. A member of the Su clan exclaimed, "Stop the cat. The more the dead will cheat the corpse." The nearest is Huiqing. Linen, Chu Kaiwei, and others disagreed with this statement. Therefore, it was not stopped in the first place. And Nangong Shinro and others, who are Jin Luo, are also disdainful. Even if it's a corpse, it's a big deal, just slap it in the face. The orange cat flew over Su Qian's head, let out a terrible scream. Then a voice exploded in Su Qian's mind. "Fatherland. My lover." The next moment, Su Qian's original god shook. I felt that the soul and the body began to merge and merge. The next moment he regained consciousness. I have a sense of solidity in mastering the flesh again. He felt some itching on his face. So he raised his hand and grabbed it. Grab a large piece of dried flesh. Su Qian subconsciously sat up from the coffin. Come and wake up at the same time. I can move. It's just that at this moment, the inside and outside of the morning hall fell into a dead silence. This scene was both terrifying and terrifying in the eyes of everyone. Huiqing and the others are fine. I didn't expect this to happen, but there was no move of the state of affairs either. The rest were terrified. One by one, they took a few steps back in horror. There is only the Su family. Although I was also scared, but they didn't back down. On the contrary, it has gone one step further. I want to see it for real. But suddenly someone screamed, "Oh my God, it's really a scam corpse?" Su Qian looked confused. I didn't understand what was going on in front of me. They were so shocked. A member of the Su family shouted loudly that the corpse had been defrauded. Lord Su really cheated the corpse. The Express official Wang Zhutu pointed to the county order and said, "What to report to the official?" Which official here is older than the county magistrate? Su Qian didn't have time to explain. I felt a burst of itching on my scalp. It's like lice crawling. He reached out and grabbed it a few times. grab a large piece of scalp with hair on. But his movements, in the eyes of others, it looks terrible. Plus the messy dead skin that he ripped off. It's even more frustrating. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a living evil ghost. The timid aunt screamed in fright. Push out Su Lingyue next to him as a shield. Lingyue was also scared to death, trembling and crying, "Big brother, do you have any last words that you haven't explained? Are you unwilling in your heart?" Qian sat up suddenly. It is very frightening for all those who have come to pay their respects, but experienced a brief period of astonishment and confusion then. Several people in the audience reacted quickly. Realize Su Qian's true state now. Because of their perceptuality, Su Qian's heartbeat could be clearly heard. Among them is second Uncle Su. There were still tears in the corners of his eyes, but the smile on his face couldn't be suppressed. In addition to Kai Wei, it is expected that the number of qi can distinguish the life, man, and the dead. I think of what Mr. Kanemasa said. Even if this girl isn't very smart, I figured out something at this point. This is the effect of the rebirth pill. No wonder the teacher wants to say, "I gave the rebirth pill to Su Qian." But how did the teacher know that Su Qian would be resurrected? And how did he take it too late? At this time, Su Qian's heart moved. Sister Lingyue asked me about my last words just now. Then I remembered my aunt crying last night and saying that he was the ugliest. So Su Qian was timid, said in a poignant and low tone with trembling, "My aunt treats me badly. I want him to apologize." Annie Wao burst into tears. The cold hairs exploded. Even Su Lingyue trembled. Su Erlang of the Confucian 8th grade slim mirror. I thought that the eldest brother was really a corpse. Step out, in front of his sister and mother. There are words in the mouth. The son is silent, and the strange force is confused. It's just that the words just fell. The father next to him suddenly slapped him over. Su Pingji threw himself to the coffin with a mixture of joy and sorrow. It's like meeting a rare treasure in the world. But he didn't wait for him to say anything. Was stopped by Nangong Qianro. He squinted, looked at Su Qian, who kept scratching his ears and cheeks. The body is alive. It's hard to say if the person is not that person. Everyone was shocked. Think of that quirky orange cat. Immediately realized that something was wrong. The orange cat crossed his corpse. As a result, Su Dalong was really resurrected. It's hard not to think about it. It was not Su Dalong who was resurrected. It's someone else. Princess Bai Qing is a well-informed person. I haven't seen or heard of this kind of operation. Su Qian looked confused. Looked at this person's beautiful and kind-hearted Nangong Qianrong. The heart says I'm not. Who else could I be? At this time, Su Pingji's tone was firm and said no. He must be Delang. Second Uncle Su didn't have any reason. He only accepted Delang's death and resurrection. Raw facts. The other reasons were that he couldn't face it, nor can it be handled. Su Qian smiled and said with a smile to the second uncle, "It's me, I'm not dead." The moment the words fell, Su Pingji's face changed slightly. He was visibly taken aback. How has the voice changed? The second uncle's voice was clear. Rich in male magnetism. It's much better than Delang's previous voice. Second Uncle Su's heart was immediately dusty. Staring at the nephew, who came back from the dead, said, "How do you prove that you are Su Qian?" Su Qian spit groans in his heart, but fortunately I didn't scold. Otherwise I have to prove that my mother is my mother. He groaned for a moment. I remembered that I had to say something to prove myself. So he smiled, looked at the second uncle, and said, "The green orange is sour and astringent." But the second uncle felt that the leather had another wonderful use. Su Pingji's face froze suddenly. The heart says that the groove is soothing. The pill is so big. And Su Erlang still doesn't believe that his eldest brother has come back from the dead. Take a deep breath. Stabilize your emotions. Asked, "Are you really the big brother?" At this time, Su Qian's face was intertwined with tender meat and old meat. hideous and terrible, but looking at the little brother's gaze. Deep and timeless. Full of emotion, he said, God does not give birth to me, Su Xingyan. The wind is like a long night. After speaking, I silently added in my heart that if it weren't for the large number of people present. I have to say this, once the female dependents were not at home, induct Mei Xiaoga threesome. Su Erlang heard this quatrain for the ages. Immediately, the old face blushed. Annie actually knows this sentence too. When I heard Su wife reciting it, he immediately confirmed that he had come to life. The second uncle's heart is also more and more certain. The one who woke up was Su Dalong. Because of these little things in life, if not personal experience, it's impossible to know. And Chu Kaiwei was thinking about this sentence. God does not give birth to me, Su Xingyan. The wind is like a long night. Don't be heard by senior brother Yang. Otherwise, I am afraid of myself and the brothers of the Four Heaven Sword. There's a brainwashing cycle every day. Nangong Qinro frowned, looked at Su Erlang, disdainful of the way. This is on par with Miriam Yang's idiot's mouth fetish. Zhang Kaidai also thinks that the Su family is a scholar. The tone is too arrogant. The five husbands are the most unobtrusive and arrogant. Princess Huaiqing didn't speak, but he looked at Su Xingyan with a very connotative gaze. Su Erlang's handsome face was flushed. Even the roots of the ears are red. These words were listened to by the family. I still feel ashamed and embarrassed. Was sent out by the eldest brother in front of so many outsiders. This sense of shame has exceeded the limit that Su Dalong should bear at his age. He couldn't wait to push his big brother away. Lie down in a coffin by yourself. At this time, Su Linghua cheered. It was really a big brother. Then he pounced on it regardless of it. Wrap your arms around the eldest brother's neck. I began to cry. Little Doubting was also overjoyed, bouncing by the coffin. Open your arms. I hope the eldest brother can also hug him. Su Pingji also stepped forward excitedly to hug his daughter. Nephew, he hugged hard. Fear is gone as soon as you relax. Su Erlang raised his face. Don't let tears roll down your eyes. Under the crowd, this kind of hypocritical move, he categorically wouldn't do it. Maya was actually very happy in her heart. She stood there and looked at Su Qian quietly for a moment. Then the sharp and snow-white jaw flicked. Don't look away with disdain on your face. But then, she covered her mouth and cried again. This is not a son. Is it more like a son's little rabbit cub coming back from the dead? She is also often relieved in her heart. Nangong Qinro looked at it quietly. Dead skin shedding. No, it's not dead skin. These shedding pieces are pieces of dead flesh. Nangong Qinro frowned and asked, how did you come back to life? Su Qian just wanted to explain that I didn't die at all. I saw Chu Kaiwei raise her hand. The goose-egg-faced, big-eyed beauty, Yunqi said in a voice. It's the rebirth pill I gave you. Su Qian was slightly stunned. In an instant, it was back to normal. Cooperate with a gesture of gratitude. Miss Kaiwei is very kind. Su Ningyan is toothless and unforgettable. I can't wait to make a promise. Chu Tsaiwei's face turned red. Took a hard sip. In fact, he was a little ashamed. I'm not good at lying. There is a strong moral bottom line. It's not like Su Qian who lies. Fish farming techniques are also unsatisfactory. Several times, I almost drowned in a small pond. Huaiqing heard the words of his personal promise. The cold glint in his eyes unconsciously sharpened a little. Even he hadn't noticed the anomaly. Qian looked at everyone. Know that they need an explanation. Ponder for a moment. Said that Yunzhou rebelled that day. Besieged by an army of thieves. The lives of the political envoys, governors, and others hung by a thread. I know it's hard to know if it's going to be a battle. I remembered the fetal pill given by Miss Kaiwei, so I took a gamble. Even if it was fatally wounded, it can also break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Harvest a brand new body. Nangong Qinro and others who know the medicinal effects of fetal pills. sighed at Su Qian's fate. The medicinal power of the cesarean section pill is to use the old body as nourishment, giving birth to a new body. It's like a cicada chrysalis turning into a butterfly. But at the same time, there are also big flaws. For example, it is expensive. For example, the conditions of use are harsh. The effects of the drug set in half an hour later. A person taking the pill must die after half an hour. You don't die. He will force you to die. If someone's head is cut off, or died on the spot, I won't come back after I was reborn. In the Su family, De Lang can come back from the dead. It's completely Si Tianjian's. Miss Kaiwei gave her an elixir to bring the dead back to life. Su Pingji hugged his fist and did not thank Miss Kaiwei for his kindness. Dalong owes you a life. Later, go up the knife mountain and go down the oil pot. Command him. If you don't want me to be tied up by my second uncle, tie him up too. Su Qian cooperated with his fists. But at the same time, I'm mentally paid for nothing. I earn one. It's a terrible thing. Chu Kaiwei is the protagonist template. Su Pingji was in a good mood. Okay, Lingyue. I'm helping your big brother out. The living don't lie in the coffin all the time. Su Lingui Vetpunde. But he didn't immediately support his eldest brother. Instead, he helped him pick up the pieces of dry flesh on his face. At this time, Su Qian felt a chill in his head. Suddenly, my heart chuckled. It's over the calf. Lao Tzu's hair for 20 years was ruined. Immediately, he found that Su Lingyue was looking at him stupidly. Su Qian's heart sank. Hurriedly asked what was wrong with my face. Su Lingyue's pretty little face floated 2 flushes, hung his head and said nothing. The rest of the Su family also stared at Su Qian in disbelief. They all look like hell alive. The rest of the people are mostly like that, because the scene in front of me is really amazing. Su Qian after shedding dead skin. The face line is perfect, with the masculinity of a man. Thick eyebrows and high nose. There was a trembling look in his eyes. The curvature and shape of the lips are just right. Zhang Kaitai looked at Xan a little distractedly. Said that Su Qian's facial features have not changed, but it's more refined and perfect. Annie's ruddy little mouth opened slightly. This is the boy I raised. Nangong Chinro cut off about beauty. He lives so big. I haven't seen an opponent who can fight yet. Chu Kaiwei, who is not in love. I couldn't help but take a few more looks. I feel that Su Ningyan has been reborn. It's getting better. Princess Huiqing's gaze paused on his face for a few seconds. Twist your head slightly, covering his ears and looking away. Xiao Doubting said it very bluntly. The eldest brother is so good-looking. Although the eldest brother does not hold him. But his love for his eldest brother is unchanged. Second Uncle Su said very stinkily. I was like that when I was younger. After speaking, the family looked at themselves silently. Second Uncle Su was suddenly a little embarrassed. Among the people of the Su clan, an old man shouted from afar, "Not dead." Second Uncle Su immediately went over. Tell the people the good news and reason for Su Dalong's resurrection. Only then did the Su clan know. It turned out that it was not an incident. Su Dalong didn't die at all. It was Si Tianjin's panacea that saved him. The Su clan was also very happy. The younger generations of the clan came back from the dead. It is a joyous event in itself. Moreover, I saw Su Qian's potential in relationships. Of course, the people wanted him to climb higher and higher. Suddenly, the funeral was filled with a cheerful air. Pacify the good people. Su Qian sent away the 2 golden gongs. Send Chu Kaiwei away. Sent off Princess Huiqing. Turned around and went to the bath. Su Qian poured water into the bathtub. Looked down at the edge of the tub. The face reflected in the water is so handsome. That's what makes me feel immersed, although there is still a bit of a gap compared to my previous life. He lay down in the cold water. A comfortable moan. At this moment, an orange cat opened the window. Jumped in. Su Qian didn't have to think about it to know who it was. The orange cat snorted twice, and the effect of the rebirth pill was extraordinary. See you today. Sure enough, it lives up to its name. It makes you heroic and extraordinary. Su Qian was a little sad. It turns out that it is in the heart of the Taoist chief. Am I just a mediocre gong? Come to think of it, he said that the Taoist chief had developed the bad habit of being a cat. The Golden Lotus Dao leader raised his front paws. Wave, don't care about such small things. Poor Dao didn't believe that you would die in the first place. Today I learned that you were mourning, so I came over and took a look. Sure enough, your body is not alive at all, but there are clearly subtle fluctuations in the primordial spirit. Su Qian didn't have any surprised expression on his face. This subtle fluctuation of the primordial spirit, Wu Fu couldn't feel it. Only Dao disciples who cultivate the Yin God can detect it. The orange cat continued, Poor Dao, help you. Let you return to God sooner. Su Qian sincerely thinks. If it weren't for the Taoist chief's steps, the 6 relatives would not recognize him. Fly up and snort. Even if he came back from the dead, it wouldn't be interesting. Sure enough, G people have their own natural appearance. The Hall Master is blessed by heaven, Taoist Jin Lian said. But Miao Zhen said that you don't have the slightest fluctuation of the yuan shown on your body. The death is very transparent. Su Weifan frowned slightly. Is that how it works? He groaned and returned to Beijing from Yunzhou. I didn't feel anything along the way. It was only last night that I regained consciousness in a trance. Golden Lotus Dao, long sweat hand. At this time, the paw accidentally pressed against the fragment of the book from the ground. So he scolded, said that Wei Yuan did not take back the fragment of the book from the ground. Su Qian was stunned. I wondered if Wei Yuan was fishing. Then he listened to the Golden Lotus Taoist continue. Let you join the Heaven and Earth Society. For him, it was just a casual piece of chess. The strategists have far-reaching layouts. After you die, he must have been a little discouraged. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the Heaven and Earth Society. Hand out the shards. It's okay to be buried with you. I'll take it away. It doesn't matter. Su Qian laughed dryly and said, You and Dad Wei really know each other. But in front of me, reveal my identity as a two-faced 2-5 boy. I'm still going to be a little embarrassed. He said yes with a little weakness. Can you not tell Miao Zhen about my resurrection first? The Golden Lotus Taoist looked straight at him. Be honest. The young man Su Qian lowered his head speechlessly. Who hasn't bragged about it on the internet? I used to visit the asylum. I like to disguise myself as a highly educated talent. The mantra is thank you. People are in the United States. Just got off the plane. He laughed dryly a few more times. Asked the chief. There are dozens of traces of involvement behind the Yunzhou case, and at least a 3-rank warlock. How much do you know about Si Tianjian? Then Su Qian pressed Yunzhou in the middle. The deeds of the mystical sorcerer. Tell the Golden Lotus Chief. Golden Lotus Taoist Chun Yin said. Si Tianjian only has 1 3rd-grade warlock. It's called Sun Xuanji. But I think Yunzhou has a trick. He's not a taxi. Su Qian hurriedly asked who it was. Taoist Jin Lian glanced at him. Do you think I'll know? Su Qian's bald head twisted out a tic-tac-toe. Negative in my heart. What do you want? But he never dared to say it. So he smiled and said in my heart. He has always been a wise elder. Astronomy. Learn about geography. Speaking of which, I added in my heart that it was still an old silver coin. Taoist Jin Lian shook his head. It is the warlock who corrects the knowledge of astronomy on the way. It was Confucianism who knew geography. But the warlock must have known about the warlock's heels. It's just that no one can guess what this old thing is thinking. After speaking, Taoist Jin Lian looked at Su Qian. A few more. Su Qian was a little uncomfortable to look at. Although it is an orange cat. But I'm not always very good. At this time, the Golden Lotus Dao Elder and Dao Qi blood and qi are several times stronger. Shimaru is full of gas. Now you are compared to the hedron of the crystal. Much progress has been made. The effect of the rebirth pill is extraordinary. The Golden Lotus Taoist regretted that it was too expensive. Su Qian modestly said that it was lucky. Luckily, he stepped into the realm of refining gods in 3 months. Qualifications are dull. Qualifications are dull. The orange cat turned around and walked away. But leave a sentence to find Wei Yuan. Copper and iron bone diameter resources. You can't buy it if you break the bank. But he can give it to you. Zion finished taking a bath. Change into dry clothes. So he rode straight to the yamen of the guard, the top floor of the Curiosity Building. Wei Yuan stood in front of a map hanging horizontally. Silent. He's been in this position for half an hour. Here's an overlook of the entire Northeast. The image marks the headquarters of the witch god cult, and the location of the countries of the Northeast. At this moment, footsteps came from behind him. Then came Nangong Qinrou's voice and Zhang Kaitai's voice. Stepfather Wei Yuan did not turn his head. It's Chun Xingdao. Su Qian's bones floated in the canal for more than 10 years. It should not be left for a long time. Let his relatives be buried as soon as possible. Manon Gong Qian. Rose sighed in her heart. The father-in-law from beginning to end didn't even glance at Su Qian's corpse. So he was not found to be faked. I'm well aware. The father-in-law is the one in power. It's a strategist. His heart should be hard. It's cold. Only the ruthless can be invincible. The father-in-law should be an invincible person. Won't be swayed by emotions. The watchman in the yamen. Even the outside world. I hope that my father-in-law is such a person. Nangong Qinrou cleared her throat. Moral father Su Qian. He's not dead yet. The voice fell. Wei Yuan's figure was obviously in a trance. Then it stood quietly like dead wood. After a long period of alcoholism, he turned suddenly. The range of action is huge. The green robe then swayed. At this moment, the great eunuch's face was complicated. The eyes are also complicated, but only for a moment. The eunuch regained his composure. Nangong Qinrou has never been on the face of her stepfather. I've seen such complex emotions, but he also knows. It's all because of that stinky boy. Inexplicably, there was a hint of jealousy in his heart. Wei Yuan slowly paced to the shore and sat down. A somewhat stern tone asked what was going on. Nangong Qinrou was about to Su Qian's speech. Paraphrased. Of course, there is no such thing as adding oil and vinegar. Wei Yuan listened quietly. Immediately said that he should come to me quickly. Nangong Qinrou nodded. Then he looked at the huge northeast bird's-eye view. Then he asked about the butterfly. He thought in his heart that Su Qian would come back from the dead. Then the witch god cult still wants to fight. Wei Yuan's expression was cold. After the autumn harvest, the plan to fight the witch god cult remains unchanged. Nangong Qinrou and Zhang Kaidai retired after hearing this. The former plans to go to Shifu again. The latter planned to go to the faculty division to relax. Because what happened today is so bizarre. He needs to be released. But 2 people from different paths met as soon as they left the yamen. Su Qian, who came on horseback. Nangong Qinrou immediately sighed. You are quite interesting. Those who don't know think that their father-in-law has received another order. Su Qian sneered. Tut replied to the old yin and yang. Nangong Qinrou was furious. Mistakenly thought that Su Qian was mocking her. Male and female appearance. Immediately, the willow eyebrows counted down. He said in a deep voice, "Why didn't you die in the clouds?" But the voice fell. Su Qian captured a picture in his mind. Nangong Qinrou raised her right hand. Swing your arms and slap your face. Su Qian helped him. The head of the mind is crooked. Easily dodged Nangong Qinrou's slap. Su Qian gasped a few breaths of cold air. But he didn't have time to think about it. Show a wave of operations in front of Sipin Jinluo. It's already the limit. If you don't slip away, you'll be hammered to the ground. Nangong Chinro looked at his back a little sluggishly. There are only 3 words that can be avoided in the head. Although the god of love is extremely sensitive to danger, can easily perceive hostility and ambush around them. Even if you are blindfolded, you can fight in the chaos. The dancer has reached the realm of refining gods. Personal combat power has also reached a small peak, but with his own 4-grade cultivation. Although there are reservations in the shot, but just in time for a god-refining realm dancer, he sensed the crisis. Before making a circumvention, let the slap hit the target. It should have been a no-brainer. But this kid can be allowed to be Qian. How can it be? Su Qian received countless surprised glances along the way. It's okay to beat the watchman. Profit source is no more. They all looked at him dumbfounded. Gong. The news of Su Qian's death had long spread throughout the yamen. Now I see Su Qian, who has been dead for half a month. The dragon and the tiger appear here. He also waved warmly to greet everyone. Greetings from people's heads. In broad daylight, ghosts can also enter our yamen. It is said that after a man dies, he becomes so handsome. What to do? This is Su Ningyan's ghost. Let's not make a move. Su Qian came to Haoqi building amid a lot of discussions. I asked to see Wei Gong. Go and tell the story. The guards looked at him dumbfounded. You're not, Lord Su. Su Qian replied with a mellow voice. I am Su Qian's younger brother. He was ordered by Duke Wei to take over his brother's position. The guard immediately made a sudden gesture. I see. Lord Su's surname is a big name. Su Qian walked inside. Bien said lightly, My name is Su Qian. The guards were stunned. The heart says how it sounds like a girl's name. Entered the Haoqi building. Ascend to the tea room on the 7th floor. Su Qian saw Wei Yuan, who had never seen him. He was still dressed in a gorgeous green robe. Elegant and handsome. It is a handsome old guy with good temperament and appearance. Su Qian thought proudly about my current appearance. In the future, when he gets old, he will definitely be no worse than Dad Wei. He clenched his fists and said loudly, humility to see Duke Wei. Wei Yuan was in a trance. Looked directly at Su Qian, who came back from the dead in front of him. Although he suspected that Su Qian was taken away at the first time. But now I see real people. That thought suddenly dissipated. Wei Yuan poured him a cup of hot tea for the first time. General Dao, let's talk about Yunzhou. Su Qian pondered for a moment. Tell Wei Yuan what happened in Yunzhou without a doubt, including Li Miaojin, the identity of the number 2 heavenly sect Holy Maiden. In addition to the sacred book, the monk has a great relationship. The rest is that he has no reservations. The main reason is that Dad Wei is too smart. Hiding too much will be detected. And then Dad Wei really values himself. Be willing to cultivate yourself. And of course, I have to repay the favor. Trust in Dad Wei. Wei Yuan nodded. Didn't speak for the first time. I don't know what I'm thinking. Then he drained the cup of tea in one gulp. The gentle tone of Miriam Yang has been following you. Su Qian was a little stunned. Something was immediately realized. I asked Senior Brother Yang why he followed me. Wei Yuan's expression was unpredictable. Naturally, he will not be without. Follow you for no reason, as I know this person, except for liking to do some weird things. The rest is that he doesn't care. But what if it means treacherous government? Su Qian looked at Wei Yuan quietly. The traitor knows my secrets. If it is he who benefits, that makes sense too. It's just Wei Yuan, who is wise and foolish. Will there be some clues? Wei Yuan was not obsessed with this topic. Continued, as for the 3-rank warlock. Let's think he's a third product for the time being. I don't think he's Si Tianjin's son Xuanji. But it reminds me of something else. Su Qian was in good spirits. Please Wei Gong to solve your doubts. He was also relieved. It's still Wei Gong reliable. Golden Lotus Dao Chief. The old silver coin was tucked away as he spoke. And Wei Yuan had little reservations about me. Wei Yuan said, You are familiar with Si Tianjin's Chu Kaiwei, and Song Qing are also familiar. But do you know who they are? Su Qian didn't quite confirm the rhetorical question. The personal disciple of the traitorous government. Wei Yuan nodded, said Si Tianjin's white clothes. Not all of them are the personal disciples of the traitorous government. Just like the great Confucianism of Yunlu Academy. Lectures are held from time to time, but there are very few real disciples. Miriam Yang is the third disciple of the superintendent. Song Qin was the fourth disciple. Chu Kaiwei is the sixth disciple. The white-clothed warlocks called him Little Sister. Su Qian obviously didn't understand. What's wrong with that? This is Wei Yuan's leisurely way. However, there are only 5 disciples in total. Su Qian's pupils were slightly trivial. Finally understood what Dad Wei meant. The superintendent has only 5 disciples. But Chu Kaiwei is a 6th disciple. And there is another one of them. Where did that one go? Su Qian's brain was running rapidly. Miriam Yang is the 3rd disciple. Song Qing is the 4th disciple. Chu Kaiwei is the 6th disciple. That Sun Xuanji didn't know how many it was. Wei Yuan seemed to have guessed what Su Qian was thinking. The faint Dao Sun Xuanji is the 2nd disciple. Su Qian asked. Then the eldest disciple and the 5th disciple are not clear for the time being. For a while, the two did not continue to talk. There was a brief silence in the tea room, until a cup of tea bottoms out. Wei Yuankai continued. It's not the right time for you to wake up. Su Qian obviously didn't understand. Wei Gong said this. Wei Yuan said helplessly. Zhang Xingying wrote and asked for a play. I hope the imperial court will posthumously seal you. After His Majesty and Duke Zhu discussed, named you Changel Xianzi. A few more days. The decree will come down. You are alive. The cabinet will most likely reject the decree. His Majesty will most likely accept it. Su Qian doesn't care. Shrug off what this is. As long as there is a lot of silver to be rewarded, I will be a burden to his heart. Changel Xianzi should be a viscount. It sounds like a younger brother's title. No, it's a son's title. Those who don't know how to do it still think I'm someone else's son. Wei Yuan glared at him. Silver is only something outside of the body. The symbolism of the title is not comparable to silver. Even if you become a silver, there is power in the hands, but your position is still not on the table. Only knighthoods. It is you who completely break away from civil citizenship, credentials to become a dynastic magnate. If you are knighted, the Su family is not an ordinary family. It's the powerful. He will marry a wife in the future. A commoner woman is not qualified to marry you. It must be the daughter of a wealthy family to be as compatible with you. Su won and asked expectantly, Can you marry a princess? Wei Yuan choked up, but still defend the truth. Theoretically, yes. But somehow, your Majesty doesn't like you. If he doesn't want to, no one can help it. Luckily, you're not good for nothing. There is still room for maneuver. 10 days ago, a big event happened in the palace. Concubine Fu died unexpectedly, disheveled and fell from the attic. At that time, the crown prince was the only one in the house. And drunk. The case is a tricky one. It's about the face of the royal family. It's also laborious. The matter of the prince. None of the 3 divisions are willing to get involved. Decide to handle the case passively. Su Qian's eyes widened. Oh my God! The crown prince insulted the emperor's concubine. Come to think of it, he quickly shook his head. He opened his mouth and asked Wei Gong, Aren't you hurting me? I can't interfere in the royal scandal. Wei Yuan waved his hand. It didn't matter. This is known to all civil and military officials. One more than you is not much. The best you can find out. If you can't find it out, push it off. Capabilities are not available. At most, you will be punished a little, even if your Majesty doesn't like you. In the case of not making a big mistake. The Viscount didn't just cut it when he said it. Xuangue Group will not agree. Su Qian was stunned when he heard this. Wei Gong means, if the emperor revokes the decree of knighthood on me, find me in the future. I'll just play dead and not accept it. First coaxed Emperor Yuan Jing to give me the title, and then withdraw on the grounds that they are not capable. At most, he will be punished. But for nothing, a knighthood. Su Qian looked at Wei Yuan with starry eyes. Dad is so resourceful. Su Qian suddenly remembered something. He asked, the crown prince is Linen's brother. He didn't have to think about it at the moment. The little queen of nightclubs must be sad and helpless now. Wei Yuan looked at him. You don't have any entanglements with Princess Linen. Su Qian hurriedly shook his head. There is no next day study room. Emperor Yuan Jing folded a few copies, slammed into the 3 ministers. The 3-day period has passed. Your answer to me is a complicated case. There are many doubts. Ask for a few more days. The Shangshu of the criminal department was ashamed and said, Your Majesty, there are many doubts in this case. The fog is heavy. Wei Chen has done his best. Please ask Your Majesty to give me a few more days. Dali Siqing echoed the lack of ability of Wei Chen. Asked to return to your hometown. Emperor Yuan Jing was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Biga's anger rose in his heart. He waved his hand, put the fold on the table and the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, all swept to the ground. Trembling with anger, I'm about to behead your 2 ministers. Immediately knelt down and shouted that it was not a pity for Wei Chen to die. Your Majesty, take care of the dragon. Of course, this case still has to be dealt with. However, there is no consensus among the parties. The rest of the factions pondered if the crown prince was abolished. Which of the princes is the future prince? The prince's faction was thinking about how to help the prince get away with his crimes. The ideas are different, but there is one thing that everyone acquiesces in. It's just to put things off for a while. Concubine Fu's death is not important. What matters is after this case. The battle for the national capital involved. It would be a bloody storm that would not be condemned to Jinsha. Parties need time to deliberate. Go to the clan and set it up, like this case where the purpose of the court is the same. Even Emperor Yuan Jing could only be incompetent and furious, unless he doesn't want the truth. The prince was abolished on the spot, but most of them will be rejected by the cabinet. The king's mansion is listed. Your Majesty, don't be impatient. Wei Chen has something to say. As far as Wei Chen knows, Su Qian, the gong of the Yamen, did not die in his post. Yesterday's strange resurrection and knighthood. Your Majesty is requested to withdraw to the imperial study. Suddenly remembered the whispers of the ministers. The gong surnamed Su is not dead. What the hell is going on? Emperor Yuan Jing was stunned for a moment. Looking at Wei Yuan, the minister said, Wei Qin, whether the words of the capital are true. Wei Yuan's hunting is indeed true. Immediately, there was a few loyal servants who went out hunting, said loudly that Zhang Xingying lied about the case. Deceive Your Majesty. Please punish Your Majesty. Emperor Yuan Jing didn't care. Looking at Wei Yuan, he continued to ask why this was so. Wei Yuan explained that Su Qian was not dead. Before fighting the rebels to the death, took the 4 heavenly swords rebirth pills. After exhaustion, he entered a state of suspended animation. It wasn't until yesterday that I woke up. Zhang Xingying mistakenly thought that Su Qian had died in the line of duty. He is not to blame. Emperor Yuan Jing listened. It's like eating a fly. At first, he asked the prison for the drug. The certificate is not given. It was also deduced that it was gone. But now it's just a gong. Actually ate the elixir he couldn't ask for. The voice of Emperor Yuan Jing became more and more gloomy. How did he get the medicine? Wei Yuan is still a faint treasure. It was given by Chu Kaiwei of C.T. Anjian. Emperor Yuan Jing pondered for a few seconds. Nod slowly. The knighthood is withdrawn. Another gong. Su Qian has always been a witness. Wei Yuan nodded quietly. Replied, Sure. Su Qian received a summons. Arrived at the palace at $5. Jin Yulin is behind Yan Ming. Let him enter the palace. Su Qian hurried up to meet him. Wei Gong. His Majesty Wei Yuanhan Shoudao summoned you to guard the case of concubine Fu. There is also the matter of knighthood. Removed Su Qian complained in his heart. It's really withdrawn. It's been 3 days since this message was sent. This can also be withdrawn. He followed Wei Yuan to the imperial study. But Emperor Yuan Jing was not there. Then I learned from the old eunuch. Emperor Yuan Jing went to Lingbao Pass. Meditate with the national teacher. I didn't come back until late afternoon. An hour later, Emperor Yuan Jing ended his meditation. The energetic Emperor Yuan Jing opened his eyes. Sighed again. When will I be able to form a golden pill? Luo Yuheng, whose appearance was overwhelming, closed his eyes. The sound is pleasant and magnetic. When will your Majesty be able to let go of government affairs? Concentrate on the Tao. Stunned is just around the corner. Emperor Yuan Jing stared at the beautiful Dao Gu in front of him. He has gorgeous facial features. There is a seductive phantom. He sighed again. In fact, you only need double cultivation to go further. It's just that even if he is the king of a country, it is also impossible to force the human sect to get it. Not to mention that the other party is a second-grade master, even if force can be suppressed. However, the trend of double cultivation requires the cooperation of 2 people's minds. Can't force it. Emperor Jing put away his dirty thoughts. He opened his mouth and asked when the national teacher would be able to enter the first product. Luo Yuheng did not answer. He just shook his head slowly. Emperor Yuan Jing sighed helplessly. Jinjin's mind is really getting more and more incomprehensible. On that day, I asked him for a fetal pill. He didn't expect anyone to know today. A little gong all. You can enjoy this elixir. Luo Yuheng opened his eyes. Asked curiously. Emperor Gong Yuan Jing slowly got up. This person is not worth mentioning. I went back to the palace first. Come back tomorrow to meditate with the national teacher. Misled him into driving back to the palace. Received the news that Su Qian was waiting in the imperial study. Su Qian said loudly and humbly to see His Majesty. Emperor Yuan Jing didn't even look at him. He went straight to the prison and sat down. Straightforwardly said the other day, concubine Fu fell to her death. There is something else behind this case. I give you 3 days to get to the bottom of the case. Speaking of which, the sharpness in his eyes sharpened a little. Keep an eye on Su Qian, otherwise he will be severely punished. Su Qian heard this. Suddenly, there was a wave of annoyance. If it weren't for the fact that your old man was the emperor, Lao Tzu compares with you. Come to think of it, Su Qian shouted and asked His Majesty to give him death. Emperor Yuan Jing choked. He didn't expect Su Qian to reply like this. The voice grew deeper and deeper. Su Qian, you think I won't kill you? Of course, Su Qian will not continue to contradict His Majesty. Forgive sins and humble duties in Yunzhou to protect the governor. Killed more than 200 enemies in a land battle with the rebels. Humble in Yunzhou. Cracked the case of collusion with the witch god doctrine by the political envoy Song Chongfu. Huan Du commanded Yang Chuanin to be innocent. All of the above. The danger is insignificant. Humble positions will never be offered to ask for credit. As for the funeral bow case and the Pingyang County main case, the lowly duty has long been forgotten. Never repeat the same thing. It's just a big loss of vitality. When I woke up, I often had headaches. I really can't afford to worry about your Majesty. Emperor Yuan Jing stared at him. I couldn't say anything cruel for a while. This little gong, deliberately pulling a whole bunch of cases, to highlight their own merits. Consolidate the position of your own heroes first, and then prevaricate with physical discomfort. Has already been deeply aware of the skills of the court's official words. Wei Yuan immediately said to your Majesty, Su Qian is just a gong, no matter how capable it is. But the spirit is severely depleted. Naturally, his life and death are not to be hoped for. But the case was delayed, so that concubine, Fu, can't settle her grievances. That's the big thing. There was a pause. He looked at Su Qian and said, "Go back and recuperate with peace of mind. Your Majesty will not send Eben." Emperor Yuan Jing's face suddenly darkened. The emperor does not dismantle the urban. This Yuan Ming is just taking some of himself. He briefly made Chun Yin and Su Qian. Si Tianjin's prescription for recuperating his mind is as much as he wants. There is no shortage of panacea for the leadership officer. You are not feeling well. I can reward you with a few pills. I also remember your contributions in Yunzhou. I intend to make you a viscount. The emperor's grace is immense. Don't let it down. Su Qian saw that the cemetery was knocked down so easily. I also laughed and thanked your Majesty Lanjian. Your Majesty is wise and martial. Emperor Yuan Jing sweated slightly. I want to get the truth of the case as soon as possible. Su Qian immediately farts in the service. Humble and dedicated. Dead and gone. Seeing the little gong pass away like this, Emperor Yuan Jing felt a little more comfortable. Faintly waved away the crowd. Su Qian and Wei Yuan left the imperial study side by side. Walk in the empty square. Wei Yuan squinted and said with a smile. Su Qian immediately said that he had learned to be a horse. The truth that Wei Yuan wanted to teach him was very simple. Emperors are also human. The emperor also had weaknesses. It is also bound by rules. It's not about doing whatever you want. At the same time, the emperor is not omnipotent. The emperor also had a demand. As long as you have what he needs, there's a lot of room to maneuver. For example, this time, the 3 law divisions push the tail up and down. Delay the prospect of the case. What can the earth do? At best, it's a punishment, but it is impossible to actually dismiss or behead an official. And against such a background, Lien Po erected a big case, offended many officials. He is an excellent candidate for investigation. Since the emperor wants to use you, then it is reasonable to fight for your own interests. Is a necessary operation, and once became a viscount. Make some symbolic efforts yourself. But because of lack of ability, no. It makes sense to be able to solve the case. After all, I'm not an immortal. Of course, at that time, Emperor Yuan Jingdi's anger was predictable. But despise me as a viscount. At best, some punishment. What a rod! Or fines, or even demotion. It doesn't matter. But knighthood is not something that can be deprived of it. The title is a means for the imperial court to win people's hearts. Only those who have made great achievements can be awarded. The conditions for the corresponding deprivation of titles were also harsh. It is by no means that the emperor says to deprive and deprive. Otherwise, the knighthood would be too cheap. How this convinces the public. As for whether Emperor Yuan Jing will repay his debts, the king of a country, it's not that scoundrel. Even if Emperor Yuan Jing wanted to repay the debt, I can drag the case out of the story. After all, there is a plan. There are countermeasures under it. Suddenly, behind them came the screams of the spies. Lord Su. Please stay. Su Qian and Wei Yuan stop and look back. It was found that the person who came was the old eunuch beside Emperor Yuan Jing, trying to catch up, holding a gold medal in his hand. This is a gold medal from His Majesty. Lord Su can enter the palace at any time to investigate the case. However, it is necessary to be accompanied by an errand in the palace. Su Qian took it. I weighed it in. The heart said that it was very weighty. This gold medal is different from the gold medals he has received before. There is an extra inner word on the front of the gold medal. It is a gold medal that allows you to walk inside the imperial palace. Su Qian smiled and said with a smile, "Annoying father-in-law. Your Majesty is mighty. This official will start investigating the case today. Please send an errand boy with me." The smile on the old eunuch's face suddenly became a little thicker. Let's ask more. Master Su is going to check where to start. Su Qian grinned. I'm worried about how to get to the watch. Isn't this the time to come? He smiled and said, let's start with Princess Linen. This side of Xiaoying Garden. Linen sat in the pavilion in the back garden. Every now and then I sigh. He thought that if Huiqing encountered this kind of thing, it will definitely be incredibly strong. The table has to admit, he's the kind of woman who won't be knocked down by anything. Table thought again. The prince's brother would definitely not do such a thing. But who will frame him? The words of the prince's brother who were deposed. Who has the most power? This thought suddenly flashed in Lin An's heart. Could it be the brother of the fourth Prince Huiqing? So who are his comrades? Empress Huiqing. The more you think about it, the more confusing it becomes. Finally, it would be nice if he was still around. I must be able to solve the case by shrinking it. It's a pity he's gone. At this time, a guard with a knife rushed to his feet. His Royal Highness Gong Su Qian asked to see him. He was waiting in the front yard. Lin An's reaction was like being knocked with a stick. I stopped for about 3 or 4 seconds. He suddenly got to his feet. Beautiful eyes stared at the guard. What did you say? The guard repeated the gong and asked for an audience. Lin was furious like never before. Fight to draw the guard's saber. Gritted his teeth and said dog things. Even you dare to play with Honggu. The crown prince has not been deposed yet. The guard's urine was about to come out. Hurriedly said that it really is. Su Gongzi was in the front yard. Your Highness will find out when you go and take a look. Linen's hand holding the knife trembled. It was still for a few seconds. Then he turned around. Carrying a knife, he rushed to the front yard. The guards were about to cry. If you lose this knife, my life is gone. But she couldn't stop the princess in a rage. I can only follow all the way. And Su Qian, who was waiting in the front yard. I first found the red-clothed watch. I saw her menacing posture with a knife in battle. I was immediately taken aback. The heart said that I finally managed to break out of the ghost gate. Annie, you're going to send me back. She hurriedly hid behind the rockery. Linen carried a knife and looked left and right in the front yard. I didn't see the familiar figure at all. Roared Su Qian. Where is Su Qian on an errand? The eunuchs were also frightened. He didn't even realize what was happening. Almost subconsciously, he pointed to the rockery. His Royal Highness Lord Su is behind the rockery. Lin An's peach blossom eyes lit up instantly. Yin walked to the back of the rockery expectantly. Sure enough, I saw that Su Qian. He was stunned for a moment. The man in front of him is masculine and handsome. Eyebrows flying. The eyes are bright. The nose is high. The lip line is as good as it can be. He is really Su Qian. Followed by Lin was surrounded by 2 wire dolls in Su Qian's hands. Attracted at that time, 1 man and 1 woman. Su Qian coughed. Manipulating the parrot general, His Royal Highness Chun Xingdao. Humble returned from Korean plastic surgery. Then he changed to the voice of a spy. Manipulating the woman. Where is Korea? The parrot general said that it was Yunzhou. The lowly position is wrong. The woman said, didn't you die in Yunzhou? The parrot general apologized and said that he was dead. But the humble heart is thinking of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Touched Lord Yama. And he was put back. The woman said shyly, oops. You hate it to death. Linen found it interesting. Poof laughed. Then I felt a chill on my face. Unconsciously, tears rolled down her cheeks. And hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Feel ashamed. Hurriedly turned around. Shamefully explained that the wind was a little strong today. Rolled up in the sand and lost my eyes. As a lively and coquettish girl, she actually eats this set very much. And because of the lack of emotional experience, the level of identifying scumbags is very poor. So there is a scumbag smell all over the body. Of course, Su Qian feels that he is definitely not a scumbag. Su Qian smiled strangely. How the sand only fascinates the eyes of the princess. Could it be because the princess was born beautiful? Linen, who was exposed, angrily said dog minion. Su Qian put away his smiling expression. Serious and humble duties are not dog slaves. The table choked and said that you are a dog slave dog. Slave Su Qian. Su Qian subconsciously said linen on the dog day. Princess Linen didn't know that day was a verb. Asked with a red face. "Da, what Su Qian intends to fool the past." "It's nothing." But Linen was obviously not as stupid as he thought. Said with a straight face, "You just scolded this palace." Su Qian replied, "Seriously, no. That is my deepest hope for the princess." Come out from behind the rockery. The watch returned the knife to the guard. Led Su Qian into the hall. After taking his seat, Su Qian waved his hand and said to the little father-in-law, "You step back first. The official and the princess have a secret room to discuss." The little eunuch hesitated, looked at Princess Linen. I saw that the willow eyebrows on the table were upside down. The equator is rolling. This palace has something to say to Lord Su. It's your turn to listen. Believe it or not, drag you out with a rod and rebuke 100. The little eunuch had no choice but to retire. But he didn't go either. Obediently guard the door. At this time, the watch asks how he is following you. "How did you come back alive? Didn't Huiqing say you died?" Su Qian said as he ate the pastry. "He's here to spy on the lowly office. As for how to live, that's a long story." He told Princess Lin and about the Yunzhou case. Slightly adapted. Of course, the adaptation is not a random editing. So, Su Qian only embellished and highlighted his role. Reduces the presence of other people. Lina likes to listen to books the most. Begin to relish it. Gradually immersive. I also applauded loudly when I heard the highlights. Su Qian glanced at the princess quietly. His Highness's breasts. Inevitably, there will be some disappointment. Linen compared to her eldest sister. There are still some gaps. A woman who can't put the table under pressure. Neither are good women. At this time, the table said that he was worthy of being the person who was favored by the palace. Hongo first saw you. Know that you are not a thing of the pool. And Su wife and complained in her heart. Even if it's not as scary as Huiqing's. But raise it with your own hands. Seems pretty good too. After blowing, Su Qian remembered the matter. By the way, I entered the palace this time. It was at the behest of His Majesty that the case of concubine Fu was thoroughly investigated. The eyes of the table suddenly shine brightly. Zizizi Dao Bengong knows. When you come back, you will be able to clear your grievances for the prince's brother. Su Qian said sincerely, "I will always be a cow and a horse for the princess." Brushed a wave of Linen's favorability. Su Qian asked again, and there were a few questions he wanted to ask the princess. How does concubine Fu look? Linen thought about it, and it was naturally extremely beautiful. Su Qian sighed in his heart. Emperor Yuanjing is really a tyrannical thing. He asked again if the prince was lustful. Of course, Lin An's veto is not lustful, except for the crown princess. The side concubines and concubines of the prince's elder brother and concubines, as well as concubines and so on. That adds up to 16 people. Su Qian was speechless. The heart said that I am really a good man. A good man is me. À manger lui. He discarded ideas that were out of tune, asked if there was a precedent for drunken trouble. Linen shook his head. Su Qian asked what kind of wine he was drinking. Linen thought for a moment. Answered the 100 days of spring. Wine that nourishes the kidneys and strengthens the young. It was sent to my mother by the queen. You said he didn't frame it. Su Qian pondered for a moment. Organize the clues provided by Lin and in your mind. Not long after, Su Qian said firmly, I understand. Linen is very happy you understand something. Su Ningyan, have you solved the case? This side of the Su mansion. Su Erlang, who was exhausted, did not return to the academy immediately. Today is February 10th. In 5 days, it will be Spring Thunder. There is no need to go back to the academy at all. Stay at home these days. Just wait for the imperial examination to come. At this time, the porter Lao Zhang hurriedly ran in Erlang. There was a monk outside the door, calling himself Hing Yuan. I want to see you. Su Erlang frowned. It sounds familiar, but I can't remember. The porter Lao Zhang added, and he also said that he is an acquaintance with you. Su Erlang turned around and left. I don't want to pay more attention to Su's seeing us. Our family has the Bai family to do things. Prepare some copper coins to send away. I'm going back to my room to rest. The old man of the scholar took a bag of silver. Get out of the house. Hand the silver to the burly, middle-aged monk. There is no need to do things in the master's house. Please come back. Master Hing Yuan honestly took the silver. He said lightly, poor monks are not here to change their fate. Is it true that the second son of the house does not see the poor monk? He said to himself, what happened to number 3? Although I have never met, but the grace of helping each other repeatedly, and the affection of his cousin Su Qian. You should see it anyway. Let yourself go in to see Lord Su for the last time. Could it be? He may feel that his identity is still a secret. I felt that the poor monk did not realize his true identity. So pretending not to know, Monk Hing Yuan stepped aside. He pulled out the fragment of the handing book from his bosom to refer to the pen, preaching the Golden Lotus Tao Chief. Can you block the rest for me? I have something to say to number 3, in this side of the palace. The table mistakenly thought that Su Qian had solved the case. Su Qian sneered in his heart and understood. Your prince's brother is a womanizer. But these words must never be spoken. Su Qian shook his head and said, is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wronged? It's too early to tell. After speaking, I added a sentence in my heart. The so-called drunken promiscuity. If a man drinks too much, he is prone to prostitution. Will do things that you don't usually dare to do. If it's really like what Lennon described, the prince has always been conscientious. Skate on thin ice. The more depressed it is, the more ferocious the outburst after getting drunk. Suddenly, Su Weifan asked, why would His Highness think? It was the 4 princes and the Empress who framed the crown prince. He was puzzled. The 4th prince is Huaiqing's brother. It's all touched by the queen. Although the 4th prince is not the eldest son, but he is a son-in-law. It stands to reason. How can it be more justified than Lin An's brother? But because of the fight for the country 200 years ago, it is still written in history. Become a Daebon, a strong stroke in the hearts of readers. There is a psychological shadow for the struggle for the national capital. Therefore, Emperor Yuanjing's eldest son is the crown prince. There's nothing wrong with that. The table snorted coldly. Of course, the queen wants the 4th prince to be the crown prince. I'll tell you, among the princes and brothers, the 4 princes and the prince's brother are most concerned about state affairs. If the 4 princes didn't want to be the crown prince, would be so enthusiastic. In front of the surface of the table, Su Qian did not shy away from suspicion. In the case of a sister-in-law, His Majesty's eldest son is indeed not very decent. The table proudly raised down the river. Because my mother was the most favored back then, also the most beautiful, Su Qian thought, according to what I saw at the ancestor worship ceremony. Obviously, the queen is better than Chen Guifei. That temperament, that look, if the queen is 20 years younger. I'm afraid that the appearance is better than Lin and Huaiqing. However, being favored is not based on appearance alone. There are many other factors, such as personality or wrist. For example, techniques such as swallowing and spitting. In short, the factors are complex. But Emperor Yuanjing doesn't like the queen so much, and a firstborn son was appointed as the crown prince. Seeing Su Qian, he was silent. The table was suddenly a little vigilant. You said, will there be Huaiqing secretly manipulating behind this matter? Su Qian asked rhetorically. What if so? The table first raised his eyebrows, like a majestic little hen. The next moment it was deflated again. Frowning, the aggrieved Dao Binging still has to admit it. Huaiqing is scheming. Despicable and shameless. I can't fight him. Su Qian was happy when he heard this. I can admit it in front of me. Can't fight the old enemy Huaiqing. It shows that Her Royal Highness the Princess trusts me more and more. But at this moment, he suddenly palpitated. I knew that someone in the Uncle Emperor's chat group was running away. Su Qian got up and left the hall. Your Highness, wait a moment. I'm going to go to the latrine. Went to the latrine. Su Qian took out the bathroom path. View the content of the transfer. Heng Yuan said that the Golden Lotus Dao Chief. Can you block someone else for me? I have something to say to number 3. Su Qian frowned slightly. What do Heng Yuan want me to do? The council members see the herald of number 6. Moods vary. Number 4 thought to himself. The Gong named Su Qian had just died in the line of duty. Heng Yuan talked to number 3 secretly. It seems that he has guessed the true identity of number 3 as well. Number 2 Li Miaojin saw this biography. I feel a little sad in my heart. They all thought that number 3 was Su Qian's cousin. In fact, number 3 is himself. And he has already died in Yunzhou. There will be no more number 3 in the Heaven and Earth Society. Number 1 did not express an opinion. Number 5 didn't think about it that much at all. Glanced at the content of the transmission. He threw aside the fragments of the handbook. Daoist Jin Lian replied as soon as possible. Li Miaojin was stunned. And then suddenly, the Golden Lotus Daoist is probably going to do it in private. And the number 6 explains this. After all, in the Heaven and Earth Society, the Golden Lotus Daoist is the only one who knows the identity of everyone. Su Qian waited for a few seconds. I saw a constant transmission from the bathroom path. Number 3, I want to see Lord Su for the last time. Su Qian looked at you a little speechlessly. See you. Send me a message to do something. By the way, Heng Yuan didn't know that I was resurrected. Su Qian replied thoughtfully. He has been resurrected. If you want to see him, you can go to the Gengren Yamen. Heng Yuan was instantly ecstatic. Really, no wonder you won't see me. The poor monk even resented it. Sins. Lord Su is a good person. Good people will be rewarded. Ba. The poor monk was overjoyed. I was overjoyed. Su Qian's resurrection of his cousin. The clip is told to Heng Yuan. Guru, my cousin was in Yunzhou when his life hung by a thread. Ate the rebirth pill given by Miss Kaiwei of Tianjin. It just so happens that the effect of the drug is onset. Created the illusion of death. In fact, it broke out of the cocoon and became a butterfly, giving birth to a new body. That's right, Master. I don't want my identity to be revealed. I hope we meet by chance in the future. We can meet and smile. Good? Heng Yuan did not doubt a word of these words. I readily agreed. The poor monk knows. And Su Qian held back a smile. The heart said you should smile at Jiro. Sorry, Master. I didn't have a choice before. Now I don't want to die socially anymore. Put away the fragments of the handing book. Su Qian returned to the hall. Biao complained that he was finally willing to come back. How did you go for so long? Su Qian casually explained that he was thinking about the case just now. Thinking about it makes me obsessed. Your Highness, I'm going to take a look at Concubine Fu's body. Do you go later? They came to the ice cellar of the palace. Concubine Fu's body is stored here. Look at Emperor Yuan Jing's posture. The case was not clarified. It is difficult for Concubine Fu to enter the ground. At this time, the watch slowly shuddered. Tighten the brocade popball factory. Su Qian was afraid that she would be infected with the wind and cold. The princess might as well wait outside. The table shook his head stubbornly. I don't have to. I want to be a part of it. Do something for the prince's brother. Su Qian didn't dissuade him again. Tell the little eunuch to pick up the white cloth. Then take advantage of the fact that no one is looking. Su Qian's hand touched linen lightly. Table on the outskirts of a stiff. Then his face turned red. And then Su Qian was much bolder. Grab the watch directly with your hand. The table subconsciously has to be thrown off, but only at the level of consciousness. There is no movement on the surface. The next moment, a warm air stream poured in from the palm of the watch. It flows along the lotus root wall, warmed the limbs and bones. The cold of the ice cellar is dispelled. Then, there was a deep voice in the ears of the dog minion. Your Highness, the ice cellar is bitterly cold. If you don't go, that humble duty can only be investigated in this way, although it is a first-class key. But compared to the body of His Highness's daughter, it's not worth mentioning at all. Cousins like to listen to sweet words. Now I'm even more shy. He looked at the two eunuchs in front of him with a weak heart. I breathed a sigh of relief, then approached Su Qian quietly. The view is blocked by the use of a large and spacious field. Cover your own gripping hand. And then it was like nobody. Stand still in silence. I don't know what to think. And Su Qian is happy to bloom Maya. The princess's little hands are so soft and smooth. At this time, the little eunuch lifted the white cloth. He bowed his head and bowed his head. At the same time, he opened Su Qian's hand. Step aside. Su Qian coughed dryly and walked to the corpse, looking at the concubine who had encountered an accident. This is a beautiful woman, although the pale face damaged her countenance. But the facial features are quite gorgeous. Figure, floating too. Su Qian reached out to untie concubine Fu's clothes, but he was immediately stopped by the little eunuch. He shook his head in horror, and Lord Su couldn't. Su Qian scolded, and sure enough, it still didn't work. I'd like to dissect him. He looked at the eunuch who was guarding the ice cellar. Show me the autopsy and the dossier. After the eunuch answered, immediately leave the bed. So he took the grid wood and handed it to Su Qian. Su Qian glanced at it briefly. No traces of rape were found. There are parent-child bruises on the wrists and arms. At this time, the clothes are disheveled. There is the phenomenon of being torn apart by violence. At this point, the hair is messy. Characteristics of load resistance to violence. Su Qian continued to look down. An inconspicuous record caught his attention. At this time, the face is facing the sky. Generally speaking, a person who commits suicide by jumping off a building is by jumping into the ground. Those in the TV series who face the masses, jumping back with bells and whistles. It's actually not very common. Therefore, the person who fell from the building died with his back to the sky and the ground. Of course, if it's a high-rise building, during the fall of the human body, affected by air resistance and wind, it's going to flip. But the attic where Fu Fei fell, according to the dossier, it is 2.5 stories high. So what is the posture when jumping off a building? Falling to the ground is probably what it is. Posture Su, wife, and frowned slightly, was pushed down by the crown prince. This is related to Fu Fei's reluctance to be humiliated. The judgment of jumping to his death does not match, since the prince wants to taste his father's exclusive violence. That doesn't make sense to push people downstairs. But it is not excluded that anger is not excluded. Violent tendencies when intoxicated. Come to think of it, Su Qian once again stretched out his hand to concubine Fu's corpse. The little eunuch once again spoke out to stop Lord Su. Do not disturb the body of concubine Fu. This is His Majesty's concubine. Even if dead, nor can a courtier desecrate a corpse. Su Qian turned around and gave him a kick. It's so crooked. Look at Lao Tzu's order to investigate the case. This is not allowed to be touched. That is not allowed to be touched. You tell me about a chicken. The little eunuch was kicked, slumped on the ground, but he didn't dare to say anything more. It's just that the shame on his face is becoming more and more obvious. Secretly thinking in his heart, what is not enough for outsiders? Reflection. Su Qian held up the back of Fu Fei's neck, touched the back of his head, in accordance with the structure of the human body. If you fall from the building on your back, the first to come into contact with the ground are the head and shoulder blades. Then there's the most protruding buttocks. It's a pity that it's the emperor's woman. You can't take off your clothes. It is not possible to inspect the flesh of the buttocks for damage. This can only be confirmed by touch. Su Qian confirmed. It was indeed a fall from his back. This precludes someone fiddling with Fu Fei's body after the fact. Camouflage the scene is possible. The table immediately asked what you had discovered. Su Qian informed the table of his findings and ideas. In fact, it was also said to the little eunuch who supervised him. The table immediately extracts the core content. That is to say, Fu Fei did not jump off the building and die by himself. Su Qian admired Princess Dao's extreme intelligence. Very human. Your Highness, it's getting late. Let's check it out here today. I'll come back tomorrow. It's a moment in the middle of now. Convert to the current words. It was 3:15 p.m. Su Qi was thinking with peace of mind. Emperor Yuan Jing did not pay Lao Tzu overtime. The child went to Golin after work to listen. Isn't he fragrant? What is the most fascinating thing in the world? Rights, of course, but mortals have a limited lifespan. But dozens of cold in summer, even with power in hand. What about overlooking the four seas? In the end, it is still time to lose. Turn it to a handful of lusts. Only the ninth immortal is the most desirable, because it means that you can always hold power. At this moment, Emperor Yuan Jing was sitting in the palace studying the Taoist scriptures. It's a pleasure to watch, compared to the boring twists and turns in government affairs that can never be dealt with. This Taoist scripture containing immortal wisdom in his hand is in his hand. It made Emperor Yuan Jing yearn for an indulgence. At this time, the great eunuch said. Su Qian left the palace. Emperor Yuan Jing pondered for a moment. What did he do with the palace today? The old eunuch immediately went to summon the little eunuch. Took him into the dormitory. The little eunuch bowed his head. Bowing down, Emperor Yuan Jing sat in a lazy posture. Fluttered a glance at the little eunuch. Dao Su Qian has done something. There may be progress on the merits. The old eunuch immediately said. You will explain to your majesty 1510. The little eunuch bowed his head. Road. Su Gongzi first went to Princess Linen's Shaoyin courtyard. The two talked for a long time behind the rockery. When she came out, Princess Linen's eyes were red. Seems to have just cried. Hear, hear. Emperor Yuan Jing frowned. Interrupt them to sit behind the rockery. The old eunuch glanced at Emperor Yuan Jing's expression. I know that His Majesty is displeased. The princess and Su Tongluo went behind the secluded rockery. It's really reverie. The old eunuch immediately scolded. Let's be honest. The little eunuch hurriedly explained tremblingly. It was because Princess Linen came out with a knife at that time. As soon as Su Tonggong saw it, he hid behind the rockery. Or the slave told Her Royal Highness the princess. Su Tongluo hid in a rockery. The old eunuch immediately looked at Emperor Yuan Jing. Seeing that the light in His Majesty's eyes has subsided, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Continue to talk about the little eunuch also. Breathe a sigh of relief. The tone was much calmer. Then Lord Su and the princess entered the hall. The minions were kicked out. His Royal Highness and Lord Su talked in the hall for 2/4 of an hour. The minions didn't know what was going on. Speaking of which, the little eunuch euphemistically expressed his grievances. Minions are not dereliction of duty. It's just that Lord Su's attitude is too strong. After speaking, he carefully glanced at the actor out of the corner of his eye. Emperor Jing just let him down. Emperor Yuan Jing didn't have any expression. The little eunuch had no choice but to continue. Then Lord Su took the minions and Princess Linen. Went to see the body of concubine Fu. Process. Lord Su wanted to touch the body of concubine Fu. The minions tried their best to stop it, but it didn't work out. I also kicked him. Or how to say that the little ghost is difficult. That little eunuch kept it firmly in his heart. Just wait for Su Qian to give Su Qian some medicine at this time. Sure enough, Emperor Yuan Jing frowned when he heard this. The old eunuch asked how it was in place of the master. The little eunuch replied that he had repeatedly touched it for a long time. Then he left. However, Lord Su said to Princess Linen, "Concubine Fu's death order is strange." Emperor Yuan Jing spoke again with a calm face, leaning forward slightly, staring at the little eunuch. "There is something else going on." The little eunuch replied truthfully. Lord Su said that a normal fall from a building should be face down, instead of facing down. But concubine Fu did die with her back down. Most likely, someone pushed him down. Squinting prospectively, someone pushed down and fell to his death. He groaned for a long time. He waved off the little eunuch. The old eunuch smiled charmingly. This Su Qian really deserves his reputation. Sanfa Temple was helpless for many days. As soon as he arrived, he immediately found out. The time to solve the case is just around the corner. Emperor Yuan Jing snorted coldly, and the Sanfa Temple didn't know how to handle the case. "I just don't want to do it." However, Su Qian does have some skills. After a pause, Emperor Yuan Jing passed on my message again. Let the cabinet draft the edict. Restart Su Qi. At the time of the knighthood, the old eunuch was ordered to leave the dormitory. Didn't go to the cabinet immediately. Instead, he was found to supervise Su Qian's case. The little eunuch immediately slapped him. The little eunuch covered his face aggrievedly. It's just that the old lady is watching and not seeing. It's about when it's time to be extremely stingy. "You're still playing tricks on me. Do you think your majesty can't hear it? I didn't know that I had just walked away from the Ghost Gate. Let you supervise Su Qian. You just supervise well. Don't add the 4 emperors. The people he came into contact with in the harem. Things to do. It all involves concubines and princesses, as well as princes. You can't have the slightest bit of bias and perception. Otherwise it is wisdom. The emperor and your excellency will kick you out. It's for your own good. I really listened to things that I shouldn't have heard. The day of the robbery. That's when your head hits the ground." The little eunuch was stunned at first. After a few seconds, he figured it out. His face turned pale. A layer of cold sweat soaks out of the back. The grudge against Su Qian's kick disappeared. He immediately said he understood. The old eunuch just snorted coldly. Didn't do it again. At dusk, Su Qian sat on the horse vest. The little mare of love is trotting and clattering. He squinted, facing the orange sun. Humming briskly in his mouth, he walked the way of the world. It is the flag of the pinnacle that is carried. Do not prostitute or be greedy, and be a good official. The people have you in their hearts. The little mare entered the alley of the Jiaofeng division. Su Qian turned over and dismounted. Throw the reins to the Tsing Yishao Si who was guarding the mouth of the alley. By the way, I threw a grain of broken silver. But when he enters the shadow, plum brother. The gate was closed. It's closed. Su Qian glanced at the afterglow by the stream. The heart says this time point. The temple is open. He raised his hand and knocked on the courtyard door of Brother Ingmei. It wasn't long before footsteps could be heard inside. After that the door opened. The Tsing Yixiaosi inside said Brother Ingmei, "We do not accept drinkers. People still go to other courtyards." Tsing Yixiaosi screamed before she finished speaking, because he saw the dead Su Qian. Hell in broad daylight. He was scared to pee. Su Qian saw that he was going to run. Grabbed him by the collar. "Don't yell at anything." As he spoke, his other hand was raised. Papa gave him 2 smacks. "I'm still alive." The slap in this level is not hot. Feel the hot touch. Tsing Yixiaosi believes that Su Qian in front of her is a living person. It's just strange how he looks so different. Also wears a mink cap. Tsing Yi Silk, who reacted, hurriedly brushed up on his master's goodwill. "You're back." Fuxiang Nyangzi washes her face with tears every day. The number of people has been greatly reduced. I immediately went to inform him. "Say you're back." As he spoke, he was about to run back. Su Qian hurriedly shouted to stop him. "Wait first. You tell him you're coming. Ask him if he can't come out to accompany the drink." The little foreign Tsing, he hurriedly entered the depths of the courtyard. Standing in the courtyard outside Fuxiang's bedroom, shouted the lady. There are guests coming. Ask if you can go out to accompany the drink. Floating Incense did not answer. There was the sound of the maid scolding in the room. The lady is unwell. Do not accompany the wine who let you open the door. Da Pa still doesn't want it. Su Qian, who was outside the hospital, coughed and let out a fragrant sound. The lady doesn't accompany the guests. Then I'm gone. The room slammed in. Then came the sound of Floating Incense trembling. Su Qian, who was outside Su Lang's courtyard, shouted with a smile, "It's me." Then there was the sound of ping-pong in the room. It seems to have knocked over something. Then came the exclamation of the maid. Slowed down the next moment. The door opened, wearing a long white dress. The scent of jet black hair casually spreads. Shoved open the door violently. Rushed out. One man stood under the eaves. One person stood in the courtyard. The picture seems to freeze. Su Weifan was helpless and said coldly, "When I went back to the house, I let out a wail. Tears poured out of my eyes." Then he pounced on Su with all his might. Qian cried bitterly in his arms. Su Qian entered the shadow Plum Brother, drinking the wine in the temple, explained the ins and outs of his epiphytes to Fuka. Fuxiang sat on the edge of the bed, revealing a long, white python-like leg. There is a bruise on the fair skin on the calf. The maid helped apply the ointment. This is just running too fast and bumping. Fuka's mood right now is complicated. As long as I think of Su Qian's death, his heart was still empty. Su Qian naturally saw his little caution. With a grin, "I know you don't feel real right now. I'll be true to you in a moment." When the sun has completely set, a column of maids brought in a table full of food. The two sat at the table and drank. The topic is casual. There is no theme. Fu Xiang took a sip of wine, smiled and said that in fact the capital Rulin. Many scholars admire Su Lang very much. Yesterday, the maid came from the mouth of the priest of the teaching workshop. "Hear about your death." The reader sighed. It is said that Tianju S. Su Ningyan is absolute. The future of the great teacher's altar. Su Weifan pinched the wine glass. Speaking of which, I was alone in the face of thousands of rebels. On the occasion of the catastrophe, I did write a poem. The fragrance is sparkling. I am looking forward to the constellation of the Dao new family who wants to hear Su Lang. Su Qian coughed dryly. I always feel a little ashamed to be a super worker. I am indeed an upright man. Think about it. But there is no ambiguity when it is time to pretend. He made his temperament calm. Slowly, the young man is chivalrous and clean, and he is a 5-derome. Hepatobiliary hair cowardice. Litan died. The raw pupil weighs 1,000 pounds. Fuxiang looked at him stupidly. The water in his eyes. Charming and blurry. Savor the word in my heart, although it is a mutilated word. But the mind flashed to him, facing thousands of rebels. The picture of seeing death as if it were home. He became more and more obsessed with this man. Don't extricate yourself. Su Qian reminded to say goodbye to patronizing. I'll tell you in a daze. He has a purpose. Floating Incense comes back to the senses. With a blank look, Su Qian said, "Help me spread the word. The Department of Workshops is best placed to publicize these glorious deeds." He thought to himself, Governor Zhang was not in the top of the recital. Add his words. It's just confusing. Get the officialdom and Confucianism in the capital. I haven't read my good books until now. Floating Incense, though, puzzled. But I still managed to hold on. Dinner is over. The maid boiled hot water. Prepare to serve Su Dagwan to bathe. Su Qian sent the maid away. Lu Fuxiang was alone in the house. The maid looked at Su Qian stunned. After suppressing the doubts in his heart, he retreated. Su Qian took off his clothes. Step behind the screen. Lie down in a boiled tub. There was a long snort in comfort. At this time, the floating incense is draped in tulle. He walked in with a shy face, although not once or twice. But when facing Su Lang, that sweet feeling really can't be suppressed. He stepped into the tub, laughing. The slave family serves you to bathe. Su Qian suddenly thought of something. Touch the mink hat on top of your head. I guess don't get your wig wet. That's not good. Blow dry, and he ripped off the mink hat from his head. A large bear egg was revealed. But just as he put down his mink hat, only to find that Fu Xiang was covering his face. Her delicate body trembled. Su Qian cast a puzzled look. Unexpectedly, Fu Xiang couldn't hold back her laughter. Covering his mouth, he smiled and trembled. Su Qian is speechless. What's so funny about that? I'm bald, though, but I've also gotten stronger. Then he sighed again. Then a wave of malice grew in my heart. Next up is the paid content. If you don't like it, skip it. The next day, Su Qian was under the costume of the Oran lady. Get dressed. Say goodbye to the fragrance of reluctance, but deep, dark circles. The maids of the Shadow Plum Pavilion looked at Su Qian's back. Step through the discharge door. Whispering, Su Gongzi is too powerful. I think it's time to change the bed in the ladies' room. Yes, he's going to fall apart as soon as he sits down now. It's really hard work. Go to boil the water, and the lady wants to bathe. Prepare some loquat paste in addition. The lady's voice was hoarse. Su Qian left the Shadow Plum Pavilion. Walk in the direction of the stable. The spring is cold. The oncoming cold snap cheered Su Qian's spirits. Suddenly, I stepped on a hard bump under my feet. Looked down. The discovery was a purse. Su Qian was a little pleased. After stepping into the god, refining realm. Did it upgrade directly to picking up purses? But when he was going to take it into his arms, suddenly, I was stunned. This purse is exactly the same as the purse hanging from my waist. The stitches are fine. The embroidery is a pine and cypress. It was sewn by Sister Lingyue's stitches and threads. At the same time as the thought came to mind, Su Qian saw the direction of the stable. A young man dressed in a shirt hurriedly came. The young man had red lips and white teeth. Handsome facial features. Perfectly inherited his mother's excellent genes. Erlang Su Qi said with peace of mind, I really didn't expect that. I originally thought it was the second uncle. The corners of Su Qian's mouth twitched. Dryly raised his hand to say hello. Su Erlang looked at him. Lips moved, but he didn't speak. The brothers looked at each other in silence for a moment. Su Qian took the initiative to break the embarrassing atmosphere. Return the purse to Jiro. If you look closer, I'm glad I found the purse. The brothers couldn't find a topic for a while. At the same time, he tacitly spoke. Yesterday with my classmates. Yesterday with colleagues. Su Qian looked back at the alley of the Jiafangxi. Squinted gaze. Little brother. Fellow classmates Su Xingyan looked ahead. Lightly said colleagues. The brothers were out of topic again. Shoulder to shoulder, went to the stable. Riding out of the sect division. At this time, Su Qian remembered that he had been released from prison and went home. Su Xingyan is like a long night because of the large portions. And social death. Shame pretending to be unconscious. Look at the present. Was bumped into by himself on the spot in the teaching workshop division, and his face did not change. Sure enough, I'm not the only one growing. Jiro is also a lot thicker-skinned. Maybe it's dying too many times in front of me. Die and get used to it. Su Qian saw a seller selling green oranges on the side of the road. Hurriedly reined in Ma Jiang and walked over. Su Qingqing then also restrained Ma Jiang. Puzzled, Su Qian bought a pound of green oranges, while saying that the smell of fat powder among the girls in the teaching workshop is too strong. Cover it up with green orange peel juice. No matter how bright the nose is, a woman can't smell it. Su Erlang seized the opportunity to open the poisonous snake attribute. The eldest brother has a lively mind. It's a shame not to go to school. Su Qian took away an orange and handed it over. He ignored the little brother's taunts, said meaningfully, while wiping. This is the method that my second uncle taught me. Su Xingyan shut up when he heard this. With his head down, he carefully smeared his shirt with the juice of green-orange peel. After finishing the matter, Su Qian handed the green-orange to Su Xingyan. I'm going to go to the palace to handle the case. You take the oranges home. Erlang frowned and said to handle the case. What are you going to do? Su Qian explained Concubine Fu's case. The emperor threw him to me. Su Erlang was curious. What are you involved in this bullshit case? Su Qian sighed. I can't shirk it again. Su Xingyan snorted coldly. You let your father give you a dream. And then on the grounds of recuperation, the case was naturally dismissed. Besides, this case is bound to be difficult to investigate. Su Qian glanced at him. The heart said that Erlang really has the responsibility of the capital. It is suitable for officialdom. The degree of black belly is up to standard. Su Qian turned over and got on the horse, smiled and said, in fact, the case in the palace is the best to investigate. Su Qian said this for a reason. There are many masters in the palace. It is the old nest of Emperor Yuan Jing. Those bells and whistles can't be intervened. Concubine fue se case. Probably after he came into this world. I have handled the most normal cases. Su Xingyan looked at the distant horseback. Hu Dao green-orange is sour and astringent. No one at home will eat. Su Qian didn't look back. Since I bought it, it can't be wasted. Give the shade of the forest to eat. Su Erlang heard this. The eyes lit up. I think that's a good idea. He is in charge of the trial of criminal and prison cases. It is equivalent to the Supreme People's Court in Su Qian's previous life. Together with the Inspectorate and the Criminal Department, it is known as the Three Law Divisions. Usually come across major cases. The Emperor will have the Three Law Divisions try the case with the Watchman. Thus, at the same time, Wei Yuan, who was in charge of the Yamen and the Inspectorate. What a power! Emperor Yuan Jing only used him, and balanced the civil and military officials. The same shows how good Su Qian's luck is. Just join the beating people. Happen to be appreciated by Wei Yuan. From a Changle County Kuaishou, it becomes a character who can walk sideways in the capital. Su Qian showed the gold medal. Quickly go to Dali Siqing. Let him come out to see the officer. If he doesn't come out, the official went into the palace to complain to His Majesty. Said that he deliberately made things difficult. Obstruction of the handling of cases. The official heard this. Don't dare to slack off. Turn around and hurried in. A quarter of an hour later, Dali Siqing took 2 young secretaries, and a Pole Dali Temple officials greeted out. Lord Su is far away. Su Qian greeted him warmly. How did you alarm Lord Pei to come out in person? I'm ashamed. Su Qian specially asked Dali Siqing to come out to meet him. It's to give him an ugly look. Cut his face. The corners of Dali Temple's mouth twitched a few times. I can't wait to step forward and give Su Qian 2 slaps. But he could only think about it. Dali Siqing led Su Qian inside. Lord Su came back just in time. Concubine Fu's case belongs to you. But I have to remind Lord Su. The case is dangerous. Don't get bogged down. Su Qian knows it well. This is the old fox of Dali Siqing gloating. Because the case of Concubine Fu was completed. Offend the princelings. Can't offend Emperor Yuan Jing. At least get a viscount for yourself. What is it to offend the old emperor? Su Qian smiled and said, it's okay, before getting trapped. Be sure to take those old, obnoxious old guys with you. Anyway, I have a gold medal in hand. The right to cut first and then play is not in vain. Dali Siqing squinted. Master Su is really good at laughing. This time I came to Dali Temple. It's for the Crown Prince. Su Qian did not answer positively. Instead, he went straight to the prison. I saw the prince in the prison cell. Can be called a prison cell. In fact, it is a clean and tidy room. The prince was claustrophobic in his room. You can't leave until the case is cleared. Su Qian said that he deserved to be the prince. Going to jail is not the same as ordinary people. Wait for the closing officials to retreat. Holding the fist, and the humble Su Qian has seen His Royal Highness the Prince. The prince looked at Su Qian. You are here to judge the palace. My father has asked you to preside over the case. Su Qian sat down. Poured myself a glass of water. The three divisions prevaricated and shirked. None of them want a meddle in this matter. Only look for me, this hobmeet. I've offended enough people anyway. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is requested to describe in detail the events of that day. The prince sweated slightly. When the Japanese palace. Finished lunch at the mother's house. The snow has not yet melted. I returned to the East Palace with the guards. On the way, I met a palace maid beside Concubine Fu. The palace maid said that Concubine Fu invited the palace to come over for a night. So I followed him to the Hall of the Clear Wind. Sifuden is the dormitory of Concubine Fu. After entering the Qingfeng Palace, the maid led me up to the attic. Let me wait in the outer hall. Said that Concubine Fu was changing clothes. I was drinking too much. Very thirsty. He drank the tea on the table to quench his thirst. Somehow I fell asleep in a daze. Then I was woken up by screams. Unexpectedly, it was Concubine Fu who fell to her death. And Honggu became the biggest suspect. Su Qian asked expressionlessly. At that time, there were no palace maids in the attic. The prince shook his head and said, Outside, no. I don't know inside. Su Qian asked the palace maid again. The prince took a deep breath. The words missing came out of his mouth with difficulty. Su's wife's eyes flashed with a sharp light, staring at the Crown Prince deadly. How did His Royal Highness the Crown Prince know that the palace maid was missing? There was a moment. The prince was actually hit by this little gong. The sharp momentum was shocked. The prince said lightly, although Ben Gong is in prison. But there is a way to inquire about the outside world. Su Weifan asked if Concubine Fu usually had any intersection with the prince. The prince denied it, and naturally he didn't. As the master of the East Palace, it is impossible and should not be with the emperor's concubine. There is some private intersection. Su Weifan asked sharply. Then why did Concubine Fu send someone to invite the prince? The prince went to the appointment without even thinking about it. The prince's face was a little unnatural. Honggu drank too much alcohol at that time. I didn't think it through. Su Qian took a hard bite in his heart. The heart says that you kid is not a greedy person's body. Concubine Fu is a beautiful woman with good looks and temperament. The prince may not have been without reverie in the past. It happened that I drank too much alcohol that day. It is also an aphrodisiac and kidney wine. Anyone who is drunk until he gets slightly drunk knows it in his heart. It's scary. It's very floating. Something you don't usually dare to think about. Now dare to do it directly. Something that you don't usually dare to say. As soon as he touched his mouth, he blurted out. Coincided with the invitation of Fu Fei. Not even invited. The brain is gone in one move. Su Qian analyzed. It sounds like someone is setting a trap for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The prince's eyes lit up. Naturally, someone framed Honggu. Master Su thinks so too. Su Qian smiled and shook his head. No, handling cases can't be so subjective. I'm just elaborating on one of the possibilities. There's another possibility. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince drank too much wine that day. The heart of the ape. I can't help but think of the long-coveted Concubine Fu. Anyway, His Majesty is obsessed with monasticism. Not close to women. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince looked from his heart. Evil is born to the side of the guts. You turned. Sifuden. Attempt to defile Concubine Fu. Unexpectedly, Concubine Fu is really inferior and unyielding. Resist the death. In dispute. You accidentally push her down the attic. Accidentally fell to his death. Then you sent someone to secretly get rid of a palace maid. Fake yourself is to blame. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince slapped the table, and he was furious. Sling the bull. Su Qian, you dare to slander this palace. You dare to frame this palace. Su Qian complimented His Royal Highness the Crown Prince with a smile on his face. Don't worry. This is just lowly speculation. The truth remains to be verified. After speaking, I added a sentence in my heart. Isn't the prince's city still deep enough? Do you care too much about where your ass is? How will this level be an emperor in the future? The prince and Lin and our two brothers and sisters. None of them are extremely smart. I became more and more skeptical. Emperor Yuanjing's eldest son was the crown prince. It's an ulterior motive. Su Qian asked again. The warlock of Si Tian's sword has come to see His Highness. The prince sneered and asked rhetorically, this matter involves the palace. Involving concubine fu. It also involves the Dabong fruit book. Do you think the father emperor will trust the warlock of Si Tian's sword? Su Qian nodded. I've been in the capital for so long. He could also see some doorways. Although Si Tianjian has to be attached to the royal family, dependent on dynastic luck. This point was promoted from Chu Kaiwei to the 6th grade. Need to be recognized by the people of the capital, can be glimpsed 1 or 2. But the supervision of Yiping is too strong. Therefore, Si Tianjian is not a pure vassal of Dafeng. It's more of a partnership. The case involving Chu Jun. Emperor Yuanjing may not be able to trust Si Tianjian, and Si Tianjian may not be willing to meddle in this kind of. Su Qian said with a smile. The humble duty also needs to check the body of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I hope His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will cooperate. When the prince heard this, he did not refuse. Su Qian grabbed the prince's hand, examined his wrist arm. Then there is the neck peduncle. No palm marks or scratches were found. Su Qian got up. Hugging Qian Du will find out the truth as soon as possible. If the prince is wronged, naturally, you will be innocent. Finish talking about him. Turn around and go. But he was stopped by the prince. Wait, prince. Chen Dao Dao. Lord Su and Lin and are not too close. Su Qian's face sank slightly. At the same time, he complained in his heart about what this is called. As long as the distance between men and women is not negative, it's innocent. The prince's face is not very good-looking. Is there any sign of something going on between men and women? In fact, both sides know it in their hearts. Even the dullest of the people. Slowly, we will look back to the future. My sister is a little sluggish in terms of feelings. The first is the shallowness of experience. Then there is the instinctive avoidance of one's own heart. So she probably didn't realize it. I have feelings for this little gong. But Su Qian will not know. This palace doesn't believe it. Su Qian, whether in the previous life or in this life, they are all men with rich emotional experience. Table of this flowery girl. Trust and closeness that is shown from time to time. I'll have a message to me. This girl has a sign of wanting to know my strengths. Then how can I not rise to the challenge? See the stitches. The crown prince is also a man. So Su Qian denied it in front of him and had no objection. But he still couldn't help but ask what the prince thinks. The prince said slowly, my father originally planned to crown you as the son of Changel Xianzi. But after learning that you possessed it, it was cancelled again. Su Qian replied to His Majesty and promised me, as long as concubine Fu's case is solved, my knighthood is just around the corner. The crown prince muttered, the viscount's position was lower after all. If you can return the innocence of this palace, Honggu can help you lift it up again. You know, something gets done. The viscount is not enough. Su Qian smiled and said with a smile, Your Highness, it's better to reward me with 1,000 taels of gold directly. It's also more realistic than drawing a flatbread. You don't believe the prince's eyebrows. Su Qian of this palace is not used to his humble position. It's not unbelieving. It's what the prince can give me. Amiya can also give it to me. The prince can't give it to me. Wei Gong can still give it to me. After saying that, He turned around and left. There is no nostalgia for the heavy dream promised by the prince. The prince saw this. Gao shouted that Su Qian Yuan was a lonely minister. Throughout the history books, which lonely minister has a good end? But Su Qian still didn't look back. How could he not understand these things? But he was already on this thief ship. Any result is something you can't escape. Su Fu sighed. After the episode of Su Qian's resurrection, once again, it ushered in a rare one. Tranquility Shotting has a meat bun stuffed in his mouth. Asked what about the cauldron? Why is the cauldron gone again? The aunt replied as she put a small cloth bag around the young girl's neck. Your eldest brother is not here. Xiao Doubting said a little angrily. If the cauldron is not there, I will not leave. I want a cauldron. The aunt glared with some annoyance. Tempt you to give the old lady less of this set. Aren't you just trying to find an excuse not to ransom the sugar? Little Bean Ding was taken aback. I thought about it for a long time before I came up with it. Was seen through by his mother at a glance. But my mother is so smart. Why are you still often yelled at by the big brother? Xiao Doubting said coquettishly. Mother, then it's okay for me to stay at home and study with my second brother. The aunt scolded. The ugliest looking. I think of the most beautiful. Your second brother is about to participate in the spring festival. How can I have time to care about you, stupid boy? The stupid kid asked. What is Chunwei? Auntie explained helplessly. It's the imperial examination. The stupid kid asked again. What is the imperial examination? Auntie's tone was a little colder. It's an exam. Little Doubting continued to ask. What is the exam? The aunt was angry and screamed. Grab the stupid kid and go. Su Lingying, are you going to be angry with me? At this time, Su Erlang carried a bag of green oranges into the house. I saw my mother teaching my sister. Didn't care. He handed over the orange. The shade of the forest brings you cooked candy to eat. Su Lingying happily took it. Thank you, Ergua. What is it to eat? But wait until he opens the bag to take a look. It was found to be a cyan orange. The little face suddenly twisted into a ball. The aggrieved Dao Ergua. This orange is not tasty. Su Erlang was stunned. Looked at him puzzled. Have you ever eaten it? Auntie explained. Last time your dad bought this kind of green orange. Su Xinyan was a little speechless. Open your mouth to say something, but swallowed it back. The aunt looked at him suspiciously. There is something to talk about. What are you doing? Su Erlang said casually that it was not a big deal. I saw the big brother give yesterday. Daddy, 50 taels of silver. You can collect it early, lest he go out and spend his days drinking. Auntie listened. Lu Mei counted down this Su Ningyin is really hateful. In fact, Su Erlang lied to his aunt. That's why I say that. It's to let the mother blow up the godfather's private money, in order to appease the mother. Dad gritted his teeth and handed over the private money. Then you can't go out and spend a lot of time. And then the big brother who hates it will also be hated by his mother for a long time. Kill two birds with one stone. It's perfect. This side of the Shaoyin Garden in the Imperial Palace. Su Qian holds the token. Walked in all the way unimpeded. He came to pick up linen to solve the case together. He jumped over with joy. A sweet smile rises on the goose egg face. The peach blossom eyes are full of bright style. Linen was wearing a fiery red overalls today. The color is the same as yesterday, but the style is different. Su Qian wondered, why do you always wear red skirts? The voice fell. The face of the table collapsed instantly. Dog Minion, didn't you say that Honggu was particularly beautiful in a skirt? Su Qian suddenly covered his eyes. Screamed, oh, your highness is so beautiful. Radiant, flashing the eyes of the lowly and the lowly. Listened to the table. Immediately turned around to Xixin and said that Su Ningyin spoke so nicely. It's funny. Su Qian said his highness. I'm going to take a look at the Seafuden today. Linen nodded, calling the voice of the main palace to wait for someone. Su Qian's heart sank suddenly. The heart said no. No, it won't be the same as I thought. It's only a quarter of an hour. Su Qian prayed countless times in his heart. Don't show up in the figure. It came as it should. Naturally, this person was wearing a white palace dress. It's cold and beautiful. The walking style is wonderful. Huaiqing is here. Su Qian's mouth opened wide. Racing in the brain. How to deal with the next Shura field. At this time, Princess Linen pinched her waist. The little hen lost her spirit. Zhao said that Huaiqing had to follow our master and servant. When you see this palace, you will be in charge. Satisfy his needs. Dog Minion, what do you think? Su Qingan roared in his heart, I think it's very dry. And when will I become your servant? But Su Dog Thief smiled on the surface and said that it didn't matter if he was lowly and degraded. Princess Huaiqing said lightly, then the palace will become the love of Lord Su. The ploy of the show and his own oath of sovereignty succeeded. Happily walked in the front. Su Qian has the heart to die. The heart said the eldest princess. Not what you think. Linen and I are innocent. I'm still your cow and horse. But he could only hold these words in his heart at this moment. Such a table. That's how you me. Someday there will be two boats because of peddling, and the split pulls the egg. The group had just walked out of the Shaoyin Temple. Emperor Yuan Jing arranged for the little eunuch who came over to supervise. Waited early. Saluted to the group, Lord Su. Yesterday, there was a place for the minions to collide. Please don't be surprised. Lord Su's kindness. The minions are all in mind. Su Qian was stunned. The heart says, where did I get my kindness? What are you talking about? But he showed no emotion. Quietly hummed. Not known about what happened, though. But it must also be pretended to be cold. The group walked towards the Qingfeng Temple. The two princesses were at the forefront. Both the white and red dresses are extremely brilliant and top-notch beauties. Su Qi looked at them secretly. The heart said that Lin An's ass was not as big as Huaiqing. The legs are also not as slender as Huaiqing. Huaiqing is half a head taller than Linen. After some comparison, Su Qian hated iron and thought about the watch. You can't compare to your sister in anything. Useless stuff. The group soon came to the Qingfeng Temple, the so-called Sifuden. In fact, it is a palace garden that is close to each other. The front yard was inhabited by low-ranking court maids and eunuchs. In the backyard lives the henchman of concubine Fu. The main hall is a two-story attic. Cornices and corners. Magnificent. View from the second floor. The guardrail of the platform was broken. Concubine Fu must have fallen to her death from here. Su Qian visually measured the height. It's about 6 or 7 meters. This height falls down. It's basically up to Lord Yama to see if he accepts you. Like concubine Fu, the back of her head landed on the ground. It could be interpreted as the Lord of Yama based on his every color. Call him down to be with him. No one can save it. Su Qian looked at the little leader of the guards. Asked where concubine Fu died at that time. The little leader pointed to Linen's foothold. Concubine Fu fell in that position. The table looks like a frightened rabbit. It popped away. Su Qian stood in the position of the decline of concubine Fu's body. I looked up at the attic. Retracting his gaze, he said that no one had ever entered the attic. The little boss answered truthfully. The men of the 3 divisions have gone in. Su Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. Have you ever taken or destroyed anything? The little boss shook his head no. The lowly has been watching. Broken guardrails were also kept in the storeroom. He was not taken away by the people of the 3 divisions. Su Qian thought that someone was on the side to supervise the on-site government affairs. It is not allowed to take away. Emperor Yuan Jing is worthy of being a master of boxing. Directly put an end to the princelings. The possibility of wanting to help the prince deal with the aftermath. He walked straight to the door. Commanded the door to open. The officer will come up. Went into the attic. Climbed the stairs. The group quickly went up to the second floor. Su Qian light is sharp. Carefully scanned every corner of the scene. But alas, nothing suspicious was found. Forthwith, he twitched his nose and sniffed around the room. Yao Biao asked curiously, "What are you smelling?" Su Qian raised his hand to interrupt him and stop arguing. "I'm smelling DNA." Yao Biao was stunned, cast a curious gaze on erudite affection. But Huaiqing didn't understand what Su Qian said. I could only shake my head helplessly. In fact, Su Qian just sniffed it. Is there something left in the air? The smell doesn't have to be deoxyribose. After all, so many days have passed. It is impossible for the smell to remain. But the screening that needs to be done still needs to be done. Huaiqing had already fallen into deep thought at this time. I've been thinking about what Su Qian said. RNA. The table glanced at the two of them. I'm still doing nothing. I also pretend to be serious. Searched up. It's impossible to share it with his brains. Being able to do it without causing chaos is already his greatest effort. At this time, Huaiqing took the initiative to ask what it was to raise a lotus pond. Su Qian said in his heart, "What else could it be? Raising the lotus pond is our descendant. But how do I tell me tactfully? What about this curious female schoolgirl? What is a lotus pond?" Su Qian really didn't know how to explain to Huaiqing. I had to be vague, and it was a bit complicated to explain. I'll talk to you more when I have the chance. Princess Bai Qing also saw his embarrassment. I had to nod. I didn't follow up. Su Qian turned to face the bed. The bedding on it was found to be very messy. So he set his sights on the small leader of the guards. What's going on with this bed? Was it this mess in the first place? The little boss replied yes. It was rummaged through by the people of the 3 divisions. But the first time they came, it was also chaotic. Su Qian sighed. Unfortunately, the DNA cannot be tested. Otherwise, the case can be solved directly. It's still good at technology from the previous life. He complained as he came to the observation hall. Check the breakage of the guardrail. Su Xian sat down in the observation hall. Keep your eyes closed. His powerful mental power made his blood measurement ability skyrocket. Feedback based on current on-site details. He sketches moving images in his mind. The prince's drunken lantern. Concubine Fu poured a cup of hot tea at the table to help him relieve his hangover. But the prince didn't touch the teacup. Instead, he touched Concubine Fu's little hand or somewhere else. Caused Concubine Fu to be shocked. The loss of color knocked over the table and chair. Then the crown prince, overlord, made a hard bow. Dragged Concubine Fu to the bed. Tearing fiercely. The bed is a mess right now. And then, Concubine Fu somehow broke free from the prince's control, rushed to the observation hall, and called for help. The prince saw that the situation was not good. Hurriedly chased out, as he was still drunk. So evil is born to the side of the guts. Pushed Concubine Fu down the observation hall. Then he went to the outer room to fall asleep. Pretend you've never done anything. Su Qian opened his eyes. Exhale slowly. These tests look perfect. Whether it's the process or the motivation, are extremely perfect. But Su Qian felt that it was superficial again. Huaiqing, who had always been paying attention to him, immediately spoke. What to find? Su Qian said lightly, the case is actually not difficult. But there are a few things I want to confirm first. Searching for watches in the room for half a day to no avail. There are a few points to confirm in the immediate and crisp question. What are they? Su Qian replied without being salty. First of all, if Concubine Fu was really humiliated by the prince, he was bound to cry out for help. Why? The errands and palace maids in the middle hall of the Qing dynasty did not hear it. Let's go downstairs and wait. The group went downstairs. Su Qian commanded to the little leader of the guards. You need to gather all the maids and errands in the courtyard. Time is fast. In the yard, summoned all the errands and palace maids of the Qingfeng Palace. A total of 12 people. There are also 4 palace maids and 8 errand boys. At this time, the little leader said in a deep voice, and wait, listen. This is Lord Su who is ordered to investigate the case. The murder of concubine Fu was handled by him with full authority. Lord Su has something to ask you now. You have to answer all your questions. Do not conceal it. The crowd bowed their heads in reply. Actually, you don't need to say it to the little leader of the guards. They all understand. Like yourself. If you don't cooperate, you will die. Su Qian locked on a delicate palace maid. Beckoned to him. You come here. The little palace maid bows her head. Small broken steps forward. Promise answer low. A few words. Then the little maid trotted into the attic. Without the slightest hesitation. The table is at a loss. I don't know what he's going to do. Huaiqing ignored him. Instead, he gave him a thoughtful look. Su Qian looked around at the rest of the palace maids and the errands. This official asked you what happened to concubine Fu that day. Why is there no palace maid in the attic to serve on the register? The palace maid and the errand looked at each other. Some cowered and didn't dare to speak. Su Qian is one force with the light. He reprimanded those who concealed and did not report, and those who did not report what they knew. It is a suspect in the murder of concubine Fu. Sent to prison for the watchman. Immediately, a little eunuch spoke up and replied to the adult. We didn't dare to go near the attic. Su Qian felt that he had discovered the transformation point. Don't dare to approach. In the attic, there are men entering concubine Fu's bedroom. But the people in the courtyard did not dare to approach. What does this mean? Explain that there is a green grassland above Emperor Yuanjing's head. The little eunuch explained that concubine Fu loved to drink. If you drink too much, you will beat and scold the subordinates of Qingfeng Hall at every turn. We fear unjustified calamities. Drink with the mother. We're far away. Su asked if it was like this every time. The little eunuch replied yes. There are no exceptions. Su wife and frowned. I asked when it started. The little eunuch is like a moment. The minions entered the Hall of Breeze. Unless that's the case. Su Qian was a little speechless. The heart said that the chicken was cut in vain. Aren't you qualified? He swept through the crowd. Asked which is the personal palace made of concubine Fu. Immediately, there was a palace maid's first love who was a slave. Su Qian stared at him. You answer the officer's question. The palace maid hesitated and said that it was okay a few years ago. Over the years, Nyang Yang's personality has become more and more strange. Often standing alone in the attic. I don't know what I'm looking at. When drinking, he likes to recite some sad poems. Su Qian and Huaiqing are both smart people. I understood the meaning of the words. What this palace maid said was very vague. Probably didn't dare to be a wise concubine. Don't dare to wisdom the emperor's posture. Because this is the sorrow of an heir woman. Su Qian sighed in his heart. This Emperor Yuanjing should not be merciful. There are so many beauties in the harem. It's so pretty. I turned out to have cerebral palsy and ran to the Tao. I also have to be abstinent from sex. Replace it with me. Never give me a day off today. Su Qian sighed. I asked again about the day of the accident. Can anyone hear concubine Fu's cry for help? Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. Then they shook their heads again. Su Qian did not say anything. Look in the direction of the attic. Shake your hands slightly. After the palace maid who went in just now got Su Qian's benefits. Closed the lattice door from the observation deck immediately. And there was a faint cry for help from inside. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only then did I understand Su Qian's intentions just now. The brain is not too smart. I also understood. So he angrily said bastard things. You dare to lie. The call for help is so clear. The people in the courtyard were taken aback. Hurriedly knelt down to defend himself. Spare your life. We really didn't hear it. Su Qian scolded. Don't get impatient. Then he turned his head and commanded the little leader. You lift out the broken guardrail. The little leader of the guards answered. He turned and walked away. Then Su Qian looked at concubine Fu's personal palace maid. You leave the others to step back. Then he looked at the little eunuch sent by Emperor Yuan Jing to supervise. Little father-in-law, you go to the outer courtyard first. Call you back later. Su Qian originally thought. This little eunuch, who is not very knowledgeable, will retort. As a result, the little eunuch did not say anything. Willingly, he turned and left. After taking someone away, Huaiqing was the first to speak. What do you find? Her Royal Highness, the cold and arrogant princess. Have your own reasoning in mind. Just now, the palace maid was crying for help in the attic. Outside, you can hear it, albeit faintly. Then there are two possibilities. First, concubine Fu didn't call for help at all. The second is that concubine Fu was controlled. Su Qian asked rhetorically how the crown prince was cultivating. Huaiqing replied that he had practiced martial arts for several years. Archers and horses are very skilled in riding and shooting. Su Qian nodded. Isn't the heart just a weak chicken? Huaiqing went on to say, although the crown prince's cultivation is shallow. But a gun is to be fired against a weak woman. It's still very easy. So concubine Fu may not have had a chance to cry for help at all. Table immediately refuted me. The prince's brother would not do such a thing. Su Qian directly interrupted the watch. Put this round-faced princess, angry and puffed in a buns. Su Qian looked at concubine Fu's personal palace maid. That didn't tell the truth just now. A hint of panic flashed in the palace maid's eyes. Everything the slave said was true. Absolutely no lies. Please be aware of it. Su Qian sneered and didn't lie. But it's not all right. The officer has little patience. You don't have to say it. I went to the prison of the Yamen to confess. I don't guarantee that. What will the jailers inside do to you little palace maids? The little eunuch has a lot of thoughts. Timid and small. Intimidation is the best way to do it. The palace maid bit her lip. The two highnesses and Lord Su, please come with me. He turned and went into the attic. Su Qian, Huaiqing, and Lin followed. Returned to the attic. The maid walked straight to the closet. The loser pulls out a large wooden box from underneath. After a jolt, he took out a small wooden box from inside. The palace maid bowed her head. Cowering, he offered the wooden box. Su Qian took it. I opened the box without thinking about it. Wait until you see what's inside. His eyes widened a little in an instant. The heart said that fortunately, I drove the little eunuch out. Otherwise, the prospect will kill me. Su Qian immediately understood. Why didn't the palace maid dare to say it? This thing was forbidden at court. The moral aspect is a reason. And then the emperor doesn't want to lose face. Once discovered, the heavy one is to enter the cold palace. If it is light, it will be relieved. This can be explained. Why did concubine Fu disperse her subordinates out of the attic? Having a bad mood after drinking is one thing. This thing in front of me is the other side. Suddenly, Su Qian noticed two curious glances. I handed it over. Princess Huaiqing glanced at it. Tu Mei said, "What is this?" Su Qian was suddenly a little confused. The heart says no. Linen is illiterate. Forget it. Don't you know Princess Huaiqing, who reads poetry and books? He coughed. Explained that he is the lifeblood of men. Of course, it is impossible to say this blatantly. Su Qian was what Fu told the two of them. Then Lin Anya snorted. Frightened, he took a few steps back. His round face was swollen and red. Princess Huaiqing retracted her gaze with an electric shock. Turn your head away. Two pale shades of crimson appeared on his fair face. Su's wife said that this scared her. There is only one larger monument. Linen stammered and scolded concubine Fu. She hid this kind of thing. No shame. Put it away. Su Qian handed the things to the palace maid. At the same time, the heart says don't get excited. Maybe you have one under your mother's bed. Then Su Qian asked when concubine Fu fell from the building. Is this thing in bed or in a box? After the palace maid hid the things. Said it should be in a box. Su Qian groaned indeed. If there's this thing on the bed, It will not be left unwritten in the dossier. By the way, the missing palace maid is just like you. They are all close to the concubine. The palace maid nodded, answered Su Qian's question truthfully. Su Qian is good at guarding the road. You go down first. Wait for him to go out. Su Qian sat at the table, analyzed the two illiterate princesses. The day concubine Fu fell from the building, the people in the courtyard did not hear the cries for help. There are two possibilities. Either the crown prince took control of him. Either concubine Fu willingly fornicated with the prince. Huaiqing shook his head. If it is willingly fornication, while there are traces of resistance and struggle in the room, Su Qian glanced at the two girls helplessly. The heart says that you have no experience when you look at it. Su Qian said that there are still two situations. The first is that concubine Fu was reluctant at first. So resist. But the prince somehow coerced her. As for the second case, sometimes men and women don't have to be in bed. Both princesses blushed at the same time. Linen took a bite even harder. Bai Qing questioned why Fu Fei fell from the building. You said he was pushed down? Su Qian analyzed. I can't answer this question for the time being. On the day of the incident, Fu Fei drank the wine. If I were the crown prince, this can be used to coerce a long-term relationship. Fu Fei wine is in deep condition. Maybe it's half pushed. There was no need to push him downstairs. Even if the prince wakes up drunk, he will kill people and kill his mouth. It shouldn't be after that, because men in the time of the sage are the calmest. Categorically not impulsive. There's one more doubt. Unless you're going to do that, drove away the maids and errands in the attic. That's even more unreasonable to send a personal palace maid to ask for the prince, unless the two have already had an affair. At this time, Huaiqing interjected, but according to the investigation of the 3 law divisions, and the confessions of the errand and palace ladies in the courtyard, unless he has no contact with the prince, the eyes of the watch are shining. That is to say, my prince's brother was really wronged. Su Qian interrupted him with a wave of his hand. This is not a small possibility, but it's not time to say anything about it. Huaiqing asked, how did you see that the palace maid was hiding something? He has a pair of clear and beautiful eyes. Keeping an eye on Su Qian is seeking advice, but he can't save face. Su Qian has studied the psychology of microexpressions. Naturally, it is to understand Huaiqing's careful thoughts. So the expression and body of the Taoist man with a big grin. The action will expose the heart to a certain extent. They are more honest than their mouths. Huaiqing's eyebrows tightened. Hongge has never seen a book that records this kind of knowledge. Su Qian naturally couldn't confess the identity of the traverser. So who grabbed a reason to study on his own? Prevarication passed. Huaiqing nodded slowly when he heard this. Some admire you to the point that you are really a genius in solving cases. Su Qi's peace of mind is called a beauty. In fact, the most important thing in solving a case is not talent. It's experience and knowledge. There is no such thing. You can't even get into the threshold, even if you're a genius at reasoning. At this time, the little leader of the guards shouted out to Lord Su downstairs. Something was brought in. Su Qian immediately got up and went down. The next step is to test one of my conjectures. How did concubine Fu die? Maybe we'll see soon. The 3 of them went downstairs. Su Qian took over the broken guardrail in the guard's hand. Double-check the fracture. Double-check. He fell into deep thought. Not long after, Su Qian said to Huaiqing, let's go. Go to the ice cellar to bother the eldest princess to invite a grandmother. Immediately, Su Qian left the Qingfeng Hall with everyone. Inside the ice cellar, I saw concubine Fu's body again. Su Qian instructed to bother Mama. Remove the clothes from concubine Fu's body. Flip her over again. The old lady hesitated. But look at Su Qian consciously turned his back. Only then did she look at Princess Huaiqing with an inquiring gaze. Huaiqing nodded and said, as Lord Su said, After getting the approval of the eldest princess, Mama no longer has any worries. It didn't take long, and Mama did what she was told. Wait for Su Qian to turn around. I saw concubine Fu lying naked on the wooden plank. His pale back was covered with corpse spots, but there was nothing Su Qian wanted to see. Su Qian fell into deep thought. Peel back the cocoon in your mind. Organize information. Another quarter of an hour later, he nodded and said yes. The crowd left the ice cellar. Come to the ladder. Linen couldn't wait to ask, how did concubine Fu die? My prince's brother is innocent, Su Qian said in a deep voice. Concubine Fu should have fallen into the attic by herself. How can you see the top of Huiqing's eyebrows? The big eyes of Caslin on the table are even brighter. Because of this result, surprise everyone. Su Qian explained. The guardrail of the attic of the Sifiden Hall is not decaying. It's sturdy. If concubine Fu was pushed down, body crash against the guardrail at the same time. There must be a bruise on the back. But I just tested it. There are no long strips of bruises on Fu Fei's back. Only corpse spots and falls from the stairs produce lumpy siltation. Huiqing groaned, but he did crash through the guardrail and died. You're saying someone has done something to the guardrail. Su's wife defended it. Besides, concubine Fu drank wine after falling from the building. The palace maid of the Qingfeng Hall said. She often looks at the scenery from the lookout. I guess she's looking to see if His Majesty will come. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is that the person drank the wine will instinctively lie down against the guardrail. Concubine Fu is falling from the building on her back, so she was probably leaning against the guardrail. But the guardrail was tampered with. He fell to his death from a building. There was no exultation of being violated when the autopsy was done. It can also be used as corroboration. The palace maids of the Qingfeng Hall did not hear the cries for help. Therefore, it shows that concubine Fu was not raped at all. Naturally, there is no need to call for help. Huiqing and Lin suddenly realized. The look of adoration in his eyes became more and more obvious. The table is even more heartfelt, because the prince's suspicion was suddenly much lighter. Bai Jingzi fell into deep thought, chewing and savoring Su Qian's analysis. It's like a top student digesting the content of a teacher's lecture. The little eunuch in charge of the overseer bowed his head. Try your best to write down every word of Su Qian. I'll report to my godfather later. At this time, the old mother interjected. This, sir. It was also the old lady who gave concubine Fu a physical examination. Not 5 seats. Su Qian was stunned, pulling the old lady to the side. Whispered it turned out to be Mama. It just so happened that the official still had some details to ask. Mama, you have a standard for judging whether you have been raped or not. Is it according to the man's shipment or? The old lady stretched out her palm and shook it. The same whispered reply was tight. I didn't get in the car. I didn't get in the car. The smile on Su Qian's face froze. My heart said that this grandma's driving skills are better than mine. Forget it. It is even more certain that concubine Fu is not defiled. It was really an accident. It was an accident that someone had carefully arranged. Su Qian said to everyone, since it's not a matter of seeing the color, then the suspicion of the prince is very light and light. The only one who can do this should be the personal palace maid. Will not kill concubine Fu for no reason. Framing the prince. This is a question that can be understood by both the table. He glanced at Huiqing. Who will be the one who commands the palace maids? Huiqing sneered. The table immediately shrank behind Su Qian. Huiqing didn't bother to meet Linen. Suddenly, so how to explain the traces of messiness in the room? Su Wan et Lai. Before concubine Fu fell downstairs. The palace maid definitely couldn't be in front of him, deliberately messing up the room. And after concubine Fu fell downstairs, it immediately attracted the attention of His Highness Qingfeng. It may be that concubine Fu has a very bad temper. So messed up the room. It could also be a problem with the drink. For example, replacement. After saying that, he sighed in his heart. It's a pity that Fu Fei can't be dissected. Therefore, this speculation cannot be confirmed. Come to think of it. Su Qian smiled and said with a smile, let's stop here today. I'd like to go back and think about it. Sort out the facts of the case. Soon after, Su Qian sent the watch back to Shaoyin Academy. But when he comes out, found that Huaiqing was still waiting for him outside. So Su Qian walked over tacitly. The two walked forward in silence. The guards didn't follow. Far behind, suddenly, Princess Huaiqing opened his mouth and praised, I didn't expect you to make a move. Concubine Fu's case immediately made a breakthrough. Su Qian said that this case is actually not difficult. At least prove that the crown prince is innocent. It's not that hard. But the three law divisions did not seem to be in a hurry to prove the prince's innocence. Su Qian has always felt the reasoning knowledge and criminal investigation methods of this era were backward. But it can't be denied. There are still a lot of talents in the three legal divisions. This case is not mixed with too many cultivation methods. It's a bit difficult to prove the prince's innocence. But it's not that it can't be done. Princess Huaiqing looked ahead. Lightly, there are no more than two possibilities for this matter. Either the real murderer is the prince. Either the crown prince is blamed. If the prince is the real murderer, then he will be burned. Jingxia has just ended. It is about to usher in the battle for the national capital. Whether it is the father emperor or the Manchu dynasty. I don't want that to happen. If the crown prince is to blame, so who in the harem has this ability? Who even dares to blame the crown prince? The three divisions are even more reluctant to offend. Ultimately, this is still the family history of my father. Su Qian replied straightforwardly. All princes who can inherit the throne of the East Palace. It's all possible. Huaiqing said, but the biggest suspicion is my brother. And then there's my mother. Because the fourth prince is the eldest son. First in line of succession. Su's wife Anchen said, Suspicion y suspicion. As long as there is no evidence. Not even His Majesty. Huaiqing nodded. There was no further sound. Suspicion is inevitable. A prince in the palace died. Those favored concubines are suspicious. But just destroy the evidence. No matter how suspicious it is. And how? At this time, Su Weifan said that there was something she didn't understand. The fourth prince is the eldest son. Why did His Majesty establish Linen's brother as the crown prince? When Su Qian asked this question, his eyes were fixed on Huaiqing. If she has an expression of boredom and resistance, then explain since. The act of stepping on two boats made her feel uncomfortable. Don't take yourself as a confidant anymore. But the next moment, Huaiqing actually smiled. This instantly shattered her worries. Su Qian also breathed a sigh of relief. Huaiqing smiled and said with a smile, no one can guess his father's thoughts. But I had a chance to do it once in a while. I heard some rumors. Su Qian hurriedly interrupted His Highness. I still want to live to a full house of children and grandchildren. Die in one's bed. A rare Huaiqing smiled. It's not me sign. It doesn't hurt to listen to it. The palace said. The reason why the crown prince is the crown prince. It was because Chun Guifei favored the harem when she was young. The father made an exception to appoint the eldest son as the crown prince. But the royal brother once complained to me in private. It was his father who treated him very well. He was often instilled in him what it means to be a king. If you have no intention of making the emperor's brother the crown prince, how can my father say this? It's just 1 year. The father was furious for some reason. Put the queen mother into the cold palace, even to be abolished. But he was splashed back by the civil and military officials. At that time, I hadn't even started to help the world. Although the queen mother came out of the cold palace in the 2nd year. But the father and the emperor no longer went to the queen mother's bedroom. The 4 emperor brothers were also snubbed because of this. And this palace has not been liked by his father since he was born. Chen Guifei is actually a very jealous and cautious person, although later the eldest prince was crowned crown prince. But he was never at ease. I have always despised me and the four emperor brothers. This is not my narrow view. You know why Lin and didn't deal with me. Su Qian was moved, asked if it was instigated by Chen Guifei. Huaiqing nodded slowly. Lin and was deeply favored by his father, pampered her in every way. In the first few years, Chen Guifei was worried that the crown prince's position was unstable, often instigated Lin and to provoke. Struggle with me. Su Qian felt a little sorry for Linen. The heart says this poor baby. You must have been bullied badly. Although it was Lin An's pick. Provocative, but the palms and backs of the wives' hands are full of meat. But he thought about it. This may be what Chen Guifei wants. It is to think that Emperor Yuan Jing favors Linen. But he was repeatedly bullied by Huaiqing and cried. Can Emperor Yuan Jing not hate Huaiqing? At this time, Su Weifan asked Your Majesty, what is the reason for the abolition? Huaiqing shook his head for no reason. That's why he was killed by the ministers. The abolition queen is the same as the concubine and the crown prince. That is the emperor's family history. It is also a national event. The scholar class could not easily correct his wife. What's more, she is the queen of the world. But there is no reason to say that. Emperor Yuan Jing would suddenly be furious and want to depose the queen. There must be a hidden meaning behind this. Su Qian couldn't hold back her gossip attributes. He opened his mouth again and said that this happened in Yuan Jing for a few years. This may have something to do with the Fu concubine case. Is not humiliated, and there is no doubt about the meaning of the queen's mother. Princess Huaiqing glanced sideways at him. If you're curious, just ask. What's so many reasons? Speaking of which, it has been 13 years since Yuan Jing. As for the reason, I don't know. Even if I asked the queen mother many times later. He didn't answer either. Su Qian nodded. Yuan Jing 13 years. It's familiar. I originally thought that Emperor Yuan Jing would not set up for princes. It's because the prince is more stupid. But now it seems that there is a deeper reason behind it. Go back and ask Wei Gong. With his vicious eyes, he said how the four princes were. The four princes are like that. At this time, Huaiqing suddenly said, why did today end in a hurry? To your abilities. Don't go home. Think about it. Su Weifan smiled when she heard this, and Huaiqing said so much to me. I guess I don't mind if I peddle two boats. Since she still treats me as one of her own, then I should be honest. Su Qian said. Humble is just trying to stall for time. Huaiqing frowned. Procrastination. Su Qian said helplessly yes. Humiliation in the Sambo case and the Yunzhou case. Offended too many people. Your Majesty doesn't like me either. I was going to posthumously make me a Viscount, but it was cancelled due to the resurrection of the lowly office. Later His Majesty agreed. Just investigate concubine Fu's case well, and renamed me the son of Changel Xianzi. Princess Bai Qing said with a smile. Do you think your father will not be trustworthy? But it's not bad. The father will not be knighted for a day, and you will delay for a day. Su Qian looked at him unexpectedly. Xin said that he was worthy of being Wei Yuan's disciple. It's a very synchronous idea. Su Qian glanced at the sky. Now I can go home and catch dinner. So it's not too early to give up your fists. Humble duty, first return home. Huaiqing didn't stop either. Emperor Yuan Jing on the other side. Most of the dormitory ran in with a smile on their faces and said, Your Majesty. Unless there is significant progress in the case. Emperor Yuan Jing was stunned. Immediately put on a serious face. Chun Xingdao said, The old eunuch will report the information of the little eunuch. Word for word relayed to Emperor Yuan Jing. The latter listened in silence. But don't take a stand. The old eunuch lowered his eyebrows and said, pleasing to His Majesty. The old slave dared to ask. The prince is not innocent. Emperor Yuan Jing shook his head slightly. It's too early. In just 2 days, he was able to get a preliminary understanding of the case. Su Qian is indeed a talent. It's just that I have more eyes. He snorted coldly and urged the cabinet to say hello earlier. There is no need to choose a good day for the edict. The old eunuch respectfully retreated. Early the next morning, it is rare for Su Fu's family to sit down. Have a good meal. Su Qian suddenly said goodbye. Big brother has a question for him. Su Xinyan is like a mother. Sundara lifted her chin. What's up? I wouldn't do anything vexatious. For example, where is the eldest brother's Jiao Chan? Su Qian smiled awkwardly and said you read through the history books. Do you know that Emperor Yuan Jing was once? In the end, second Uncle Su was suddenly taken aback by these words. Hit the nephew the head. As a warning, although it is at home, but also to honor your majesty. Make it a habit. Don't get into trouble by blurting out outside. Su Erlang's face was full of indifference. After the abolition of Emperor Yuan Jing, I know it was said to have been quite a big commotion. Second Uncle Su glared at his son. I can't wait to jump up and give him a brain break. But the nephew and son tacitly ignored him. Su Weifan asked why he was abolished. Su Xinyan shook his head, not knowing. It is not written in the history books. But it was quite a big commotion at the time. The civil and military forces of the Manchu dynasty are all dead arrows. Yushir and a few servants jumped up and down. I can't wait to climb on Emperor Yuanjing's head too and pee, to show their own civilization. In the end, I went back to the dead arrow. Although there is no scrap queen, but the queen was still beaten into the cold palace. It didn't come out until the 14th year of Yuan Jing. Su Qian asked again how it was released later. Su Xinyan replied lightly. That year was Wei Yuan's triumphant return from defeating the northern barbarians. Emperor Yuan Jing granted amnesty to the world. By the way, the queen was also pardoned. Su Qian was stunned. I said, why is Yuan Jing so familiar in 13 years? It turned out that Wei Yuan became famous all over the world in one fell swoop. Sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to be disrespectful to you. No wonder Huai Qing would become Wei Yuan's disciple. It turned out that the queen had also received Wei Yuan's kindness. I didn't understand the final reason, but it's not without gains. Detective Su Baipu can deduce from this. The queen, even if she made a mistake. But it's not a big deal. Otherwise, Emperor Yuan Jing would not have borrowed the donkey from the slope to pardon the queen. Su Qian was reminiscing about his harvest. Unexpectedly, my aunt spoke at this time. Ningqian, if you have time after dinner, go pick up the shade. Su Qian didn't want to go. Blurted out a reply to Uncle Daosi. How not to go? The aunt looked like she didn't match her unlucky nephew. Arouse people. Unceremoniously. Uncle Tsu would study in the study in the afternoon. Tell you to do something. It's also pushing. Su Qian cut lightly. Lightly threatened the aunt. Give me back all the silk. The aunt immediately squeezed out a beautiful smile. Alas, choking. The family does not speak 2 words. Come and eat the vegetables. Eat vegetables, and your aunt will add a piece of chicken to you. Su Qian saw that she softened. Looking at the avatar will only feel sorry for my brother's good sister. Sister Mingyue, come with me. Just take you 2 sisters for a walk around the inner city. Something jewelry. Auntie listened. There was a twinkle in his eyes. It's glamorous. Let's go with my aunt. Su Qian scolded in his heart. The heart said that you just want to cheat me for money. She said yes, without being salty. But I don't buy jewelry. Annie suddenly straightened her face. This stinky boy. Pick and search. If you don't go, Su Qian immediately sued the second uncle. You see, my aunt is just trying to take advantage of me. But I didn't even marry my daughter-in-law. I have to save money to marry a daughter-in-law. The place where Zaya Dowding was enlightened is called Qinjiantang. The name has a 2-fold meaning. The first is to take righteousness and make steady progress. The second is to rub the heat of the Qingyan mountain outside the capital. The person who filmed the private school was an old talent. His name is Li Bingyi. A month ago, the old gentleman ushered in his lifelong enemy. He said a little angrily, "You stand up for me. Recite the three-character scripture." Little Doubting stood up obediently. Seriously began to read silently. Human beings are inherently good. Sexual proximity can be carried here when the back. He's stuck. Mr. Lee is used to it. Sighed why half a month has passed. You'll still only have these 3 sentences. Shadow Ding said in a coquettish voice, "My father said that one trick will be eaten first." Mr. Lee was stunned for a moment. Is it used here to eat first and change the sky? That's right. The child's father was a vulgar martial artist. Come to think of it, most of his anger disappeared at once. So he earnestly taught him to study every day. You read it loudest. Literacy is no problem. But why do you want to carry it when you carry it? You won't be able to recite it. The sage said that he knew things. Have you ever self-reflected? Little Bean Ding was puzzled. The gentleman only taught 3 sentences. As soon as these words came out, the room burst into laughter. Mr. Lee was very tired, reluctantly sat down. He really couldn't bear to blame Xiao Doubting in his heart. Because of this child's home, there is only one second brother who is a scholar, and he is a student of Yunlu Academy. I really don't know what kind of environment and education it is, to be able to teach 2 children who were so different. Mr. Lee coughed and had a meal time in 2 lessons. Remember to keep your oath. With that, he left the school. The children were relieved at once. Laughing and laughing, they all took out the food from their small cloth bags. Xiao Doubting is naturally not to be left behind. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Today's lunch was extraordinary. Crystal dumplings and plum blossom cakes and so on. These are the best pastries of Guiwei Building. At this time, a little fat man walked to Su Lingyin's desk, looked down on him proudly, and in a commanding tone, "Talk about your food. I want the little fat man to be the child king in the school. Grow tallest and strongest. 1 year older than Little Doubting. Dried beans instantly activate the food protection attribute." Fierce glare, he didn't give it. The little fat man directly uses the huge body. Knock into the small beans. A posture of doing it if you don't give it. That's right. Xiao Doubting's bracelet was robbed by him before. Initially, she didn't give it, but he pushed him to the ground and hit him twice. I forcibly took it away. The bracelet was robbed. Little Bean Ding didn't care too much, because they can't eat it. But this time the little fat man dared to snatch his pastry. Little Doubting said that nothing would have allowed him to succeed. The little fat man was also very surprised. I didn't see him crying last time I grabbed the bracelet. I thought this stupid girl was easy to bully. I didn't expect it to be so brutal this time. But the little fat man thought, if you eat what he eats, you must eat it. No one in the school dared to disobey. He clenched his fists. Riveting with all his strength, he smashed it twice on Little Doubting's head. Xiao Doubting hugged his head in pain and sat on the ground. The little fat man sat down triumphantly and began to eat the pastry. The mouth is still disdainful of provocation. If you meet earlier, you don't have to suffer so much. Do you have any of these delicious foods at home? If so, you could bring it tomorrow. The children next to him looked at this scene with some envy. I thought about it if I joined in just now. Now, there's something delicious. Xiao Doubting fell into 6 years of life. Unprecedented anger. He stood up silently and did not speak. With his head bowed, he walked to Mr. Lee's podium, grabbed the stiff and heavy bamboo strips. A child behind the little fat man immediately spoke up. Remind him to hit you with Mr. S. bamboo sticks. The little fat man looked up. I just saw that one being bullied. A little girl who can't say anything. Bamboo strips are being held high. In a small chest, a mid-air roar erupted. The next moment, the bamboo strips slashed at the little fat man's skull. The power is huge. The response is broken. The little fat man rolled his eyes. When you treat you, you lose all consciousness. Fall on your back. The black-red border mark on his face was clearly visible. One tooth was broken. The children in the school were stunned, immediately ran to the backyard to find Mr. Lee on his short legs. Mr. Lee was having dinner with his wife. A boy ran in, riveting vigorously shouted, "Mr. That stupid girl killed someone." Li Bingyi frowned and said, "What's going on?" The boy snorted and pointed to the stupid girl outside. "Beat the fat boy to death. Use your bamboo strips." Mr. Lee put down the dishes and chopsticks. "Get up and I'll take a look." Walk through the inner courtyard. Into the lobby. Mr. Lee saw a group of children surrounding the little fat man. The little fat man fell to the ground on all fours, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. He was immediately frightened. "I can't take care of it." Xiao Doubting immediately sent someone to ask for a doctor. Fortunately, the school location is very good. The medical hall is not far away. Soon the doctor came. The doctor was busy checking the pulse of the little fat man. Then he examined it for a few more moments. His face was so solemn that he was not in danger of life. "It's just that you have to rest on the couch for a few days." Mr. Lee was relieved. "It's going to be a dead man. This gentleman himself has come to an end." He couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Shouted angrily at Zia Doubting Su Lingyi. "Why do you maliciously hurt your classmates?" Little Doubting said loudly, "He robbed me of food." Mr. Lee was even angrier for this. "You almost killed someone." Xiao Doubting's two small hands pinched his waist. Glaring at him, he stubbornly repeated the previous sentence. It seemed like it was a big deal for him. This stupid and stubborn girl. Let Mr. Lee get out of anger. Just about to reprimand. Then I heard a shout from outside, "My young master." "Who bullied my young master?" Two strong-bodied minions rushed in. The two servants broke into the inner courtyard with a clear goal. Entered the house. At a glance. Then he saw the little fat man lying unconscious on the ground. One of the family members glared at the crowd, staring at Mr. Lee. Yelled, "Which little rabbit cub hit my young master?" Mr. Lee coughed. Mildly, this matter was a misunderstanding. "You bring him back first. I'll come to the door in person afterwards." He planned to wait for Su Lining's family to arrive first. Then they discussed going to the door to make amends. After all, it happened in his private school. Vicious brawls. The incident became too big and had a bad impact on his reputation. But Jiading is a more vulgar existence than a martial artist. "Don't give this set to the master. I only know that my young master was beaten." "You don't teach." Lao Tzu went to report to the official. Mr. Lee sneered. "The law also stipulates that offenders under 15 and those who are invalidated received under the penalty of retention. Anti-drowning homicide committed under the age of 10. The deceased was still stealing. Those who hurt people will be closed to school. After leaving the private school, go to the right. The ministers are the two yamen. Go and go back. To put it simply, it is the same crime. Ransom may be paid in lieu of criminal law." The two family members talk about the law. I can't talk about Mr. Lee. Angry and angry. Roll up your sleeves and want to hit someone. At this time, a boy pointed to Little Doubting. Loudly said that it was he who hit. It was he who beat people to death with bamboo sticks. A family member heard this. Immediately went over and grabbed Xiao Doubting's little hand and pulled it out. Mr. Lee blows his beard and glares at "What are you going to do?" The housekeeper pushed him away. Angrily, "Lao Tzu cares what law you have. If you hit someone, you will be responsible." Lao Tzu is now going to take him back to his house. Give it to the old lady fallow. Acquaintances, hurry up and notify the dead girl's family to take care of it. Acquaintances are late. We're not to blame for missing arms and legs. Little Bean Ding was pulled uncomfortably. 2 kicks. Angry protests. After a while, seeing that it didn't work, Little Beanie spat at him. The family is holding back the fire in his heart. Raise your palm to greet Doubting. But the slap didn't fall. Was blocked by Mr. Lee, who was quick to shoot. He made a few false hairs and roared angrily, saying that the old man was a showman. A talented person with meritorious fame. You dare to touch him. Just wait for the lawsuit. Jia Ding looked disdainful of what was wrong with Xiao Cai. Those who come to the house to go to the official department during the New Year's holidays. Don't talk about showmanship. There are also a lot of officials. What are you bad, old man? With that, he kicked it over. How could an old gentleman who was over the age of 16 resist it? Straight flew out. Zian rode a horse. Dada and Datat trot. Greet the warm sun. He complained about a broken bracelet, and he has been thinking about it for so long. Why don't you find the second uncle to deal with it? Annie still followed. Because I remember the bracelet I bought for Su Lingyin. His whereabouts are unknown. Took advantage of Su Qian's return to have something to rely on. I'm going to find a gentleman at a private school to reason with my aunt. Aunt lifted the curtains, revealing a pointed jaw. Ao Jiaodao avoided spring a while ago. How can your second uncle have time to deal with these little things? Su Qian said casually. Isn't Jiro back? Mrs. Glamorous gave her nephew a roll of the eyes. Erlang's intention to participate in the spring siege is not here. Besides, Erlang has no fame now. It's not like you martial artists can fight. He just has a mouth. Su Qian complained in his heart. Jiro's mouth can make Gu so angry that it explodes on the spot. The lethality is amazing, okay? Ling Yu's sister, who would only feel sorry for her brother, was helpless. In fact, my mother thinks that it is more reliable to be the eldest brother. Right, so as soon as the big brother comes back, you can't wait to find him to do justice. The aunt denied it. I didn't say that. Soon I arrived at the private school. The carriage stopped on the side of the road. The coachman took off the small wooden stool and greeted the lady. Miss Su Qian said, I'll go to tie the horse first. Buy some more food for Lin Yin. You go in first. The aunt took her daughter's hand and said, Can't you buy it when it's over? Su Qian smiled. The heart says that the sense of surprise is different, especially for a snack guy. Auntie pouted. Went to a private school with Su Linyue, but just got in, and the aunt heard the cry of her young daughter. Then I saw him being carried out by a strong man. The aunt stopped the two gardens, frowning and saying, Who are you? Like what my daughter does. Xiao Doubting saw that his mother was coming. Immediately shouted Nyang. They're the bad guys. You tell the big brother to beat them. Gardine looked at her aunt. I couldn't take my eyes off it. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. But, seeing that her aunt and Su Lingyue did not obey behind her, the family was immediately relieved, put on a fierce face, deliberately hit my aunt with my body, forced him to retreat. Your girl beat my young master. We're going to take him away. The other family did the same. With a naked purpose, he hit Su Lingyue. Allow. Lingyue's panicked hind legs were forced to the gate of the courtyard, stumbled over the threshold, fell with a scream, bumped into a warm, thick shoulder. She turned her head to look. It was found to be the big brother. Fong Kai's grievances disappeared immediately. Su Qian squinted at the two family members. He pointed to the little bean cube, said she was my sister. Jia Ding still glared at Su Qian with dignity. Your sister injured my young master. There's just one breath left. At this time, Mr. Li also chased out. Insulting Sven. The doctor explained. There is no danger to life at all. The aunt asked Mr. Li loudly what was going on. Mr. Li told the story again. Helplessly, your family really doesn't take care of this matter. Give the old man a few thin noodles. Solve it well. Su Qian nodded helplessly. I heard that it was robbed of food. I guess I'm going to lose money. But it's good that Zia Doubting didn't suffer. Su Qian has always been a reasonable person. Said put my sister down. Go and call this boy's father and mother. But these families are more vulgar than Wufu. When he opened his mouth, he burst into a thick sentence. What if you run away? We must take this girl away. It doesn't work when the king of heaven comes. Su Qian's face sank. The heart said that you were so good at talking, right? At this time, Mr. Li was busy warming up. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. The old man went with a few people to take care of him. But he wasn't done yet. I feel like a flower in front of my eyes. The figure of the dung-spewing housekeeper flew out, bang against the wall in an extremely exaggerated pose. Fortunately, Su Baipu collected some strength. Otherwise, his watermelon was probably smashed in a single slap. The old gentleman looked back in horror. I couldn't say a word anymore, because he wasn't sure if he opened his mouth. The young man in front of him looked mild-mannered. Will it be done to yourself? I can't afford to play with this old bone. Su Qian took a hard bite. A subordinate dares to be so arrogant. Lao Tzu looks at where your master is sacred. Get out of here and find your master. The other family looked at him with fear. Ran out without saying a word. Little Doubting stopped crying after a while, jumping forward like a fish. Cauldron. Su Qian touched his little brain melon dotingly. Does it hurt anywhere? Xiao Doubting touched his head indifferently. It hurts brainlessly. He punched me twice. Su Qian squinted his eyes and said, Who hit you? That little fat man. It's still an adult. Xiao Doubting still didn't care that it was the little fat man. Su Qian snorted proudly. Walked in front of Li Bingyi. Asked Mr. Q what he thinks about this matter. Li Bingyi muttered to Zhao Chuan. The boy was wounded. I guess I'm going to be in bed for a few days. You have a better attitude. I don't have any money. The child's uncle is the Bunanthology Shiro of the Tobe. The implication is that it is more than the background. You can't compare. It's a big fuss. It's an uncle. The aunt took the little bean into her arms in distress, relying on a nephew to support the scene. We don't lose money. It doesn't matter what he is in the middle of the Lang. Li Bingyi was helpless, and in the Wenxuan Shilang, it was Zheng Wuping. Auntie was visibly panicked. Mingyan, let's hurry home. Su Qian felt a toothache. The heart said that I should not be cowardly so fast. She didn't have the air to go home. It's not even more embarrassing to make trouble for others. It's better to settle it right here. Waited an hour. Parents came to pick up their children one after another. Only Su Qian and his party were still waiting. Soon they heard the sound of noisy footsteps. The family went and returned. He also carried a dozen housekeepers armed with sticks. The old man is the girl who beat the young master. And the kid not only shielded the dead girl, he also hurt people. The middle-aged man led by him suppressed his anger and looked at Su Qian. What you are? In which yamen are the elders of the family? Su Qian is a reasonable person, seeing that they didn't mean to do it first. Hugged his fists and replied, in the next Su Qian he can beat more people. I didn't spit out 3 words. The middle-aged man interrupted me coldly, and I was asking about your parents. Su Qian smiled. Don't mind either. Family letter Su Pingji, guardian of the sword. The middle-aged man was hungry. The tale no drags on for a long time. Just the daughter of a royal sword guard. How dare you hurt my precious son? It's not over. Come to think of it, he said in a deep voice, I give you 2 choices, or 500 taels of silver. Either I'll catch this girl and go to the yamen. Auntie exclaimed, 500 taels will not pay 500 taels if you kill your son. Don't even think about it. The woman dressed as a noblewoman was furious when she heard this, pointing at the aunt and scolding the slut. How do you speak? I don't see any serious people in your family. No wonder the daughter is so wild. It turns out that having a bewitching lady is not a good thing. The aunt crossed her waist and sneered. Grow into this crooked melon and crack date. It's embarrassing to come out and be embarrassed. My woman was furious. Hurriedly stepped forward and waved a slap to give it to my aunt. But her slap hadn't fallen yet. Su Qian's slap arrived first. Smack! Knocked the woman staggered. The woman glared angrily. The face hurts hotly. Open the mouth of the blood basin and squirt feces. Su Qian slapped him with his backhand. Interrupted the woman's spell casting. The already unsightly face of a tattered woman. This directly swollen into a pig's head. Crying and shouting, Sir, what are you waiting for? I'm going to be beaten to death. The middle-aged man was already on fire in his heart. It can't be done. With a calm face, he waved his hand and hit me. The family rushed up. Wave the stick in your hand and greet you. Look at the stance. I didn't want to keep my hand at all. Su Qian pulled his aunt and Lin Yu behind him to help each other, so as not to take care of yourself and not get hurt. By this time, the clubs of the family had arrived. Su Qian easily dodged. Then he gave a fluttering kick back. More than 100 caddies of family members flew out directly, knocked down a large number of people who wanted to come forward. The middle-aged man chuckled in his heart. It turned out to be a practitioner. Forthwith, whispered a few words into the ear of a family member beside him. The family immediately ran away. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. This is the capital. Force will not solve the problem. This young man, your sister hit someone. I'll have to give an explanation. Su Qian squinted and sneered. Your son is stealing my sister's food. The aunt comforted the young girl, and Ling Yu glanced up at Su Qian. I suddenly felt a sense of security. It was not in vain that the old lady raised him. The woman yelled. He was still a child. Which child is not greedy? It's nothing. You're scheming with a child. Be shameless. The middle-aged man heard this. I can't hold it on my face. Interrupted the shrew's spell casting. He asked then, what do you want? Su Qian gave his attitude. Your son stole my sister's food first. Hit him again. Therefore, I am only willing to pay 10 taels of silver. The middle-aged man sneered, obviously not satisfied with their own losses. The two sides confronted each other for a moment. A pair of tiger-tooth catchers arrived. The leader is a middle-aged man, sharp-eyed. Chun Dao said, what's going on? The smile on the middle-aged man's face was even worse. He had just told Garden to go out. Just go and call these catchers over. Qian's face sank a little slightly. It's the catcher of the government. The middle-aged man stepped forward and arched his hand. In the Edict of the Net Worth letter is the Ministry of Writing's selected Shiro. The head catcher hurriedly returned the salute. It turned out to be Master Zhao. The middle-aged man nodded habitually. Pointing to Su Qian, this person has done his best. After conniving at my sister to beat me to a serious injury. He also shot and wounded the people of my house. The police also do justice. The head catcher stared at Su Qi and looked at it for a moment. I felt that this handsome and extraordinary man was a little familiar, but I don't remember where I've seen it. So he lightly ordered Dao Sua to go. The two catchers take off the ropes. Welcome to Su Qian. Su Qian frowned, laughed at this head catcher. You were sure to take one side of the story. The head catcher had a faint bad premonition in his heart. Stop the two catchers. At the same time, he motioned for Su Qian to continue. But the brutal woman interjected. What else is there to say? My son just ate some of his sister's food. The dead girl beat my son to the ground. Not only did he not admit his mistake, he also injured the family members in my house. There is no heavenly reason. There is no royal law left. Mr. Li sighed. Come out and say something fair. It does. However, the arrogance of the Zhao mansion is also very arrogant. The doctor, who hadn't had time to leave, said the child was to be bedridden for days. In order to recover, the head catcher nodded slowly. It's normal for the heart to be arrogant. Any child who is injured will be angry. Xiao Doubting saw that the poor person wanted to lock up his eldest brother. The angry Howl was the one who snatched me first. You are not allowed to arrest me. Dagua has a stupid mouth. Won't say anything. He said with his mouth open. The little fat man didn't just rob me of food. He also snatched my bracelet. The aunt was shocked and angry. It turned out to be the culprit who snatched the bracelet. It's the kid of this house. I remembered that I grabbed the shade of the forest again today and ate, and smite him with his fists. The aunt gritted her teeth in anger. Too much deception. Su wife and was stunned, turning his head and asking. The bracelet was also snatched by the little fat man. Little Bean Ding nodded vigorously. It's a big country. Su Qian's face sank completely. If this conflict is a conflict between children, Naturally, he doesn't bother with the child. Just pay for the soup and medicine. This is also why he has never revealed his identity. The reason for bullying. But this is clearly not the case. That little fat man is not. It's the first time I've bullied Little Bean. Obviously, Zaya Dowding is easy to bully. Wantonly vented violence on him. This is bullying. Can't bear it. Su Qian pushed away the fast hand who was about to arrest him. Step by step, Chun Xingdao turned out to be done by your children. Bullied my sister last time, snatched his priceless bracelet. This time I saw him that the food was expensive, and snatched it again, and hit my sister. Now you are bullying again. Blocked in the school, and extorted 500 taels of silver from me. The middle-aged man was obviously frightened by Su Qian's momentum. The voice is no longer steady. What a bracelet. There is no need. But his wife next to him had a twinkle in her eyes. What did the four think? Su Qian looked at the head catcher. Said the hairpin. Here's the thing. The kid from the Zhao mansion bullied my sister repeatedly. Snatched his jade bracelet. This time he snatched food again. My sister couldn't bear it. That's when I made a move. The bracelet is worth a lot. It's not me who you're going to catch. It's them. Please help me recover my lost property. The woman said loudly. What a bracelet. Nothing. My son is well read. How could such a thing be done? Not only did they hurt our son, sir, he also slandered people. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy and poor. Please take this silk. I'm going to ask my uncle to administer justice. I heard it for the first time. No more hesitation. Carved to the lock and brought back to the yamen. But the voice fell. He saw the young man in front of him. A yellow object was found in his bosom. Throw it away. The head catcher subconsciously wanted to hide. But the devil sent the god to reach out and take it. When he saw the flying thing, his face changed suddenly. Knee slammed to the knees. Then he trembled. The faces of the Zhao family and his wife changed. They didn't know the gold medal. But the head-catching reaction is the best reference. Didn't you say that the elders of the family were the 800 households of the Imperial Sword Guard? What's going on? This kid has a very high status. That just now. Why not just say it? Su Qian stared at the head catcher and asked, What is an axe called? Bow your head and think about the choice you just made. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Humble Zhu in Su Qian. Han Shou's official was ordered to investigate the case. This is a gold medal from His Majesty. Zhu Yin, yes. You're a talent. I appreciate you. I decided to invite you to work with you. Custody of the gold medal for the officer. After a pause, he lost the gold medal, slaughtered all over the house. Smack. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Zhu Yin's face. Smash on the ground. Zhu Yin trembled and said humbly. Su's wife nodded with satisfaction and knelt. Then he looked at Zhao Shun and his wife. Chun Xingdao took these two people away from me. This was said to 3 catchers. But the 3 young catchers looked at Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin didn't dare to raise his head. Angry and anxious. The voice trembled. Stunned for what to do. Not yet. Zhao Shun was furious and anxious. What are you doing? My uncle is the official of the Ministry of Writing. It is a positive 5 product. The catcher takes a knife and pries. A hard beating. Zhao Shun was beaten. That's when I was honest. Turning his head and shouting to his family, Go and ask my uncle. Su Qian left the school with his aunt and sisters. I had no choice but to say that I couldn't finish it today. I'll have to go back to the Root Man Yamen to deal with this. Annie, come with me. Let's go home first. The aunt was obviously very angry. Gritted his teeth. After going to the Yamen, the people left. Mr. Li carefully recalled his response just now. Confirmed that there are no mistakes. I was a little at ease. Walked to the head catcher who was kneeling there. Asked the poor master, What kind of Yamen is that lord just now? Guanju Best Pig. The head catcher remorsefully wanted to draw a knife and kill himself. Scolded and said, I don't know if Guanju is the best and cautious. This is a gold medal. Gold medal, you know? Mr. Lee's body shook. His hands were shaking. New to say, that stupid girl. There are such people in the family. At the same time, he was extremely glad that he was fair. There is no bias towards the Zhao family. Otherwise, the late festival and the old life will not be. Paula thought of this. He became more sympathetic to Zhu Yin. On the way to the yamen of the watchman, Su Qian took Zia Doubting to ride a big horse. He has a meat pie in his left hand, a bag of deep-fried fish balls in the right hand. I had a lot of fun. Su Qian said tentatively, it was Ling Yun just now. Do you feel relieved? Big Brother helps you beat them up. It does not die and sheds its skin. The reason why Su Qian is so cautious, it's because he's afraid of this kind of bullying. It will cast a shadow on the young mind of Little Beanding. But he talked to himself for a long time. I also pushed my sister with my hand. None of them got a response. Su Qian yelled at Lin Yi a little speechlessly. I'm asking you. Dice Beans looked up from their food. Big black and white eyes blinked. What does the cauldron say? Su Qian didn't have a good breath. I'm asking if you are relieved. Sticky Beans nodded as they ate. And then there was no response. Su Qian was annoyed. The voice unconsciously rose a few points. Do you know what degassing is? Little Doubting continued to nod. The colleague did not forget to send food to his mouth. Su Qian gritted his teeth and said, Big Brother, help you teach that little fat man's parents. Little Beanding nodded, continued to indulge in the food. Su Qian could no longer suppress his anger. Shouted that your second brother is dead. But Little Doubting's response was only a nod. Su Qian let out a long sigh. This little kid is completely perfunctory. I'm so stupid, really. I actually care about the mental health of this stupid child. But the next moment, Little Doubting spit out. Su Qian lowered his head and asked what was wrong. Xiao Doubting's face was full of regret, and Ma was too crazy. It's a waste to spit it out. Can I pick it up and eat it again? Su Qian is crazy, no. How could there be a stupid child like you in my Su family? Also gluttonous. The group soon came to the yamen of the watchman. A half-baked gong came over to say hello. Ning Su Qian greeted him with a smile. Just in time. You take my family inside. Chunfeng Hall sat in the side hall. The gong immediately smiled. I looked at my aunt again. Is this my sister? The aunt's nervousness was swept away. Smiled and said that the yamen were all talented. It sounds good. A quarter of an hour later. Waited for 3 catchers from the government to come, and Mr. and Mrs. Zhaoshan. Young catcher. Gong Shimichi-sama. Traffickers brought. Su Qian nodded. Reach out and take the rope. Say you're waiting here. I put the traffickers in jail. Come out again and return the rope. Zhao Sheng and his wife were so frightened that their faces were pale. The people of the capital, who do not know the prestige of the watchman, know better. The prison is a place where there is no entry or exit. Zhao Shen's wife sat on the ground, crying and sprinkling. I don't go into the yamen. Kill me. Su Qian kicked him to the ground. It's not easy to die. It will be done later. Why didn't you think there was now when you bullied people? With that, he tugged on the rope, dragged the couple into the yamen. The 3 catchers remained in place. One of them suddenly said to the adult, Isn't it familiar? The other person was not sure if it was Lord Su. When Liu catches the head and is promoted to the total catcher, I followed him on errands. I once met Master Su once. It's changed too much, isn't it? Completely unrecognizable. No wonder it looks so familiar. Isn't he dead? At that time, Lu Zhutu was in a very bad mood. Lose your temper at every turn. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Shun were forcibly taken to prison. If you don't cooperate, you will be beaten. So much so that it attracted a lot of gong attention along the way. Others laughed and teased Lord Su. Who is the prisoner? Crying and crying. Su Qian smiled and said with a smile, 2 dogs fighting people. Let them taste the beating of society today. Come to the dungeon for the watchman. Bang! The prison door opens. The dark, damp air rushed in front of you. Zhao Sheng's face turned pale. There was despair in his eyes. And horror. This is the most regrettable moment of his life. The woman finally broke down. I swung the bracelet. I'll lose you money. Lose your money and don't put me in a dungeon. Zhao Shen stared at his wife with wide eyes. He finally understood the reason for the mysterious adult's anger. Originally, his own son really bullied other people's sisters repeatedly. It turns out that snatching the bracelet is real. It turned out that the wife knew everything. It's over. Let the watchman grab the handle. Even high-ranking officials should be issued. Not to mention his own uncle. Will you offend me for the sake of beating people? Qian recruited the jailers. After taking the two into prison, they found Taro. Instructed the couple who had just been imprisoned. Give them some color and see. But be careful. Taro for your measure is to save a life. Or keep a leg. Su Qian didn't have a good way to live. But beat them up every day. Pay attention to proportionality when beating. Don't miss an arm or a broken leg. I have useful for these two people. I don't know that's what I said. Taro has a bottom in his heart. Lord Su is just a normal lesson. Let the two of them suffer in prison. Su Weifan said lightly, this is called labor reform. This official is a watchman. Protect the safety of the imperial city. Trusted and reused by His Majesty. Li Deng educated the people. Taro immediately flattered an adult's name. Su Qian has just been released from prison. One of the officials immediately stepped forward to report. It is said that an official who claims to be in the Beng Jingxin Shiro asked to see him. Su Qian nodded. Lead him to the Spring Breeze Hall. After speaking, he entered Li Yuchen's office. Sit in his place. He shouted comfortably. I'll be on patrol in a while. Heck, there are 10 gong places. Who should I hire? Give the second uncle one first. Give one to your aunt. Give Jiro one. Give Ling Yu one. By the way, Zai Dowding also has one. The whole family eats fantasy. Haha, he was amusing himself and thinking about Li Yuan. And he let an officer in. He was over 50 years old and wore a blue official robe. The moment you step on the threshold of the Spring Breeze Hall, this one has been silent. An old man with a lot of official authority. Bloom with a smile like a spring breeze. Lord Su has admired the name for a long time. This official position is low. I've never had the chance to see Lord Su. I've heard that you're a regular visitor to the Imperial Study. Su Qian said lightly. I want to see this officer. Just call Fong Si. Zhao Longzhong was stunned. Su Qian laughed heartily. Lord Zhao couldn't help but move more than the girl named Fong Si. You may be seated. Please be seated. Come and investigate. The first round of encounters was a sword and a sword. Zhao Ling, Zhongming, Bao undercurrent. Alluded to Su Qian being a soldier. There are countless enemies. Su Qian compared him to a dusty woman. Losing patience, Lord Zhao gets straight to the point. Lord Su, I don't know what mistake the official's uncompetitive nephew made. Su Qian frowned. That's a big problem. Instruct the child to do things that are taken by force. After the incident, and he called out Garden, deliberately murdering the official and his family. Lord Zhao, let's be officials in the same dynasty. It was supposed to give each other face. But the law is unforgiving. Lord Zhao, who has been in officialdom for many years, has not changed his face. A silver ticket was pulled out of his sleeve. There was even a hint of shame. Said that the official did not restrain him. Let him be reckless. Lord Su raised his noble hand. Su Qian glanced at it. It was found that the silver ticket was only worth 100. So I sighed and said that my sister was a little injured. Lord Zhao remained silent. He took another sheet out of his sleeve and put it away. Su Qian continued to sigh. My aunt is a little injured. Lord Zhao's smile did not decrease. He took another sheet out of his sleeve and put it away. Su Qian laughed and said that my sister was a little injured. Lord Zhao was a little annoyed. Lord Su's sister has already been injured. Su Qian stretched out 2 fingers. I forgot to tell you with a smile. I have 2 younger sisters. Lord Zhao had no choice but to suppress his anger. He pulled out another one from his sleeve. Unexpectedly, Su Qian's painting style changed. Sighed and said that the official also suffered. The corners of Lord Zhao's mouth twitched. Crazy to build yourself in your heart. Gritted his teeth and took out another 100 taels. Su's wife nodded with satisfaction. Meaningfully said of the missing bracelet. It was given by His Majesty. Lord Zhao gasped. The whole body trembled slightly with anger. Gritted teeth. Directly another silver ticket with a face value of 100 taels. Shot out. A full 600 taels. Su's wife and did not continue to be embarrassed. It's not like you can take it when you see it. It was Zhao Shun who blackmailed him for 500 taels not long ago. Now it is just to govern others in the way of others. Su Qian put away the silver ticket. Said this lightly. I'll forgive them. Lord Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Then Su Gongzi, please let him go. Unexpectedly, Su Qian shook his head. This one doesn't work. Lord Zhao's face suddenly froze. Su Qian said with a smile that he owed the debt to repay the money. But you have to charge interest, no. The 500 taels of silver is interest. You haven't paid me back the principal yet. Lord Zhao really can't suppress it now. Since entering here, Su Qian has been playing tricks on himself. He is a middle-aged man. Officer scheduling. It can be said that the fate of the magistrates of the imperial court was decided. It's just that I can't help this little gong. Just because. The original is to supervise the organization of the 100 official society. Born with conflicting duties. Not to mention that he has a consolation cover over him. He has been wronged by His Majesty many times. Dogs fight people. Lord Zhao stared at him sharply. Take a deep breath. Said what Lord Su wanted. Su Qian motioned for him to sit down. It's not a big deal. Come and sit with Lord Zhao. I heard that the Anthology Division is in charge of a local official's compensation. Zhao Longzhong nodded. Su Qian stated his purpose. In a few days, it will be the end of spring. The official has a cousin. Only 8 buckets high. Learn to be rich in 5 cars. Zhong Jinshi is a no-brainer. Zhao Longzhong understood what he meant. Nodding his head, that being the case. Lord Su talked to the official about this. Peace of mind. That's it. Qian blackened this. He is a disciple of Yunlu Academy. Zhao Longzhong frowned deeply. Finally knew Su Qian's true purpose. He suddenly became a little embarrassed. Su Qian is reassured. I won't embarrass Lord Zhao. You just need to keep him in Beijing after Chunwei. Treat everyone the same as other Jinshi. The officer was grateful. The adult's nephew and niece-in-law will naturally release it when the time comes. I will not treat them badly. The bracelet that His Majesty had given you. I don't think it's all gone. Zhao Longzhong pondered for a long time. He knew it was a deal. So he nodded slowly and said yes. I also hope that Lord Su will keep his promise. Send Zhao Longzhong away. Su Qian let out a breath. The heart said Erlang. Brother Li, younger brother and sister, is still the most favored by you. Then he turned his head and went to the Haoqi building. The abyss of contemplation standing in front of the Kanyu map. Footsteps were heard. There is no echo. Zhao Longzhong from the Anthology Division came to see you in a casual tone. Su Qian hugged his fists and smiled. The new number is strange. Sure enough, it was a right decision. Wei Yuan turned to look at Su Qian. What are you doing here? Su Qian described the general process of the matter. Of course, the deal with Zhao Longzhong was also mentioned. If there is no accident in my family, they will be sent to the backwoods. The second uncle is just one of his sons. How can it be? Wei Yuan asked in a smiling tone. Why don't you ask this seat for help? But what answered him was silence. Wei Yuan didn't rush either. Su Qian hesitated for a long time. Calmly replied, I want to leave a way for the Su family. You shouldn't be on the same side as me. Humble to the great favor of the Duke of Wei. Charge into battle. Bound. Su Qian is a smart man. You can't even put your eggs in one basket. The truth. He hopes to be able to support the Su family's heroes in the future. One more youth. Although, as his own cousin, Su Xinyan will be more or less branded with him. But this is different from Wei Yuan's imprint. This little bit of caution can't hide from Wei Yuan. He nodded slowly and said that it is normal for people. By the way, you've been promoted to the Divine Refining Mirror. How strong is Genshin Impact? Su Qian scratched his head. It's hard to say. Wei Yuan continued to stare at Su Qian. You might as well take Li Yuchen as the standard. He is a senior god refining mirror. There is still some distance from the copper skin and iron bones. But the combat power is not bad either. Su Qian groaned. In that case, I can cut two with one sword. Wei Yuan stood up in amazement. The shock in his eyes could no longer be hidden. He squinted, stared at Su Qian closely. What did you say? Su Qian said humbly. After Duke Wei stepped into the realm of refining gods, and he did not fight anyone. I can't figure out the strength of Genshin Impact. What level does it belong to in the god refining realm? Wei Yuan thought for a moment. Don't you know how to roar as a lion in Buddhism? Go outside and yell at it. Su Qian was a little dare. The hesitant Duke of Wei. The lion's roar does not distinguish between friend and foe. Wei Yuan waved his hand. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Don't worry about me. Su Qian was helpless. I had to nod, turn and walk over the tea room. Walk towards the lookout. Li Qian walked to the lookout. Facing the warm sunshine, the Dantian sinks. I imagined a picture of the world's roar. With a unique method of luck, there was a slight pause for a few seconds. He roared deeply at the entire yamen below. The watchman below heard the roar. An uncontrollable fear welled up in my heart. He was temporarily deaf in both ears. It was pitch black. Countless opportunities poured out from all over the yamen. The golden buildings in the yamen were all alarmed. One by one, figures rushed into the Haoqi building. Su Qian was a little embarrassed. Wei Gong seems to have made too much trouble. Wei Yuan stared at Su Qian. There was joy in his eyes. This is a male lion. It's slowly sharpening its claws. Slowly grow fangs. It hasn't fully grown yet. But someday, its roar vibrates. Kyushu at this time. Nangong Chinro didn't have a good airway. You didn't do it just now. Su Qian smiled awkwardly and said that it was me. Just now, Wei Gong wanted to test my Yuan Shin strength. I just yelled casually. Zhang Kaidai tentatively said to Su Ningyan, you were promoted to the Divine Refining Mirror in Yunzhou. In fact, as early as when Jiang Luzhong's secret letter was transmitted back to the capital, they learned that Su Qian had been promoted to the Divine Refining Mirror. At that time, Wei Gong was in a very good mood when he talked about it. But even so, it had only been more than half a month since he was promoted to the God Refining realm. And the strong and pure Genshin Impact fluctuations just now. It shouldn't be a dancer of the refining God realm in this heat. There should be. At this time, Zhang Kaidai suddenly said I suddenly understood. Jiang Luzhong and Yang Yin. Why did you fight for him at that time? The more he spoke, the more intense his gaze became. Wei Yuan shook his head. Su Qian was still there. Yang Yin recalled. Which of you wants to find Yang Yin by yourself? Except for Nangong Chinro. 6 golden gongs were sacrificed again. Deal. Su Qian prayed that Yang Yin would return to Beijing later to ride a horse. Wait for the heat to pass. Imagine Yang Jinluo, who was working hard outside to judge and suppress bandits. Thousands of miles back to Beijing. He was not greeted with cheers. It's the fist of a colleague, and being stabbed in anxiety after knowing about it. It's miserable to think about. Wait for the guards and watchmen outside to disperse. Su's wife returned to Chunfeng Hall slowly. Sister Lin, you came up. I have palpitations and Big Brother. Where have you been? How could there be thunder just now? Both Mother and Lin Ying were scared. Su Qian said lightly, "Is it a thunderbolt on a sunny day?" "Something that is common," said, took out 100 taels of silver ticket from his bosom and handed it to his aunt. "The matter has been settled. This is the compensation given by the Zhao family. You don't have to worry about it." The aunt looked at the silver ticket in disbelief and said that it was for me. Su Qian nodded vigorously. Annie worked hard for this family. This is what the aunt deserves. It's a pity that it's only 100 taels. After all, the backers behind the people are also. No, the little aunt was a little moved. You found out that your aunt just loves to complain. There are some things that don't like to hear. Don't take it to heart, Su Qian said with a smile. It's all family. By the way, I have something to do tonight. I won't go home. Annie frowned. You're coming back from Yunzhou. I haven't had a day off at home. What's the matter? Su Qian said shyly. I'm going to develop 2 peaks and a canyon with people. Invest billions of gold. Su Lingyue was a little suspicious. The eldest brother is talking nonsense. You didn't reply last night. I guess I'm going to call Fonts. The aunt urged him. Your eldest brother is not such a person. Jiro fools around. Your big brother won't fool around. Su Lingyue faintly showed stubbornness in her eyes. The big brother swore to me. Never been to the workshop division. Su Qian swore with a serious face. I, Su Qian, have never spent money in the teaching workshop. Su Lingui mai. I waves. Su Qian is unbalanced. Instigated Lin Yu. When you get home, you can also question Jiro like this. I believe Jiro is the same as me. He is also an upright gentleman. Annie is full of confidence. I thought to myself. In the evening, Su Pingshines returned home. I questioned it myself. See if he dares to swear. Send your aunt and sisters away. Su Qian plans to go to Qinjiantang to get the gold medal back. I didn't expect this. Li Yuan of Chunfeng Hall actually came to report to Lord Su. Lu Qing, the chief catcher of the government office, asked to see him. Su Qian turned his head and entered Brother Chun's office again. Invite him into the church. Not much. The sturdy female catcher stepped over the threshold. Entered the church. The hurried pace seemed to be chasing something. Until the moment I saw Su Qian. The delicate face was full of surprise and excitement. Lu Qingmeng was stunned. Stared at him suspiciously. Su Qian smiled and got up to greet him. Lu Zhutu has not been seen for a long time. Don't come unharmed. Lu Zhutu was still staring at Su Qian. There was no sound. It's just that there are too many eyes. A little puzzled and confused. Su Qian explained. I took the rebirth pill in Yunzhou. That's how he escaped death. But the appearance has also changed. Lu Qi nodded, forced to smile. The catcher who took out the gold medal from his arms told me. I'm in charge of the private school. Let Zhu Zhudu go back. Personally return the gold medal to Lord Su. Come and visit, by the way. When talking, Lu Qing's delicate eyes stared at Su Qian. If there is any displeasure on his face, he quickly apologized. Leave after returning the gold medal. Su Qian picked up the gold medal very casually. Laughing and laughing, it doesn't matter. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Drink together in the evening. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing shook his head and politely refused to allow the adult. I'm a woman after all. Su Qian muttered in his heart that if you were a man. What I just said was that we went to the workshop division for a drink. The two chatted over tea. Chatting and chatting forget the time. Until the sound of the dismissal came. Lu Qing suddenly came back to his senses from Su Qian's beauty. Get up and clench your fists and take your leave. Su wife and sent her to the yamen. Looking at the slender back of the female catcher. This Lu Qing seems to be a little interesting to me. Nicholas Song said she had never married, although it belongs to the older leftover women in this era. But for me, a woman under 30 is the real peak. Forget it, Lu Qing is a woman from a good family. It's different from the girl named Fangxi. The world of the Liang family women is not something you can enter if you want to. Come up with it. You have to keep going in and out. Su Qian will definitely not be able to do this. In the sunset, Su Qian rode a horse and called Fangxi. Fukuka is sick, infected with wind chills. Space out, lying on the bed with a pale face. I haven't gotten better after drinking a lot of medicine. Fuxiang's beautiful eyes are half open and half closed. A sleepy, soft voice said the girl in the yard. Su Lang picked at will. They serve the slaves. Su Lang shou betum. The eyes of the two delicate maids were brushed. Unexpectedly, Su Qian shook his head. A serious refusal. Yangzi was infected with wind and cold. Where am I still in the mood to have fun? The two maids heard this. Instantly lost a few points. But Su Qian never looked at them. Instead, he grabbed Fuxiang's jade hand. Laughing, I'll ferry the air machine for you. After speaking, he crossed into a thin stream of air. Qi can dredge the veins. Activates vitality in the body. Nourishes the viscera. It makes people more resistant. It's not a problem to have a cold wind. Fuka coughed violently a few times. The smiling face was flushed. Could be a quarter of an hour later. His face really improved. Fuxiang's eyes sparkled. Stared at Su Qian affectionately. Su Langnu's family is much better. Su Qian helped him fix his hair. Smile and take a good rest. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. With that, he got up and left the Shadow Plum Pavilion. After confirming that he is gone, Fuxiang opened his eyes. Whispered, you all go out. You don't have to leave anyone in the room. The two maids left. The bedroom door closed slowly. Fuxiang's face had already improved, and quickly declined. In a dark bedroom, there was a gentle sigh echoing. Su Qian turned around and went to Qingxi Garden. There is another Oiran living here. I learned that Su Qian was coming. Mingyan was pleasantly surprised. After meeting Su Qian, the smile turned to stunned. I almost thought I was wrong. Su Weifan smiled and shook her hands, saying that she had not seen her for a day, such as every 3 autumns. The big change in appearance will be talked about later. I haven't seen Akihiko for more than a month. It seems that there are 3 lives and 3 lives. Could it be that we are destined for 3 lives? Akihiko, Oiran's eyes moistened in surprise. The smile became more and more affectionate. Su Qian was ashamed in his heart. These irresponsible sweet words. I'm getting more and more at home. Mingyan Oiran said coquettishly, why didn't Su Gongzi stay overnight? There is no little brother in the shadow. Su Qian replied sincerely, because I miss Mingyan Yang. The Oiran turned her head happily and ordered the little officer. The courtyard gate will not check the position tonight. After serving Su Qian and taking a seat, he snuggled into Su Qian's arms. I heard that Su Gongzi is showing his might in Yunzhou. Su Qian talked eloquently. At that time, 8,000 rebels besieged the yamen of the Yunzhou ministry. There are human figures on all sides. The governor was trapped in the hall. Life hangs by a thread. As a last resort, I can only stand in front of 8,000 rebels with 1 knife and 1 sword. Come one, I'll kill 1. Come on 2, I'll kill a pair. Who dares to cross the knife immediately? Only I beat the more people. Played by Su Qian. I cut it for 2.5 hours. I didn't blink an eye. Mingyan looked at Su Qian with affection. If you say that you used to value Su Qian's talent, then now I'm a little greedy for him. These shocking feats and this face. Who can hold it? The two of them talked. From the hall to the bedroom, and then to the tub, then roll onto the bed. The next day, Su Qian, who was in high spirits, left Qingxi Garden. The first time was not to go home to visit my sister. Instead, he rode a little mare to the palace. The little eunuch, who was overseeing him from afar, came up to meet him. Looking at the pace, I was still a little anxious. Lord Su, you can count it on. Something happened. Last night, someone fished out a female corpse in a well. Su Weifan heard this. My heart sank. The first thing I thought of was this female corpse. It must be related to the Fu Fei case. The little eunuch waited anxiously at the gate of the palace. Something must have been urgent, and the intersection between Su Qian and him is only the Fu concubine case. Then the lady must be related to the Fu Fei case. Su Qian squinted. My heart moved. It was the missing palace made in the case of concubine Fu. The little eunuch was happy and convinced, and the lord was really clever. The slave was so impressed that he threw himself to the ground. Su Qian disdainfully said, "What kind of trick is this? Is this bone I thrown away? No, there are others. Take me to see the corpse." Soon they came to the morgue inside the palace. Parking here. It is a corpse that has been executed or died of illness in the palace. Last time, Su wife and wanted to dissect concubine Fu's body and refused to let it. This time dissect a little palace maid. I guess there's no problem. He told you to go and get the knives. I'm going to dissect the cadavers. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. It was the princess who had heard the news. The two of them expressed joy and said that the dog's slave. Why didn't you send someone to inform me when you entered the palace? But his voice just fell. I saw Su Qian reaching out to untie the palace maid's clothes. Cousin asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Su Qian was a little embarrassed by the two highnesses. I must have received the news of the female corpse last night. I was about to dissect. Are you sure you want to see it? The two women's eyes widened in horror. The watch says you don't touch such disgusting things. And Princess Huiqing took the same view. And give advice. Why don't you let me do it? Come and do. Su Qian shook his head seriously. Two highnesses. You know that the lowly ministry will bow down. Meticulous in everything. If you can do it yourself, you won't get into the hands of others. The two highnesses went back to drink tea first. Wait a moment. Don't stay here. Huiqing didn't leave when he heard this. Instead, he walked up to the lady step by step. I want to stay and see. Maybe there's a clue in the corpse. The table saw that Huiqing was not leaving. I also raised my chin, hard nose dripping. Su Qian happily lifted the shroud. The female corpse, which had been soaked and swollen, was revealed. Biao was so frightened that he screamed. Huiqing is better, because he did the psychological construction in advance. The next moment, he walked out of the morgue with his face covered. From time to time, he also made a vomiting sound of physical discomfort. Su Qian shouted in the back and shouted to his Royal Highness twice. I won't stay and watch. Table outside the door wanted to curse a few words. But when I think of Su Qian, the guy held back again. Su Qian looked at Huiqing, laughing. His Highness is so smart. Let's try to see what you can see in this female corpse. Huiqing Qiang held back his nausea. I looked at it for a moment, depending on the degree of whitishness and puffiness of the corpse. He shouldn't have been after the crime. Su Qian, who was on the neck of the neck, nodded. A more accurate response is within 2 days. Huiqing continued. He had no obvious external injuries on his body, so he should have drowned. Maybe I was knocked unconscious. Su Qian asked if there was anything else. Huiqing shook his head helplessly. Su Qian saw his evaluation. You are missing the most important step, usually during the examination of a woman's body, even if there are obvious signs of death. But never forget to check too. Huiqing was blinded for a moment. Then I saw Su Qian's gaze fall on the forbidden place. Clever as he understood immediately. The fair-skinned face immediately flushed. The eldest princess counts down. Su Ningyin, you dare to tease the palace. Su Qian decisively admitted his mistake. The attitude is unusually sincere. Humiliation is not intended to be offensive. The princess forgives her sins. Huiqing snorted lightly, turned sideways, said that he did not accept his apology. Su Qi thought with peace of mind, teasing the proud and cold princess. It's much more rewarding than flirting with linen. The style of Huiqing's spring is different. She coughed. It's right to say that she is drowning. but not drowning in a well. He was pressed into the water and suffocated. Huaiqing turned his head. He asked how it could be. Su Qian explained. The faces of normal drowning victims are pale and puffy. You see, his face is purplish red. Only people were crushed in the water. The momentum of the pose is pointing downward. Blood flows back into the head at the time of death. The face will be congested. One more point. You see his hands clenched into fists. This is consistent with the characteristics of drowning. But look closely. There was no sand or moss between his fingernails. Huaiqing stared intently. He asked again, which meant that he had indeed drowned, but not to die in a well. Su Weifan hurriedly sent a rainbow fart. Your Highness is so smart. Compared to you, His Royal Highness Linen is just a younger sister. Huaiqing knew that he was complimenting himself. But I still feel comfortable. Huaiqing hummed reservedly. Then he added, so he was killed. Su Qian nodded. Then the autopsy began. After a while, Su Qian said there was also water in his lungs. The cause of death can be confirmed to be drowning. But just finished speaking. He moved suddenly. There is a deep scar on the left side of the chest. The location is right in front of the heart. He reached out and took the heart directly. Judging by the scars, the wound is deep. The weapon should be scissors or some other sharp object. The heart has been touched. He should have died of massive blood loss. Huaiqing nodded. Analyze the medicine that can heal this wound. The harem only has the queen mother and the concubine. Only concubines of the rank can use it. At this time, Su Qian found something again. There seemed to be something pressed underneath the corpse. Su Qian stretched out his hand and pulled him out. It was found to be a handkerchief embroidered on silk. This handkerchief doesn't look special. The only thing that works is a few words tattooed on it. The 31st spring of Yuanjing. Su Qian frowned. Before he died, he kept it close to him. Explained that this is something extremely important to him. The two walked out of the morgue a short time later. The table chased out. Asked if anything had been discovered. Su Qian said, while washing his hands, that he had indeed gained something. It was the murder of the female corpse. There is also a strange yellow silk handkerchief. Biao took the handkerchief and glanced at it. Then surprised the dog minion. The lotus statue on it doesn't look like you. But the flower sound has not fallen. Su Qian suddenly screamed, rolling on the ground with his head covered. Biao and Huaiqing were startled, eagerly concerned about what is wrong with you. Su Qian hugged his head in pain. He did not hesitate to let his mink hat fall and be exposed. Out of the bare brain. It can be seen that I really have a splitting headache. The table was so anxious that he stamped his feet. He turned around and twisted the water snake's waist and ran away. You wait for the palace to go to the imperial doctor immediately. Huaiqing crouched down beside him. Buckle the pulse to probe. I found that Su Qian's pulse was indeed pulsating very fast. But at this time, Su Qian suddenly shook Huaiqing's softness, said bitterly that since he stepped into the realm of refining gods, I often have headaches. Wei Gong said that it was the reason for the restlessness of the Yuan Shun. Maybe when the original spirit will be separated from the body and die. Huaiqing was taken aback. He didn't know about it, so he didn't immediately withdraw his little hand. But the ambiguous atmosphere has just risen. Was Su Qian's bright bald head. Give broken. Soon I went to the doctor. Returned to the tomb, still full of concern. Su Qian smiled and said, I'm fine. Just labor pains. It'll be fine in a while. The table looked at him suspiciously. But it's true that he's fine. He sent the imperial doctor, who came with him all the way. Leaving Su Qian, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Almost overturned. Fortunately, Lao Tzu was quick to react. If only the sisters knew. I wrote them the same love letter. Sent the same lotus petals. Favorability has definitely hit rock bottom. Huaiqing secretly looked at Su Qian. Nor do they speak. His face was slightly hot, although the little hands were pinched red by Su Qian. But it seems that there is still his temperature. It's hard to let go of yourself. After the interlude, they came to Shij, who had found the woman's body. Shijer is on the west side of the palace. It is far away from the palace where the concubines gathered. This hour, the palace ladies had long since left Shij. Those who go to work all over the palace. There is only one lady who is in charge, lying on the big chair basking in the swagger of early spring. The old lady saw the two princesses coming, immediately stood up to greet him. The old slave had seen the two highnesses. Huaiqing looked at her, said that this palace accompanied Lord Su to investigate the case. It's about the corpse of a woman fished out of a well today. Mama Rome can say whatever you know. Su Weifan heard this, a look of delight. His name is Mama Rome. You remember the classic line, Your Majesty. Do you remember Mama Rome on the shore of Daming Lake? After the complaint, Su asked who had fished up the body. And when did you find out? The old lady's expression was very excited. It was found by small fish. This morning, she went to the well to fetch water. I noticed that the sound of the bucket falling into the water was wrong. It's a little dull. He lay down at the mouth of the well and watched it for a long time. Oops, hey, it turned out to be a corpse. Su Qian walked to the well and looked inside. The shaft is deep, dim vision, for the purpose of ordinary people. To find a body in such a dark well, it does take a long time to discern. Su's wife, didn't anyone find out yesterday? The old lady was angry when she mentioned this, scolded and got angry when he talked about it. A dead man was found in the well this morning. The dead girls just said, no wonder the sound was weird when I fetched water the day before yesterday. None of them pulled out their eyeballs and put them in to take a look. The old slave drank the corpse water for 2 days. The corner of Su Qian's mouth twitched, and the corpse was fished up. You didn't come out to meet you. Mama Rong Sigid. How dare you look at the old slave? I'm older. No dead man can be seen. Mama Rong is old. Mood changes greatly. Suddenly angry. The dead girl is a cool girl. If it wasn't recommended by the old slave back then, she can become the big palace made next to concubine Fu. For so many years, I have never come back to see the old slave. Su Weifan asked the official. At the time of the post-mortem, Huang Xiaoro was found to have suffered a fatal wound to her left chest. Do you know what the situation is? Mama Rong thought for a long time. It's one thing to get hurt. It seems to be the year before Xiao Rou went to the Qingfeng Palace. I don't know how. She got up in the night and stabbed herself in the chest with scissors. Fortunately, the palace maid who shared her room found out early. The imperial doctor was called. That's what saved him. Su Qian immediately frowned. There are loopholes in the old mama's words. The scar went straight to the heart. It was a fatal wound. The cost of treatment is by no means something that a palace maid can pay. Mama Rome continued, as the saying goes, you don't die in a big disaster. There will be blessings. Xiaoro luckily picked up a life. The next year, I went to the Xifen Temple. I don't have to do the work of a miscellaneous doctor anymore. He looks very handsome. There was a chance to be blessed with His Majesty's presence. Su Qian thought about it for a moment. My mind was full of Huang Xiaoro's puffy face after her death. The corners of his mouth twitched. You call this handsome. But it doesn't matter who saved Huang Xiaoro. One thing can be confirmed. In case of massive bleeding, there wasn't much time left for him. The man behind it. How did he save a palace made in the middle of the night? Unless you've been keeping an eye on him. Huaiqing asked the question first. What is the name of the palace maid who lives with Huang Xiaoro? Mama Rong thought for a long time, said in an uncertain tone back to His Highness. It seems to be called here. The voice fell. Su Qian obviously saw Huaiqing's pupils shrink suddenly. He immediately made a judgment in his mind. The eldest wife knows the palace maid named Hier. Zion looked at Huaiqing and Linen, and I finished asking, what else do the two highnesses have to add? Linen shook his head cooperatively. Huaiqing looked preoccupied and did not respond. At this time, Mama Rong suddenly said about this adult. The old slave has something to say to you." As she spoke, Mama Rong got up and walked to the other side. Su Qian followed. Then Mama Rong said earnestly to this adult, "There are too many things that can't be hidden in the inner courtyard of the Deep Palace. Just stick one foot in it. It's going to keep sinking." Su Qian praised Mama Rong. "I'll just say you're not simple. You're like a firefly in the night. Your gray hair, age spots on the face, big belly." I was deeply amazed. The old lady slowly returned to lie down. "The adults on the chair are talking so nicely. I didn't say this to you because you were handsome." But Mama Rong shut up when she said this. Dangling in a rocking chair. "It's not pleasant." Su Weifan looked a little dazed. I didn't know what she was going to do at the first time. It's just that she didn't leave either. Asked in surprise, "That's it." The old lady shook her head. The old slave didn't know much. The matter of the inner garden of the Deep Palace. What you shouldn't know, you don't know. Su Qian rolled her eyes. This old mother is a waste of my feelings. I thought she knew something. Su Qian walked out of Xie Ji's courtyard. The bright table of the red dress is still waiting outside. But Huaiqing's figure was gone. She asked the eldest princess suspiciously. "Listen to the table. Suddenly unhappy. Opening and closing your mouth is Huaiqing. Huaiqing has forgotten who he is. Honggu is waiting for you here." "I didn't see it." Su Qian was a little overjoyed. Princess Dao is finally gone. Finally, no one bothered us to be alone. The table is heard. The face is slightly red. He glanced at the guards not far away. Dog minions are not allowed to talk to Honggu like this. Su Qian continued to launch sugar-coated cannonballs. "His Highness is too humble. You are like a light in the darkness. So splendid. The sun can't overshadow your brilliance." The table was joyful and embarrassed. "It's a little helpless. I don't know when it started." He gradually became unable to control this little gong. He was outwardly humble and respectful. "Actually, when you are alone, I've been falling behind. Come to think of it." The table raises the beautiful summer lotus. Asked why he didn't say it when Huaiqing was there. Su Qian complained in his heart. Is he crazy? How can such words be said together in front of you? If it's Huaiqing, I'll have to put it another way. "Your Highness, it's like a white and flawless snow lotus in the snow. Your alluring face and slender straight jade legs. And the pompous 36 younger brother pectoralis major muscle." I was deeply amazed. Su Qian diverted the topic. "Where did the eldest princess go?" The table snorted coquettishly. "How can this palace know?" Su Qian muttered in his heart. "When God sprinkled wisdom on the earth. Although this princess is the same as Ling Yun." Wiffily slapped an umbrella. It is indeed easier and easier to deal with her than to deal with her relatives. It's just that the expression on the surface is too much to guard against. Lingbao Guan's sandalwood is curling. Go indoors. Two women with extraordinary status. Sit and drink tea. Sunlight penetrates the lattice windows. A neat spot of light on the ground under the head. Luo Yuheng took a sip of the teacup. "I feel that the tea grown by Nanji is different from ordinary products. If you can drink a pot every day, I don't do it either." Fall into the hands. Sitting across from her was a long dress in electric blue canvas. Her face was hidden under the green veil. The contours of the cheeks can only be faintly seen. This tea matures for 3 years. It also produces only 3 caddies. Most of it was supplied to the palace. He lifted the light veil. Took a sip. Instead, he asked if there was anything interesting in the capital recently. Luo Yuheng said helplessly, "You are not interested in fighting in the court, but the most thrilling aftertaste. Isn't that what it is? As for the case, from the tax bank case to the funeral case, you listen back and forth several times. This is the capital. How can there be so many cases? Tell it to you." The masked woman's eyebrows bent. Seems to be laughing. "Isn't concubine Fu's case still unfinished?" Luo Yuheng shook his head. This case is still the same Gong in charge of investigating. I don't know the specifics. After all, this is the Emperor's family matter. If you're interested, you can ask Princess Weiqing. The woman shook her head and said, people who are not happy to deal with the royal family. I've seen that Gong twice. Somewhat annoying. Luo Yuheng was stunned. You have seen him. The masked woman snorted. The green jade fingers are stained with tea. A pig's head was drawn on the coffee table. Bent eyebrows and snorted. He picked it up. I won't return my sachet. Luo Yuheng nodded. Following the topic, this person is not ordinary. Deeply appreciated by Wei Yuan. Cultivated with all our might. In time, Dafeng will produce another high-grade martial artist. Promising. Under the light kill. He pursed his lips. I didn't care much about it, and said how high it can be. There is the king of Jinbei. Dafeng's martial artist couldn't raise his head at all. He's just a Gong. Talking about the style of painting, the style changed. I really appreciate his ability to solve crimes. So many big cases. Ups and downs. The process is interesting. Luo Yuheng nodded. And there is no refutation. But when Zheng Yu spoke, an irrepressible emotion welled up in my heart. The teacup in the hand is even more careless. Choked and fell on the table. He frowned. Whispered, man, you go back first. The masked woman glanced at him, nodding slightly. Get up and walk to the door. Suddenly turned around and said helplessly, it really can't be done. Let's go from the original location. Or find a man. Every month, the evil fire burns the body. I'm afraid you'll turn into a slut. Luo Yuheng ignored him. Stumbled away from Jinsher. Plunged into a small pool in the backyard. Icy pool water. Engulfed the mature and plump body of the glamorous Daogu. And then the imprint in the hand is constantly changing. Then a cold snap hit, and the pool surface is clattering. Thick, sharp ice. A quarter of an hour passed. The water gradually melts. Luo Yuheng drilled out of the water. The rice hairpin falls off. Jet black hair pressed against her fair cheeks. Her eyes were shining. Charming cheeks red as drunk. It seems to have just experienced some clouds and rain. It's glamorous. At this moment, a soft cat meow came. An orange cat climbed in through the exterior wall, jumping on the rockery behind Luo Yuheng with a vigorous posture. The orange cat spits out words, and the evil fire will melt and fall. Luo Yuheng, you can hold on for another 3 years at most. Luo Yuheng soaked in the water. Why is the senior brother here? The orange cat said to show you the way. The 4 Heavenly Swords Rebirth Pill can relieve your symptoms. Now appetite. Then there's greed, hatred, and hatred. There's something good for you. Speaking of which, the orange cat sighed. In the 3 sects of the Daomen, only the heavenly sect is not affected by the rolling red dust. Perhaps the concept of the heavenly sect is right. Luo Yuheng opened his eyes. Lung Lung Dao heavenly sect is ruthless and unrighteous. Assimilation with heaven and earth. There is no joy or sorrow. There is no love or hate. Even if the feather turns into an immortal, you will also lose yourself. This is heresy. Speaking of which, he paused. Then he frowned and said, how can I not know? Pills may relieve symptoms, but the traitorous government has always spared my traces. Definitely not so single. The orange cat said unhurriedly. Sue wife and has taken rebirth pills. The effects of the drug have not yet dissipated. Allow him a bowl of menstrual blood to be used as a pill to refine into medicine, although it is not as good as the rebirth pill. But it can also solve urgent needs. He will sell a few thin noodles in the poor way. Luo Yuheng was silent for a moment. You still take care of yourself. The wisp of demonic nature that you have differentiated occupies most of your power. Only the remnants of the soul. I want to destroy demons. I'm afraid it's wishful thinking. The orange cat said with a smile. At that time, I will have to help my junior sister. Of course, Wait until the day when I have the confidence to subdue the demon. The holders who handed out the shards. Most of them have already grown. The junior sister only needs to press the formation on the side. Luo Yuheng frowned. Senior brother should know. Unless you step into a product. Otherwise, in my state, if you are entangled in cause and effect, most of them are only the fallen disciples. The orange cat said encouragement. Next, I will help my sister step into a product. Luo Yuheng did not answer. Beautiful eyes staring at the surface of the water. That desire is on the verge again. The cat saw that Luo Yuheng was a little distracted, so the topic diverted. Asked why the junior sister didn't have a double break with Emperor Yuanjing. As he spoke, he raised his paws. Seems to want to lick it, but reason triumphs over habit. Luo Yuheng reluctantly said that he was not lucky enough. The orange cat nodded slowly. You're just borrowing his luck pressure. Fireworks production doesn't go any further. Then, the junior sister must have a follow-up plan. Luo Yuheng Khan Shoudao, and so on. The captain of the new army, Zhu Mao, was stunned. With Dafeng's now declining profits, it's just that one generation is not as good as the next. And there is no loyal lord among the heirs of Emperor Yuanjing. You know that better than I do. Luo Yuheng said indifferently. Loyalty does not have to depend on kings. There is an abyss, the imperial sewing general. As long as Emperor Yuanjing dies, he can survive the washing, take control of the Star Lord. The empire finally swept away Chen Ke. Success. The orange cat nodded. So you plan to wait for the national power to recover in the future. Then double cultivate with Xingjuan. That's it. He shook his head again. This matter is not as good as Daebong. The reasons for the weakening of national strength are not simple. There's a lot going on behind it. Some of them are very scary. Luo Yuheng frowned. On the abyss of layout. Senior brother is not different. The orange cat said lightly. Poor Dao is also speculation. Things are not yet clear. By the way, Li Miaojin is coming to the capital. Luo Yuheng said lightly. You call back number 4. He is a disciple of the human sect. It is the duty of the holy maiden of the heavenly sect to deal with it. The orange cat is in a bit of a difficult situation. They are all members of the Heaven and Earth Society. It's not good for them to kill each other. Luo Yuheng ignored him. Instead, he threw him asunder a back of the head. The orange cat subconsciously licked its paws, shaking his head helplessly. It's time to push Su Qian out. This side of the Hazamai Imperial Pharmacy. The old eunuch in charge. Dig through the bookcase and find a booklet. Handed it to Su Qian, who came to investigate the case. And then the shrieked records of the income and expenditure of the Dayu Pharmacy. It is clear in 5 years. If you come back a few years later, you won't be able to find out. Su Qian nodded. I started rummaging. This booklet records the 32nd year of Yuanjing. Records of the income and expenditure of all pills in the Imperial Pharmacy. According to Huang Xiaolo's injury, there are only a handful of pills that can save him, so it's easy to find. Su Qian looked for it. A cup of tea. I found that there was no clue. 32 years of Yuanjing. Si Tianjian and Lin Baoguan sent a total of 364 kinds of pills. Total count, 790 bottles. Among them, there are only 3 kinds of grade A pills. In the 32nd and 33rd years of Yuanjing, respectively, and in the 36th year, he was rewarded by His Majesty to the Foreign Minister Su Qian. The booklet said helplessly, I didn't find the pill that saved Huang Xiaoro. The smart linen thought for a long time. Weakly asked, the pill did not come from the Imperial Pharmacy. Su Qian shook his head and looked at the entire gap. The only ones who could refine the pill were Lin Baoguan and Si Tianjian. Then the elixir must have come from these 2 places. Huang Xiaoro is a palace maid. If there is no one behind him to save him, surely death. But in the harem, who can go without going through the Imperial Pharmacy? Stretched out his hand to Si Tianjian and Lin Baoguan to ask for the pill. Speaking of which, Su Qian fell into deep thought. There is only one answer to that Yuanjing emperor. It just can't be him. The imperial pharmacy was Emperor Yuanjing's. The whole palace is his. The imperial pharmacy was the institution where he took the pills. There was no reason for him to get around. The imperial study. It's like my payroll card is used to save my salary. I don't need to open another bank card at all. Secretly hiding pocket money. Su wife put down the booklet, turning his head and commanding Emperor Yuanjing. A little eunuch sent to oversee himself. Little father-in-law, you do the official a favor. Go check the palace maid named Hier. The little eunuch shook his head when he heard this. The obedient turned and left. After waiting for someone to leave, Su wife and took out the booklet from the handing book. Tear a page from above. Look at them and cast a spell to burn them out. Suddenly, a clear spirit melted into his eye. Then 2 clear lights shot out of his eyes. Then it slowly converges. Su's wife asked the old eunuch quietly. The officer found a problem with the booklet. My father-in-law has to give me an explanation. The old eunuch said calmly. Adults, please speak. Su Qian looked at him. Yuanjing, 32 years. It should be that there are pills in the warehouse every day. The old eunuch felt. The gong's gaze was restrained and deep. It's like a whirlpool. It made him very uncomfortable. Stammered. It's been 4 years. We don't remember exactly. Su Qian continued to ask. When checking the word test, the officer found out. February 10th of that year. And records of income and expenditure for February 20th. Is vacant. No pills have been delivered in the past few days. The old eunuch still shook his head. Returning to your lordship. We've forgotten about that. Su Qian was a little disappointed. Because this old eunuch is not lying. He doesn't have a magic weapon on him that shields the number of qi. Su Qian commanded helplessly. Give me a record of the entry and exit of the pre-pharmacy within 5 days. I'll arrange for someone to assist. At this time, Lennon got a little closer. Whisper that you suspect that someone tore up the booklet. Su Qian nodded when the old eunuch was looking for the booklet. There is a noticeable buildup of dust on the cover. There are several fingerprints on it. The imprint is new. I dare to conclude that it is not more than 5 days. The beautiful eyes of the Second Highness brightened up a little. Praised Su Qian in his heart. I have more and more confidence in this dog minion. That's when it happened. The little eunuch hurriedly came to report. His face was very ugly. Bite one's tongue. Su Qian sent the old eunuch who managed the imperial pharmacy away. You go down first. But the little eunuch still didn't say anything. He glanced at Ling and cautiously. Pingin's eyebrows fluttered at once. Honga couldn't listen either. Su Qian waved his hand helplessly. You say, the little eunuch swallowed his saliva. Brew for a few seconds. He whispered, Hier is a person in the queen's palace. The moment the words fell, there was a dead silence in the heavenly court. Hier is a person from the queen's palace. No wonder Huiqing heard Hier's name. Emotions become wrong. Other words, the person who saved Huang Xiaoro was the queen mother. And his role in this case, it was a plot to kill concubine Fu, Ji Xianxian, who framed the crown prince. The queen is in trouble. When the imagination comes to mind, he heard Lin An's heavy breathing beside him. I'm going to find my father. Su Qian hurriedly grabbed his hand. Appease his highness. It's too early to tell. Lin An turned his head. Glaring eyes. Isn't that obvious? Gear is the queen's person. Huang Xiaoro received the queen's great grace. The queen has always wanted to harm my prince's brother, so that his son may inherit the throne of the crown prince. The motivation is also ample. Aren't you stopping me now? Is there still a celebration in my heart? Su Qian lay a big grass in his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the little eunuch. The heart says that you sound like this. It's as if I've eaten and eaten again. If it reaches the ears of Emperor Yuanjing, he will order me to be beheaded. Come to think of it, Su Qian said in a deep voice, shooting the queen. Only one palace maid was found. You're gonna make a fuss. Put the killing of the concubine. The charge of harming the crown prince was imposed on the queen. What if it turns out later that the queen was wronged? As soon as the brutal spirit of the table comes up, no one can hold it. A roar of death or death. I don't care, I don't care. The crown prince is my brother. Su Qian glared at him, unconsciously accentuated the tone. His Royal Highness Lin and was obviously stunned for a moment. No one has yelled at me since I was a child. Can look at the angry Su Qian in front of him. For some reason, he couldn't get angry with him. I had to restrain my temperament. If you don't struggle, then what do you say? Su Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tone of the tone and the Tao continued to check. The princess just waited and saw what happened. Linen snorted, apparently not happy with this result. But he didn't continue to play tricks. Su Weifan turned his head to look at the little eunuch. Speaking of today's harvest, the little father-in-law must tell His Majesty 1510. But remember to keep it simple. Just talk about the case. Don't say anything else. Su's wife said with peace of mind that I had an interaction with Linen. Also, like you can omit. The little eunuch remembered the warning of his godfather that day. I was immediately moved. Although Lord Su's temper is not good, but very kind at heart, I also know to worry about a little person like me. So he loudly assured that Lord Su was relieved. The minion only said the case. Won't talk much. Su Qian smiled with satisfaction. The heart said that this little father-in-law is very good. Su Qian snorted. Later, you will go to the father-in-law who manages the imperial pharmacy. Ask for a copy from him, a list of those who have entered and exited the imperial pharmacy within 5 days. Then you sneak in with the guards to check. The little eunuch did not hesitate. He nodded in response. Lord Su takes such good care of himself. I can't let him down. It was noon when the imperial pharmacy opened. Chu Lingyan said that he was going to eat at his mother's place. Ruthlessly abandoned the fiancé who did not pass through the door. Su Qian had no choice but to eat with the eunuchs. Halfway through, suddenly, I heard someone behind me shouting Lord Su. A blue-robed Taoist priest hurriedly came. Lord Su has finally found you. Su Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. The one who can enter and leave the palace must be the Taoist priest of the Lingbao official. He stepped forward and said with a smile. The Taoist priest returned the salute respectfully. Don't dare to be. Su Gongzi is invited. Su Qian hesitated. This Luo Yuheng is the woman that Emperor Yuan Jing has a crush on. I'm already entangled with his daughter. Don't get too close to the beautiful national teacher anymore. This reason, then let Emperor Yuan Jing displease. In addition, Luo Yuheng is a second-grade powerhouse. I don't want to be with a top powerhouse who is not familiar with each other. Walk too close, in case someone suddenly discovers the existence of the monk of the sacred book. At this time, he said that the national teacher is waiting for you. We would like to invite you to dine with us. Su Qian agreed in one bite. The main thing is Luo Yuheng, a woman. He's so tempting. The leader, Su Qian, was the second visit. Last time I asked for the elixir to help the Golden Lotus Taoist. He had seen Luo Yuheng. Su Qian was covered, led directly into a forbidden room. Lord Su, please use it slowly. The Taoist came over immediately. It's just that Su Qian didn't eat it. He glanced at the 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks on the table, full of a little head. If the meal is for him to eat alone, then he will go back to the palace now. After a while, the pigeons were pushed back away. A female national teacher wearing a dark Taoist robe walked in. Su Qian got up and handed over to the national teacher. Luo Yuheng sweated slightly. In his hand, Su didn't have to be stubborn. Please have a meal and then sit down for 2. I ate it myself. Su Weifan couldn't figure out the intentions of the beautiful national teacher, considering not to speak. Occasionally glance at her during meals. A bowl of cherries. This woman is pink and tender 20 years old at first glance. Looking at it, you will feel that it is a 30-year-old young woman. You slap your ass. She knew it. Change the position. Suddenly, Luo Yuheng opened his mouth and listened to the Golden Lotus Taoist. Su Gongzi took rebirth pills in Yunzhou. Su Qian was stunned for a moment. Why did Taoist Jinlian tell you this? Luo Yuheng said lightly, I want to borrow a bowl of menstrual blood from Lord Su as a medicine guide. It is used to refine elixir, relieves stubborn ailments of the body. Su Qian glanced at him. There is no statement. What stubborn disease needs my menstrual blood as a medicine? In his previous life, blood can only be tested for blood, but there are a lot of actions that can be played in this world. Don't you dare to surprise others at will. Luo Yuheng seemed to have expected his reaction. Unhurriedly added, this is the suggestion of the head of the Golden Lian Dao. Su Qian took out the fragments of the handing book. I'll have to check first, but he just wanted to transmit the inquiry. Then I saw an orange cat jumping in from the windowsill. Su Qian frowned and said, What are you doing here? Wait, don't you be able to enter the Imperial City? The orange cat has its tail upright, leaping to the table with soft and silent cat steps. Su Qian picked him up directly. It was put back on the ground. I'm eating. Pay attention to your cat hair. The orange cat had to crouch on the ground and hold it high. The head was gentle, and the mouth said that after the injury was healed, you can come and go in and out of the Imperial City at will. But the palace still can't be entered. Su Qian secretly gasped. The strength of the Taoist is stronger than I thought. I want to sneak into the Imperial City silently. To say less, it starts with 4 draws. Of course, Takeo is not included here. Take the characteristics of the martial arts system. Even if it's a draw, nor can they sneak into the Imperial City silently. Most likely it will be discovered. But if it's a Takeo Ichipai, it's almost time to brush this copy of Dafeng Capital alone. There's no need to hide it. Although Su Qian trusted the Golden Lotus Taoist very much, but there was still some hesitation. That essence blood is, Taoist Jin Lian said, borrow the medicinal properties of the rebirth pill in your blood. The path of human cultivation. It's hard to be nervous. You've learned a little bit about this. If you get it, you will be burned by night fire every month, suffering from 7 emotions and 6 desires. If the rebirth pill can fade, it will be shelled. Give people a new lease of life. Symptoms may be temporarily relieved. Su Qian nodded slowly, said it boldly. It's no wonder I think the PhD is so charismatic. The Golden Lotus Taoist responded to the Taoist sect and practiced the Tao. The high depths have the appearance of all beings. It allows you to see the side of your heart that you desire the most. I'm talking about the love aspect, said the orange cat with a human smile on his face. What do you see? Luo Yuheng looked up without any expression, glanced at Su Qian. Su Qian's expression froze with relief. I couldn't take my eyes off it for a while. Golden Lotus Taoist smiled. You seem to be deeply touched. Su Qian smiled embarrassedly. Nu said, I thought I was a black silk royal sister and a lady. Or maybe it's Lori's sister control. In the end, I found out that I was just plain. Su Qian laughed dryly. Divert the topic. Since the Golden Lotus Taoist is the middleman, naturally, I am willing to do my part. Luo Yuheng nodded with satisfaction. Whisper, what do you want? The pill is open, though. It is regarded as compensation for the essence and blood. The Golden Lotus Tao elder spoke before Su Qian. Don't be in a hurry and think slowly. The favor of the Taoist hand of the human sect is not something that ordinary people can get. Luo Yuheng glanced at the orange cat without fireworks. The orange cat said that the chief trembled all over. Quickly shut his mouth. This side of the splendid palace. Linen arrived at his mother's residence with the guards. He trotted into the house. He shouted at his mother. But when she entered the house, I saw that Chun Guifei was secretly wiping her tears. Babble. Linen was quiet all of a sudden. The mother princess and the prince's brother will be fine. Those who are clear are self-purifying. Don't cry. The personal palace made on the side of the force whispered. In the past few days, the prince of the clan has come to see Nyang Yang. They say the minister's outside. They are deliberating on the appointment of another prince. When the mother heard this, she burst into tears. I haven't even eaten much for the past 2 days. Linen was furious. These visionary dog things. Why are you talking to your mother about this? Chun Guifei scolded Linen with a sad expression. Don't lie. Your prince's brother is a concubine. Over the years, there have always been people who say that he is not in the right position. It's okay to scrap it. The mother concubine doesn't have to worry about it all day long. It would be nice if the truth of the case could be revealed. But it's been so many days. There's been no progress. Linen hesitated a little when he heard this. He was aware of all the developments in the case. But the facts of the case are to be kept secret. This is what Su Qian emphasized to them several times. But now I see my mother getting thinner and thinner. Eye sockets are red and swollen. Linen couldn't help it. Who said there was no progress? Su Qian has almost investigated the case. Chun Guifei's eyes lit up, stared straight at his daughter. The truth of the case is about to be revealed. That Su Qian is really about to find out. Now that the table is open, and no longer hidden, the mother concubine was framed by the queen. The prince must be him. Chun Guifei's face changed greatly. Linen must not talk nonsense. At the moment Linen took the case, the original story was told to Chun Guifei. Chun Guifei's face was full of shock. It really was him. If he hadn't been a woman back then, His Majesty would not have sent him to the cold palace. Will you make me prince? Your Majesty is the queen of the house. Thinking of old feelings. Didn't abolish him. He's good for the first time. I started to fight for the position of the prince again. Chun Guifei's words were like a thunderclap. It rang in Lin An's ears. He heard everything. The queen does not abide by women's morals. The father wants to depose the queen. When was this all about it? How I don't know. Lin had a gentle temperament in his mind, but the queen who lacks a smile. Although he was very resentful of framing the prince's brother, but Lin didn't believe it in his heart. He was a woman who did not abide by women's morals. But I started from the time I could remember. I didn't see the queen laugh. The queen has always lived in seclusion. Don't care about harem matters. Another example. The queen was cold and indifferent to Huaiqing and the 4 princes. There is no concubine at all. The love for himself and the prince's brother. Linen became excited. Mother, what the hell is going on? The queen does not abide by women's morals. Who is that man? Chun Guifei's expression froze. He knew he was in a hurry to say something he shouldn't have said, but now he had to shake his head with tears in his eyes. Don't ask. This matter is taboo for His Majesty. Don't spread the word. Yu Heng didn't intend to fulfill the wishful thinking of the Golden Lotus Taoist. Said with a calm face that this seat does not like to owe favors. Lord Su directly said what he wanted. Su Qian shouted "Auntie" in his heart. I don't want to fight anymore. The orange cat was immediately anxious when he heard this. Jumped directly on top of Su Qian's head. Shenin Taoist sect dominates Kyushu with swordsmanship. Why don't you give us swordsmanship? Su Qian reminded him. But I'm using a knife. The Golden Lotus Taoist asked with a smile. Who said that swordsmanship cannot be done with a sword? Su Qian was stunned for a moment. Also for as long as the core essence is extracted. It is applied to the knife technique. Practice just like me. When the world is slashed. Can cooperate with the lion's roar to defeat the enemy. Luo Yuheng also doesn't ink. Raise your hand and gently wipe it over the tabletop. 3 thin booklets appeared. I have 3 swordsmanship here. They're the Star Sword, the Deed Sword, and the Imperial Sword. Star Sword Void Suit. Cultivate with the primordial spirit. The magic sword that uses spiritual power as a magic sword for a long time. Although he could not cut off the flesh. but he specializes in killing the original god. Hear, hear. Su Qian subconsciously looked at the orange cat. The ejection clause of the orange cat. Yo-Yo said to Lord Su, "Don't be provocative." Luo Yuheng continued, "The weapon sword is the opposite of the new sword. It is a first-class way of attack and killing. Cultivate to the depths. The sword aura is endless, invincible." Su Qian hugged the orange cat from the top of his head. I couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and the sword chi stretched for 3,000 miles. A sword light cold 19 states. The orange cat couldn't help but look sideways. Looked at Su Qian's eyes. It's a little bit different. Luo Yuheng is the same. It is like a beautiful eye of clear water. Stayed on Su Qian for a long time. And then the praise list. It is rumored that Lord Su is a peerless talent. Sure enough, this play is heroic and sweet. There are thousands of weather. Su Qian was a little embarrassed. I muttered to myself that this was not what I said. This is a one-word alien, said by a great writer who specializes in water upside down. At this time, Luo Yuheng waved his hand gently. Yo-Yo said, "As for the swordplay." The next moment, the doors and windows open. A sword light burst out of his sleeve, laughing and crying and wandering over the courtyard. Su Qian looked a little distracted. The mouth is constantly emotional. Jade swordsmanship is really an immortal method. Speaking of which, he changed his style. Tian smiled and said with a smile, "So I chose a new sword." Luo Yuheng was stunned for a moment. Helpless, sweaty hands. Su Qian thought about the jade swordsmanship, although it was fancy and cool. The lethality is not low, but I think the star sword is more suitable for me. The reason is simple. My heaven and earth slash is an extremely extreme knife technique. Nothing in the world is endless. If there is that, run for your life. That's why I'm in practice. The first consideration is not to increase the means. It's about perfecting heaven and earth. A slash after obtaining the roar of the lion of the Buddha's gate. The idea became more and more solid. The control skill is there. Physical damage is also available. What is most lacking now is the output of the Genshin Impact realm. Luo Yuheng retracted the device and the Imperial Sword technique. Pushed the new sword book to him. There is something incomprehensible about it. You can come to Lingbao to ask me. I can answer your questions 3 times. As he spoke, Luo Yuheng took out a jade bowl from his sleeve. The slender jade fingers pinched the jade bowl and pushed it in front of Su Qian. Su Qian also does not ink. The dagger was immediately removed. A cut in the palm of the hand, and then forced the essence blood out. Filled that little porcelain bowl. After Luo Yuheng got blood, ran to alchemy while it was hot. In myopia, only orange cats and Su Qian remained. Daoist, you can help me block out the others. I want to talk to Li Miaojin privately. Su Qian wants to take advantage of this opportunity. I'm going to tell number 2 the news of my resurrection. Jean Liandao laughed twice. Su Qian frowned and said what was wrong. Jean Liandao said lightly. Li Miaojin said, "After the beginning of spring, I will come to the capital. The current situation in Yunzhou is estimated to wait for the end of the banditry. Anyway, it won't be long before he comes. Why rush for a while?" Su Qian nodded helplessly. It was already 3 moments to leave the Lingbao Pass. That is, around 1:30 in the afternoon. Su Qian entered the palace. The little eunuch asked Lord Su, "How do we find out next?" Su Qian said to go to Fenggong to find the queen. "You don't need to inform your majesty in advance to see the empress." The little eunuch hurriedly shook his head and said, "Your majesty said. In the harem. You can go wherever you want. Of course, the premise is that there are minions with you, especially to see the concubine and the queen." Su Qian also felt reasonable. The woman who wants to see the emperor. Of course, you can't see it in private. The full name of Fenggong is Fengqi Palace. It is the largest and most luxurious palace in the harem. Of course, The emperor's dormitory does not count. Su Weifan learned that the queen mother was taking a nap. The two of them were in the cloister outside. I waited for half an hour. A beautiful palace maid came over to spread the word that the queen had woken up. Please allow me to come over. Su Weifan then entered the temple. In the lavishly furnished vestibule, I met the queen of the world. She wore a dark phoenix robe embroidered with gold thread. Wearing a gorgeous crown, Su Weifan was slightly surprised. The queen is in the top 2 of all the beauties I've ever seen. Luo Yuheng ranked first. But the national teacher has its own charm. There is a boss bonus, and the queen is relying on her own hardware. Su Qian hurriedly bowed his head. Maintain the etiquette and rules that a foreign minister should have. The queen nodded in satisfaction. Really? The young talent Huiqing often mentions you in front of the palace. I appreciate you. Your deeds of solving strange cases in Beijing. Hanga has also heard of it. I don't know if Su Qian feels good about himself. He felt that the queen admired him. Not at all. The queen said softly. I didn't want to have a subordinate like you. It was he who executed the tea for Lord Su. Immediately, the palace maid served hot tea. Su Qian took it with both hands. But instead of drinking, he asked bluntly, the humble position is for the blessing of the concubine. There are a few questions I would like to ask the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother took a sip of tea without hurrying. Only then did he lightly say that Lord Su asked. Su Qian asked, do you know the palace maid Huang Xiaolong? The queen shook her head and didn't know the palace. Su Qian asked the lady in the palace again. But there is a palace maid named here. The queen was silent for a few seconds. Nodding slowly yes. Su Qian's face sank a little. Xie Rong said. 4 years ago, Huang Xiaoro committed suicide for no reason. The maid who lived in the same room with him at that time saved him. That palace maid is he heir in Yangyang's palace. The queen directly denied it. The heir had never been to Shij. Su Qian continued. After being humbled and misanthropic, it was found that the palace maid Huang Xiaoro was fatally wounded. This is not something that a palace maid can save. It's not that the doctors of the Tai Doctor Department can save it. It must have been an elixir to bring the dead back to life. The queen stared at Su Qian. Lightly said that Lord Su's words have evidence. Su Qian also looked at his corpse calmly. The queen's voice was obviously a little colder. Then I would like to ask Lord Su. As for the pill, Su Qian shook his head helplessly. He pondered in his heart. Could it be that it is the queen who tears up the records of the income and expenditure of the imperial pharmacy? The queen nodded. The soft voice said that the palace was lacking. Send Lord Su out of the palace. Su Qian was a little speechless. Didn't you just finish your nap? He reluctantly got up. With the palace maid left Fengqi Palace. Su Qian glanced at the little eunuch. Did the little father-in-law get the list you collected? The little eunuch took out a folded piece of rice paper from his bosom. I'm about to hand it over to Lord Su. Su Qian took it with satisfaction. Expand the list and glance at it. There are more than a dozen palace maids and errands listed on it. And guards. Su Qian said, let's follow the above list. Let's check them one by one. At this time, the little eunuch spoke with some hesitation. The queen sighed. Su Qian shook his head. Naturally, it can't be checked. He sighed. Although Emperor Yuan Jing gave him great privileges. You can check whoever you want. But the queen didn't cooperate with him when she was killed. Su Qian can't overlord force the bow. But one thing is certain. That is, the queen has a ghost in her heart. It can't really be the queen's doing. Isn't that Huiqing very pitiful? Shouldn't I look it up? But wouldn't it be pitiful if you didn't look it up? It's coming, it's coming. Choose one of the 2 surer fields. Su Qian sighed silently in his heart. But then again, the queen is so beautiful. When you're older, you still have such a charm. How beautiful it must be when you were young. No wonder she became a queen. Comparable. I still think Luo Yuheng is better. Because he satisfies my many tastes. By the way, Susu can too. Suddenly, Su Qian's eyes widened. Let's be honest. He was used to seeing such scenes in Jiaofeng Temple. But even if it's a dancing girl in Kyobo Temple, it is not as bold as the women in the church. Su Qian is ridiculously lustful for this uncle. There is a further understanding. Sister Bao is about to be abolished. He's still indulging in sex here. Even more ridiculous. The queen is still behind the blame. The air is cold. When will Voldemort be able to stand up? Su Qian took off his saber. Knock on the door frame with the scabbard. Engraved to the rounds. The man squatted to the left. The woman squatted to the right. Hold your head in your hands. Take out your ID card. The crowd who were obsessed with the sound was taken aback. That's when I noticed. Su Qian and Princess Huiqing standing outside. Huiqing said coldly, "Everyone exited the lobby. Do not be at the mercy of here. Violators will be killed." Su Qian looked around at the people in the hall. "Don't hurry up yet." The voice fell. Musicians and dancers dispersed with diners. Uncle Gua shouted that he was not allowed to leave, but it couldn't stop the crowd that had dispersed. Angry, he stomped his feet and looked at Princess Huiqing. Angry said, "You don't stay in the palace. What are you doing at my uncle's house?" Huiqing's voice was full of coldness. "Father's emperor is in court this morning. After the abolition is proposed. Uncle Gua is the younger brother of his mother. I'm also in a mood to drink and have fun in the house." Uncle Gua suddenly became irritable. "What can I do? I'm not unwilling. I said not to let the queen be abolished." "Your Majesty will agree?" The eldest princess asked. "Does Uncle Gua know the reason for his father's abolition?" Uncle Gua was taken aback. "It's not my sister who wants the fourth prince to be the crown prince. Frame the one in the East Palace." Huiqing sneered at Uncle Gua. "This palace is ordered by the emperor to arrest you." Uncle Gua was furious and seized me. Why did Huiqing finally show a sneer? Uncle Huang Xiaorong, the daughter of the Ping Palace, heard the words as if he had been struck by lightning. The whole body was a burst of something. Huang Xiaorong celebrates. "What nonsense are you talking about?" As he spoke, he yelled at Princess Huiqing. The feeling of emptiness is overflowing. Bai Qing took out the dull yellow silk material, slapped at Uncle Gua's face. "If you don't see the coffin, you don't shed tears." Yuanjing 31 Spring. What did you do to Huang Xiaorong? You know it best in your heart. Uncle Gua's pupils were dilated. He looked terrified. "Who told you that? Who told you about Huang Xiaorong?" Su Qian cooperated. "Naturally, it's the Queen Mother." Uncle Gua also reacted surprisingly. "I can't tell if it's excitement or anger." "You fart? I'm the only son of the Shangwan family. How could he betray me? How dare he betray me? What face will he have to see his father in the future?" "Don't lie to me," Su Qian said disdainfully. "Because Huang Xiaorong was involved in the concubine Fu case. His past was revealed. The queen had no choice but to confess." Yuanjing 31 Spring. "You defiled Huang Xiaorong in the palace." Uncle Gua screamed hysterically. "It is impossible that Huang Xiaorong has already died. My sister promised me. It'll help me out of my mouth." Su Qian glanced sideways at the eldest princess. Muttered to myself, "In fact, it was the queen who did not extinguish her mouth. She just knocked out the fetus in Huang Xiaorong's womb." Huiqing was right. The queen is too soft-hearted. Huiqing was still expressionless. "Tell the truth. Say it to Hanggu. It's better than confessing in a tiller's dungeon." Or, Uncle Gua wants to try the taste of punishment in the dungeon. Uncle Gua sat down in a daze. Then his whole body trembled up and down like chaff. "It was Huang Xiaorong who did have an affair with me, but he did it willingly, because he thought I was His Majesty." Uncle Gua's voice became colder and colder the more he spoke. "It seems that it is not you who has done the wrong thing at all. It's the one named Huang Xiaorong. The more you talk, the crazier you get. I love beauty, but I'm tired of the women in the Qinglu and the teaching workshop. The concubines in the house have long since lost their novelty to me. Gradually, I found out The women in the palace fascinated me more than the women outside. It's all my sister's fault for not treating him. There are so many palace maids in Fengshi Palace. But he wouldn't even let me touch it. His Majesty is obsessed with monasticism. Not close to women for many years. What's wrong with me asking for 1 or 2 palace maids? He is the master of the harem. As long as he agrees. Who can stop it? I don't want His Majesty's concubines. That day, I went to Fengshi Palace to visit the Queen. I saw a palace maid who sprinkled and swept. He was born handsome and lovely. Lovely. I thought it was the new palace made from Fengshi Palace. Then he stepped forward and moved his hands and feet. Oh, that stupid woman thought I was. His Majesty blushed and did not dare to refuse. Let me be my guard. Su Qian's eyes were a little colder. Uncle Guo should not be lying. Huang Xiaoro entered the palace in the 28th year of Yuanjing. At that time, His Majesty was already obsessed with monasticism. Don't go to the harem anymore. A little palace maid. I haven't seen what Emperor Yuanjing looks like at all. Uncle Guo continued. I took advantage of the fact that there was no one around, and he took him into the chamber. The joy of fish and water. Afterwards, he was overjoyed. Think of yourself as serving your Majesty. Think of yourself as unique. A woman who can break His Majesty's vows. Don't say it's him. Up to the concubines in the harem. Down to the palace maid, who hasn't fantasized that they can be different. By His Majesty's spirituality. Su Qian heard this. I just feel sorry. Of course, it's just a pity for the stupidity of the Queen. The uncle pretended to be the Emperor's spiritual palace maid. It's no wonder that the Queen wants to protect him privately. Those 10 lives are not enough to cut. Uncle was swallowed. Then I lost my mouth. Often has tryst with Huang Xiaoro in the name of visiting the Queen. I felt a different way of it with her. It's not like any other woman. When I never thought of it. She was pregnant. That's when I panicked. Informed the Empress of this. She scolded me. Ordered that I should not be allowed to step into the harem for another half step. And promised me to kill Huang Xiaoro to kill her mouth. Clean up the mess for me. Su's wife said leisurely. So Huang Xiaoro always thought that she was pregnant with a dragon species. Therefore, he hated the Queen who forced her to have an abortion. Later, she found out that she had been deceived. It turned out that the person who seduced her was not the Emperor. It's your uncle. But the fetus was gone. It's a foregone conclusion. She can't afford to mess with the Queen. In a fit of rage, he committed suicide. But the Queen was too kind-hearted. Feel guilty about what you've done. So, I took the elixir from the Imperial Pharmacy. Save Huang Xiaoro's life. But I didn't expect that 4 years later, a disaster was planted. Uncle Guo is angry, and this is all to blame on her. If she had killed Huang Xiaoro in the first place, how could there be today? She was the one who hurt me. It's all her to blame. Su Qian suddenly interrupted her. Sharply said that you were lying. If it's just Huang Xiaoro, then the Queen doesn't have to take the blame. Huang Xiaoro is dead. There is no proof of death. The Queen doesn't recognize it. Now he has confessed. Description: except for Huang Xiaoro. You still have a handle in the hands of others. Uncle Guo lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Obviously, Su Qian hit the key. He glanced at the yellow silk book Qinsheng. Said that it was originally to show his identity. I quietly took a piece of material from the Queen's palace. Su Qian understood. Originally, that's how the yellow silk joke on Huang Xiaoro's body came about. Huaiqing said lightly, Lord Su can, based on the results of the autopsy, find clues to lock the uncle. What's more, it's the mastermind behind the scenes who already knows the inside story. If the Queen Mother does not recognize it, then there will naturally be evidence next. Help Lord Su find out about Uncle Guo's head. What's more, with the iron bones of our uncle, and was imprisoned all night. Everything was photographed. Uncle Guo excitedly pounced on Huaiqing and asked me to see the Queen. Your Majesty will abolish it after it is abolished. He doesn't love His Majesty anyway. Defenders are dispensable for him. But Huaiqing, you're the only uncle like me. Huiqing's rare fury. Shut up. The relationship between the father and the queen mother. How can you slander it? Su Qian sighed twice in his heart. He's really talented. It's not so much that he's bold. It's better to describe it as stupid. Do things without regard to the end. Always thinking that someone would wipe his ass. Rest of my time. It's a giant baby. There's a lack of social beatings. The most critical thing is, putting a hat on the emperor is really exciting. But the uncle who really dared to put it into action. It's a scorpion poop poison. This matter does not matter to the queen's generation. Or the uncle of the country gets the punishment he deserves. It's all the emperor's family lineage. It has nothing to do with me. But suddenly, Su Qian's heart flashed with inspiration. The queen is the praised sister of the uncle. Can't really do anything to him. But how could Wei Gong tolerate this kind of pig teammate? Even if the two are world friends. But with the wrist of Wei Gong. Knock a gentleman. Let him be honest. It's definitely a breeze. Su Weifan asked if Wei Gong knew about it. Huiqing heard this. Immediately looked at him. Thoughtfully. Uncle Guo, who was still frightened and helpless a moment ago. After hearing the word Wei Yuan. Suddenly, he became vicious and angry. Sneered, yes. All of this must have been designed by Wei Yuan. It had to be him. He killed my father. Now they want to harm me again. He's a wolf-hearted thing. He deserves to be cut off. A big question flashed in Su Qian's little brain. Before entering the house, Huiqing also talked to him. The Wei family and the Shangguan family are world friends. It can be seen from the attitude of Uncle Guo. Where is this world friend? It's a feud or not? Come to think of it, Su Qian immediately looked at Huiqing. He frowned. It also seems that they don't know the inside story. I was also puzzled by Uncle Guo's words. Su Qian took the initiative to ask what he meant. Why did Wei Yuan harm you? Uncle Guo laughed coldly. I dare to say. Do you dare to listen? You know Wei Yuan back then. Halfway through the conversation, Su Qian slapped him. Interrupted Uncle Guo. Then, Su Qian dragged Uncle Guo out like a dead dog. Well, I don't want to hear it. I just want to bring you back to the yamen arms of the workers. Princess Qing saw this. There was no objection either. Followed out of the Shangguan mansion. Uncle Guo was carried out of the house by Su Qian. According to Huiqing's instructions, Uncle Guo was handed over to several guards. They escorted him to the yamen of the watchman. At this time, the eldest princess's cold voice came from Lord Su. You might as well ride in the same car as the main shrine. Su Qian ran up quickly. At the same time, I was still thinking about it in my heart. That's not good. How can lonely men and widows share a carriage? Neither my sister, nor my aunt, nor I have ever been in a carriage. The two of them got into the luxurious carriage built of golden silk Nanmu. The coachman whipped his horse. Two horses neighed and pulsated hooves. Quickly and smoothly drove away from the street outside Shangguan's ancestral house. In the carriage, Su Qian kept sighing in his heart. This is the ancient version of the nanny car. This carriage is estimated to be worth a few thousand taels of silver. At this time, the eldest princess took out the tea leaves from the wooden cabinet under the coffee table. While boiling tea, I said to my lord, what do you have to suggest? Su Qian heard this. His Royal Highness Chen Yindao must have an idea in his heart. Huiqing nodded slowly. I have never liked Uncle Guo. It was because of him. He deserves to end because of him. Su Qian heard the subtext. It's about me being ready to hand over my uncle. But he frowned anyway. But even so, the queen is still guilty of cover-up. This can be big or small. If Emperor Yuan Jing magnanimously forgave the empress, then Hinayana is sufficient. It doesn't have to be scrapped. On the contrary, Emperor Yuan Jing can take advantage of this to abolish the queen. Enough of the charges. With Su Qian's understanding of Emperor Yuan Jing, the emperor was possessive. This kind of person has a deep mind for power. But at the same time, I can't rub sand in my eyes. Princess Huiqing sneered. who said that the Queen Mother was covered. It was Uncle Gua who understood concubine Fuan, knowing that what they have done is about to be revealed. So he sent someone to plead bitterly with the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother thought of the blood love. Although he hated his uncle for doing such a trouble, compliments, but he still chose to bear the charge for his uncle. Su Qian looked at Huaiqing's expression and tone of voice. It's like an old hole. It was as if it was written on his face. That's the truth. He could only sigh that the princess was right. But after saying that, he was a little worried. If this woman marries home, it's hard to cheat and cheat. At this time, the eldest princess opened her mouth lightly. Honggu was curious. Uncle Wu didn't finish the sentence. Why did Lord Su interrupt? Su Qian smiled calmly. What did Uncle Wu want to say just now? I don't know. If your highness wants to know, turn around and interrogate for you. He deliberately interrupted Uncle Wu just now, because this matter involves unjustification. For Su Qian, there are two things that you need to avoid. The first is complimenting ciphertext. Needless to say, this is not a big deal. The second is the secret related to Wei Yuan. Dad Wei is his immediate boss and backer. If you want to continue to mix in the capital, it is necessary to maintain a good relationship with Wei Yuan. Then he shouldn't know some of Wei Yuan's secrets, unless Wei Yuan told him personally. Huaiqing glanced at him in surprise, turned to say that the Queen's affairs don't have to worry about Lord Su. Wei Guild handled. What you have to do is find out who is behind it. What do you think? Su Qian frowned. Look at the teacup in your hand. I didn't speak for a long time. This side of the curious building of the Yamen of the Watchman. New Eerie Garden. Enter the tea room. Gong Wei of Gongxing Road. Princess Huaiqing's guards pressed Uncle Gua to the Yamen. Uncle Gua clamored to see you. Wei Yuan put down the brush. Faintly said that the dying person does not need to be seen. Go and inform Nangong Jingluo. Be well treated. Uncle He Ili retreated in the original language. Su Qian and Huaiqing returned to the palace on the same trip. The eldest princess went straight to Fengxi Palace. Su Qian intends to continue to check the people on the list. He called for the little unit coordination office. Straighten out the list. Follow the map. When the last person is found. But it hit a nail. That person was the palace maid of the splendid palace. At this time, the unit guarding the door stopped Su Qian. Sister Lanner is serving the concubine. Come back later. Su Qian said lightly. It's better when the official will come. The eunuch is not salty or indifferent, who knows. Come back tomorrow. Su Qian took out 5 taels of silver and handed it over. Pleasant face, tired, public accommodation. The case is urgent. How can it be so delayed? I'm just getting a little bit of an idea. A matter of one word. The gatekeeper took the money. I turned my head and went in, but Su Qian waited for an hour. I never saw the eunuch come back. He was angry and corrupt and deceived people too much. That dog thing is playing tricks on me. After Emperor Jing proposed to abolish the yin in the court, after half a day of fermentation, Dafeng officialdom is almost universally known. Everybody knows. This side of Shaoyin Palace. Lina was in a good mood. Being in the palace, she naturally heard about it. The Second Highness, dressed in a gorgeous red dress, hummed a little song. Sit on a swing on a vine trellis. The Empress admits to framing the crown prince. Qu'il concubine est fou. So, the prince's brother will soon be able to come out of Dali Temple. The mother concubine does not have to wash her face with tears every day. And there are many more. The dog minion also came back alive. Just half a decade. It's time to go. Lin Jing has a feeling that the years are quiet. Huaiqing must be sad now. Who let the queen frame my prince's brother? But let's read it for the sake of a good mood in this palace. I won't be looking for her to show off these days. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the courtyard. The maid shouted to His Highness from afar. Lord Su is here. He sat on the swing and didn't move, but the player waits for it. Su Qian led the little eunuch in. He bowed to Lin and with a big grin. Isn't the case over? Dog minion, why do you still have to enter the palace to handle the case? Su Qian. Exhale hard. Isn't the case over yet? Your Highness, I am not your person. Biao Biao nodded without hesitation. Of course, Su Qian squirmed and wailed. I was bullied. It's very difficult in my house. My second uncle told me, since I was a child, the children of poor families are in charge of the family at an early age. But the dog thing in the splendid palace who was stabbed with 1,000 knives. He even extorted 10 taels of silver from me. Although Lin is an NA, but it's still very moral. Hearing this, I was immediately unhappy. Zhuanqiu's little hand slapped the stone table fiercely. Willow eyebrows counted down. Go to the splendid palace. This palace administers justice for you. The table thought that the silver was small. But the people who bullied me linen, that's a big problem. Su wife and obediently followed her Royal Highness the Princess. Looks like he has been wronged. Walk for a moment. Suddenly asked His Highness. Chun Guifei sighed. Is there a palace maid named Lana? Antelope glanced back at him. I nodded a little inexplicably. Su Qian saw this. Hurriedly asked, this palace maid is the old man of the splendid palace. The table said yes. Since entering the palace, he served by his mother's side. Su wife and asked His Highness, can you tell me about this person? Like what you like. Hate something. Something has happened recently. The table was a little displeased. How could this palace care about a palace maid? What have you been doing lately? But she thought about it. I still added that I like to eat mung bean cakes. I often see the Queen Mother give her the rest of the mung bean cake. She loves to eat. The two of them asked and answered. Quietly arrived at the splendid palace. Far away, Su Qian saw the one from himself. The eunuch who guarded the gate with 10 taels of silver. Su Qian stepped forward and slapped him. Then he shouted in a deep voice, Your Highness. He was the one who blackmailed me. The eunuch guarding the door covered his hot face. Angry and angry. He didn't expect that. Su Qian actually came back with his second highness to find trouble. Looking at the table, Su Qian doesn't seem to be relieved. Coldly commanded, one more mouth. Su Qian slapped him again, threw the eunuch who guarded the door, and stumbled. Tonight is shocking. Linen's pretty face is like frost. The people of this palace also dare to blackmail. Look at the face of the concubine. I'll spare you once. Next time, I dare to be disrespectful to Lord Su. Directly reduced to work as a coolie. Spit out the silver. The eunuch guarding the gate was unwilling. 5 taels of silver were more than a month's worth of profit. But he didn't dare to disobey the orders of His Royal Highness. Can only be handed over. He took out the silver that had just been warmed. Serve it with both hands. The minion dog looks down on people. Please don't blame you. Su's wife was happy, willing to give a paltry gatekeeper a chance. He's actually a pretty kind woman, more innocent than most royal women. I'll have to keep an eye on him. Can't let him be harmed by scumbags. Su Qian interrupted his thoughts when he thought of this. But he still didn't stretch out his hand. Go and take the money from the eunuch. Lung said coldly, I gave you 10 taels. The eunuch looked up, dumbfounded. 10 taels is obviously 5 taels. How could Lord Su wrong the minions? Su Qian immediately looked at His Highness the table. Look at this dog thing. I didn't take you seriously at all. Lin heard this, immediately glared at him. Those peach blossom eyes that can't be fierce. The eunuch guarding the door was very helpless. I had to say that the slave didn't dare. He reached out and touched his body for a long time. But he only found 3 taels of silver and a handful of broken silver. Crying and mourning, the face of the minion. There is only so much more. Su Qian smiled and put the silver into his arms. Doing good deeds does not necessarily pay off. But not doing good deeds will one day be liquidated. This officer will teach you a lesson, and the silver shall be considered to be a tree. After speaking, He turned his head to look at the rounded side of his face. "It's coming. Your Highness will take me into the splendid palace." It just so happened that the humble duty was going to end the Fu concubine case. The watch led him across the courtyard gate. "Enter the courtyard," Su Qian said, "His Highness. The lowly position is looking for a palace maid named Lang'er. Please let me come. It's just that the table just came in. It's like a wild horse on the loose." Sajoyo ran inside. Without looking back, he called out and understood. "You go to the side hall first and wait." Su Qian entered the side hall. "I found a place to sit down very casually. And when people are not paying attention, take out the Confucian version of the magic book from the fragments of the handing book. A piece of paper that privately records the number of forgotten deeds. When you light the lamp with an opportunity, 2 streams of hydrogen gas emanate from the pupils. Use it. The magic books are all half thin. No, it's such a good thing. I'm going to use it forever. Wait for the spring. Why later? I went to Yunlu Academy to meet my 3 teachers. By the way, they have to think about their affairs in advance." This side of the main house, in the inner courtyard, Chun Guifei's lazy chair was collapsing. 2 personal palace maids waited. One rubbed her shoulders. One person pinched her legs. Chun Guifei was holding a book in her hand, smiled, and said that this spring court moon is really well written. "The more I look at this palace today, the more I like it." The wolf pursed her lips and chuckled. "This isn't a good mood. I don't think it's good when I look at it." The other maid smiled and agreed. "Yes, although the prince has not yet come out of Dali Temple. But it's also a matter of time. Nyang has been washing her face with tears in recent days." The slaves and maids were distressed to death. However, Xiao Dao really didn't expect it. The Queen of Dignity. The means are so vicious. Concubine Taifu framed the prince. "We thought he was really kind-hearted." Chun Guifei frowned, reprimanded. "I don't know that it will be." The queen's mother. Another palace maid brother is petite. "Mother, you're just too careful." His Majesty proposed to abolish the queen in the court. Wait for the Lord to confirm. He was no longer the queen's mother. "Maybe our mother will be the queen soon." Chun Guifei frowned again and again. Wants to reprimand 2 palace maids who are open-mouthed. Suddenly, I heard a light footstep. There was a sound of light and shadow shaking outside the door. Lin An's shadow fell into the house. Mother Linen came. Chun Guifei showed a loving look. "Straighten up and take her into his arms." "Didn't Lin Anshin just come here?" Linen said coquettishly. Did she miss her mother? Akin can't wait to lie in the splendid palace. Accompany the mother concubine every day. Chun Guifei gently stroked her hair. Whispered, then accompany the mother to chat. "I'll see you when you're bored." Shaoyin Temple at this time. The main reason for the cousin's coquettish voice is to miss the concubine. Then, do something by the way. Chun Guifei's smile remained unchanged. Say something softly. The table looked at Wanner. Commanded Lord Daoshu. "I have something to ask you." He's waiting for you in the side hall of the outer courtyard. After speaking, he explained to Chun Guifei. "It is Su Qian, a migrant worker I trained." The concubine also had an impression of him. He is handling the case of the prince's brother. It seems that there is something to ask Wang An, but the minions guarding the door would not let him in. Chun Guifei pondered for a moment. Go and meet him. The wolf rests his hands flat on his lower abdomen. Even the steps cross the threshold. Out of the yard, in the side hall, Su Qian looked at the little eunuch beside him, laughed at the little father-in-law. "You have been sent by your majesty to oversee your own officer." In the words of the official, "That's the minister. Sit, sit, don't stand." The little eunuch said helplessly, "Out of the capital, that is the Qinsha minion." "Isn't this still in the palace?" "That's still a minion. It's like the governor's. It's majestic outside. But when you go back to Beijing, isn't it just a small imperial room?" His words made Su Qian laugh. "It's 3 points. If Governor Zhang returns to Beijing, it's just a younger brother. And outside, he was majestic. even if it is a great king like a political envoy and a governor. You also have to respectfully call yourself a subordinate. Su Qian asked, "By the way, your Majesty asked the palace to be on an errand." The little father-in-law nodded, looked at Su Qian's eyes full of puzzlement. Su Qian said, "Yesterday, the little father-in-law reported to His Majesty. I went to the Queen's Fengxi Palace. There is a question that has been hidden in Su Qian's heart for a long time. Yesterday, from Xie Jeli, I found out the origin of Huang Xiaoro and the Queen. Clues begin to point to the Queen, but the records of the income and expenditure of the imperial pharmacy were quietly torn up. Therefore, there is no conclusive evidence. It turned out that it was the Queen who saved Huang Xiaoro, with the wisdom of Emperor Yuan Jing and the city. It should not be before the facts of the case are clear." Hurriedly questioned the Queen. The little eunuch shook his head. Due to the moment, whispered, it was concubine Chen Guifei who went to His Majesty's bedroom to cry, accusing the Queen of framing the crown prince. His Majesty recited the affection given to the concubine. Only then did he go to Feng Qigong to question the Queen. The minion was also called by His Majesty for questioning at that time. The minions haven't taken the initiative to report yet. Su Qian frowned. How did Chen Guifei know the progress of the case? Needless to say, it must have been told to him by the table. While chatting, a woman in a green overalls crosses the threshold. Entered the side hall for the palace maid. Ying was rude and said that she had seen Lord Su. Su Qian smiled and returned the salute to Sister Wolfer. The wolf stood in the side hall, sweating slightly. What did Lord Su want to ask? The mother is still waiting for the slave to serve. Su Qian immediately said sorry. Humble duty is also to do things according to orders. Sister Wolf went to the Imperial Pharmacy a few days ago. The wolf nodded indifferently. It seems to know everything. Su Qian continued to ask what to do. The wolf calmly replied, since the birth of the prince. The mother is depressed all day long. Tears. I had a headache that day. The slave went to the Imperial Pharmacy to get some soothing medicine. Su Qian asked again, have you ever torn up the account books of the Imperial Pharmacy? He was on the list of other palace ladies and eunuchs. It's as neat as that. Hopefully it will be for several years. It's the equivalent of a tried-and-true polygraph. It's better than monitoring. The wolf is simple and rude. He shook his head and did not use Su Qian. I sighed in disappointment. He was telling the truth. It seems that my judgment was wrong. The one who tore up the policy. It is not the Imperial Pharmacy, which I entered within 5 days. Rather, it was earlier. There are 2 possibilities. The one who tore up the policy. I entered the Imperial Pharmacy 5 days ago. Or maybe there's a traitor in the Imperial Pharmacy. Later, so he went to inquire about the palace maids and eunuchs who were on errands in the Imperial Pharmacy. Come to think of it, Su Qian arched his hand and said, I'm done asking. But the case isn't over yet. Probably visit again in the future. The wolf heard this. There was obvious helplessness in his eyes. Su Qian hurriedly turned around. Sent some small gifts to Sister Wolf. The mung bean cake at Guiyue House in Beijing is the signature dim sum. The wolf shook his head, with detachment and a little resistance. Don't say no. Slaves don't like to eat mung bean cakes. Su Qian heard this. One positive, the compliments that I wanted to blurt out came to an abrupt end, because he remembered when he first entered the palace. The table told himself very clearly. This palace maid who is trusted by Chen Guifei. My favorite is mung bean cake. But now he said it, plus the impatience on the face. Most importantly, the number of forgets shows that the wolf's mood is stable and not lying. He quickly thought of 2 possibilities. One is that wolves don't like to eat mung bean cakes. The reason why I love to eat. I want to please Chen Guifei. The second is that he is lying. The forgetfulness technique was not screened. This means that he has a magic weapon on him that shields the forgetting technique. The first may be undecidable for the time being. This is the second possibility. It's what makes his scalp tingle. The maid of the splendid palace. How could there be a magic weapon that shielded the forgetfulness technique? What did he do with the weapon of shielding and forgetting? Unless he needs to use this magic weapon to hide from the world these days. Unless he knows he's going to be cross-examined in the near future. He's done it these days. When he went to the Bath Pharmacy. The wolf frowned, looking at Su Qian, who had lost his expression management. Lord Su and Su wife immediately collected their emotions. It is not easy to draw conclusions. Maybe she just doesn't like mung bean cakes. I just said what I was thinking about unintentionally. She forcibly calmed down, said that although the second girl of the wolf was the person next to Chen Guifei. But the temper is inevitably too big. This official has shed blood for the imperial court. He has made great contributions. The second wolf girl has such a contemptuous attitude. It is an opinion of the official. The wolf said lightly, Lord Su thought too much. Slaves and maids are not despiseful. I don't have a problem with adults either. As he spoke, he walked out. The slave maid was still in a hurry to go back to serve the concubine. After saying that, he stepped out of the threshold and left. Su Qian looked at the back of the palace maid leaving. A star sank to the bottom. In the feedback of the wife-forgetting technique, just now, the wolf still didn't lie. From this he can almost confirm it. This palace maid has a magic weapon on her body to shield her wife. Come to think of it, a scary revelation of the truth. He is the man behind the scenes. Chen Guifei, Su Qian's scalp was numb. Hurriedly ordered a little eunuch. He staggered out. On the surface, he seems to be at ease. But take a closer look at Su Qian's pace. It's obvious that he's messed up. Su Qian scolded again and again and his heart damned. It's like a haunted house late at night. Countless evil spirits are like living creatures entertaining guests. And he is the passerby who has no intention of breaking the secret. He just wants to pretend he doesn't know anything, then leave before the demon reacts. Luckily, the road was unimpeded. Came to the gate of the palace without any danger. But at this moment his pace suddenly froze. If Chen Guifei is the person behind the scenes, so what happened to the queen is the price that Chen Guifei is about to pay. Deprivation of consolation. Break into the cold palace. What about linen? Come to think of it, he seemed to remember something again. Looking at the eunuch guarding the door, he asked, Thou hast taken my money and entered it. Did you help pass it on? The old eunuch was a little dazed, but still nodded. The villain has passed through. But Sister Wolf said no. Minions are greedy, unwilling to return the silver ticket. It's not easy to explain to adults. Su Qian nodded. I even confirmed in my heart that the wolf had a magic weapon on his body. So he was prepared. When I think of this, Su Qian was about to leave. Suddenly, there was a wolf's cry behind him. Lord Su is slow. Su Weifen's back muscles tighten quietly. The heartbeat accelerates suddenly. The pretty palace maid smiled brightly. Niang Niang wanted to thank Master Su for solving the Fu concubine case. Let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sink the injustice. Please tell us a little bit about it. Thank you in person. Su wife and had a little numb scalp. The officer still has the medicine in his body. Inconvenient to stay. The Fu concubine case is the duty of the lowly position. Mothers don't have to be thankful. The wolf pursed his lips and chuckled. Lord Su is so polite. The mother said. Lord Su didn't go to see him. He didn't let Master Su take half a step out of the splendid palace. Su Qian's heart sank suddenly. Voyerma, I didn't tell anyone what I just found. Even the wolf, he didn't notice the clue. Chen Guifei couldn't have known. I've seen through his schemes. I guess I just want to thank me for making a show. Take a step back. This is the royal palace. There are large internal guards outside. There is linen in it. Chen Guifei can't and doesn't dare to do anything to me here. Besides, I'll cut it in two. Li Yuchen's cultivation is not vegetarian. In the end, Su Qian still nodded stubbornly. But I didn't forget my other whole card. The little eunuch sent by Emperor Yuan Jing to supervise. although he can't play a key life-saving role. But deterrence should be enough. The two of them followed behind the wolf in the brown palace, walked through the cloister in the front yard, into the backyard. At this time, the little eunuch coughed vigorously. Remind Su Qian, you don't have to follow up anymore. Just wait for the boat to open again. The wolf doesn't stop. He went into the house alone. Nyang Su is here. Chen Guifei snorted. I have something to say to Master Su. Stand down, all of you. Go to the outer courtyard. Then I saw Lin walking out angrily, because he was among them all. But he didn't dare to disobey his mother. Can only pass by Su's wife's side. Poured out his anger on him. But Su's wife and only thinks that he looks very cute. It's just a pity that now is not the time to appreciate and flirt. The little eunuch who followed and was in a dilemma. I don't know where to go. I heard the wolf say, and the mother said. The rest of the people retreated. Don't you have ears? Suddenly, Su Qian reprimanded. Your Majesty has sent you to supervise me. You have to have the consciousness of a minister. Straighten your waist. He deliberately spoke very loudly. After all, this official is a foreign minister. It is inconvenient to meet privately with the concubine. This little father-in-law is in charge of supervising the officer. It was at the behest of His Majesty. There was silence in the room for a few seconds. Then came Chen Guifei's voice. Then wait outside. Su Qian waved his hand at the little eunuch. Motion for him to stand away. As long as it's still in your sight. You guess what would happen next? If only thank me. There is no need to retreat. In other words, what Chen Guifei said to me. It cannot be heard by outsiders. This is also the reason why he asked the little father-in-law to stand farther away. And Qian let the little father-in-law stand farther away. It is a compromise with Chen Guifei. It is also an additional layer of protection for yourself. He could not hear the conversation between himself and the concubine, and could see clearly our every move in the house. This put an end to Chen Guifei pretending to be an eagle and eating chickens. In fact, he framed me for bullying the concubine's calculations. Although this operation is a bit shoddy, but you can't afford not to guard against it. End of thinking, Su Qian entered the house. Saw the end. Chen Guifei sitting on a soft couch in gorgeous overalls. This is the second time Su Qian has seen this beautiful woman. The last time was at the end of last year. Chen Guifei and Lin have the same face shape. The standard goose egg face and eyebrows are very standard. At this time, Chen Guifei's crisp voice sounded. His Majesty in the capital after the court raised the fee. Lord Su must have heard of it. Su Qian nodded concisely. Inferiority is known. Chen Guifei sighed. What is the so-called matter of Lord Su coming to my splendid palace? Su Qian said. There are some doubts in this case. The beautiful woman said with a smile on her face. What's there? Su Qian sneered. This is a lowly and foolish position. Noklu. There was a brief silence in the room. Chen Guifei stared at Su Qian for a long time. The smile on his face narrowed a little. The next moment, the teacup in his hand slammed down. The sound was like frost. You lied. Su Qian pretended to be at a loss, and he was tempted. What does Nyang mean by this? You can look at others with the art of forgetfulness. Others can also look at you with the wife tree. Chen Guifei sighed unhurriedly. Hongo invites you to come over. Just a test. But you just lied. So that this palace can no longer be lucky. Lord Su has a sharp mind. No matter how delicate a case in the world. It's a little trick for you. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Su Qian's mind. Chen Guifei is a warlock. It can't be. Why did he confess to me? Aren't you afraid that I will tell Emperor Yuanjing? What was the purpose of inviting me here? Come to think of it, he sighed. Why bother? I can pretend I don't know anything. After saying that, he added in his heart. Then he turned back to Wei Gong and Huai Jing. Deal with it to this point. The two are equivalent to being honest and disrespectful. Chen Guifei was calm, as if she was chatting. When did you find out? Just now. Su Qian nodded calmly. Yes, I can see that the wolf is disguised. Chen Guifei smiled. But I was skeptical before. Let's talk about Su's wife, and Chenin. Humiliation reviews the history of concubine Fu's case. There are indeed a lot of doubts. How could the mother be on the table for no reason? The 100 days of spring that sent the queen. This is a harem after all. Use nourishing and aphrodisiac wine to pour the prince slightly drunk. I am not afraid that she will do something wrong. This is not in line with your careful style. Although the queen can buy Huang Xiaoro to set up a game for the prince. But how could he guarantee that the prince would definitely go to Qingfeng Palace? And you are the biological mother of the crown prince, the son of Mo Ruomu. You know he has a lot of thoughts about concubine Fu. So, halfway through, Huang Xiaoro was sent to wait for the rabbit. It makes more sense to think about it this way. Later, Huang Xiaoro's body was found, and then to the humble position to find clues. All point to the queen. Think the traces of the push are too obvious. But if Huang Xiaoro disappears, it will not achieve your goal of framing the queen. Of course, I hadn't reacted yet. Still feels that the queen is the most suspicious. I can't figure it out. Why are you sending? I tore up the admission book of the Imperial Pharmacy. That should be the strongest evidence for identifying the Empress. And that's not all. Also exposed himself. Chen Guifei shook her head. It's not a superfluous move. That was the evidence I deliberately left behind. If the organizer of the investigation is not you, he would be one of the most useful pieces of evidence for attacking the Empress. But your resurrection from the dead was completely beyond the expectations of this palace. Huang Xiaoro's corpse and the booklet of the Imperial Pharmacy. At the same time to be found words. The traces of the guidance are too heavy. I'm afraid you'll see something. Directly to your majesty. So they sent for someone to tear up the booklet. So you were wondering, but did not insist that the queen was wronged. If your majesty knew about this in advance. Yesterday, the effect of Honga's crying was greatly reduced. Then I learned about the progress of the case from Lenin. I'm putting pressure on your majesty, while sending someone to assassinate you. As long as you're dead. The queen pleaded guilty again. It's all going to be seamless. Su's wife nodded slowly. This morning, he also felt that the Empress was the prime suspect in his assassination. I was ruthless in my heart and wanted to divorce Huiqing. It turned out that the person who wanted to kill me was Chen Guifei. Well, no need to say anything. I want to divorce Lenin. Su Qian looked at Chen Guifei. There are 2 more questions about humiliation. I don't know if the mother can answer. Chen Guifei said lightly, let's listen. Su Qian said that the prince is already the prince. Why is the mother like this? Chen Guifei smiled. The laughter is complicated. Seems to be laughing at Su Qian. It's as if it's self-deprecating. The crown prince is the prince, after all, not to ascend the throne for a day. There is the possibility of a will. The queen has always been the queen. The 4 princes will always be the sons-in-law. What if I told you? His Majesty originally cleared the 4 princes. If it weren't for His Majesty's knowledge back then, the queen didn't love her at all. The 4th prince is already the crown prince at the moment. Su Qian was puzzled. But even so, it's been a long time. The position of the crown prince has not changed. Isn't Yang Yang too worried? Chen Guifei sneered again. What do you know about the court? There is Wei Yuan. The 4 princes will always be bigger than me. Wei Yuan always wanted to be in charge of the court alone. Swept Chen Ku away. He's going to get his revenge. We'll definitely put the 4 princes on the throne. I can't fight Wei Yuan as a woman. It can only be done from the queen. The queen is the lord of the harem, mother of the world. It is the highest honor for women. Honggu is also a woman. Also recognized the queen's position. For Wei Yuan's ambitions. Su Weifan understands. Knew that Chen Guifei was telling the truth. He moved on to one last question. Who is the person behind the mother? Chen Guifei shook her head and laughed. Honggu is getting to appreciate you more and more. It seems that Lin inadvertently dug up a piece of treasure. How can you be sure that there are still people behind this palace? Su Qi thought about it. If Nyang Yang had known what her uncle had done, so why endure it for so long? Only then did he make a move. If Nyang Yang only found out about Uncle and Huang Xiaolu when she came in. So who told the mother? It definitely won't be Huang Xiaolong. He was able to endure for so many years. For no reason. There will be no sudden changes. Take the initiative to reveal it to you. There must be a matchmaker among them. In addition, the mother knew that she was lying. 4 Heavenly Swords forgetfulness technique. It's not something that ordinary people can do. The humble post just guessed another possibility. Your goal is the queen, and the target of the person or force behind you is the Emiya. Chen Guifei lost a smile on her face. What does Lord Su think of Linen? Su's wife was relieved. That's certainly a nice. Chen Guifei is kind and seductive. The prince told me. Linen has reached the age of leaving the cabinet. I silently kept an eye on it. Subsequently, it was discovered. She's known you since. Come to the splendid palace. The person who talks the most is you. The age of the girl's pregnancy. Honggu has also experienced it. I heard that Lord Su will be knighted soon. The Viscount is not big, but it means that you have stepped into the aristocracy. Honggu can give you a promise. Take your knighthood 1 step further in 3 years. Then I will marry you, Linen. Su Qian hesitated. It's naked wooing. This is also the reason why Chen Guifei and I are honest and disrespectful. Seeing Su Qian's expression, he showed a strange look. Chen Guifei took advantage of the victory to pursue. Even if you know the secret. But it is impossible to identify Honggu. However, he has been in poor health recently. Sudden illness. The imperial doctor did not come back. This result. What does Lord Su think? Su Qian was speechless. Innocent and lovely Linen. How can there be a mother like you? Draw a pie and try to fool me. He muttered for a moment. 3 years was too long. Who knows if the concubine is deceiving her humble position? Chen Guifei frowned. Knighted in 2 years at the earliest. It's not a small thing. You should be clear about that. Su wife and waved her hand. This is not what it means. Humiliation is what I want to say. Clarification can be made after 3 years. But before that, can you round the house first? Su Qian's unreasonable request just blurted out. The cold eyes climbed up Chen Guifei's face little by little. You're playing this trick. Su Qian shrugged. Laugh and laugh at the person who paints the pie. No matter how nice it sounds. As long as there is a tangible effort. Just turn your face immediately. Chen Guifei took a sip of the teacup. When I put down the teacup, my face was back to normal. The biggest flaw in this palace is the wolf. As long as he's gone, that is death without proof. And Feng Qigong is a tall building. It's about to collapse in the blink of an eye. The so-called good birds choose trees to perch. Lord Su is a smart person. How to choose you know in your heart. Su Qian nodded in agreement. The crown prince is still the crown prince. And the queen is about to mean, Nyang Yang promised to marry Linen to me. That's why I chose the Guardian Palace. Chen Guifei's face was the same. The hand holding the teacup exerted a slight force. Good half a day. I couldn't help but splash the hot tea on this kid's face. Or the urge to smash the glass. Put it this way. Lord Su is preparing to take Lanu away from the splendid palace. I'm going to kill this palace. His voice fell. The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. An invisible killing machine shrouded Su Qian. Su Baipu of the refining god realm. No footage of the enemy shooting was captured. But the instinct of the 7-rank dancer is instilling a signal in him. Danger insists on taking away the words of Wolf 2. That is, to burn the jade with Chen Guifei. So, he's going to jump off the wall in a hurry. No more scruples. This is the harem. Shoot at me. My life is not guaranteed, though there's a letter of God closed. But the book of God is my last hole card. Su Qian sneered. Straighten your back. There was disdain between his eyebrows. I, Su Qian, faced tens of thousands of rebels that day. Fight alone. Kill thousands of enemies. Die and not fall. Nianyang felt that I would be afraid of threats. Ministers are not afraid of death. But why fear it to death? There was obvious surprise in Chen Guifei's eyes. That's right. Lord Su is indeed a hero. Plant it in your hands. Speaking of which, the concubine tightened the teacup in her hand. Hold it high. It seems that it is better to smash the cup. Suddenly, Su Qian said loudly and slowly, I'm sincere to Linen. I don't want to see him sad. Today's events. I can pretend it didn't happen. Su Qian thought very heartily. Even if you want to expose the concubine, I have to be able to get out of the splendid palace, too. Chen Guifei stared at her for a moment. Finally put down the teacup. Nodding in satisfaction, you didn't lie. It seems that you are indeed sincere to Linen. Case. Why is Lord Su unwilling to take refuge? Su Qian frantically complained in his heart. Are you a fool to me? I will die if I take refuge in you. The only person I can rely on in the capital is Dad Wei. Huaiqing can only be counted as half. As for Linen, he, a powerless princess, can't protect me at all. Come to think of it, he arched his hand and said, Nianyang looked up, not an empty promise. It's about action, humble duty and loyalty to the guard. It's because he treats me with sincerity. I trust him too. After speaking, Su Qian turned sideways and glanced at the little father-in-law outside the courtyard. Then he continued and said that the lowly position was helpless to the mother. It's just that I'm thinking, mother can't do anything to me, right? Once there is no thought of burning jade, then Chen Guifei can't embarrass me anymore. Although the little father-in-law is a minion. But he is now the eyes of Emperor Yuan Jing. Think of it as surveillance. Everything that happens here will be conveyed to Emperor Yuan Jing word for word, unless Chen Guifei kills me directly. Otherwise, any conspiracy, it's useless to frame up. My little father-in-law can testify for me. This is the reason why Su Qian insists on keeping his little father-in-law. Chen Guifei looked at him deeply, and the palace was tired. Stand down. The gate of a splendid palace. Always open for you. Su Qian bowed his hand, retired from his position. The little father-in-law in the courtyard saw him come out. Immediately greeted him. Asked Lord Su, what did the concubine say to you? Su Qian said goodbye angrily. Asking is not guaranteed. The little father-in-law's face changed slightly. When I walked to the outer courtyard, I saw Linen. His round face was smiling. Dog minion, come here. This dog minion shouted without any momentum at all. It sounds like a coquette. Su Qian took a deep breath, suppressed the surging emotions. He laughed casually. His Highness has come out of his humble position. Linen immediately asked, what did the concubine say to you? Su Qian said happily. Nianyang said that His Royal Highness was almost at the age of leaving the cabinet. Ask if there is a suitable candidate for the lowly position. Recommend a few young talents to him. He will help His Highness find a future husband. Linen was stunned for a moment. Hongxia crept up her face. The concubine will tell you this. Su Qian was a little speechless when he heard this. The heart says, why don't you go up? When did you get smarter? I'd like to recommend myself next. He had no choice but to say helplessly. Humble jokes. The table is counted down. Dog minion, you dared to tease this palace. Su Qian said without skin and face. Humble is still a child. I don't understand what molestation is. The table blushed with shame. The small fist slammed Su Qian's back. Su Qian did not resist. To sign my heart, Chen Guifei is a qualified concubine. It's just that Linen is such a stupid girl. Grows in the inner courtyard of the palace walls. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. After having some fun with Linen, Su Qian was also ready to leave the palace. I've already taken care of the affairs in the little father-in-law's palace. Later when you report to your majesty, something can be said, some can't be said. I'm here to give you a few words. The little eunuch heard this. Immediately take a serious post. Lord Su, please speak. Su's wife nodded with satisfaction. You want to do the affairs of the splendid palace. 1510 tell the emperor that you have to say that. After inquiring about the ladies of the splendid palace, Lord Su's face was extremely ugly. It seems that he doesn't want to linger any longer. Didn't even drink tea. But Lord Su hasn't left the splendid palace yet. Suddenly, she was left behind by the concubine. And please go to the backyard. The concubine retired everyone. I talked to Master Su for a while in the house. Servants were left in the courtyard and were not allowed to enter, although they could be seen in the house. But I couldn't hear what they were saying. End of conversation. Lord Su left the palace with a heavy heart. Su Qian finished speaking. He took out 5 taels of silver tickets from his bosom, and the 5 taels from the eunuch who guarded the gate of the splendid palace. 10 taels in total. Without fireworks, it was handed to the little father-in-law. The little father-in-law stretched out his hand. While the mouth kept chattering, I couldn't help it, so that they may not collect their money. He carefully reviewed Su Qian's words. There is no big problem with self-awareness. I agreed. Su Qian immediately left the palace, led from Yu Lingwei's hand to Huaiqing. He borrowed his steed and hurried back to the yamen of the roots. After being passed through by the guards, he entered the strange building. Come to the tea room on the 7th floor. Wei Yuan sat on the big chair. Loose hair. A black-clothed Li Yuan was holding a comb and combing his hair. Wei Yuan said gently and came over to comb his hair. The black-clothed Li Yuan handed the comb to Su Qian with interest, turned around and left the tea room. Su Qian held a comb to comb his father's hair. There are no knots from the head down. Comb it to the end. The heart is quite elegant. At this time he said to Wei Gong, how to comb your hair at this time? Wei Yuan's voice was gentle. Hair in Buddhism symbolizes troubles. Comb your hair. The past is written off. Su Qian was a little puzzled when he heard this. Today's Dad Wei is a little strange. What is called a write-off of the past? What antecedents cause and effect? Since Dad didn't tell himself. Own intentions. Su Qian didn't ask. Instead, he lost the comb in his hand. Laughing and combing your hair is not interesting. Humble and press Wei Gong's head. Wei Yuan also smiled. Try Su Qian to spread his 5 fingers. Press and hold Wei Yuan's head. Gently pinch the acupuncture points. Wei Yuan's breathing gradually slowed. I feel like I'm back in the world, away from intrigues. Wei Yuan exclaimed, not bad. Su Qian was very confident in his heart. Sure, this is a barbershop miracle. I'll make you another shampoo when I get back. He coughed, said that there is something to report on the lowly duty. Wei Yuan sighed lightly, signaling Su Qian to speak. Su Qian pondered for a moment, said that the lowly position has found out who is behind the scenes. Wei Yuan still didn't speak. Seems to be thinking. It seems to be waiting for Su Qian to continue. Su Qian said in a low voice, it's Chun Guifei. I went to the splendid palace today to investigate the case. Discover the palace made beside him. It is the one who tears up the books of the imperial pharmacy. He brought his findings and Chun Guifei's solicitation. 1510 told Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan opened his eyes. He was silent for a long time and did not speak. Then he patted Su Qian's hand, motioned for him to stop, get up, and walk to the edge of the lookout. The tone is still gentle, you think. Who is the force behind Chun Guifei? Su Qian shook his head, said that it may be related to Si Tianjian. Wei Yuan looked at the scenery outside the lookout. The Tao with a firm tone is not Si Tianjian. It took Su Qian a few seconds to react. Stunned, Wei Gong. You know that it is Chun Guifei who is calculating the queen in you. Wei Yuan nodded. At first, I didn't expect him to be ruthless. He dragged the prince into the water. After the case is handed over to you, I didn't pay any attention. Until this morning, I learned that the queen confessed. Listen to you finish the whole story. I guess that it was Chen Guifei. Su Qian stared at his back. Long ago, he felt that Wei Yuan and Golden Lotus Dao is the same. It's all old Yin. I only found out now. The Golden Lotus Taoist is still quite pure. Not as deep as Wei Yuan. Su Qian said suspiciously. Not the Four Heavens sword. Then how could Chen Guifei exert her vigor? Shu except for Si Tianjian. Who else will forget about the technique? Wei Yuan asked rhetorically. Do you still remember the three-grade warlock who appeared in the Yunzhou case? Su Qian was stunned in an instant. Wei Gong is very wise. Wei Yuan continued. I have also checked this person, but I didn't find out. Do you know what Si Tianjian's three-rank warlock is called? Su Qian heard what the king said. So he blurted out that Sampin is a heavenly mechanic. The celestial mechanic can shield the celestial machine, will exist in itself, and all traces left behind are erased. His parents will forget about him. His wife and children will forget him. All the written records he left behind will also be lost. Besides, the heavenly mechanic can also tamper with other people's impressions of him. Leave a vague memory in my heart, but I can't recall it completely. Wei Yuan nodded. Samber hinted that you had checked the information of the original superintendent, but there is no record of it in any historical sources. Not even a word. You must know that Emperor Wuzong can change history, but it can't stop the mouths of future generations. I can't stop the wild history. B. The traitor erased all information about the first traitor. It's like he never existed. Even me. It is often misunderstood. The traitorous government is the founder of Si Tianjian, the founder of the warlock system. Then there will be a fragmentation caused by the historical vacancy. Suddenly, I remembered that there was another first-generation traitor. Su Qian was stunned. How can this be checked? He realized again, the top powerhouses of this world are so terrifying. Wei Yuan saw Su Qian's thoughts. If you want to investigate, you have to rely on treacherous government. But the traitor refused. Su Qian pursed his lips. That's an expected answer. Si Tianjian has a lot of secrets. Traitorous government is like a guard. Secret old man. He asked in a curious tone. Wei Gong can know what the first and second grades of warlocks are called. Wei Yuan shook his head. I've always been at odds with Jianzheng. Dafeng is like a game of chess. He's a chess player. I'm also a chess player. We often have conflicts due to different ways of thinking. Su Qian looked at Wei Yuan with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. This is Daddy Wei. It's the first time I've talked to myself about such high-end content. Maybe in his heart, integrity is his greatest enemy. Su Qian tentatively said how Duke Wei was going to save the queen. Wei Yuan's tone was a little colder. Push the uncle out of the country to take the blame. Whether it will succeed or not remains to be considered. His Majesty loves checks and balances. We'll also think of the abolition of the queen. The crown prince has no rivals. It's just that His Majesty remembered something unhappy. Not necessarily so cool-headed, unless it can make him suspect Chen Guifei. The queen's heart is still too soft. He didn't consult me in advance when he took this step. Su Qian snickered in his heart. He read the subtext of his father's words. Queen, you're a pig teammate. Still, then it's my turn to make a meritorious service. Su Qian hugged his fist. Chen Sheng said, Wei Gong. Guilty of lowly duty. I just made my own decision. Wei Yuan looked back and frowned. It is suitable for Su Qian not to hide it. Before leaving the palace, he did something more. I asked His Majesty to send him to oversee it. Little father-in-law. Su Qian handed himself over to the little eunuch's copywriter. The original paraphrase was given to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan fell into deep thought. It's just that the face is still gentle. Nothing has changed much. Su Qian hurriedly said that he was not allowed to do so. Cool. Please Wei Gong analyze 1 or 2. At this time, Wei Yuan smiled. Although it is self-proclaimed, but well done. His Majesty is suspicious by nature, and good at checks and balances. Your words reached his ears. Will make him feel moved by Chun Guifei, so as to rethink the entire Fu concubine case, the pros and cons of many parties, and the balance he's been struggling to maintain. Su wife and is still not satisfied, said in a tone that was not very confident. Will it be seen by His Majesty, or that little father-in-law confess to His Majesty? Collect my money. Speak for me. Wei Yuan smiled and said with a smile, you didn't disclose what you said. It's all real things. As for the latter question, confess to your Majesty. Will only expose themselves to accepting bribes. This is a centipede thing who would shoot themselves in the foot. I can be an errand boy in His Majesty's bedroom. Not to mention how smart. At least not too stupid. Su Qian saw that his goal was achieved. I laughed twice in my heart. Actually, this is what Dad said. He knows it all? Su Qian climbed up the pole. A sycophant was sent out without a trace. Wei Gong is extremely smart. Humble admiration. Wei Yuan looked at him deeply. Shake your head and laugh. But his mood is also quite relaxed. Return to the tea room and sit down. Filial piety, you have stepped into the realm of refining gods. Don't stop tempering the original god until the meridian acupoints swell. You'll be able to hone your physique in advance. Su Qian sequelae. What is the strange cave outside the meridian? That's right, it's the temples in the previous life. Hear the topic. Su Qian knew. I just did the work and generated good feedback. Dad Wei was in a good mood. I'm going to treat myself to this meritorious service. That seems to be an act of asking for sin, but it is actually an act of asking for credit. Dad Wei can see through it at a glance. But that's what leaders like. A subordinate who holds himself aloft. Even Wei Yuan, who is superior in wisdom, is no exception. I just said Wei Gong. I've done a great job again. The feedback will be completely different. Maybe Dad will criticize a few words. Tell yourself to guard against arrogance and rashness. Be calm. Come to think of it, Su wife asked rhetorically to temper her physique. Wei Yuan nodded. I told you before. The dancer system doesn't happen overnight. It's the constant groping of predecessors. The perfection of the only way to have today's 5 husbands and 9 products. The original copper skin and iron bones. It was beaten with a stick. It's like a blacksmith's hammer. Forge an iron embryo into crystalline iron. It's a lengthy process, and because it often hits the vital parts, if the foundation is not solid enough, we'll die. Su Qi sighed in his heart. Dad, what you said hit the vital part. Is it the kind I understand? Chickens fly and eggs are beaten. Wei Yuan continued. Later, someone created the word medicine, with a special genius treasure as the main ingredient. Put the man in a big top and cook it. The dancer spat and cursed in the top. Resist high-temperature absorption. In this way, the copper skin and iron bones are achieved. Jin Su Qian asked happily, what about the mortality rate? Wei Yuan glanced at him. The stakes are just as great. Sometimes it's cooked when it's boiled. A picture suddenly appeared in Su Qian's mind. He sat in the big top, surrounded by boiling water. Proficient in pharmacology except for Kai Wei. Keep adding condiments to the top. What fennel beans? What cinnamon, green onions, small beans? If you stand aside, I guess tears will flow from the corners of my mouth. Ziam listened to these inhuman ways of promotion. I only felt a tingling sensation on my scalp. He swallowed quietly. Is there a safer way? Wei Yuan nodded. With the birth of generations of geniuses. Finally, someone created the first set based on gas refining. A practice method supplemented by quenching. At the heart of this method is a special way of exercising qi. Temper the body from the inside out. Then mix with beating or cooking. The danger will be greatly reduced. As he spoke, he unfolded a piece of rice paper, wrote the 3 words of mixed Yuan Gong. The top method of beating the guard yamen is called mixed Yuan Gong. Every golden gong uses this method. If this is thrown on the rivers and lakes, it will inevitably lead to bloody storms. Su Qian once again realized that he had taken refuge in Wei Yuan. The benefits of being a watchman. Here are the best exercises. There are resources that are beyond the reach of the people. For yourself, these are at your fingertips. Su Qian sighed Wei Gong. Is there no need to cook without beating with sticks? You can cultivate the method of practicing qi with copper skin and iron bones. Wei Yuan was silent for a few seconds. Gentle Buddhism has a similar method. Some people say that the copper skin and iron bones of the warrior. It is actually based on the diamond mirror of Buddhism. It is also said it was the Buddha who referred to the 5 systems. A new path was created in the Buddhist system. It's called a warrior monk. Su Qian unconsciously showed an innocent smile on his face. Other words, the warrior monk system has a set that does not need to be cooked. You can cultivate the method of copper skin and iron bones. It's easy to do. A wave of turning back routines. Number 6 came from his hand for nothing. This side of the emperor's bedroom. Footsteps could be heard from outside. A small eunuch stopped outside the dormitory. The old lady saw the small steps move to the door. Lower your voice. The suitable eunuch whispered that the godfather was in hand. Send the Taoist priest of the Lingbao official to invite your majesty. The old eunuch was visibly stunned, pinched his fingers, and counted the time. The heart said that the day was right. These days of the month. It is a time when the body of the national teacher remains unchanged and retreats. Even his majesty can't bother. You can only slaughter in your own dormitory. The old eunuch nodded and understood. Stand down and send away the little eunuch. He walked slowly back to his bedchamber. Emperor Yuanjing sat cross-legged on the couch. Close your eyes and breathe. A stick of sandalwood burned in the corner of the bed. Light smoke is slender and straight. The old eunuch whispered, Your Majesty. The countryman sent someone to invite. Invite your majesty to come and enlighten. Emperor Yuan Jing opened his eyes instantly, slightly stunned for a moment, followed by the eyes of those ancient wells without waves bloomed brightly. Hundreds of quick picks. Every month, state affairs are scorched by night fires. 7 emotions and 6 desires are surging. So these days, the national teacher will choose to retreat. No one is allowed to enter the Lingbao Pass. But Emperor Yuan Jing knew, if one day the national teacher agrees to take a weekend off, that's definitely these days. Emperor Yuan Jing has been waiting for this day for a long time. He can't regenerate now, though. The body is strong, as if in the prime of life. But it still can't live forever. If you want to go further, there is only a double cultivation with the national teacher. Take advantage of his spiritual fortune. In this way, long live, long live, long live. Truly become the eternal emperor of Daebon. Climb aboard the Dragon Twist. Leave the dormitory. Emperor Yuan Jing urged all the way. It didn't take long to arrive at Lingbao Pass. But when he saw the female national teacher, disappointing discovery. Did he really just invite himself to come and meditate? It's like doing your homework. The picturesque female national teacher sits cross-legged on a futon. Your Majesty has a soft voice. Please be seated. Emperor Yuan Jing was unwilling. Chun Dao Dao is not willing to rest with me. Why invite me here at this moment? Luo Yuheng said lightly that he would not be burned by fireworks this month. Poor Dao promised to teach His Majesty the art of immortality. Keep your promises in mind. Don't dare to slack off for a day. Emperor Yuan Jing was indifferent for a moment. Under the futon seat that belongs to him, I didn't close my eyes and swallow it out immediately. Instead, he said the national teacher, the medicinal materials of the rejuvenation pill have been prepared. Tomorrow I will send someone to bring it. Lingbao official Luo Yuing sighed. His Majesty can't be reborn. Tuna has been monastic for many years. It has long been free of all diseases. There is no need to refine the Four Seasons divine pill anymore. It's just that Emperor Yuan Jing ignored it. Close your eyes and throw up. He has to practice 4 furnaces of Great Dan all year round. They're on the spring breeze, the summer solstice, and the autumn equinox, and the winter solstice in the 4 solar terms. Every furnace of Dayton is worth a fortune. It's worth 3 years of tax revenue for a county. In addition to the 4 furnaces of Dayton, there are also 36 small Dan furnaces. Hoween's sentence is appalling. These taels of silver are not appropriated from the treasury of the household. It was all spent in Emperor Yuanjing's own small treasury. As for how did the silver taels of Emperor Yuanjing's small treasury come from? Everyone knows the civil and military affairs of the Manchu dynasty. But it was tacit. The end of enlightenment with the national teacher. It's sunset. Emperor Yuan Jing was in a bad mood. After returning to the dormitory, he was silent. Suddenly, I remembered that the concubine case was not over yet. The tone is impatient for the most part, but let the cabinet female finger. Unless the case is delayed again and again. It's been a decade now. Then make you think twice. The results are available within 2 days. The old eunuch knew. This is the result of His Majesty's desire for the Empress's guilt. He hesitated, said in a low voice, that Su Qian came to the palace again today. Emperor Yuan Jing frowned. What else did he do? You will send someone tomorrow to fight the Gingrun Yamen. Take back the gold medal. The old eunuch nodded. Said angrily, do you still want to ask the slave today? Emperor Yuan Jing thought for a moment. Nod slowly. The old eunuch Xian withdrew from the dormitory in less than a quarter of an hour. Brought in the little eunuch who supervised Su Qian. The little father-in-law told the story. Today, Lord Su took the minions to inquire about the list of people entering and leaving the imperial pharmacy. The last place on the list is in the splendid palace. The big palace made next to the concubine. Lord Su took the minions to interrogate. Ate a closed door. Lord Su was helpless. I went to Shayin Palace to find His Royal Highness Linen for help. After inquiring about Langyer of the splendid palace, Lord Su's face became extremely ugly. It seems that he doesn't want to linger any longer. He left in a hurry with his minions without even drinking tea. But he hasn't left the splendid palace yet. That Langyer turned back and came out. Said that the concubine invited Lord Su to enter the hospital. Thanks to him for solving the Fu concubine case. Lord Su was originally reluctant to see him, but the wolf forcibly kept him for a while. Then, the concubine retired from everyone. Neither can the minions enter the house. I can only stay in the yard and wait. Emperor Yuan Jing stared at him with a pair of eyes. He groaned for a few seconds, then slowly retreated from everyone. The little eunuch replied truthfully, "Back to your majesty, yes." Emperor Yuan Jing's voice was a little lower. What they said in the courtyard. The little eunuch said, "It's too far apart." The minions couldn't hear clearly. You can only watch from afar. Lord Su and the concubine were talking in the house. Emperor Yuan Jing said that you just said that Su wife and asked after looking for the wolf. His face became extremely ugly. Don't wait for the little eunuch to reply. The old lady's face changed slightly. Reprimanded the dog thing. How to teach you usually. His subtext was, don't mix subjective emotions when reporting. Don't try to mislead your majesty. Be fair and objective. Emperor Yuan Jing raised his hand. Interrupted the angry old eunuch. Seeing this, the little father-in-law had a little confidence. It's really ugly. Emperor Yuan Jing pondered for a moment and said that Su Qian wanted to leave. But the wolf forcibly left him behind. The little eunuch noticed. Emperor Yuan Jingdi's attitude changed somewhat. Cautiously, Lord Su said that he was ordered to investigate the case. Responsibilities. Mother, no thanks. Busy said that if Lord Su didn't go to see Nyang Yang, you can't get out of the splendid palace. Hear, hear. Emperor Yuan Jingdi's eyes seemed to have a golden light bursting out. He spoke slowly. What was the mood of Su Wan when she left? The little eunuch did not answer immediately. Instead, he pretended to think about it. That's when it was said that Lord Su had a lot of trouble. Out of the palace. To add credibility, he added that when he left the palace before, Lord Su will chatter with the minions. But today is different. Not a word was spoken. Emperor Yuan Jing said sharply, "Retreat." After the little eunuch left the dormitory, Emperor Yuan Jing sat, without saying a word for a long time. Fingers tapped aimlessly, until a quarter of an hour later. He commanded in a deep voice, "Bring the wolves of the splendid palace to me." The eunuch answered. He slowly exited the dormitory. Bring a pair of guards. Walk through layers of palace walls. Arrive at the splendid palace. The eunuch who guards the door. From afar, I recognized Osaka as His Majesty's side. Greeted him. Filial piety. Wait a moment for the slave to inform the concubine. The old eunuch slapped her away. Enter the courtyard with the guards. We're in a hurry. The old eunuch stood in the inner courtyard and said in a loud voice. The old slave begged to see him. At this time, Chen Guifei's house, a palace made with reddish eyes, came out. Whisper softly, "Please come in." The old eunuch followed the maid into the house. But the scene in front of him made him chuckle in his heart. I saw Chen Guifei sitting on a big chair, holding a police handkerchief in his hand. Wipe your eyes from time to time. A face full of sadness. The old eunuch was surprised. What was wrong? Chen Guifei said sadly, a subordinate beside the palace. Just had a sudden illness. Said that there was no help. The imperial doctor didn't save him. The old eunuch's face was solemn, and this lady mourned. What is the name of the palace maid? Chen Guifei no longer pretended. Instantly put away the tears. Langer blurted out 2 words. The old lady's expression was the same when she saw and heard it. I scolded the bad dishes in my heart. Chen Guifei said softly, "Most of them came to my splendid palace. So what's going on?" The old eunuch sighed. "Your Majesty knows this time." The mother was frightened. So send the old slave to comfort the mother. Chen Guifei, don't look over. Wailing and saying, "Your Majesty can't even see the concubine." The old eunuch laughed dryly. I don't comment on the concubine's complaints. Casually said that the second child is not very old. Chen Guifei looked sad for a poor child. The old eunuch took the opportunity and said, "Let's go and have a look." He also has an identity. It's the housekeeper, commanding the eunuchs and ladies of the imperial palace. But this identity, it was brought by him as Emperor Yuanjing's Osaka. The dotted deputy chief is the real person in charge. After all, the housekeeper is busy. It is simply impossible to serve the emperor all the time. Say goodbye to Chen Guifei. The old eunuch entered Nanxiang under the leadership of the palace maid. I saw a wolf lying on the bed with a pale face. The old eunuch Chun Xingdao has asked the imperial doctor to see it. The palace maid on the side replied back to her father-in-law. I saw the doctor and said it was encephalopathy. There is no cure. The old eunuch stared at the wolf for a long time. Tell the Taoist to hand it over to our family. He ordered the guards to take the wolf's corpse. Hurry back to your life. Return to Emperor Yuanjing's dormitory. The old emperor still sat upright. After the big case of laying the silk of the Ming emperor, he looked in the direction of the gate with a blank face. The old eunuch whispered, "Your Majesty." Langer died. Emperor Yuan Jing was silent. He sat motionless. Seems to be thinking. It's as if I've lost my mind. Until a long, long time later, Emperor Yuan Jing sighed. The next yin, Emperor Jing convened another court meeting. Hundreds of civil and military officials in the hazy sky entered the Golden Lawn Hall in an orderly manner. The Shangshu of the criminal department came out and said loudly, "Your Majesty, the verification has been completed. The Queen is the mastermind of concubine Fu's case. Shangguan is unworthy. Murder of the concubine. Framing the prince. Please punish your majesty severely. Dali Siqing immediately stepped forward to reconsider. Don't wait for Emperor Yuan Jing to express his position. Wei Yuan stood up for his majesty. Concubine Fu's case has other hidden secrets. The queen was not the mastermind. The real mastermind is Huang Xiaolu. He killed Concubine Fu and deceived the prince to Qingfeng Hall to forge this case. Professional trolls have jumped out to refute a bunch of nonsense in their lifetimes. A mere palace maid can do such a shocking case. Besides, why did Huang Xiaolu frame the prince? Wei Yuan, what do you think of your majesty? What do you think of the temple lord? After speaking, I added a sentence to ask your majesty to behead. At this time, the rest of the ministers scolded Wei Yuan one after another. There was a lot of confusion in the temple. The old lady saw the whip in her hand. Fight for it. He scolded and was silent. For the eyes around you. Wei Yuan ignored it. Instead, he said slowly yesterday. The organizer of the non-case case of the Gong Su Jian. It was found out that Huang Xiaoro had been pregnant. The words are not finished. The hall remembered the uproar again. The palace made Huang Xiaoro was pregnant, in addition to the guards in the palace. The only one who can really make a woman pregnant is Emperor Yuan Jing. Of course the guards couldn't. Those who can guard the harem are loyal to the royal family. The best of 1,000. And it's often a couple of people. Mutual supervision. There is no possibility of cheating with a palace maid. That's only one possibility. Emperor Yuanjing's majestic face twitched slightly. Chun Shengdao, Wei Yuan said. Go down, Wei Yuan said slowly. It was found after tracking. Caused Huang Xiaoro to lose her pregnancy. For the official name of the uncle of the dynasty. Next, Wei Yuan told a story to the important ministers of the court. A story that has been polished by him. The palace maid Huang Xiaoro was humiliated by her uncle. Unfortunate pregnancy. Secretly miscarried afterwards. So he held a grudge. Forbearance for many years. Finally, a conspiracy hatched. With the convenience of Concubine Fu's personal palace maid. He quietly destroyed the guardrail of the lookout. While Concubine Fu was drunk, Huang deceived the prince to the Qingfeng Palace. Laid down the most appalling bureau in the harem for more than 10 years. After Uncle Wu heard about Concubine Fu's case, found that Huang Xiaoro was implicated. For fear that his beast trip would be exposed, I asked for the 7th Duke of Feng. That's what I knew. Uncle Wu did such a thing that lost his conscience. Thinking of flesh and blood. Tearfully took the sin for Uncle Wu. Finally consolation. Make a summary of the case. That's how it happened. Uncle Gu has pleaded guilty. His Majesty may be arraigned at any time. Dali Siqing snorted coldly. It's ridiculous. Your Majesty is known to Wechen. Huang Xiaoro was killed. If everything was planned by him. What about the murderer? Wei Yuan's face did not change his expression. Huang Xiaoro also has the same party to help him lay out. In the name of framing the crown prince. Alluding to the queen. Your Majesty is pleased. There was another debate about the ministers. But in the end, they can only get back together. Your Majesty is pleased. Today's meeting is on the agenda. If Emperor Yuan Jing wants to end the concubine case, at this point the coffin can be closed. If you don't want it, you will be ordered to check again. Emperor Yuan Jing slowly said to Shangwan Ming Cholera. The harem rebelled and beheaded. The queen did not report it. Same as it. But his thoughts are extremely bloody. Pardonable. It made the queen think about it behind closed doors. The March Prince did not know what to check. Drunk and broke into the hall of the breeze. Ordered to think behind closed doors. For half a year, Chen Guifei instigated the prince to get drunk. Cause a catastrophe. Reduced to a concubine. There was silence in the hall. The ministers were at a loss. Can't seem to figure it out. Why did the queen involved in the case think about March? The prince thought about it for half a year. And Chen Guifei, who has nothing to do with the ministers. Feng Guifei fell to the rank of concubine. That's 2 levels in a row. Could it be that this case is related to Chen Guifei? It wasn't long after the pilgrimage meeting ended. The old eunuch went to Fengqi Palace and Jinxiu Palace, respectively. When the queen learned about it, she cried bitterly. On the other side, Chen Guifei accepted the order with a stiff face. Wait for the old eunuch to leave. His face instantly became gloomy. At this time, he had already come to his senses. His Majesty's attitude has changed dramatically. Definitely related to yesterday. Yesterday, the old eunuch came over for no reason, on the grounds of condolences. There was nothing wrong with that. But I think of the changes in the court today. It's not hard to guess the mystery. His Majesty was suspicious of himself, and he was only exposed to Su Qian. It is speculated from this. That bastard must have done some kind of trick in the dark. Hard work. It was planted in the hands of a small gong. He gritted his teeth. He slammed the decree in his hand to the ground. He shouted the names of the 2 people viciously. One is Wei Yuan. The other is naturally Su Bai's prostitute, who everyone shouts and beats. The day after the abolition ended, Su Qian finally found his beloved little mare. This horse is a military horse reserved for the captain of the Imperial Sword. The second uncle got it at a low price through his own connections. After buying it, it didn't take many years to ride it and gave it to Zhiqi. This morning, Su Qian accompanied his family to eat in the hall. Xiao Doubting is closed today and doesn't need to go to school. He couldn't have been happier. Breakfast is delicious. The aunt said with disgust. One day is like picking up a treasure. I've never had a stupid daughter like you in my life. Second Uncle Su complained about his young daughter. You only have 2 daughters in total. The aunt glared at him. There is also a face to say that Lining is so stupid. It's up to you, Xiao Doubting said aggrievedly. But I just don't want to study. Su Qian said with a smile. Lining, you're not stupid. Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. Later when you don't want to study, you imagine you have 2 people in your head. Little Bean Ding was taken aback. 2 chubby hands over his head. I got someone in my head. The corners of Su Qian's mouth twitched. Imagine that Big Brother is talking about imagination. In order to better make him understand, Su Qian simply stretched out 2 fingers and gestured. A villain doesn't want to read. Then the other villain is going to say that I like to read. I love to read. And so on. You love to read. Su Qian commented with a slight sweat. Autosuggestion. I used to read hard. I'm really sleepy. It will imply that you don't want to sleep. It works well. When the aunt heard that she had her own son's endorsement, suddenly there is an expectation of the method of folding in half. Linny, you try? The stupid little bean tilted his head and thought about it for a long time. Not slowly. A little guy in my head said he didn't want to read. Don't want to read. Another villain said. Yes, yes. Annie heard this. Really a little disheartened. Su wife and comforted. Maybe she's really not fit to read. Annie, don't force it. The second uncle said suddenly. The day after tomorrow will be spring thunder. Su Xinyan not det gan li. He seemed to be confident in his composure look. Annie smiled and said with a bachelor of our Erlang. It's not a problem to get into the Jinshi. The time has come for the master Su Jiaguang to glorify his ancestors. Although Su Qian is now highly appreciated by the committee members. And the princess again. But he's a martial artist after all. In this everything is inferior. Only the era of high reading. The title of the gold list is the matter of honoring the ancestors. In this regard, even Su Lingyue, who is biased towards the eldest brother. I also agree with my mother, thinks that the Su family wants to glorify their ancestors. It depends on the second brother's performance in the spring siege. Su wife and gritted her teeth. When will Takeo Cuttooth stand up? Can the world be better? Discrimination against Takefu is rife everywhere. Remembered the conversation with Wei Yuan the day before yesterday. The martial arts system has been perfected and passed down from generation to generation. Only then did we have today's Jiupin. But to this day, the martial arts system did not come to an end. The path beyond the grade has not yet been explored. Therefore, the martial arts system does not have the existence of martial gods. It stands to reason that it shouldn't. The dancer system has the most people. Under a huge base, there will always be geniuses who will come out, accumulated from generation to generation. It is impossible not to produce the martial god. It's too early to think about it. I'm happy to be able to reach 4 grades in my life. After dinner, the second uncle took the saber and was about to go out. Su Qian called out to him, "Wait, second uncle. You are the elder in the family. I have to stay at home today." Second Uncle Su looked back blankly. "Is it a holiday today?" Su Qian lifted his proud chin. "Today is not a holiday, but it was the day when the Su family was glorious and glorious." Second Uncle Su didn't react for a while. "The heart says that your son is the title of the gold list. It's going to have to be a month later." But Su wife and just didn't say it. Shows a stinky fart expression. Annie's eyes are beautiful. Pouted and said, "Yo, yo, yo. Our eldest is an official and a knight, right?" As soon as he opened his mouth, he knew that it was an old Een and Yang person. "I heard from my neighbors. Only those who read can be in the temple. No matter how you get promoted, no matter how you get promoted. It's just a part-time worker." Su Qian squinted and despised his aunt. "I don't believe it," and my aunt said nonchalantly. "I believe in it, it's just a promotion." Su Qian said in a deep voice. "Not a promotion." It was Aunt Fingjue who snorted. Laughed, laughing wildly. Coquettish. Second Uncle Su waved his hand and was not angry. "Don't talk nonsense about the second uncle. I killed the enemy in Shanhaiguan County back then. Kill from south to north, and from the north to the south. Killed covered in blood. That's just a little bit away from being knighted." Su Qian complained in his heart. "From Nansha to the north. Second uncle, don't your arms be sore?" At this time, Su Xingyan shook his head. "The stakes are high. Dafen was knighted for the last time. It was the Battle of Shanhaiguan 20 years ago. Now the world is flat. Where did you get your military exploits to be knighted?" Su Qian touched Xiao Doubting's brain. "You don't have to be knighted, right?" Aunt Lin Een cut and walked. "Don't you know how many pounds and tails your aunt has? If you don't repair the tomb today, go to the Yamen as soon as possible. It's almost over. Don't delay your second uncle's glory. The door is nothing. Don't worry about it, Dalong. After this year's Spring Y, our Su family will have a jinshi. When the time comes, a feast will be held at home. Invite the people to come over for a meal." That's when it happened. The porter Lao Zhang hurried over. That panicked expression. It's as if there's a big worm chasing after him. "Grandma, Grandma. Grandpa has a holy decree." Su Pingji didn't hear clearly. "Holy what?" The porter Lao Zhang subconsciously replied with a holy decree. The decree of the knighthood. Su Qian doesn't care so much. Pushing the second uncle out. "His Majesty's decree has come." Well, after the Fufei case ended yesterday, Wei Yuan told him, "The cabinet has prepared a decree for knighthood. It will be set today." Su Pingji walked from the inner courtyard to the outer courtyard. "It's like going through most of my life. The mood at the moment is very complicated." He experienced a similar feeling once. That's the wedding night. Far away. Then he saw a eunuch in a python robe standing in the middle of the courtyard, holding a roll of imperial silk embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon in his hand. Decree gong. Su Qian took the order. The second uncle took the lead in kneeling, then pulled Su Qian to kneel together. The eunuch drought guard said loudly and carried it in the sky. The emperor said that I was a man of lofty ideals, to smell the relics of greed, and the commander of the army, the pillar of the imperial court, the stem of the state. Addicted Su Qian even solved a strange case in Yunzhou, killed 200 rebels. Su Qian is specially named as the son of Changle County. The third generation of the good field is yellow. Gold, 500 tales of this. Heard about the killing of 200 rebels. Su Qian was stunned for a moment. The news said that I killed thousands of enemies. How did it become 200 people? Then it dawned on me. It turned out to be too much. I believed it all. Su Qian shouted a slogan to thank His Majesty Lan Zhan. Then get up and take the order. The python-robed eunuch smiled and said congratulations. Lord Su, no, no, no. It's Su Xianzi. Su Qian received the holy decree. Hand over 100 taels of silver tickets. Thank you, father-in-law. Based on Su Qian's sensible performance, there was not much left in the rice paper queue. Come in a hurry. It's also in a hurry. Second Uncle Su took the holy decree and looked at it repeatedly for a long time. I don't know a few big characters, but I watched it seriously. A few laughs at the end. Jumping in. My Su family has a Viscount. Madam quickly wrote to the Su clansmen. The Su family has a Viscount. I'm going to feast on it. Baxter's 3 days and 3 nights. Su Qian picked up a box of gold handed by Yuanjing. What a gas! Sneaking back to his room. The second uncle is stupid. The decree is more important than gold. Inside the inner courtyard, Second Uncle Su and Erlang are grabbing the holy decree. Father and son almost fought. Su Erlang was displeased and said that he didn't know. I thought the decree was for you. Second Uncle Su is a nurse. Hold the decree tightly in your arms. Roll on. Su Erlang was slightly angry. Snorted coldly, secretly scolding the vulgar martial arts. The aunt looked at the holy decree in her husband's arms. Carslin's eyes widened. It's really crazy. Su Pingji was afraid that others would not believe in things. Loud and said, this is still false. There's a jade seal on it. His Majesty also gave him 500 taels of gold and 30 acres of fertile land. A golden glint flashed in her aunt's eyes. 500 taels of gold. 30 hectares of grain fields. He grabbed Su Qian's hand. Is this true? How does my aunt feel like she is living in a dream? Su Qian shook off this lady and said lightly, don't be close. Please call me Viscount. The adult is full of ants. Su wife and took out the gold on the table from Tian wife's pie. I put it away myself. As for these 3 lives, Aunt Ryota, please. I'm married and started a family. I bothered Lin Yu to help my eldest brother take care of it. Annie's face suddenly darkened, because the smile was all transferred to Su Linyue's face. Annie's half-outstretched hand froze. She couldn't do anything about Su Qian, stomping her foot and punching her husband. Second Uncle Su snorted Ning Yen. Lin Yu, who is joking with you, doesn't understand this. Su Linyue whispered softly and said to his father, I studied for a few years. I also know how to do arithmetic. My aunt suddenly had a sense of crisis. Her previous hypothetical hostility to Delang and Jiro's daughter-in-law. Only now have I found out. Su Linyue, a dead girl, turned against her. Wants to fight for power with him, who was a mother. Su Linyue felt that her mother's gaze was scorching. The voice is poignant. Why are you looking at me like that? And he didn't have a good breath. I didn't look at you. I'm looking at the white-eyed wolf. Speaking of the stargazing tower, in the eyes of the Jianghu people, in addition to towering into the sky, it is also a forbidden place for Daebong, because here lives the only strong man of the dynasty. Few people think about it. What is the place underneath the stargazing building? The dark underground iron door slowly rises. The harsh light outside broke through the darkness, reflecting a beautiful figure. He hasn't had an accident in 5 years. Has been suppressed at the bottom of the stargazing building. He slowly stood up. Duck out. Clear footsteps echoed all around. The man's shadow muttered to himself. I'm still a little short of the 4-rank formation. How did the teacher wake me up? Walk through the corridor on the 1st floor. The woman went up the stone steps. Go to the 2nd floor. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from overhead. One holds a tray. Inside the plate are bottles and jars of white-clad warlocks. Walk down. The two took a face-to-face. The white-clothed warlock froze. His face turned a little pale. It's like seeing something terrible. About 3 or 4 seconds. The white-clad warlock turned. Flee in a hurry. Women with good intentions. Hurriedly reminded the junior brother to slow down. Beware of slipping. The voice fell. The soles of the white-clad sorcerer's feet suddenly slipped. Grunt rolled down. The bottles and cans in the tray were shattered. A green morning mist fills the air. The white-clad warlock's face contorted instantly. Struggled to say help. This is a poison that is sent to the senior brother to refine. Not long with the help of a woman. The white-clad warlock takes the antidote. He crawled to the window on the second floor. His face was extremely resolute. Towards the lobby on the first floor. The white-clad sorcerers who are the main alchemists. Shout the bell. Senior sister is out of customs. Banzan. Porcelain vases and spoons in the hands of white-clad sorcerers. Falling to the ground, they twisted their necks stiffly. The face looked blankly. The woman with her hair continued to climb the stairs. When passing by the 7th floor, the alchemy on the 7th floor exploded with a bang. The roar of sending relatives resounded through the world. How to blow up? The woman ignored it. Continue upstairs. I finally came to the gossip platform on the top of the stargazing building. The woman respectfully called out to the teacher. The prison is long and long. Your time has come to promote to the 4th grade. The woman's body shuddered. Raise your head slightly, revealing a snow-white pointed chin. Dafeng's heterosexual taste is divided into 5 grades. The prince did not forget this. Each rank is divided into 5 grades. Su Qian's full title is the 3rd class Changel Xianzi. This is a title that is more than enough than the top. There is no real power either. It's just one more crack. But the meaning of a knighthood is not in power. Rather, it is the glory and social status that he symbolizes. A symbol of the true, eternal commoner among the aristocracy. It is a hereditary net substitute title. Of course, Su Qian's title cannot be hereditary. But at least he had one day. The Su family is an aristocrat. No more civilians. In the future, Changel Xianzi will marry. A commoner woman is the wife. Bei Shizhong will fold the bullet and impeach him. The Manchu dynasty civil and military will say that the princess is not fragrant. It's still not pretty. Marry a commoner woman. In short, the Su family had a viscount for the first time in hundreds of years. Completely got rid of Ming too. Rise to the nobility. For Su Pingji, the head of the family. It's probably the brightest moment of my life. On the same day, he took Su Qian to the ancestral grave to offer incense. When I come back, I plan to send out invitations widely. Feast. Invite friends and family to celebrate with a drink. But my aunt felt that it was inappropriate. Some worriedly said that the day after tomorrow is the spring curtain. This will affect Erlang's reading. Su Pingji felt that what his wife said made sense. So he asked Su Erlang to move to the old house in the outer city. Read well. It is inconvenient to feast for a long time. Su Qian came back with incense for the generous appropriation of 70 taels of silver as a fund for tomorrow's banquet. 70 taels is already a lot. Many of them are ordinary Yin families. 3 years of savings without eating or drinking is a hook. 2 years of prostitution. It is his Su Qian's current salary for 1 year. He thought about it again. Came back for so long. I haven't been to Master Hing Yuan's health hall yet. I had to send some money to help the widows and orphans. By the way, he prostituted Hing Yuan's body, refining exercises. Suddenly, he remembered the ethereal voice on the God's bookcase. Leave the capital. Su Qian's expression was serious. What do you mean? This old bald donkey never took the initiative to communicate with me, silently sleeping inside me. Now he asked me to leave the capital. It's the capital that's going to have an accident. Or I'm going to have an accident. All kinds of thoughts flickered. He saw the gray world before his eyes. This monk of mysterious origin meditates with his hands folded. The brown eyes look gently. The sound is ethereal. Leave the capital. Su Qian is really fierce. Lao Tzu has just returned from the resurrection of Yunzhou. Set up a palace and seal the title. The relationship with Linen and Huiqing has grown by leaps and bounds. Wei Yuan also promised to promote me too. Whether it's a future or a future, it must be a love scene, are steadily improving. Predictable. In a few more years. Became a duke. Marry the princess. Walk to the top of your life. It is also a very possible thing. Master, you're embarrassed by my fat tiger. Su Qian frowned and asked, why did the master leave the capital? The monk looked in a certain direction. I can sense that the Western religion is coming. Su Qian corrected the Western religion. What the monk of the Divine Book said should not be the Buddhism of the Western regions. Sambo, when it was dark. The Panshu monk of Qinglong Temple learned that the master of the Divine Book was out of trouble, when even leaving the temple to the west. In this way, the people of Buddhism came to Xingshi to ask for sin. No wonder the Divine Book wants me to leave the capital. In case the big bald head to the west finds out, the Book of God is in my body. I might really be crushed under the Five Fingers Mountain for 500 years. Su Qian's face showed a certain amount of worry. That's why you asked me to leave the capital for a while. The monk nodded slowly. The meaning is already obvious. Su Qian sighed. Well, we're grasshoppers on a rope now. That's right, master. I heard that Buddhism has a magical method of refining the body. You don't need to temper your body to cultivate into a Vajra indestructible body. Can you teach me? The Divine Book monk shook his head. I'm just a remnant. The corners of Su Qian's mouth twitched. I don't know if you're a remnant. All I know is that you want to prostitute me for nothing. You just wanted to complain? Surrounded by a thin haze and cages. Behind wrapping the dilapidated temple. Fade away. Su Qian returned to the room. You don't have to think about it to know. The Western region's Buddhism is a monk who came from the Divine Book. It's been more than a month. At most, they look at the dossier. Find out what happened to the case. It's impossible to stay in the capital for too long. Then my departure from Beijing is only temporary. It doesn't even take long to get back. That's the case. I'm still okay with that. Think of it as a vacation to rest and rest. Go to a city of abundance. After a few days, the rich man withered. Dry life, on the contrary, it is difficult to write a leave note. Left Beijing for no reason. The system of the yamen is not allowed. That's right. Discuss with the old silver coin of the golden Liandao chief. Let him think of a reason casually. For example, handing over a book. Someone in the chat group is in trouble. Need my support. But before that, there is still some finishing to do. For example, attending tomorrow's wine party. For example, I want to explain that the jailer is optimistic about the couple. Can Erlang stay in Beijing after the spring siege? It's all up to them. Another example is to try it. How did Wei Yuan plan to take revenge on Chen Guifei? Unless the case is closed. But Liangzi is finished. Wei Yuan wanted to find out the forces behind Chen Guifei. There will definitely be follow-ups. And the queen lost her only residence. I'm afraid I won't be in the Buddhist lineage anymore. Emperor Yuanjing's harem is bound to start a bloody storm between women. I care about. How fierce will their war be? I don't want to wait until I get back. I heard that Chen Guifei is gone. Or the queen boomed. If so, Linen and Huiqing will be like fire and water. It's not destined to be sisters. I'm a prostitute. The dream of a threesome on the shore of Daming Lake. It's almost shattered. At this time, the porter Lao Zhang came to the door. Shout Dalong. See Tianjin's Kaiwei girl visits Su Qian. A testimony of what he came to do. But it's been a long time since I've seen this girl. Manager Chu Kaiwei carefully put down the pastry, as if these were some kind of treasure. Suddenly, a small child appeared at some point, stared at him. The big-eyed beauty still remembers that he is a very eaten, very hungry child. Take whatever you want to eat. Sister has a lot of them here. Little Bean Ding is overjoyed. His eyes instantly turned into a small heart. Then the big snacks coexist peacefully. You eat yours. I eat mine. Happiness knows no bounds. But I ate and ate. Chu Kaiwei suddenly noticed that something was wrong. This girl eats faster than I do. No, it's too much of a loss. I gotta eat faster too. Xiao Doubting took a look. This sister suddenly eats quickly. Obviously, trying to grab food with yourself. So the movements of the hands also accelerated a lot. The big-eyed cute girl once again fell behind. At the same time, I was also shocked by the speed at which the little guy was eating. There was no communication between the two during the whole process. But the war between foodies is quickly heating up. Su Qian came to the back hall. I was stunned when I saw this scene. She glanced at Xiao Doubting's round belly. Pull him aside. Look left and right. Hey, you can't eat like that. Annie is not in the hall. It is estimated that tomorrow's banquet will be arranged. Otherwise, I will definitely not let Xiao Doubting eat in such a way. Little Bean Ding struggled. Said he was in a hurry. Cauldron. The water chestnut cake is so delicious. Su Qian was really speechless. Eat, you can't die. He pointed to the pastries on the paper table. I don't remember to put it away. Then send the little bean out to play. That's when you sit down. The indifferent tone of the Dao Kaiwei girl. What's the matter? Chu Kaiwei repacked the remaining pastries. A deerskin that is placed around the waist. Teacher Xiaobao, let me invite you to the stargazing tower. Su Qian frowned secretly. The traitor invited me to the stargazing tower. Okay. Anyway, I can't figure out how many layers this old silver coin is. Come to me on the first floor. The traitorous government is clear in his heart. The two went out of the Su mansion together. Chu Kaiwei held mahjong. I shouted that those pastries were bought by senior sister Wu on behalf of me. As a result, I was eaten by your sister. Suning in, you have to compensate me for the silver. Su Qian sighed twice. Talking about silver hurts feelings. The affection between us is not something that can be measured by silver. With that, a horsewoman rushed out. I didn't forget to remind me to say goodbye to the supervisor for a long time. It's 4 days. Seeing Su Qian as a pastry has never happened. Not waiting at all. Chu Kaiwei entered the building with ease. It's just that she found the lobby on the first floor empty today. Su Qian wondered, why is Si Tianjian so lonely today? Heard Su Qian's words. A white-clothed doctor at the door replied to Su Gongzi. They all went to the hospital for consultation. Su Qian frowned and asked what day it was. The white-clothed doctor smiled. There was no answer. Su Qian went upstairs in confusion. On the 7th floor, it was found that the alchemy room had been bombed. Alchemists who were very active on weekdays. I couldn't see a single figure. The two arrived at the gossip platform smoothly. The first thing to see is the strong back. White-clothed and white-haired sat on the edge of the gossip table, facing the building. Then he saw a woman sitting next to Jian Zheng. Eat and drink at the desk. The reason why Su Qian judged that he was a woman, mainly when the man is lying on his stomach. The outlined hips will not be so plump and round. Chu Kaiwei carried a few boxes of pastries and put them on the table. Push it to the woman who was sitting at the desk and eating wildly. The woman glanced sideways. Some displeased said so little. Chu Kaiwei shook the pot a little. Dice beans are eaten by a stupid child. The woman nodded. Keep eating. This time, Su Qian came back to his senses. I remembered a conversation with Wei Yuan. The superintendent has 5 disciples. 5 of them are in retreat all year round. Those who don't know Si Tianjian think. Si Tianjian only has 1 female disciple, Chu Kaiwei. Presumably, this is the 5th senior sister. At this time, the voice of the supervisor sounded. How is this knife used? Su Qian's public voice is very useful. Thank you, Lord Governor. At the same time, he is a bandit in his heart. Isn't this knife just a slash for my heaven and earth? Tailor-made. Isn't it all in your calculations? Meant to say some nonsense. The trader asked again how effective the rebirth pill was. Su Qian thought very well. It's a big change in appearance. It's a little bothering me. It's not as low-key as I used to be. Jian Zheng nodded. That's a laugh. I can help you get it back to the way it was. Su Qian hurriedly waved his hand. Don't dare to bother. It's correct. In fact, it's very good now. Jian Zheng nodded slowly. Pull the conversation away. Zhongli is my 5th disciple. 5-rank prophet. He'll go through it with you for a while. Chu Kaiwei was stunned. Glanced at the superintendent. He turned his head and looked at Su Qian again. Su Qian was also a little confused. It turns out that the warlock has 5 products. Teach the prophets. But why go through it with me for a while? Su Qian said tentatively. Do you know why? The superintendent did not answer his question. Shouted a bell left. The woman in the robe stood up. He bowed to Su Qian. Teacher, you said you were lucky. With you, my bad luck will be reduced to a certain extent. You are my chance. Su Qian stared at his face. I couldn't help but ask rhetorically. Doom Zhongli worded for a moment. Prophets can spy on the heavens. Attacked by the heavenly Tao. Doom haunts. Only after carrying 3,600 tribulations can you be promoted. If you can't carry it, you will die. But those who can withstand the backlash of the heavenly Tao, they are all people with great luck. Listen to Zhongli's explanation. Su Qian first thought of 2 things. The first is to finally understand. Why are there so many 6th-grade alchemists in 4 days? And above the 6 grades, he had only seen 1 Miriam Yang. The second thing, the Emperor is actually a man of great luck. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Su Qian said curiously. What is the form of heavenly Tao retaliation? I'll have to assess how terrible the so-called backlash is. After all, I'm just a mediocre child. He was right. The prison knows his strange luck. Zhongli thought for a moment. Misfortune comes out of the mouth. Sometimes I inadvertently make a statement. Will be transformed into a real disaster. Implicate those around you, including myself. Sometimes an unintentional move. It will also invite unforeseen disasters. And the size is none. Law control may just be a step back. It will lead to a catastrophe of life and death. As he spoke, he symbolically took a half-step back. It's just such a simple action. The unexpected happened. A dignified 5-grade powerhouse. The soles of my feet slipped. Fell from the gossip platform. This is outrageous. Open the door outrageously. Outrageous to home. Su Qian's face changed greatly. Instinctively shouted. Save people at the same time. Su Qian's mind, uncontrollably drifting over a lyric. The action of taking a half-step back. Seriously. Small movements. The damage is still so great. Firm sigh. Reached out with his hand under the wide sleeve. Lifted gently. Zhongli, who fell from the building, was instantly wrapped in a gas machine. The falling figure also escaped at the same time. Then he was caught and shot. Escaped the fate of falling to his death this time. He kept his head down. The tone was calm. Actually, if you are prepared, even if you jump from the stargazing tower, I won't get hurt either. But I don't know why. The mind is in a mess. There is no thought of saving himself. If someone else intervenes to help me settle the bad words, it doesn't work. You can only do it if you have been tested yourself. Su Qian nodded suddenly. I understood the real reason why the supervisor invited him over. That's why I need to be the emperor. To help your non-chieftain. Keep your bad luck to a minimum. Come to think of it. He shook his head in refusal. I'm sorry, I'm going to deviate from it. There is key handling. It's inconvenient to take people with you. Suddenly I was talking on my fingers. A glass of wine flew up in the air on the table. Su Qian subconsciously reached out to pick it up. It seems that I have known for a long time that this is for myself. At the same time as I took it, a sound sounded in his ears. If he drinks it, he doesn't have to leave his period. Su Qian drank the wine in his glass. There is also a corresponding speculation. The traitor knows why I want to leave Beijing. Sure enough, he knew that the divine book monk was in my body. Liquor is a regular liquor. But how is he going to help me? Suddenly, his expression froze. A bold idea came to mind, shielding the celestial warlock's specialty. The capital is thousands of miles away from Yunzhou, the military camp outside the White Emperor city. Alluring the country and the city, Su Su commanded a group of ghosts to help pack it. Softly called the master. It's all packed. Li Miaojin sweated slightly. Open the sachet tied around your waist. A swirling sharp gushing out. More than a dozen ghosts in the general's tent were shot into it. Susun, what up, iti? You still haven't been able to break through to the 4-rank realm. Otherwise, the level of the disciples of Renzong. There will be no opponent for you. Li Miaojin sigal Plesli. I've been stuck in the Jinan realm for 2 whole years. The reason is so easy to cultivate. At this time, the bandits in Yunzhou had been cleared up. Li Miaojin cooperated with the Yunzhou local army and 2 golden gongs. Conquer the mountains, flatten the largest stockades. There are dozens of small cottages. Of course, the bandits in Yunzhou are like a bound body. It has thrived on this land for hundreds of years. It's not that you can exterminate it if you exterminate it. In a few years, it will come back again. The results at hand are the limits of what local armies can do. But Yunzhou has been able to settle down for several years. Li Miaojin is very satisfied with this result. Next, he's going to do his own thing. The battle between heaven and man. Heavenly sect and human sect. It has to be discussed every other year. Before that, the outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the 2 sects were the first to collide. Warm up for the battle between heaven and man. Li Miaojin is one of the disciples of this generation of Tianzong, one of the most prominent figures. The other is Li Miaojin's senior brother. He is also a member of the Heaven and Earth Society, holding a fragment of the Number 7 handbook. But that guy was prostituted in the northeast and lost contact. Su Su suddenly said that it was a pity. That nasty rotten egg has fallen. Of course, you can help me investigate the Su family's murder case. Li Miaojin looked at the one who grew up with her. In her heart moves. Actually, Su Su's home is not. In the capital, that guy even wants to check. It is also impossible to leave the capital. Traveled thousands of miles to investigate an old case. Su Su himself understood this truth. But he always talked about it from time to time. It seems to be a pity to destroy the case. In fact, I regret the stinky and shameless man. Li Miaojin sighed in her heart. So you have to be too forgetful, dear. There is a sad and terrible death. Lovers change their minds. Resentment is intertwined. The 7 emotions and 6 desires in the world are all fire. How else to say that love is not long? Only ruthlessness can last forever. Leave the military tent with Su Su. More than 400 Fian troops gathered in the square, quietly waiting for the soldiers to unload their armor. Li Miaojin slowly swept over the soldiers. At this time, some changed into civilian clothes. Some wore coarse linen clothes. Some dressed like rich men. Others are as tattered as beggars. That's what they were meant to be. The Swifts are a ragtag army. Members come from all over the world. Among them were the beggars. There are prodigal sons from all over the world. There are also thieves who rob the rich and help the poor and so on. They are all gathered in Yunzhou because of one talent. Organized into an army. That person's name is Swift Woman. Now Li Miaojin is leaving. Naturally, this army was dispersed. After the end of the banditry, Yang Chuanen privately looked for Li Miaojin. I want to bring the Fian army into the regular army. Cultivate into the ace army of Yunzhou. Hopefully, he can convince the soldiers of the Fian army to stay in Yunzhou. No one wanted to stay. Li Miaojin took a deep breath. Lang said that it has been more than a year. We are in this together. Hundreds of cottages, large and small. Thousands of bandits were killed. Where we have passed, the people were able to recuperate, not afraid of the place where we pass. Merchants were able to trade. Raising a family is where we live. The light of justice swayed down. Li Miaojin thanked all the brothers for their unwavering companionship. However, there is no feast in the world. Trip to Yunzhou. And I'm going to keep going. You should also go home and be with your family and friends. Life is a long road, or bumpy or smooth, or sad and joyful. I hope you will remember the time in Yunzhou. Don't forget your original intention. Speaking of which, Li Miaojin watched the 400 soldiers clench their fists. A sonorous voice. But do good deeds. Don't ask about the future. 400 soldiers clasped their fists and saluted. That's what they're willing to be loyal to. A swift woman who is willing to follow. At the same time, the southern Xinjiang side. The reason why the Gu people are called Manchus, it's not that they drink blood, it's that they're grain-based. The cultivation system and living habits are all in line with the grain worm. In this way, the grain worm can be cultivated. Same words as the ancients. To put it in a better way, the development of the ancient people is based on the ancient standard, hence the degree of civilization. It cannot be compared with countries such as the human-oriented Dafeng. The civilizational gap manifests itself in various aspects. The most obvious of these is culture and architecture. The ancient people still use the hieroglyphs of the ancient times. The buildings are mainly yellow mud houses and grass houses. Pottery was used instead of porcelain. However, the ancient people in southern Xinjiang are good at growing mulberry and raising silkworms. The quality of the collected silk is several times higher than that of Dafeng, but they are not good at weaving. Therefore, it is often used by the merchants of Taiho. Purchase high-quality silk at a low price, or barter with ready-made fabrics. Basan stretches for hundreds of miles. The product is abundant. Down the hill is a fertile soil, dense rivers. The base camp of the ancient capital is here. They have cultivated thousands of hectares in this plain. Some of the clansmen are engaged in farming. A part of the tribe hunts. There are no foreign objects between them. Moizan returned from hunting with a pair of sons. Lena, Amaya's mother-in-law. Yesterday, I sent Snow Eagle to send a message for you to see him today. Why are you still grinding here? Lena was visibly stunned. Then he patted his brain. Oops, I forgot. Mozen, why didn't you remind me earlier? Lena hurriedly got up and ran to the Tengu division. Mo saw this. Hurriedly shouted, "The dam in the Tenya department is missing a crossing. Remember to help fix it." Compared to Rikub, Tiangabu is more like the county seat of a certain Dafeng dynasty. It's a bit rudimentary, though. But get rid of the thatched hut. It is dominated by yellow mud houses and brick houses. The Tengu cloth was built at the foot of the Luoxia mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, patches of terraced rice fields are lined up one after another. There's a dam on the mountain. Yesterday, a sudden embankment was dug and the terraces were destroyed. At this time, Granny Amadani noticed Lena, beckoned to her. Lena's light pleasure among the rocks. "Come to Granny Tenya," said her mother-in-law coquettishly. But then I noticed it. There seems to be something in the field, although the danger was not perceived. But he couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster it was. Granny Tengu smiled kindly. "That's pride. I don't know where it came from. Ruined big. Washed away all the seedlings that had just been planted in the tribe." Lena saw the reef for the first time, but heard of such monsters. It lives in the densely intertwined waters of southern Xinjiang, scurrying along the underground river. One of his uncles. It is said that the paddling stone was eaten by the reef. At this time, Granny Tenani said, "You help collect some rocks. Plug the gap as soon as possible." But the coolie Lena is the best. He ran away. Less than half an hour. The crowd heard dull footsteps. Seek prestige. A rocky mountain is slowly moving. This stone mountain is more than 20 zhang high. Throwing it in the reservoir can set off stormy waves. The stone mountain was not moved by itself. It was carried by Lina, just compared to a 20 zhang boulder. He was as small as an ant. The faces of the people of the Heavenly Ancient Department did not change. It seems that I have long been accustomed to it. Drumfoot in 7 tribes. Ligabu is known for his strange powers. Lina's father, Long Tuna, is the real Banshan. When the war with Dafeng was in place, he carried a mountain and threw an army. Thousands of people were killed directly. The boulder slowly moved to the vicinity of the dam. Lina put him down. Then there was a boom. Everyone stood on the dam and looked down. I saw Lina slowly wrapping around her waist. Steady and steady. Suddenly, Shushi roared in black. A punch punches on the surface of the boulder. Click. Cobweb-like cracks appear on the surface of the boulder and spread rapidly. It fell apart in an instant, reduced to pieces of rubble. Plugging the gap. Lina's help. The materials for repairing the dam are available. There is no need for the people of the Tenya Department to collect it hard. Significant time and labor savings. Leave the tribesmen to tinker a lot. Granny Amaya takes Lina down the mountain. Return to his residence. Granny Amaya takes Lina straight into the house. Take out a wooden box from the cabinet. This is the 7 unique bones practiced by the mother-in-law's wife. Before he left, this bone is only half trained. Mother-in-law used it for 20 years. It's finally done. I'll leave it to you for safekeeping. There was a snap as he spoke. The box opens. Inside lay a white jade-like bug. Lina was a little surprised. Give it to me. Granny Tingu shook her head. Not for you. It is entrusted to you for safekeeping. You will give it to someone who is destined for it in the future. A string of question marks flashed through Lina's mind. She didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, he was given 7 absolute bones. Also asked her to hand it over to someone who was destined. Granny Tingu said, Remember, did your mother-in-law tell you the story of those 2 thieves? Lina nodded vigorously. Granny Tingu's eyes showed a complicated look. There is a legend in the Tengu division. The day of Siri's recovery. The whole of southern Xinjiang and even Kyushu will be reduced to a valley of the world. Although the Gu people survive by raising grain and practicing grain. But the valley is just a tool. We are still human. As for the legend of Ceres, nor is it alarmist. It is the end of the performance of the Tengu department from generation to generation. To get a glimpse of this future, many seniors have been counterattacked by heaven in order to keep the Ceres asleep. 20 years ago, the old man thought of a way to do it. He was going to steal something, use it to suppress Ceres. Let him sleep for generations to come. So he left southern Xinjiang. There has been no news since. It wasn't long before the valley of Hanmei, where he had remained in the tribe, withered. I found out he was dead. Lina's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What was stolen? Granny Tingu shook her head. The voice is kind. My mother-in-law is old. Can't stand the backlash of heaven. Granny Tingu stared at him with burning eyes. Last night I got a glimpse of a change in fate. Something is going to happen to that thing. Lina, you're involved too. Lina blinked. I can't understand that I am an ordinary child. How did it appear in the story of mother-in-law Tenya? Granny Tingu added, Let's go to the capital. You've cultivated enough. It's just a lack of experience. Just take this opportunity to go for a walk in the world. I have consulted with your father about this. He agreed. Lina was first ill. Go to the capital. He reached for the wooden box in his hand. I found myself not too resistant to such things. The first thing that came to his mind was number 3 and number 1, and the Golden Lotus Taoist. This makes me want to go to the capital even more. It's noon. The warm sun hangs in the sky. The Su mansion was filled with laughter. Su Qian originally just coped with things. But I heard everyone shouting at the same time as congratulating and shouting enlightened adult. Suddenly I fell in love with the feeling. At this time, the fat-headed and big-eared county magistrate said with emotion, "The officer has a niece, 2 years old, quite handsome. I originally wanted to be married to you. Now it seems that it is not possible." Wang Zhudu smiled and picked up Chan Ningyan is now conscious. Worthy of her. There are only ladies and daughters of wealthy families. Lu Qing, who was at the next table, listened to it. I feel very uncomfortable, melancholy and gloomy. Originally, she was the head catcher of Huya. It is more than enough to match a watchman, and it belongs to peers. It's a match made in heaven. But Su's wife is sealed. After that, he became a member of the nobility. You definitely can't marry a female catcher as a wife. This does not make sense. Think about it this way. Lu Zhutu felt even more uncomfortable. There were tears in his eyes. Feel free to regret that you used to be too reserved. So much so that I miss the good relationship. A feast did not disperse until a quarter of a while. Su Qian and second Uncle Su were responsible for sending off guests. The aunt commanded her subordinates to clean up the mess. 3 moments. Su Erlang came back with his servants and maids. Annie deserves to be her own mother. Instructed the cook to heat a table of leftovers from noon for Erlang. Jiro had a good rest after eating. I have to get up early tomorrow to take the exam. Su Qian suddenly said that Erlang will be tested. Su Erlang ate while eating, while briefly introducing the experience of side questioning. The poem paused. He added, starting with the first emperor. Poetry was removed from the imperial examination. Until the 11th year of Yuanjing, Wang Zhenwen entered the cabinet. Under his push, poetry is back in the imperial examination. If the eldest brother participates in the imperial examination, don't say anything else. At least it can revive the poetry scene. Turning to his father. Yo-Yo rode since the end of last year. The eldest brother became famous in the poetry world. Dad is also becoming famous. Su Pingji showed joy. Pa laughs. In fact, Delang himself is talented. As a father, he didn't train these scholars much. I just like to make a big fuss. How they praise me. The corners of Su Xinyan's mouth picked up and praised you for not being benevolent. Su Pingji slapped the table angrily. How could it be reasonable? Why do they say that about me? Su Erlang laughed, the more the eldest brother did. Dad, the more infamous you are. Maybe you will go down in history in the future. That same evening, Su Pingji was so sad that he couldn't sleep. The aunt scolded that the Taoist was not dead. You think about fame in a few hundred years. Blindly worried about Su Pingji snorted woman's Ji. See that Erlang has the posture of the capital. Delang will also be able to leave a mark in history in the future. Later generations commented on them. We'll boast. But when you come to me, you shouldn't be a benevolent. For words, Aunt muttered. That's good to leave a name in history. By the way, I'll tell you something. What will Jiro do if he is sent abroad in the future? Can you find a way to keep him in the capital? Su Pingji said helplessly. Don't even think about it. He's a student of Yunlu Academy. Expatriation is inevitable. Let's hope it's not too far away. Students of Yunlu Academy basically miss the center of power in the officialdom of the capital. Most of them will be distributed to various parts of the state. Even if you stay in the capital, it's just a petty official. Aunt Xiaomei confided. Why don't you go to Yin Yan and talk about it? He's a watchman. Also know the princess. There must be a way. Su Pingji lowered his voice and said, This is the business of the ministry. What does it have to do with the watchman? Beat the watchman and supervise hundreds of officials. The most hated by civil officials. Ning Yin stepped forward. It's counterproductive. Shen Sheng heard this. The tight brows couldn't be let go at all. I panicked. He sat down on the bed. Hug your knees. Not a glance. On the other side, there was a knock on the door of the wing. Su Xinyan, who was about to fall asleep, heard a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw Su Qian standing outside the door. Some people are unhappy that the eldest brother asked me for a trial. Su Qian looked at the red lips and white teeth. Handsome and worry-free little brother. Grinned. Guessed the question. Su Xingyan heard what he said. I could only reluctantly invite my eldest brother in. Unhurriedly, he poured a cup of hot water for the eldest brother. That's when he said that there was no need to guess the question. Several great scholars in the academy have already helped us overcome the question. Su Xingyan nodded slowly. What about poetry? Su Xingyan frowned and replied that the poem was not considered. I'm not good at poetry, Su Qian said with a smile. Be prepared. The eldest brother came here to guess the poems. The corners of Su Xingyan's mouth twitched. How is the big brother going to guess? Su Qian smiled mysteriously. Draw lots for the new year and put a piece of rice paper. Cut into a dozen small squares. Write on it the mane of flowers, birds, fish, insects, etc. The question is then randomly drawn. Come on, big brother. Su Qingqing felt that the eldest brother was messing around. But see him so zealous. It's hard to refuse. I just want to send the annoying big brother away quickly. He sleeps well. Su Qian closed his eyes. Grab it. Su Qingqing found that the eldest brother had grabbed two strips of paper. Su Qian took a picture of the note. 2 is 2. One more should be used as a backup. As he spoke, he unfolded the note. They are brave and wise and patriotic. Su Xingyan looked at the eldest brother with some expectation. Because his ingredients are still very appetizing. Tonight is finally a feast for the eyes. But Su Qian scratched his head. He looked extremely embarrassed. In the end, I could only sigh helplessly. He couldn't remember the poems on the subject for a while. I can only go back and think about it. Su Xingyan was extremely disappointed. The resentment towards the eldest brother in my heart deepened a little. I went back to my room. Su Qian lit the candle. Sit at the table, glancing up at the beams. Aren't you a prophet? Can't you directly predict the topic of spring? On the beam of the house lay a woman with a disheveled head. Dressed in a simple robe. Replied lightly, the prophet must know how to keep his orders. I'm not a man of great luck. Once leaked, spring is the exam question. Maybe tomorrow will be reimbursed for life and death. Su Qian instigated, I will protect you. Didn't the superintendent say that I was a man of great luck? Zhongli Danan said, since you are a person with great luck, then the question you draw lots must be Chuanwei's exam questions. And why should I take any chances? Su Qian thought for a moment. It seems that this is indeed the truth. He asked again why he didn't let me guess again. And the experience, Zhongli said more singly. The easier it is to guess correctly. Su Qian didn't speak. Scraping the belly. Thinking about the poems I learned in junior high school. Even after so many years, some of the poems are still vividly imprinted in my mind. Yongji's most famous should be Cao Cao's turtle, although longevity. But considering Emperor Yuanjing's desire for immortality, I am afraid that writing this poem will be disgusted by Emperor Yuanjing. There are quite a few patriotic poems. It's a patriotic poem in my memory. They were all born when the country was ruined. What Iron Horse Glacier came into a dream. What a country is broken in. What businesswoman doesn't know the hatred of the country? It's hard to in the middle of the night. Sue's wife slept soundly. Suddenly, I heard a muffled thud. And then, it was the sound of some hapless woman snorting. He woke up suddenly. Subconsciously hold down the saber next to the bed. Zhongli endured the pain and said sorry. Fell. The corners of Su Qian's mouth twitched. This can also fall. You're a 5-rank warlock. He often exhales a cloudy breath. It's okay, and that's part of the bad luck. This upright 5 disciples say poignant things in a bland tone. That's pretty good, if not by your side. I'm afraid I'm going to break my leg. Sorry for waking you up. Su Weifan asked. I'm fine, but you're not hurt. Zhongli struggled to his feet. It's okay, I'm used to it anyway. After speaking, he got up silently and walked to the door. I went outside to meditate. Doesn't disturb your sleep. Su Qian watched him leave, rolled over, and went back to sleep. As a result, the door opened again. Zhongli is back. Suki Sai. Express your confusion and dissatisfaction. Zhongli said in a low voice, I don't know which one lacks virtue. Throw the orange peel in the corridor. I accidentally stepped on it. Fell. The head is broken. I think it's safer to be in the house. Su Qian was immediately full of sympathy. Orange peel is also slippery. It was a miserable next day. The sky was just dawning. The aunt personally helped Su Erlang clean up the pen and ink, paper inkstones, and other examination items, as well as pastries, jerky, and water eaten in the exam room. Su Xinyan hurriedly stopped his mother. You don't have to bring so much food. Only one day is required. Dust came out. There are 3 attempts, 1 test at a time. Each session is spaced 3 days apart. It lasted 9 days. When you are ready. Su Pingji took his wife and daughter with him. There is also a nephew who sent Su New Year to the tribute courtyard together. Su Qian, who didn't sleep well all night. He handed over 2 notes. Jiro, this is a poem written by the eldest brother. A few minutes after the month, Su Xinyan took it quietly unfolded and watched for a long time. I couldn't help but praise a good poem in my heart. If you can really guess the question, you may be able to shine. After Su Xinyan wrote it down, shred the strip of paper, I was about to say goodbye to my family and enter the exam room. Suddenly, I heard someone chanting the Buddha's name not far away. He was a little puzzled, because it seems to be coming at itself. Su Xinyan looked back. It was found to be a burly and bald head. I put my hands together. He smiled darkly at himself. Su Xinyan's heart flashed with doubts. Do I know him? But he still smiled back politely. Watching Jiro line up to the tribute courtyard, Auntie and Lin Yu proposed to return to sleep. Xiao Doubting did not agree very much. Now that it's all out, he proposed to go to Guiyue Tower for breakfast. It's just that his proposal was unanimously ignored by everyone. Su Qian was still thinking about Zhongli in the house. I'm afraid I'll go back later. He is dead. Return to Shifu City, east and west. Su Qian pushed open the door, seeing Zhong Lipan sitting on the couch. Why does this woman always wear her hair loosely? I don't know what it looks like. The disciples of the traitorous government feel weird. On the contrary, it is the most normal foodie girl. Su Qian cleared his throat. You don't have to hide it. I can introduce you to my family. Zhongli said that this would bring bad luck to your family. There will be no big trouble, but small troubles keep coming. Bad luck affects the people around you all the time, and they didn't know I existed. Not to be avoided. Su Qian heard this. I was struck all over. That's still it. When the time comes, the chickens and dogs will jump at home. It's really not good. It's still far from the hour. Su Qian planned to spit out for a moment. Suddenly, there was a palpitation. At this time, someone in the uncle's chat group was bubbling. Su Qian asked Zhongli if you can turn around. Zhongli turned around obediently. Meditate with your back to him. Su Qian found out the fragment of his uncle. I complained in my heart. It's inconvenient to have one more person. Li Miaojin sent a message. I'm going to the capital. The Golden Lotus Dao chief, who rarely bubbles, was the first to reply. Xiao Fei is over. Su Qi was relieved of his heart. Xiao Fei is over. It's time for them to come back. Li Miaojin said. Yes, the Taoist. That's right. You haven't given me any information about the younger generation of disciples of Renzong. At the beginning, he exchanged the information of the Yunzhou case with number 1. I want to get it from number 1. Get the best among the disciples of Renzong's generation. But number 1 was inexplicably silent for a long time. To this day, the promise has not been kept. A few minutes later, the transmission of number 1 has come. The disciples of Renzong's generation are not strong in cultivation. The highest close minister is only a 7th grade mirror. But there's one person I don't know if it's the younger generation. Li Miaojin asked. What characters? How to cultivate? Number 1 said, this person is a scholar. Yuan is only 27 years old. Yuan Jing suddenly resigned in the 29th year. Become a white body. He and Luo Yuhing's senior brother, Lingyun Taoist, are also teachers and friends. The Taoist master of De Lingyun taught Renzong the sword technique and the Heart Sutra. This person is extremely talented. Drama and sword cultivation. 3 years later, he stepped into the realm of sword heart transparency. Then challenged Jin Luocheng. The opening fiasco. After that, he wandered away. He was praised by Wei Yuan as the first swordsman in the capital. He and the Lingyun Taoist do not have the name of master and apprentice. But there is the reality of master and apprentice. I don't know if it's a disciple of Renzong. Su Qian was stunned. Born as a scholar. Built by deeds. The first swordsman in the capital. There is a matter of master and apprenticeship with the head of the sect of benevolence. What's going on with this strong sense of déjà vu? At this time, number 4 said, I've already returned to Beijing. Su Qian sat up suddenly. Sure enough, it was him. Taoist Jin Lian is going to do something. I know that there are 2 sects of heaven and man. Fire and water are incompatible. I want to pull them together into the fragments of the book from the ground. Interesting. Number 4 and number 2 are going to come to the capital to tear up. Wait, if it's just Li Miaojin coming to the capital, I'm confident I can handle it. After all, resurrection from the dead can be explained by rebirth pills. And Li Miaojin is the same as me. All of them have died socially. They won't get too entangled with each other. But if you come to the capital on the 4th, that's when it happened. Number 5 is also bubbling. What a coincidence. I will also leave southern Xinjiang tomorrow to travel to the capital. When I arrived in the capital, let's drink together. Su Qian's head was full of question marks. What's going on? Why did you come to the capital on the 5th? With an IQ of 5, number 4 and number 2 are definitely not worried about him alone. When the time comes, it is inevitable to remember offline. And I'm in the capital. Li Miaojin knows my true identity again. No, this pot must be given to Erlang to give me a back number. Asked what to do in the capital on the 5th. Lena replied with a smile. Yuli, Li Miaojin sukure set herstunud emotions. Join the conversation. Number 5. You don't want to reveal your identity as an ancient clan. The Dafeng people hate the sinister rivers and lakes of the ancient people. Even if you are pitted, if the government knows the identity of your ancient people, most of them will ignore it. And in the eyes of many 9th-rate Jianghu people, any means are taken against the ancient people. It's all a matter of course. In the Battle of Shanhaiguan that year, the barbarians of southern Xinjiang and the barbarians of the north formed an alliance, opposing camp with Daebong City. In addition, in recent years, the barbarians in southern Xinjiang have tried to regain the territory, often harassing the Daebong border. The 2 sides have a long-standing grudge, and the ancient tribes of southern Xinjiang are also within the scope of the barbarians of southern Xinjiang. Lena thought for a moment. I feel that I am not afraid of drugs, and not afraid of force. Nothing to be afraid of. But since number 2 was so zealous to remind him, passing on the book and thanking for the good, I'll pay attention. Then Li Miaojin said number 4. Although we are all members of the Heaven and Earth Society, but the grievances of the sect have to be put first. I won't show mercy when we meet. Number 4 seconds back. Life and death are at their own risk. Su's wife said with peace of mind. It's not good. Everyone is a group friend. It doesn't have to be like this. Su Qian took back the fragments of the emperor's uncle. He looked up at Zhongli with his back to him. Is it the bad luck that this woman has brought to me? I'd better return it to the supervisor. In a small courtyard somewhere. The Golden Lotus Taoist put away the fragments of the emperor's uncle. Silent with a brow. Uncle D in the chat group. Each one of them is a person with great fortune. Losing anyone is something he doesn't want to see. The dispute between heaven and man is a matter for elders. There is no need to divide life and death between the younger generations, if you don't interfere with it. With the stubbornness of Li Miaojin and the sharpness of number 4, I'm afraid there will really be one death and one injury. It is inconvenient for my younger brother to meddle in the dispute between heaven and man. Number 6 is not good at words, and the status of number 1 remains unchanged. Sure enough, it is better to push Su Qian out of Hashimi. Let him intervene in the battle between heaven and man. Weaken the hostile atmosphere between Li Miaojin and number 4. In this way, there is an explanation for the sect. There is no need to distinguish between life and death. However, his cultivation is a little weak. Is not qualified to meddle in the battle between Li Miaojin and Seheo, unless it can be cultivated in a short period of time. The Golden Lotus Daoist frowned for a while. I thought about it for a long time and didn't come up with a suitable idea, until a treacherous cat meow came from the yard, and an orange cat left happily. The tail is raised high. In the house, Daoist Jean Lien lay on the bed with a peaceful face. After breakfast, Su Qian rode a little mare. Take Zhong and leave to beat the Ginren Yamen. I'll have to go back to the Yamen now. It's bad, but it doesn't guarantee that you can enter the Yamen, especially Haoqi building. Zhongli nodded slowly. This result is acquiesced. He didn't ride a horse. Follow the little mare step by step. Walking leisurely is like a walk after dinner. Su Qian saw it in his eyes. I was silently envious in my heart. A spell to shrink the ground into inches. Not long after, the two had just stepped into the yamen of the watchman. A silver luo hurried out, collided with Su Qian. He asked curiously, "Is this a charlatan who has broken the law? How did you not do the bundling?" Su Qian was stunned. "Consider why you say this." In Luo explained, "You didn't take up your post yesterday. So, I don't know. Wei Gong issued a notice yesterday. Another 3 months. It's a once-in-a-lifetime battle between heaven and man. And before that, the outstanding disciples of Renzong and Tianzong will be the first to compete. For many charlatans, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. Therefore, many people from the rivers and lakes come here. I want to crown Tianren, the decisive battle between the disciples of the two sects, and their comrades in the Yamen were at the gates of the city. Registered people who entered the city. Identify possible spies from other countries." Su Qian nodded. At the same time as saying goodbye to Ingluo, I was also a little puzzled in my heart. It turns out that the status of number 4 and number 2 is so high. I didn't feel it at all. Maybe I'm the second generation of Yin. He arranged Zhongli in Li Yuchen's Chunfeng Hall. I went to the 7th floor by myself. After being passed on by the guards, Su Qian ascended to the tea room on the 7th floor. Wei Yuan tied his hands back. Without looking back, he said that your appointment was lost at the table. I'll take it to the anthology department later. Receive the relevant waist tag and hairpin charm. Speaking of which, he looked back at Su Qian, smiled meaningfully from today. You are Siam. After becoming Siam, you don't have to go out and go out. Can be made into sugar. More free time. You're gifted. Time should not be spent on official business. Su Qian was really moved. It was the first time he had seen it to an employee. You shouldn't take the time. Waste it on such a small thing as going to work. The boss. I just hate that I haven't met such a good leader in my last life. Diligently made a small 10. The social animal beating of the year is a word of the future. He promotes whomever he wants. You can belittle whoever you want. Therefore, I have no worries about my promotion to the Silver Gong. But when the moment comes, I still can't help but tremble with excitement. Wei Yuan continued. Soon after, the disciples of Renzong and Tianzong are about to have a decisive battle. During this time, I am afraid that the capital will not be peaceful. There are few people who make trouble and fight. Su Qian immediately said that he understood. The lowly will maintain the law and order of the inner city. Wei Yuan nodded slowly. You had contact with Li Miaojin and Yunzhou. What is the perception of him? Li Miaojin's identity as a disciple of Tianzong, when in the White Emperor City, has confessed with Zhang Xuanfu and anxiety. After Su Qian's death, Zhang Xuanfu is in the process of suppressing bandits and sent a letter back to the capital, expounded on Li Miaojin, a disciple of Tianzong. Outstanding contributions made in the suppression of bandits. I implore the imperial court to confer on him an official position. The result, of course, was denied. Luo Yuheng is the national teacher of Dafeng, and Renzong and Tianzong are incompatible. Isn't that a joke? Su Qian thought for a moment. I feel that one sentence can sum up my battle robes with the general. The hibiscus tent warms up the spring night. Come to think of it, Su Qian said that it was just two disciples. Wei Gong doesn't have to care so much. Wei Yuan said in a serious tone, attitudes among disciples determines the attitude of the elders of the division. The head of the heavenly sect is a product. For this answer, Su Qian was both shocked and not shocked. In the three sects of the Daomen, Tianzong is the strongest. The Taoists of Renzong and Dizong are second class. If the heavenly sect does not have a product, how to be strong? But that's it. Isn't Renzong's Lu Yuheng bound to lose? If this contest between disciples can't be handled well, when the time comes, the Taoist hand between the two sects of Tianren, I'm afraid I'm going to die. The first and second grades are the pinnacle combat power in the world. Even if Wei Yuan, who is as wise as a demon, I don't dare to be negligent and generous. The bottom of the pressure box in the capital. Politics is just a product. Su Qian plans to report the inside story of the Heaven and Earth Society. There is something that Duke Wei has not told you yet. Wei Yuan sighed, motioned for Su Qian to sit down and speak. Su Qian immediately put Uncle D in the chat group. Last night's chat. Paraphrase. That Li Miaojin is really a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. He's in charge of Fragment 2, and the disciple sent by the Heavenly Sect. It should be the #1 swordsman in the capital that you have evaluated. Wei Yuan nodded appreciatively. Your message is timely. He pampered this gong. The ingredients are complex. There are many factors. The first is the stars. That is character, trustworthy and guaranteed. The second is talent. Su Qian's talent. It is worth cultivating vigorously. And then there's the character. This one is not the same as the stars. Su Qian's personality is very good at being playful, smart and slippery, and know how to flatter, to suck up, but it has its own principles. One last point. He can always surprise Wei Yuan, whether it's solving a case or the intelligence at hand. He has been showing Wei Yuan his role. Let Wei Yuan be pleased. It's not a strain, nothing to do. A sapling that needs to be supported and cared for all the time. It's the same as those who are so talented, but the ability to do things and deal with things. An incomparably sparse family genius. There is a significant difference. At this time, Wei Yuan said thoughtlessly, try to cooperate with the Golden Lotus Taoist. Su Qian was puzzled. Wei Yuan patiently explained that Jin Lian established the Heaven and Earth Society. Search all over Kyushu for the holder of the handing out shard. The original intention was to clean up the portal, exterminate the Taoist who has fallen into demons. So, he certainly wouldn't look at the bearer of the handing fragment. Losses will try to find a way to grip the twist. But he is a man of the earthly sect. The Earth sect has always been neutral. It is not convenient to intervene directly. So most of them will ask you for help. Su Qian laughed twice. How can I help? And yet at this moment, suddenly there was a call from downstairs. The sound of gongs and drums and faint shouts. Walk the water, go out of the water. Su Qian frowned. Caught fire. He joined the migrant workers for half a year. It's the first time I've encountered something like this. Instead of rushing out of the Haoqi building in a hurry, look around for a moment. It was found that the chestnut orchard and the watchman were carrying buckets to extinguish the fire. A bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart, because the outside of the Spring Breeze Hall has been burned black. A quarter of an hour later, the fire was extinguished by the yamen as a golden gong. Chunfeng Hall copied a sentence as a scorched earth ruin. Fortunately, there were no casualties. One of the golden gongs was angry, ordered the watchman to find out the cause of the water. Su Qian rushed directly inside, searching around for something, in a secluded yard somewhere. Finally, it was Zhongli who discovered the hair film. He said with a sigh of relief, "I had a good time in the house. Somehow it caught fire. You take a moment at night. I may be redeemed." Su Qian was boldly surprised. "You're a 5-rank warlock. Any fire can hurt you." Zhongli said, "I just went wrong while meditating." Su Qian couldn't bear it. "I'll take you to a shower first. Change your clothes." At dusk, Su Xinyan, who finished the first exam, left the park. With the students pouring out of the gate, came to the street. But he turned his head and looked around for a moment, found that his father's big brother and sister didn't pick him up. Su Erlang gritted his teeth and comforted himself. "Dad and big brother shouldn't have dispersed yet. It is inconvenient for my mother and sister to travel alone. It must be like this." He was holding the bookcase. "I'm going to walk back home, but I didn't forget to show myself. Gently pat your thigh. Recite until the body is as light as a swallow." An invisible force enveloped him. Between walks, it was as if the wind was blowing, walking no slower than a horse-drawn carriage. Suddenly, someone in front of him laughed and said, "It's as light as a swallow." Su Xingyan stopped. Looked for the sound. On the side of the street stood a lowly Aoyama sword. The guest didn't wait for Su Xingyan to speak. The Qingshan swordsman smiled and said with a smile, "The first one is over. As I used to do back then, the next 3 days, I had to go to the workshop with my classmates to drink and celebrate. That was 9 years ago. Come to think of it, the Orin of the year is already old. Or find a lover. Hurt. The Beijing church has torn out an Oiran who is both worldly and emotional. Fame spread throughout the states. I want to see it. Brother Tai, we might as well live together." Su Xinyan listened quietly. There was only one thought in my head. This man can't be a fool. Do I know you so well? Su Xinyan ignored him. Ran away quickly. What's going on today? Before entering, I met an inexplicable monk. After the appearance, he ran into a foolish swordsman. Hurry up, boys, and protect yourself outside. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the red sunset hangs in the sky. Su Qian took Zhongli to the teaching division. I don't know if Fuka's illness has healed. The women of this age were weak-boned, contracted wind chill at every turn. This time, bring Zhongli to diagnose her. At this time, Zhongli asked Fu Xiang, "Are you in the township of the Jiaofeng division?" Su Qian was stunned and said, "How do you know?" Zhongli said unhurriedly, "If not for the great relationship, why would you have asked me to see a doctor? And you are a person with great luck. Not like those men. Be an Oiran servant." Su Qian took a breath of cold air in the west. The heart said that the 5th senior sister, "You still have the potential to be a detective." He snorted this Fu Xiang. "It's my confidant. I was brilliant when I was younger. And unforgettable. It is a natural seed of reading. But the second uncle planned my life early. So much so that Dafeng missed a giant in the poetry world. I was 14 years old. With a cousin, participated in the literary meeting organized by the Guozi supervisor. It was sleet in the sky that day. I made a splash at the conference. Everyone praised me for my good poetry. Fu Xiang also had a deep affection for me at that meeting. From then on, we often exchanged letters. A platonic love affair unfolded. Plato is spiritual love. There is absolutely no vulgar carnal relationship. Zhongli interrupted you and told me what to do. Su Qian prayed and promised me. Don't tell Kai Wei. Zhongli turned his head to look at him for a moment. Retract your gaze and move on, until it was close to Brother Shadow Plum. He said I'd forget about it. Su and In suddenly wanted to die. The two of them haven't arrived at Brother Ing Mei yet. I could already hear the sound of wind music everywhere. Su Qian was a little curious. Today, Brother Ing Mei has broken so early. He walked with Zhongli to the gate of the courtyard. I saw two black lacquered courtyard doors closed. So he banged on the courtyard door. The voice of the little four in Tsing, he came from inside the door. Brother Ing Mei has chartered the venue. Su Weifan shouted that it was me. The courtyard door opened. Tsing Yi Xiaoxi's face was happy. Said Su Gongzi in a loud voice. You're here. Tonight the workshop division has a great guest. It's right in the house. Su Weifan frowned. Amazing guests. Tsing Yi explained yes. As soon as he came to the teaching workshop, he went straight to Yin Mei Xiaoga. Said to see the affection of Our Lady. Our Lady wasn't going to accompany the drink. He politely declined. But guess what? Mom came in personally, behind closed doors with Fuka. I don't know what I said after talking for a long time. Made the lady reluctant to accept it. Reluctantly appeared to present a song. The most incredible thing is, there were 12 of them at once. It's all uninvited. Su Qian was taken aback. I heard that even the bad old man in Wang Shoufu. I don't have this treatment. I didn't expect there to be such a character in the capital. No way. Jiaofeng Temple has to be a place where I stand out. I've got to meet this guy. Come to think of it, Su's wife's sweaty hand that did not change her face took me to meet her. At this time, guests are entertained in the hall where they drink. Floating incense sat in the middle of the field. Bow your head and stroke the piano. Gentle and glamorous, the color is alive. A song is over. Fu Xiang faintly got up. The waiter smiled. A man in civilian clothes laughed. Fu Xiang lady is too modest. This is the teaching department of the capital. There are very few who can compete with you in terms of affection. Another pot-bellied man reunites. Take a seat. Let's wait for it. Some people even said it to death. Joke since that Yongmei quatrain. The Fu Xiang lady no longer accompanies the wine. But since it was Brother Chu back, this is estimated to be 2 more words. Fuka lady, don't make Brother Chu wait for a long time. Fu Xiang's eyes are shining. Sweep past the long-time customers. The identities of these people are not simple. It is not an official in charge of the 6 ministries. It is the gathering room of the Hanlin Temple and the imperial room of the inspectorate and other pro-cabinets, and the man with the green camel. The identity is even more unusual. It's only been 27 years. Today's first swordsman in the capital. He both satisfied the faculty lady, the enthusiasm of talented and beautiful people. It also satisfies their fantasy of being a chivalrous man. Double aura. Therefore, as soon as the news of his coming to the Jiaofeng Temple came, there were 12 Oirans who came uninvited. Take the initiative to accompany the wine. Fu Xiang smiled reservedly. Forgive me. The little woman was unwell. It is not advisable to drink alcohol today. Several officials frowned. I don't like it. This Fu Xiang is inevitably too self-conscious. It's just for him to accompany the wine. It's not about doing anything to him. On the contrary, it was okay for the Qingshan swordsman to smile freely. Today I am talking to you about wine. At this time, Mingyan raised a bright smile. Warm up and say, let's help the fragrant lady. Since the fight and Lord Su got along, and he no longer accompanied the wine. He is still waiting for Lord Su to redeem himself. Don't embarrass him, gentlemen. The voice fell. The drinkers relented. The color of displeasure. Although they're all officials with real power. But in front of the watchman, it's all younger brothers. In front of Su Qian, a newly knighted watchman. It's the younger brother of the younger brothers. Chu Zhuangyuan's eyebrows are one and greater. Which Lord Su? He remembered his uncle's chat group. When number 2 asked number 1 about a Tong Luo surnamed Su, what number 1 said, this person's biggest weakness is lust. And the teaching division is mostly in Oiran. Oil-dyed, Yin said with a smile. Speaking of that Lord Su, it's really an incredible character. He started with the tax and silver case in October last year. Balabalas. He put Su Qian's deeds. I said it again. Fu Xiang was a little proud. The soft voice said that the Snow Wolf was on the occasion of the catastrophe. 8,000 enemy troops have been killed. Another Orange Xiaya saw this. Hurriedly grabbed the topic. Cui Shengxing said that the young man was chivalrous. Wudu Xiong's liver and gallbladder cave. Hair stands in the pool. Death and life are the same. The champion of the 1,000 pounds praised the good words loudly. At the same time, a doubt flashed in my heart. Number 2. Not that there were more than 400 rebels besieging the legation. Su Qian killed the enemy in 200 catastrophes. How did it become 8,000 people? One official said it was a good thing. It's so big that you don't study. It's a pity that Su Pingji is not a benevolent son. The remaining 9 guests are guarded. Agree. He also said that it was a pity that Su Qian did not come to the sect today. Otherwise, he will know the talent of our champion. Hear this. A series of question marks appeared in Chu Zhuangyuan's mind. What are they talking about? Didn't Su Qian die in Yunzhou? It's been more than a month. It's impossible that the capital didn't get the news. Right now. Fu Xiang cheered in surprise. Chu Zhuan turned his head sharply to look. A strange face was spotted in front of me. Xian said that he was Su Qian. Su Qian strode in. I'm bothering you with a smile. The officials present smiled one after another. Mouth shouting. Lord Zhu warmly beckoned him to take a seat. Seems to be very familiar with Su Qian. Chu Zhuangyuan was already stunned at the moment. The speculation in the mind combined with the reaction of everyone present. He was incomparably sure. The person in front of him is Su Qian. But didn't he die in Yunzhou? How did it come back to life? It can't be pardoned. Su Qian had already sat down beside Fu Xiang at this time. Glance back. It is discovered that Zhongli is missing. I guess that he should be hiding somewhere. Don't be too far away from me. Otherwise, the workshop division may be burned down by a fire tonight. I thought to myself. Suddenly, I noticed a gaze. Look straight at yourself. At this time, an official inquired about Qian, introducing Viscount Michi. This is the champion of the 27th year of Yuanjing. He was praised by Wei Gong as the first swordsman in the capital. Su Qi groaned in his heart. The heart says he's number 4. But how could number 4 be here? Chu Zhuangyuan Khan raised his glass. Smiled at Su Qian. Chu Yuanji Zijin. Su Qian also raised his glass in response. Su Qian's words are rather recited. Su Qian has the heart to die at this moment. It turns out that the so-called big guy is number 4. Number 4 knows that I am my old cousin. Know that I have died in the clouds. Turning around and talking in the book delivery chat group. Li Miaojin will think about it again. I was induced by number 3 to die socially. But with number 4 and number 2 now in a tense situation, I don't think I'll be able to take the initiative to chat. Kiss a hand first. However, this number 4 looks thin and tender. He's a standard handsome guy. A strand of white hair on the forehead. It adds a lot of charm to him. The whole body is free and easy. No edge. He's a master, no doubt. Chu Yuanjin was also secretly looking at him. This Su Qian is really handsome. Both brothers are talented. Have a dignified appearance. It's a fierce rival. Next they played with a sobering order. Wen Qinghua Kue Xiaoya is responsible for acting as a commander. Paired to Poetry Solitaire. It's a lot of fun. The only regret is that Su Qian did not participate. Instead, let the Fu Xiang around him take it with him. All he had to do was drink wine and eat meat. Su Qian came to visit Fu Xiang this time. At this time, I saw that he was in good spirits. Ruddy complexion. I believe that it is really just a small cold. It's my own blind worry. There is also a task given to him by Wei Yuan today. That is to mediate. Stop number 4 and number 2 from crashing. Let them fight to the point. So, he had to raise his opinion here on the 4th first. Su Qian tested Brother Chu. Yesterday, I heard from a colleague in the Yamen. Because the dispute between heaven and man is imminent, Li Miaojin, the disciple of the Inner Heaven sect, is about to go to Beijing. And you are the sword cultivator of Rinzong. Chu Yuanji smiled and said, I will come forward on behalf of Rinzong. Fight with the disciples of Tianzong. Su Qian took advantage of the situation to look at the long sword leaning on the shore of the Nine Banks. I wondered if I could let my little brother see the edge of this sword. Chu Yuanji shook his head, since he lost to Mrs. Zhang back then. The sword was never unsheathed again. There is another reason for colleagues. I'm looking up. Su's wife nodded slowly. He frowned and pretended to be pensive. Chu Yuanji asked what was wrong. Su's wife said leisurely, and her thoughts were exhausted before. You can't do good. But listen to Brother Chu's words. Suddenly, thoughts flowed. I can't help but want to write a poem. The eyes of the drinkers and the Oiran lit up. Scorchingly, it seems that Fuxiang's pretty face is also dyed with a layer of red. There was endless love in his eyes when he looked at Su Qian. But it's more about swearing to the sisters. That's my man. Chu Yuanji was a little surprised. There were some surprises. Straighten your posture. Be all ears. Su Qian copied more and more poems. Gradually, I found the trick of reading people to win narrowly in front of people. He was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he pretended to walk 7 steps in the living room. This is only 10 years of grinding a sword. Chu Yuanji is just right. I just said that I am looking up to see Su. Qian immediately made this sentence. I didn't run. This poem was made for me. He was suddenly moved. I have never met this Su Qian. After a few words of wine, he is willing to compose poems for himself. Treat people so kindly and warmly. It's a shame. Number 3 is a chivalrous reader. Although there are some small problems with profit-seeking. But overall, it's a good person to make friends with. His cousin was more old-fashioned than he was. It deserves to be a brother. Su wife and looked around at everyone. Faintly pronounced the second sentence. The double blade has not been tried. The officials present chewed on the poem. The eyes are slightly shining. 10 years of sharpening a sword. The double edge has not been tried. This is a short sentence. Ambition and pride are on paper. Chu Yuanji's eyes were bright. Unconsciously straightened his waist. This pretentiousness is the only young man like himself. To be able to write it, it's so apt. It's so apt. I've traveled all these years. Open your eyes and cultivate sword energy. This is the best magic weapon of Rinzong. Always hidden in the scabbard. Not shown. The day will come when he will be unsheathed. Merely. I also didn't think about what the future would be. That's why I'm going to pull out the sword. Until recently, the Taoist hand flying sword passed on the book, summoning me back to face Tianzong's disciple Li Miaojin. It dawned on me. It turned out to be a weight. At this time, I just felt a little regretful in my heart. The sword was unsheathed. It's going to be earth-shattering. It can be used to cut urine needles. That's not what I want. Chu Yuanji is full of cowardice in this regard. He asked, what is the next association? 10 years of sharpening a sword. What kind of situation will it be unsheathed? Su wife and shook her head and sighed. The next link has not been thought of yet. Chu Yuanjin was stunned. The smile on his face stiffened. The officials present quit one after another. How did this go away? I can't do without. How can a poem have only uplink? Lord Su should not be willful. We're waiting. So, Su wife and said helplessly, I really didn't think about it. Well, I'll do half of it first. The other half will be made up for Brother Chu later. How Chu Yuanji was so disappointed that he could only do this. The investigation was not completed until the beginning of the day. The Oiran yawned. Get up and take your leave. Despite some sleepiness. But the beauties are still unsatisfied. I feel that there is a banquet for Su Qian and the first guest in the capital. It's so interesting. It's a pity that such high-quality guests can't be met every day. Chu Yuanji also said goodbye and left at this time. Su Qian originally had the intention to stay, but he gave in. Number 4 did not have an overnight stay in the workshop. It's a bit of a pity. So indifferent and free. Myself, I can't find a chance to let him die socially. But the reader has the weakness of the reader. For example, poetry. I'll hide it first, wait until the right time to take it out. At this time, Fu Xiang took Su Qian's arm and entered the bedroom. Su Lang was late at night. Let's get some rest, Su Qian said suddenly. I will redeem you in a few days. Fu Xiang was stunned for a moment. Ling Xiu's eyes flashed with complexity, but it quickly settled down again. Sighed lightly, Su Lang had just become a son. Concubines now are not good for your reputation. Su Qian hugged his gorgeous little waist. Hooking his jaw, he smiled slowly. There is no urgency in this matter. As he spoke, he and Fu Xiang rolled on the bed. The bed slats were shaken and creaked. When the two of them are ready to go further. Suddenly, there was a click. Then came the feeling of weightlessness. The bed collapsed, Fu Xiang exclaimed, and pestered Su Qian. You can see Su Qian's big bald head. For some reason, I couldn't help but want to laugh. Su Qian covered the mark of being a strong man. A nameless anger burned in his chest. Zhongli Lao, Su wants to find Jianjing and kneeling. Photography is no little brother. Chu Yuan's diagnosis was indicated. A swing of the long sword on his back. It's like coming to life. Because of the general detachment from bondage. Stopped at his feet. Chu Yuanjin stepped on the scabbard. Whispered to go. The long sword comfortably pierced the night sky. Sword. The moment you take to the night sky. Chu Yuanjin felt. There are countless eyes in the capital that lock onto themselves. Then move away. One of the stares that sent chills down his spine the most. From that towering stargazing tower. He soon left the inner city. Fly towards the south side of the outer city. If memory serves, number 6 in Yuan is in the health hall. He lowered his altitude for a long time. Finally found the health hall in the south city. Wait for him to get his sword under the scabbard at the same time. Then I heard the sound of chanting the Buddha's name from under the eaves. Amitabha. Chu Yuanji greeted with a smile. Master Heng Yuan. Heng Yuan looked at him quietly. It was the poor monk. The donor is number 4. Heng Yuan led Chu Yuanji into the house. The two who met for the first time behaved calmly. Neither close nor unfamiliar. Light an oil lamp. And he took out a jar of wine from under the bed. Pull out 2 porcelain bowls. Chu Yuanji was a little curious, and the disciples of the Tao Buddhism sect could drink alcohol. Heng Yuan calmly replied that the warrior monk was not good at meat. The subtext is that warrior monks don't need to be cheap. Chu Yuanji looked at the wine in his hand. Some regret not bringing peanuts. There is wine, but no food. I always felt like something was missing. But he smiled anyway. Said I saw number 3 today. And number 3 pretended not to know me. But with his ingenuity, I believe they recognized me at the time. I just pretended not to know for some reason. Speaking of which, he shook his head helplessly. The cultivation of the 8th grade slim mirror is shallower. But he knows the secrets of number 3. Number 3 is associated with the subtemporal hydrogen rush into the sky. You can't simply look at the surface when treating number 3. Master Heng Yuan took a sip of wine, murmuring compared to number 3. The poor monk and Lord Su are even more in love. You may not know it yet. He did not die in the clouds. He was about to Su Qian's resurrection. Said to the 4th, Chu Yuan's stubborn defense of the reincarnation pill is good. But the restrictions are too great. He survived by his own luck. I just met Su Qian at the workshop division. I'm on him. It looks good. What? I've heard you discuss it too many times in the fragments of the handing book. There is no sense of alienation from him. Heng Yuan smiled and said, number 3, I haven't gotten along. But Su Qian did have an appetite for me. After 3 rounds of drinking, Chu Yuanjin offered to see the child. Han Yuan immediately took him to the wing. In the past, it was still a firewood house. After the two of them went in, Chu Yuanjin watched it for the first time. I saw the black child, covered in dog fur. He was lying on the ground dying. Chu Yuanjin said with emotion, although I don't like Buddhism. But they are right. The world has become like a sea of suffering. Sentient beings struggle in the sea of suffering. Han Yuan glanced at him. Chu Yuanjin hurriedly said, I don't mean to offend. Talking about the style of painting, the style changed. 3 days later, there will be the second session. Let's go and see number 3 together. Han Yuan said. Number 3 is reluctant to reveal his identity to us. He said if we met, just meet and smile. Chu Yuanjin suddenly realized, understood why number 3 pretended not to know himself. 3 days passed in a flash. Su Erlang arrived at the Gongyuan accompanied by his family. Su Qian patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him to drink Confucian wine. Have the ability to remember. This one is lean. Jiro must be stress-free. Su Xinyan said that the first day's quiz played very well. I'm good at cross-questioning. The second session of lean was also not a big problem. He raised his chin slightly as he spoke. Arrogantly said, although there are many talented students in the world, don't be negligent. But there may not be anyone stronger than me. Su's wife said with peace of mind that she was pretending to be forced. Or are you more powerful? Say goodbye to the beauty. Su Xinyan walked to the gate of the tribute courtyard. I'm going to line up to get in. That's when it happened. A loud voice rang out in his ears, Amitabha. A monk and swordsman faced him. A dark smile was revealed. Su Xinyan looked sideways. His face froze suddenly. He hurried back to his father and eldest brother. Dad, big brother me. I suspect that someone is plotting against me. After Su Pingji heard this, eyebrows immediately raised. Eyes like electricity. Su New Year pointed to the rear somewhere. Is a monk and a swordsman. Su Qian looked at it for a moment. Speechless, there is no one. Su Qingyan showed a look of horror. It was there just now. Su Qian patted the little brother's shoulder and said, okay. Also said, you don't have pressure. I see you're hallucinating. Jiro, those people who don't know and behave strangely. You don't have to bother. Said that he dragged his hand behind Su Xinyan's back. Su Erlang looked at the eldest brother behind him. I don't understand the big brother. What does that mean? Su Qian smiled awkwardly. It's okay. Help you carry the pot well. The season of early spring. It was windy and rainy. A 3-way sailboat rides the wind and waves. The wind held the canvas to the bone. Nicholas Song looked at the north. Said that he would arrive in the capital in 10 years. Zhu Guanxiao sighed. He remained silent. In addition to the temperament has become more stable and dignified. Not much has changed. On the contrary, it is the oily and smooth Song Tingfeng. It's like a rebirth. With my military exploits in Yunzhou, enough to exchange for a visualization map of the alchemy mirror. I'm going to be promoted to the divine refining mirror. If you change to before, Zhu Guanxiao heard him say this. It may be a surprise, because of colleagues for many years. He knew that Nicholas Song lacked self-motivation. Mix to the gong is already satisfied. Patrol the streets during the day. In the evening, visit the workshop division. The little days were very comfortable. Not to mention this military exploit in Yunzhou. If you change it to a name, it's enough for him to live privately in the workshop for 1 year. But now, especially after that incident, he was no longer surprised that Nicholas Song did anything. Zhu Guanxiao nodded. He snorted again. Nicholas Song didn't seem to hear it. Half continued to look north, until a long time later, Nicholas Song exhaled a breath of turbidity. Said that I am not badly aptitude. Stuck at the peak of Qi training for so many years. The foundation is solid enough. At the end of the year, it is not difficult to be promoted to practice God. I've been thinking about it all this time. If I weren't that lazy, if I'm not so useless, If I came to Yinzhou, I was already refining the divine sword. Nicholas Song lowered his head. His voice trembled a little. Don't call fonts anymore. Never to go again. Zhu Guangxiao patted him on the shoulder in silence. The law and order here in the capital has been chaotic in recent days. Let Su Pingji, who is the protection of the sword guard, and Su Qian, who beat the guard, was very busy. Jianghu people like to be brave and ruthless. There are indeed heroes who act chivalrous and righteous. But it's more of a low-end goods. It's amazing who's messing around. In just 4 or 5 days, Shan Su Qian himself arrested several drunken and brawling outsiders. According to the second uncle, the outer city can catch the gentleman on the beam every night. The inner city is peaceful, because there is a ban in the inner city. The 5 flavors of the capital of the Night Watch encountered an incident of migrant workers traveling at night. If you choose to flee at this time, will be shot on the spot, and if it's a suspicious figure walking on a roof, it is not necessary for migrant workers to have the right to cut first and then play, picking quarrels and provoking trouble. Usually he is pressed into prison and waits for his companion's bail. These little things that do not lead to death are the most troublesome. On this day, Su Qian patrolled with 2 gongs. He cursed and commanded the gong beside him. Anyone who doesn't look like a native of the capital, pay attention to me. It must be taken before they make trouble. But his voice fell. A servant immediately ran forward. Hurriedly roared Su Ingong. There was a fight in front. There were bursts of shouting from the streets. They were all onlookers. Su Qian saw this. A wave of annoyance. What the hell is this bunch of dogs? The blades were collected. It's still so tossed. Get it down for Lao Tzu. All of them were brought back to the yamen. A gong leaps forward. It is forbidden to cause disturbances and fights in the inner city. Go with the official to the yamen, who knows 2 rivers and lakes. The guest hit a real fire. Takeo's head is hot. It doesn't matter who you are. The people of the government fight the same. The gong narrowly avoided a sinister boxing move. Then he was furious. The gun was drawn with a bang, and the saber slashed down. But right now, an opportunity popped up from below. The blade that hits the gong. Let the blade slash off. Su Qian's face suddenly darkened. Annoyed in the first place. Now there is a spoiler. He pressed his thumb against the black gold knife. The gun popped out half an inch. Someone seemed to sense his murderous aura. Immediately shouted to stop. It was 2 groups of brightly dressed outsiders. There is a young boy. There are also beautiful women with convex figures. I heard my masters shouting to stop. The 2 Jianghu guests just stopped. A handsome man. The young man in a white costume bowed his hand to the adult. Lu Chun in the Lu family in Xiaojingzhou. Su Qian nodded. Look at the other group. I asked you guys. The leader over there is a feminine son. Snorted. The old man beside him hurriedly said back to the adult. Jingzhou Zhao family. The Lu family and the Zhao family are famous clans in Jingzhou. There are pillars of the family who have taken the career path. There are also masters of mixed rivers and lakes. Black and white are all you can eat. In layman's terms, it is the local squire. These 2 are like fire and water in Jingzhou. Officials stabbed each other in the face. Swords fight in the rivers and lakes. The grudge has been around for a long time. This time I came to the capital to watch the battle. I happened to meet by chance on the street. Su Qian swept through everyone. Lung Lung said who was the opportunity to play just now. The gentle boy raised his chin, and it was me. Su Qian nodded slowly. All of you will go with your official to the yamen of the watchman. The Lu family. The handsome and extraordinary boy frowned slightly. Brother Gongzi, who has a feminine temperament, sneered. We didn't do it in the streets. You can take the 2 of them back to the yamen. Su Weifan disdainfully said let you go. Cheyenne Rory. Believe it or not, Lao Tzu beheaded you. The feminine boy brother did not touch it at all. Why should the Son of Heaven have to abide by the law even if he fights at his feet? Suddenly, a gun rang out. The black and gold long knife was unsheathed in an instant. The dull golden thread flickered away. The feminine boy hasn't reacted yet. Seeing that he was going to die in Huangquan, there was a man beside him with a beautiful face. The woman with a gentle temperament was the first to react. Take off the silver hairpin from your head. Point at the sword chi. Then there was a bang. The silver hairpin exploded. The sword chi cut the slender jade hand. Su Qian stood up, a kick to fly the woman, smashed like a meat shield at the feminine sun. Su Qian used dark strength with this kick. The bones are not broken, but the kick hurt the other party's internal organs. Su Qian didn't go to see the feminine sun. The long knife stepped forward, sneered, "You dare to make a move, even if you're copper-skinned. Lao Tzu wants to be unwilling. You can't get out of this capital." The old man's face turned pale. Look down at your chest. There was already a faint reddish glow. The people of the Liu family re-examined Su Qian. Even the copper skin and iron bones were broken by him. Not to mention the casual sword just now. One kick directly defeated the eldest lady of the Zhao family in the god-refining realm. This was followed by an understatement. Broke the copper skin, iron bones, and flesh defense. This Yin Luo. At a young age, he can become a silver Luo. It is worthy of being a random Yin Luo in the capital. Cut to the outside, it is the level of a genius in the sky. This cultivation is simply terrifying, and the talent is even more staggering. Su Qian looked back at the people of the Liu family. "Can you leave?" The handsome son-in-law didn't dare to die. Terasama calls the shots. Su Qian escorted 2 groups of people back to the yamen. "And bring in the clerks who are in charge," said these 2 groups of people, "and thou shalt make them pay 100 taels of silver each." Not even 1 point is allowed to be released. Of these, 300 taels were credited to the account. 50 taels, one between thou and thy colleagues. The 2 gongs that patrolled the street with me were 50 taels each. The rest, send me to Chunfeng Hall tomorrow, Kurihara said busily. Rest assured, the humble duty will be done. Su Qian nodded with satisfaction. Instead, went to the stable. Ride your beloved little mare in the direction of the imperial city. The sun is high. He planned to go to Lingbao Pass for lunch. By the way, I asked Luo Yuheng for advice on the Star Sword spectrum. The Star Sword spectrum has been introduced. In Su Qian's opinion, it is not difficult. To cast it, you only need to attach mental power to the blade. Just like an opportunity. The difficulty is how to mellow with the opportunity. It's like drawing a circle with one hand. Drawing with 2 hands together is not a good idea of how much your brain can distribute. Often stuck. When you first see it, you either forget to send the opportunity, or forget to attach spiritual power. Now he's Ayara. Free access to the imperial city. The waste card is bright. The guards defending the city were immediately released. Come to Lingbao Pass. The Taoist boy guarding the gate went to report. Su Weifan entered the museum with Dao Dong. But then he was stunned, because except for Luo Yuheng, next to him stood a Aoyama swordsman. This was Su Qian's first thought. The groove. Luo Yuheng knew that I was the one in charge of handing over the fragments of the book. He's not going to sell me. Su Qian's face did not change. I have seen the national teacher in the salute. Champion Lang Chu Yuanji was also a little surprised. He asked with a curiosity, "How did Lord Su get acquainted with the national teacher?" Luo Yuheng nodded. Just as I was about to answer, Su Qian hurriedly coughed vigorously. The weakness of the heart is almost written on the face. He hurriedly transmitted the message to the national teacher. But it was bounced back. The sound was bounced back again. Su Qian was a little depressed. The sister-in-law's attitude is obvious. Let's not say that. Don't chat privately. Su Qian is a little anxious. But he also knows Transhen's more intimate demeanor. It's really reluctant to use it on the national teacher. Chu Yuanji looked at Su Qian. I looked at the national teacher again. Laugh and say you need me to back off. Luo Yuheng's beautiful eyes looked at Su Qian. Say what's the matter. Su Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gong said that I had encountered some problems in my heart and my cultivation. Please ask the national teacher to solve your doubts. Luo Yuheng nodded, and it is indeed difficult to get started. Yuanjin, you help me guide. Lord Su is going to see His Majesty. After speaking, Luo Yuheng's figure disappeared. This woman just disappeared into the mirror room. Su Qian was a little envious. What kind of magic power was this? Chu Yuanjin shook his head, explained that the Tao is not supernatural. It was a thought that came to hand. It was just taken back. Su and Daoshi took a breath of cold air. The methods of high-grade and strong people are like gods. But then he was upset. Today, I finally waited for Zhongli to return to the fourth heavenly sword. That's why I'm going to come to Lingbao Pass. It's a pity that I still couldn't eat with the national teacher. The two of them went out of the Lingbao Pass one after the other. Su Qian chased after him and asked about the mystery of the Star Sword. Chu Yuanjin said that it was indeed difficult to get started with the Star Sword. After all, Takeo is not good at the Genshin realm. Suddenly, Su Qian interrupted him. Reserved Dao Chu brother. Sorry for misunderstanding you. Actually, I've already started with a new sword. Chu Yuanji nodded. Didn't care. Asked how long he had been practicing the new sword. Su Qian looked back for about 10 days. Chu Yuanji was stunned. Gaze at Su Qian's 10-day new sword entry. What kind of grievance does this have to be? Even for disciples who practice the Dao sect Dharma. I don't dare to say that I can get started in 10 days. Qian smiled and said that Su never lies. Chu Yuanji was surprised by Brother Su's talent. I was blown away. The law of Rinzong. It's a pity that Su Qian scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't think so. Otherwise, Rinzong also had to scold Su Pingji for not being a benevolent son. How innocent my second uncle was. Su Qian secretly said that Chu Yuanji was an arrogant and introverted person. He has the backbone of a scholar and the unruliness of a swordsman. But these are never expressed between words. Compared to the Tsundere Jiro, number 4 is more like a social person with a wealth of experience. Su Qian asked suddenly. Brother Chu felt that there was no difference between the private sects and Dafeng. It's obviously a very serious sermon. Chu Yuanji was a little confused. Still answered truthfully after abandoning the text and monasticism. I never stayed overnight in the workshop. The line in front of the division is that Lao Tzu is abstinent. Su Qian asked again, and the wife of the Tao was about to die. What does Brother Chu think of Li Miaojin of the Inner Heaven sect? Chu Yuanji, Chen Yin Dao chivalrous liver and gall. Chu was very admired. Su Qian has no flaws in the middle of the abdomen. He smiled and said, Brother Chu. He was tormented by night fires. Do you have similar torture? Chu Yuanji was stunned and said, You know. The quick-witted Su Qian hurriedly patched. Wei Gong talked to me about it. Chu Yuanji suddenly accepted this explanation and think it's reasonable because Wei Yuan really cultivated him carefully. Regarded as a confidant, Chu Yuanji thought about it, said that I was just cultivating the swordsmanship of the Rinzong, but he doesn't cultivate the mind. Su Qian didn't understand. What does that mean? Chu Yuanji said, if judged by the system of martial artists, I am refining the divine sword, but I'm majoring in Renzong's new swordsmanship, and swordsmanship. Su Qian asked, then how do you get promoted? What's next? The 3 swordsmanship is a means of defeating the enemy, rather than the foundation of the system. Other words, Chu Yuanjin is actually not following the Daomen system. It is based on the dancer system, majored in Renzong swordsmanship. Chu Yuanji replied freely, I don't know. The road ahead. Let's walk. Su Qian smiled. Let's move on to the actual combat skills of the new sword. Gradually, Chu Yuanji found that Su Qian's cultivation knowledge was very shallow. It's not at all like what a god refining mirror should look like. That's right. He joined the company after the tax and silver case in October last year. He would have been an alchemy mirror. In just half a year, it has grown by leaps and bounds. Become a 7-rank dancer. The talent is terrifying. Come to think of it, his heart was on fire. Paper. It's boring. Brother Su, why don't we have a discussion? Su Qian thought for a moment. I think this is an opportunity to find out the number 4. He nodded immediately. On the other side, Emperor Yuan Jing and Luo Yuheng sat opposite each other. Emperor Yuan Jing said angrily, "The little guy of Tianzong is coming to the capital. Is Chu Yuanji sure to defeat him?" Luo Yuheng's expression was clear, and it was difficult to say. Although Li Miaojin is a 5-grade product, but it is highly likely that this opportunity will be taken. Step into the Yin well of the 4 pins. Chu Yuanji didn't draw his sword. Victory or defeat is unpredictable. Emperor Yuan Jing sighed with emotion. No matter what. They're all outstanding juniors. I am Duffing. It's been a long time since there have been young people worth my attention. The female national teacher chuckled. What did your majesty mean by this? Chu Yuanji is the champion of Yuanjing in 27 years. Emperor Yuan Jing shook his head. Chu Yuanji abandoned his official body. Become a white coat. It has long been dismissed from the imperial court. It's strange to say. For more than 10 years. Daebong's national strength is declining day by day. Even the talent is getting scarcer. Especially in recent years. It's been a long time since I've met a junior who satisfies me. Emperor Yuan Jing asked instead, how does the national teacher plan to deal with that heavenly sect Taoist? The last battle between heaven and man. The heavenly sect Taoist has not yet stepped into the realm of a product. Your father fought with him inextricably. No winner or loser. The implication of Emperor Yuan Jing's words was very obvious. Double cultivation is a good thing for mutual benefit. It is by no means a remedial sorcery that only one party benefits. Luo Yuheng wants to make rapid progress in the short term. In addition to having a double break with him. There is no other way. That's when it happened. Suddenly, there was a strong fluctuation of qi. Disturbed Emperor Yuan Jing and Luo Yuheng. Emperor Yuan Jing encountered such a situation for the first time. Suddenly sat up. Exclamation leader. There are people in the gate who tremble and live corpses. What's going on? Luo Yuheng's voice sensed for a moment. Smiled helplessly. It was Chu Yuanji who was fighting with Su Qian. Emperor Yuan Jing was at a loss. Don't understand. How could that little gong appear in the Lingbao coffin? And how to get entangled with the Lingbao concept? Luo Yuheng explained. There is something special about this Sun stunt. Wei Yuan led him to the Guanai to seek swordsmanship. I taught me how to do things. Emperor Yuan Jing nodded. Accepted this explanation. After a moment of contemplation, somewhat surprised, Su Qian was able to fight with Chu Yuanji so fiercely. Luo Yuheng was just tired of him pestering him several times. Shuangxiu immediately proposed that His Majesty be interested. You might as well follow the channel to watch the game. Lingbao Guanyi. The black gold long knife in Su Qian's hand was impenetrable. Keep knocking thorny branches. Each collision stirred up a muffled, thunderous sound. At first glance, there was a frenzied wave of air machine ripples. Chu Yuanji stood on the rockery and stood with his hands covered. Smiling. Sometimes sweaty hands. Seems to appreciate Su Qian's combat power very much. But in fact, he was more surprised in his heart. Although he only performed the sword technique. Can be in such a number of flying sword sieges. Can hold on in an orderly manner until now without falling into a flaw. It was hard to imagine that he was a martial artist who had just entered the god-refining realm. This means that the opponent's Genshin is unexpectedly powerful. Chu Yuanji was somewhat convinced. It only took him 10 days to get a glimpse of the new sword. Emperor Yuan Jing looked at this scene in astonishment. In his impression, Su Qian, has always been just a little person who can solve cases. From the time of the tax bank case, Emperor Yuan Jing had heard of his name. At that time, he was still a fast hand in Chang'an County's makeup shift. Today, I suddenly saw a scene of him fighting with Chu Yuanji. Emperor Yuan Jing was stunned. Emperor Yuan Jing couldn't help but Dao Guosher. How is this Su Qian's cultivation? Luo Yuheng said lightly. Emperor Yuan Jing of the God Refining Realm nodded suddenly. The dancers of the divine refining realm are mediocre. It doesn't even deserve his attention. It's just a Chang'an County Kuai show. In just half a year, I can step into this realm. Not bad. Emperor Yuan Jing sighed. Rinzong's swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world. Such a fairy method. Playing martial arts is at your fingertips. Luo Yuheng said, Suyin Luo is not bad. His Majesty also said earlier that there is no rising star in the Dafeng court. I think this Suyin Luo is the dragon and phoenix among people. It's good that she doesn't say it. Emperor Yuan Jing listened to it in his ears. Look in the eye. I feel more and more that Chu Yuanji is talented. Su's wife became a foil of green leaves. Especially now. The two fought in the courtyard. The clouds are light and the wind is light. The other side is struggling to cope. Emperor Yuan Jing frowned and said that the means were too scarce. Didn't the national scholars say that he had taught Su Qian's swordsmanship? Luo Yuheng replied that the poor road passed on him was a new sword. Rinzong's swordsmanship is mysterious. Even if it's a beginner, it doesn't happen overnight. Emperor Yuan Jing smiled unconsciously. After all, it was unsatisfactory. He had a talent for Su Qian in his heart. There is a more intuitive understanding. The enemy is generally strong, but it's far from a true genius. At this moment, Su Qian, who was caught in a burst, felt the pressure. He is already a god refining mirror. Captures all the hostility around you. Automatic feedback in the mind. But two fists are no match for four hands. No matter how sharp his spiritual sense is. After all, it's two arms and a knife. It's a bit too much to handle. Therefore, the next grade of a martial artist is a bronze body and iron bone. Specialized in dealing with sieges. Su Qian has a deeper understanding of the martial arts system. Each grade is making up for a shortcoming. If someone can step into the martial god realm, I'm afraid that the world will be invincible. Suddenly, a breaking wind struck quickly. Su Qian only felt a tingling of his scalp. No matter how mellow the opportunity is, there is also inertia when the flying sword turns. But number 4's flying sword is running as expected. Completely contrary to the laws of physics. Old man Newton doesn't want to lose face? By the way, this is not Newton's business. For the current dilemma, Su Qian has no less than 3 ways to respond. The first is the last of the 36 counts. The second is to use the Confucian version of the magic book. It contains several spells that are specifically designed to deal with sieges. The third is to ignore one's own injuries. To Chu Yuanjing, he slashed the heavens and the earth with a knife. But it's just a competition. All 3 of these methods are out of place at this point. Su Qian swept away the branches that were stabbed in front of him with a knife. Cohesion, attached to a black gold sword. Dangling slash. The dark golden blade slammed into the stabbing branch. The moment of the collision. Su Qian is stagnant in his heart. Comprehended the use of mental power to blow up. Buzz. Invisible telekinesis spreads. Radiate with good deeds. Wrap all the flying swords behind you. The branches toss slightly. Su Qian was overjoyed. It is concocted by the copper method. Splashing the pen and ink forward, pouring spiritual power. Cut down all the remaining flying swords. At this point, Chu Yuanjin's sword blade was broken. Chu Yuanjin was almost stabbed. How did you find out that my telekinesis was attached to the flying sword? Su Qian is the main knife. Gasped and smiled helplessly. It's probably talent. Outside the courtyard, Emperor Yuan Jing glanced sideways at Luo Yuheng. I saw the beautiful face of the female national teacher. A flash of consternation. Luo Yuheng retracted his gaze. Praise this son is extremely talented. Emperor Yuan Jing rarely saw a national teacher praise a junior like this. Although he also praised Su Qian just now. But it's more polite. And now it's heartfelt appreciation. This made Emperor Yuan Jing a little interested. Luo Yuheng saw that Emperor Yuan Jing was touched. He explained that he had spoken to His Majesty before. I taught Su Inluo the method of construction. It was built 10 years ago. The bar is extremely high, even though he is an outstanding disciple of Renzong. Getting started, the long is half a year, as short as 3 months. Such an explanation, Emperor Yuan Jing understood, and Su Qian only took 10 years. He looked at Chu Yuanji on the rockery and asked what about him. Beauty. The answer is also to cultivate the sword technique of the Renzong with the body of the 5 husbands. Chu Yuanji took a month. 3 swordsmanship at the same time. At this time, Chu Yuanji smiled and said with a smile, "What is your mastery?" Su Qian asked me rhetorically. Chu Yuanji nodded. The Tao is from beginning to end. You haven't done anything about it. If you don't leave one hand behind, it's too boring. Su Qian hesitated, although he also wants to try it. But I'm still worried that you and Li Miaojin are about to fight. I'm afraid I'll hurt you by accident. It affects the dispute between heaven and man. Luo Yuheng and Emperor Yuan Jing. At the same time, he moved away from the champion, looked at Su Qian. The tale of this statement is too arrogant. Chu Yuanjin's eyes lit up. Smiling, the discussion just now was a little boring. If you have any knowledge, just use it. Su Qian nodded. I only have one move. After one move, that's the end of our discussion. He was preventing Chu Yuanjin from taking a knife. Wave your hand to fight back. Poke yourself into a hedgehog. Chu Yuanjin also asked in a deep groan. You will enter a period of weakness. Su Qian was a little impressed. Champion Lang is really smart. The brain is the light. He didn't talk nonsense anymore. Take a deep breath. Qi Shun Dantian. Su Qian withdrew the black gold long knife. Let him return to the scabbard. Then he took a lunge. Knees sink slightly. Slowly press your right hand on the hilt. Make a gesture to draw the knife. A shot rang out. Su Weifen's thumb popped out the black gold long knife at the same time. Visualize the golden lion roaring in my mind, accompanied by Chun Xiong's roar. He drew his sword. Chu Yuanjin's ears burst into flames. It was like a scorching thunder exploding overhead. At this critical juncture, Zhuang Yuanlang unhurriedly handed over the branch in his hand. The branches dotted in the moment of the sword's breath. A furious shockwave swept through the garden in an instant. The rockery under Chu Yuanjin's feet exploded first. This was followed by the gazebo behind him. 4 pillars snapped in response. The flat top flies first and rushes high. Emperor Kong Yuanjing was already stunned at this moment. This knife completely exceeded his expectations for Su Qian. Luo Yuheng saw them. It is necessary to collapse the myopia behind him. Red lips twitched. The furious shockwave froze instantly, then disappeared into the field. Su Qian sat cross-legged, knife in one hand, looked sluggish. Chu Yuanjin's half-cut sleeve was shattered, reveal powerful forearms that accentuate the muscles. He slowly bent his fingers. The snooping road is amazing. If you are in the realm of the 5 grades, this knife can seriously injure me. Su Qian's face suddenly darkened. The special Lao Tzu struck with all his might. Just cut a loneliness. But spit is spit out. You can't afford to lose in terms of momentum. Su Qian raised his head. Imitate Su Erlang's expression. Lightly said, he is worthy of being a strong man who can fight with Li Miaojin. Su was willing to bow down. Chu Yuanji smiled and sweated. He knew that Su Qian was also a very proud person. This arrogance is no worse than that of the scholars in Yulu Academy. Emperor Yuan Jingdi showed a hearty smile. Chu Yuanji deserves to be an outstanding disciple of Renzong. This cultivation is rare. Su Qian is still far away. But he's just a whore after all. There's still work to be done. Luo Yuheng did not refute. Just reluctantly hee-hee. Emperor Yuan Jing suddenly became more and more happy, laughed, and said that there was still something going on in the palace. It is inconvenient to stay for a long time. Send me off. At this time, Su Qian in the courtyard suddenly shouted, "See your majesty." Chu Yuanji also bowed, but he didn't speak. Emperor Yuan Jing rarely did not have a straight face. Nodding his head, a wonderful showdown. Su Qian, your talent is good. Don't let down the cultivation of the imperial court. Su Qian replied like a stream, thanking his majesty for his cultivation. Humble and dedicated. Dead and gone. Yuan Jing closed his head and nodded. Walked side by side with Luo Yuheng towards the outside of the gate. Su Qian looked at the backs of the two. Pouted. Pick and search day by day. Will be a mouthful of empty heads. There is no actual representation. I can't wait for the two of them to see it. When he arrived, Chu Yuanji said, "Brother Su, wait a minute. I'm going to change my clothes." With that, he turned around and went to Jinshu. A few minutes later, Su Qian looked at Chu Yuanji. I wonder if Brother Chu is not a student of Yunlu Academy. Chu Yuanji poured him a cup of tea. Gently explained that I studied at Yunlu Academy. Later, he went to Guozijian. When he was young, he was full of ambition, a belly full of talent. I want to bring disaster to the emperor's family. I know that the students of Yunlu Academy are not reused. He left the college to study. Guozijian Su Qian asked. Then why did you resign later? Chu Yuanji sighed and said, because it is useless. It's scholars who can't save Dafeng. Simply resigned. Made a white-clothed sword tour of the rivers and lakes. Su Qian slapped the table and applauded. It was really chic. No wonder Chu Yuanji saw Emperor Yuan Jing just now. It's just a faint line. There was no greeting,